Chapter 1 Confess your love to the school beauty and get a 100 billion mansion as a reward. Confess to the school beauty and activate the sign-in system. Lewin rubbed his eyes, pinched his thigh hard, and then looked carefully again. A line of golden words that only he could see was still floating in front of his eyes. This is really not because of the heat, it's an illusion. Lewin still found it a little unbelievable. Today is the first day of the university's military training. The sun is very strong. As a weak scholar who usually doesn't pay attention to exercise, Lewin unsurprisingly suffered from mild heatstroke. This golden text prompt only appears after waking up in the medical tent. Or, give it a try. Lewin hesitated. No matter what, give it a try, it won't go wrong. Even if there is no system in the end, at most, I will be on the list of brave men and become the laughingstock of the week. But this golden text prompt, is it true? Even if it embarrasses me, it is a sure win. Lewin sat up, took a sip of boiled water, and thought about how he should confess his feelings to the campus beauty. After all, I'd been single for 18 years. He had never held a little girl's hand, let alone confessed his love. If it weren't for the mysterious golden words, he probably wouldn't have considered love after graduation. You're awake, how are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? While he was thinking, a cold and clean voice brought Lewin back to reality. He raised his head and responded, "It's okay now, but my head still feels a little heavy." It's the senior. Is this fate? Just when I was about to confess my feelings, she appeared here. Lewin had some wild thoughts in his mind. However, Lu Bingyan only came here to help her best friend deal with some things within her ability. The physical condition of this year's freshmen is really worrying. More than 30 of them fell down on the first day of military training. There is only one person in the medical station, and to be honest, he is really overwhelmed. That's why she came to help. Coincidentally, all the important things had been dealt with, and Lu Bingyan was thinking about checking on the patient lying down to prevent any accidents. That is. Junior brother, why are you looking at me like that? The eyes are clean and fiery. The way other boys look at me is a little different. Junior, do you have anything to say? It's not very polite to look at me like that. Lu Bingyan raised her eyebrows slightly. This. Lewin smiled shyly, then got off the bed, looked at Lu Bingyan seriously, mustered up his courage, and said loudly, "Senior sister, I like you, can you be my girlfriend?" Ah! 2 exclamations. One was from Lu Bingyan. Her pretty face flushed red as she looked at Lewin in disbelief. This was a straight man's confession. The other one is at the entrance of the medical station. It was a gentle woman in a white coat, but she was a little embarrassed at the moment. She stood at the door, not knowing whether to move forward or backward, and said cautiously, "Well, I didn't see anything, you guys continue." After saying that, he closed the door curtain and walked to the medical tent next door, patting his chest and sighing, "Oh my god, Yin Yin is really popular." The first-year juniors are all fascinated by her. Different from her exclamation. The air between Lewin and the other person became extremely heavy, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward, especially for Lewin. At this moment, he was so embarrassed that he wished he could dig a big flat surface with his toes. Too careless. Lewin wanted to cry but had no tears. The only thing to be thankful for was that the golden text was not an illusion but real, because after he confessed his feelings, the wake-up reminder sounded in his mind. Ding, the perfect life sign-in system has been activated. Ding, confession to the school beauty. Sign in successfully, get a private sea view Manor villa. This system is actually real. It's worth it to confess this. Although it's a bit embarrassing, it doesn't matter. How can embarrassment be compared with a private sea view Manor villa? If embarrassment can be rewarded like this, then please let the embarrassment be even more intense. After confirming that the system space ownership certificates were all authentic and valid, Lewin came back to his senses from his excitement, then raised his head and looked into those clear and bright eyes, subconsciously touching his nose. Senior sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you." "It's okay." Lu Bingyan smiled calmly, "I'm used to it." "But, little brother, you are too impulsive. How can you confess your feelings the first time you meet? Love at first sight." Lewin chuckled, looking cheeky and nonchalant, causing Lu Bingyan to burst out laughing. "Junior, you are so funny. Let's put aside the confession for now and scan WeChat." Good. Being rejected is understandable. Lewin was not sad. Being able to add WeChat was an unexpected gain. This time, it was a huge profit. After adding each other as friends, Lu Bingyan put away her phone and said, "Since you look so energetic, you should return to the team first, otherwise you will definitely fail the military training credits." Aha! Luan nodded quickly. College credits are not easy to earn. Luan didn't want to lose credits for military training. "Senior, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free." Luan greeted her with a smile and ran towards his class. Luan just left. The woman in the white coat walked in, her face full of sarcasm. "Oh, our iron tree has blossomed." She actually exchanged WeChat with a boy. "Meng Yao, don't talk nonsense." Lu Bingyan curled her lips, holding the phone, with a little tenderness in her eyes. "Maybe, it's just like he said, love at first sight." Ha! Xia Mengyao was stunned for a moment, and was horrified. "Are you serious?" "Oh, I didn't agree. Just add me as a friend and start from ordinary friends. If it's suitable, then it's not bad to be together." Lu Bingyan squatted on the ground shyly, and her voice became smaller and smaller. This boy is really lucky." The corner of Xia Mengyao's mouth twitched. What else could she say? It was indeed time for her best friend to have a boyfriend. If she continued to be single, Grandpa and Grandma Lu would be eager to arrange a blind date for her. "Okay, but you must tell me if there is any situation. I will keep an eye on it for you." Xia Mengyao pinched Lu Bingyan's cheek and reminded her seriously. After all, you can't judge a person by his appearance. If Luan deceived her silly and cute, fake and cool best friend with sweet words, she swore that she would let Luan know how the last eunuch was born after the founding of the country. Hiss. Why, my crotch feels cold. After returning to the team, Luan, who was standing at attention with the team, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill in his crotch. This chill made him tighten his legs and ask, "Who wants to plot against me?" Chapter 2, The passionate school beauty comes to deliver water. Time flies by like a white horse. Luan had been back in the team for 2 hours. Under the scorching sun, Luan was sweating profusely and extremely thirsty. His physical strength and willpower had reached the critical point of collapse. "Disband, rest where you are for 10 minutes. Fortunately, when the instructor felt that everyone's physical strength was almost gone, he clapped his hands and let everyone rest and replenish water. After the disbandment, Luan immediately hid under the shade of the ginkgo tree, leaned against the trunk, unbuttoned his shirt, and fanned himself to dissipate the heat from his body. "Brothers in the class, does anyone have water?" The person who spoke was the class monitor. He was a warm and upright person. It was quite comfortable for such a person to be a class monitor. "I finished all the water I brought with me, and it's only 4:30 and the show won't end until 6:30. I can't stand it. People who can go to college are not stupid. I just didn't expect that the water I brought wouldn't last until the end of the afternoon exercise class. It is simply not realistic to buy water now. There is simply no time. Hey, is it all so miserable?" Suddenly, a slightly boastful voice was heard. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were on him, which made him even more proud. "Hey, who made me handsome? My girlfriend is a sophomore. She's fine now. 3 minutes ago, she sent me a message and brought me some water. Hey, it's so hot, it would be bad to get sunburned. I can't help it, my girlfriend loves me so much. Damn. This wave of showing off can be said to be quite successful. What's more, there are more wolves than meat in the class. If a guy who has a girlfriend stands up to show off, it can be said that it is a million-ton blow to all the boys in the class, but they are helpless and unable to fight back. It is said that university is a good place to fall in love. But in reality, how many ordinary students can find a girlfriend as soon as they enter the school? The one who can find a girlfriend first will undoubtedly become the most dazzling star among many boys. Hey, guys, stop looking at me like that. I'm going to go accompany my girlfriend first. Within 2 minutes, a girl with short, neat hair and healthy tan skin came over with iced lemonade and waved to the boy from a distance. Damn it. Damn the current charge. If I could have such a beautiful girlfriend to bring me water, I would accept it even if I have to practice for 2 more hours. Brother. You are awesome. Listening to his roommate's envious words, Luan's mouth twitched and he shook his head helplessly. Talk less, hold on, it will be over soon. Oh my god, Senior Lu from the 3rd year, she's holding water in her hand? A group of boys were talking excitedly. At the entrance of the playground, a woman in a white dress and with a clear and beautiful voice came in with a bottle of herbal tea. She was like a fairy in a painting, cold, noble and beautiful. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of all the boys on the playground, and they followed her steps to the position of class 1 of the computer department. "Senior, who are you looking for?" The boy came forward and smiled in a way he thought was handsome, with his big white teeth sparkling in the sun. "This person is called Lee Can. He is a rich second generation in the class. With his handsome appearance, he is also a school idol in the computer department." "What a pity." Lu Bingyan ignored him and just glanced at him indifferently. Her beautiful eyes moved around and finally fell on Luan, who was leaning against a tree with his eyes closed. Then she moved her long beautiful legs, walked past Li Can and walked towards Luan. "Coming towards us." Wang Yang, who shared the same dormitory with Luan, was a little surprised and a little excited at the same time. No way, senior sister brought me some water." "Student Luan." Just one sentence, and Wang Yang's defense was instantly broken. Luan, looking for Luan." "Ah." Hearing someone calling him, Luan opened his eyes blankly, looking at the flawless face so close to him. He was slightly stunned, and then his ears turned red with shyness. "Senior sister, what can I do for you?" "Here, I've brought you some water." Lu Bingyan handed the warm herbal tea to Luan with a smile. "I made this myself, try it." As he said that, he poured the liquid into the bottle cap for Luan himself and handed it to his mouth for him to taste. Luan was actually a little confused by the sudden enthusiasm of the senior sister. He took it mechanically and drank it in one gulp. "The herbal tea is a little bitter, but after drinking a cup, I feel alive and my energy is instantly replenished." "Thank you, senior." Luan returned the bottle cap to Lu Bingyan a little embarrassedly. "It's so hot, thank you for bringing me some water." No trouble, no trouble." "Aren't you my boyfriend?" "It's only natural." Lu Bingyan's words stunned everyone. However, Lu Bingyan did not give Luan a chance to explain. She stuffed the teapot into Luan's arms and turned to leave. "There are still some patients in the medical station who need my help. I'm leaving first. Don't faint again." "Ah. Oh." Luan waved his hands dizzily, feeling the eyes around him that wanted to tear him apart, and swallowed hard. "Senior sister, you have hurt me so much." Luan is not stupid. He is not so narcissistic that the school beauty would really fall in love with him. He knew very well that what Lu Bingyan actually wanted to express was that we are friends and there is no problem in sending water, but her expression was a little inconsistent, so it became a misleading statement that he was his boyfriend. "Luan, when did you catch the school beauty?" The boys in the class stared at Luan, as if they were looking at a love rival, wishing they could stab Luan to death. "I'm fucking torn apart. My love affair is over before it even began. This boy is awesome. TSK, we have geniuses in the computer department too. He is a god, yes, but I think he will have a hard time in the next 2 years before the school beauty graduates." The boys around him were talking about it, making Luan feel like he was sitting on a blanket. He kept drinking herbal tea nervously. It's over. My college life hasn't even officially started yet and I'd become the public enemy. Only. Why is this happening?" Luan couldn't understand why the school beauty suddenly became so enthusiastic. "Stop making noise, everyone, line up." The instructor shouted loudly, causing everyone to shut up instantly and line up obediently. Luan also put down the cup and joined the team, thinking that he would return the cup after today's training. That's all. Under the envious and jealous gazes of all the boys in the class, I spent the day's exercises with difficulty. After the exercise class, Luan contacted Lu Bingyan immediately. "Oh no, Wang, senior sister, do you have time? I'll bring you the kettle. Also, thank you for the herbal tea, it's delicious." Grin. Less than 10 seconds. Lu Bingyan replied to Luan, "Come to the medical station, I haven't left yet." After Luan sent an okay picture, he found an excuse, separated from his roommates, and went to the medical station. When returning the teapot to Lu Bingyan, Luan once again expressed his gratitude. "Senior sister, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have really had to lie down again." It's okay." Lu Bingyan giggled, put the teapot into her small bag, and then acted disgusted. "Go back and take a shower, you're so sore." "Ah." Luan was stunned for a moment, raised his arm and smelled it. As expected, the smell was so sour and refreshing that it made his face turn green. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Well, senior sister, I'll leave first. I'll treat you to dinner after the military training is over." After saying, Luan ran away. Leave the medical station. Luan touched his restless heart and murmured to himself, "Is this the feeling of liking someone?" Luan admitted it. "I am a pervert and I am really attracted to the campus beauty. I fell in love at first sight." Chapter 3 Sign in again, perfect physique. With an inexplicable throbbing, Luan returned to the dormitory. After taking a quick shower, I lay down on the bed to rest and study the sign-in system I had obtained. Perfect Life Sign-in System. Host, Luan. Value, 75. Skills, proficient in high school knowledge, introductory computer science, some cooking skills. Owns, a private sea view manor villa in Shanghai. Number of check-ins, 0. Backpacking, private property certificate of manor villa. System, how do I get these sign-in times? The system is simple and clear, and the key points can be seen at a glance. There are 2 ways to obtain check-in times. The first is to refresh the check-in times once a day at midnight. This check-in time cannot be retained. The second way to obtain check-in times is to generate tasks for emergencies in life. After completing the tasks, you can get a fixed check-in time reward and other additional rewards. This check-in time can be retained and will not be refreshed due to forgetting on the same day. I see. Sign in once a day. If you forget, it will be invalid the next day. Then, there are the mission rewards. The scope of emergencies is a bit large, but Luan does not force it. He is content with what he has. With the system plug-in, he can say that his life has surpassed 99% of people. Luan, oh my, you're back. Just after I finished studying the system, my roommate opened the door and came in with a dinner in his hand. "Young man, call daddy, and I'll give you food." "Dad, you're a jerk." Luan rolled his eyes speechlessly, snatched the dinner away, and then transferred 20 yuan to Wang Yang. "Thanks." "Hey, you're welcome. Come on, tell us when you started dating the school beauty. And, does the school beauty have any girlfriends? Introduce them to us. We agreed to be single together, and if you run away early, you have to take responsibility." Wang Yang smiled frivolously. "Get out of the way." Luan rolled his eyes speechlessly, took his dinner and sat down at the desk to finish it quickly, then let out a breath of delicious air. So happy, I'm finally alive. Now that we're full, we can have a good chat, right?" Wang Yang and the other 3 stared at Luan eagerly, looking like an abandoned puppy. Luan's scalp tingled, and he said with disdain, "Don't look at me like that, there's really nothing going on between me and my senior sister." "Do you think we believe it?" Wang Yang and the other 2 looked unconvinced and said dissatisfiedly, "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Why are you messing with us like this? What else can he do if no one believes the truth? It's really nothing." After a long silence, Wang Yang saw that Luan did not seem to be lying, so he asked again. "I'm not bragging. If the school beauty is really my girlfriend, I will definitely go to the broadcasting studio and announce it to the whole school without anyone else revealing it. She is so arrogant. What can I do?" Luan curled his lips in disdain. Yes, no, there is nothing to be ashamed of. 2. Wang Yang and the other 2 agreed with him, and then patted Luan on the shoulder. "You're done for. Now the whole school is saying that you're the boyfriend of the school beauty. Many seniors are shouting on the forums that they want to tear you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Forehead. No way. Luan hesitated a little, opened his notebook, and went to the school forum. As expected, the first post on the top was the school beauty sent water to her boyfriend during military training this afternoon. One photo, and the analysis is very clear and logical. It made sense. After reading it, Luan couldn't help but clap his hands. TSK, it's a pity that this guy doesn't become a paparazzi. The content of the first picture is all made up. The key is that it is made up to be decent. I am jealous of the man in the photo. Cut. Wang Yang's mouth twisted. "Don't be envious, the people below are going to cut you into pieces. Let them do whatever they want. Don't say there's nothing going on between me and the senior. Even if there is, what can they do to me? At most, they can just shout a few words online. Whether the campus beauty is in a relationship or not has nothing to do with them." Luan didn't care at all. "Hey, awesome." Zhou raised his thumb and flirtatiously shook his bangs. "Hey, when will I have someone of my own?" "Then you have to be rich. If you don't have money, you have to be as handsome as Luan Fonglong." The tallest and most honest-looking one stabbed the knife sharply, making Zhou almost vomit blood. "Don't be so realistic." A few people were laughing and joking until 11 o'clock, then they all stopped and lay on the bed, snoring. Luan is no exception. I slept until 5 in the morning. This is not a natural awakening. Rather, it is the subconscious biological clock that awakens. He has been keeping today's sign-in in mind. When the time came, his instinct woke him up. Sign in. After opening his eyes and regaining consciousness, Luan signed in silently. Ding, sign in successfully and get a perfect physique. Perfect physique includes all-round optimization of appearance, strength, body shaping, etc., and the optimization time is 1 month. This reward is pretty good. The moment he received the reward, Luan felt a surge of power in his body. His belly shrank a lot, and his appearance improved visibly to 85, which made him look very handsome. Because morning exercises start at 6 o'clock. After Luan finished washing and tidying himself up, he woke up his 3 roommates and went downstairs for a walk. As luck would have it, he ran into Lu Bingyan when he strolled to the playground. Before he could say anything, Lu Bingyan came over, her delicate face full of apology, and she said apologetically, "Well, Junior, I seem to have said something wrong and caused you trouble. You were scolded and threatened on the forum." "It's okay." Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. Looking at the sweaty Lu Bingyan, he asked curiously, "Senior, do you get up so early every day to practice?" "Yes." Lu Bingyan said confidently, "The body is the capital of revolution." "That's true." Luan thought about how he fainted from heatstroke during military training, and touched his nose awkwardly. It's really hard to accomplish great things when you're weak. Then, Junior, do you want to run 2 more laps with me?" Lu Bingyan blinked her big eyes, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes as rippling as autumn water. Today, junior brother Luan seems to have become even more handsome. The temperament is also more charming and outstanding. Oops. My heart beats faster just being near him. If he is invited like this, will he refuse? Okay. Luan will definitely not refuse. Since you want to pursue the senior, you can't miss the opportunity to get closer to her. My junior is so nice. Lu Bingyan smiled happily. At that moment, Luan felt as if spring had come and the world was blooming. At the same time, I am also complaining. Senior, you are set to be a cool and aloof school beauty. How can you be so cute? Oops. Stop staring at me like that. How sorry. Lu Bingyan raised her little fist in dissatisfaction and shyly knocked on Luan's chest. The unexpectedly firm touch made her pretty face even redder. She pouted and hummed, "I ran away first, come and catch me." Okay. Luan smiled slightly, his clear eyes full of tenderness, and he quickly caught up with his long legs. This may be love at first sight. When they met for the first time, the two people's magnetic fields attracted each other and entangled together. Chapter 4 still says I'm not in love. Are you going to let people live this early in the morning? The seniors who got up early for morning exercises were filled with sadness. Could you please not show off your love so early in the morning? She ran 2 laps, making noises while doing so. Her bell-like laughter attracted the attention of many boys. This dog food was forced upon you. It was unreasonably sweet. But actually, both of them maintained the necessary tacit understanding, and Luan remained true to himself, always keeping a subtle distance from Lu Bingyan, not making Lu Bingyan feel unfamiliar, nor making her hate him. That's exactly why. Lu Bingyan liked Luan more and more. He had a decent attitude, a sunny smile, and bright eyes without any impurities. He was so warm that she couldn't bear to leave him. If it weren't for the military training and morning exercises that were about to begin. Lu Bingyan still wanted to take Luan for a walk on the playground. Even though they were both silent, that comfortable feeling still made her satisfied. Will you come tomorrow? Lu Bingyan asked expectantly and reluctantly. Come. Luan responded affirmatively, I really like jogging and walking with my senior sister. Be sure to come. Lu Bingyan smiled brightly, hummed a happy song, put her hands behind her back, and skipped out of the playground. Ah! This bastard. He also said he wasn't dating the school beauty. Wang Yang's jealous plasmolysis. Okay, stop being envious. Ugly people don't deserve love. Just study hard. Fan Long, as always, liked to stab Wang Yang and patted his shoulder. Look, are you as handsome as Luan? This really doesn't happen. Although Wang Yang didn't want to admit it, Luan was really more handsome than him. He didn't know why, but he looked particularly handsome today. Could it be the nourishment of love? Wang Yang sighed with envy and jealousy. Now you guys, just explode right here. After Luan returned to the team, all the boys in the class stared at him. The jealous eyes made Luan tremble all over. Will these people fall into the FFFF group? However, the few girls there were a little jealous of Lu Bingyan. How did I notice that there is such a handsome boy in the class? He is also an excellent genius and a good investment boyfriend. It's a pity that he is already taken. The girls were particularly depressed. The best boy in my class was snatched away by someone else. Certainly. Luan didn't care about all this. His daily routine included getting up early to sign in, then jogging and walking with his senior schoolmates, and then the boring military training classes. Day to day. Finally, after the final review, the 20-day military training finally ended. During these days, Luan also figured out the system's daily sign-in rewards. The skill and knowledge rewards were very small. In the next 18 days, he only gained an all-round fighting skill. He was proficient in all the fighting techniques in the world. All other sign-ins are paid in cash. Out of the 17 days, 10 days are paid in cash, with a minimum of 100,000 and a maximum of 100 million. In other words, before graduating from university, Luan was already worth over 100 million. Then, for the remaining 7 days, I was rewarded with 2 luxury cars, a Cullinan and a Koenigsegg 11, and a bunch of daily necessities of little value, which just made up a small bathing set. Today, Luan planned to say hello to the counselor and then move out. After all, it would be a waste if you don't enjoy a mansion worth hundreds of billions of dollars. His counselor was quite easy to talk to. After approving Luan's permit, he asked curiously, "Luan, are you really in love with Lu Bingyan from our Magic City University?" Well, how should I put it? Luan glanced at his head and smiled shyly. Actually, we are more than friends but less than lovers, which is also good. Well, such a pure love is really rare. Work hard and strive to make it a happy ending. The counselor chuckled and encouraged Luan. No problem. Luan scratched his chin, still feeling a little bit excited. What do you mean by successful cultivation? The cool, sweet, unique voice of Lu Bingyan suddenly sounded, causing the instructor and Luan's expressions to freeze instantly. Fortunately, Luan reacted quickly, turned around and smiled gently. Nothing, but senior sister, why did you come to the computer department? I heard from your roommate that you are moving out? Why? Did someone bully you? Lu Bingyan felt a little aggrieved that Luan didn't tell her about such a big thing. How could anyone bully me? Luan shook his head helplessly and said softly, how about you come with me to see my new home? Is it okay? Lu Bingyan's expression suddenly turned from gloomy to cheerful, and she pouted proudly, I have to call my best friend. If you bully me, my best friend will beat you up. Have to. Luan smiled helplessly, no problem, it's my honor to have a beautiful lady visit my humble home. Good to know. Lu Bingyan turned around happily, then took Luan's hand and said, let's go pack our things. Don't be so anxious. Luan gave a helpless smile and turned back to greet the counselor. Counselor, I'm leaving first. Go away, stop feeding me dog food here. The counselor muttered exhaustedly, hey, he caught up with the campus beauty at the beginning of the school year and can even earn money to buy a house by himself. What a damn winner in life. Luan has very few things. It's very easy to put together. The roommates also took the initiative to send Luan's gifts to the door, and wished him with great envy, I wish you two a happy life in the future. Thank you for your blessing. Luan laughed. Although this has not happened yet, it does not prevent Luan from giving them red envelopes, no more, no less, 888 for each person. The 3 of them stared at them, but did not disturb them. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and walked towards the dormitory laughing and joking. Luan, you haven't called a taxi yet? Lu Bingyan said with a smile while holding her phone, I'll say hello to Mengyao and ask her to drive out and be the driver. Don't. For Xia Mengyao. Luan also had some understanding of this. A girl who is quite protective of her children. However, he is generous, straightforward, and has a gentle temperament, so it is very comfortable to communicate with him. Luan explained helplessly, I'm moving, and it's too rude to ask Sister Mengyao to be my driver. I've asked the housekeeper to pick me up. The butler is a gift from the system. After all, a manor covering an area of 100 acres is really difficult to manage without a professional housekeeper. The most important thing is that this butler has a very professional name, Klaus. Housekeeper. As a wealthy family in Shanghai, Lu Bingyan had a lot of questions in her head. She knew about the housekeeper, of course, but not everyone could afford one. A housekeeper was different from a confinement nanny. Only truly wealthy families could hire a real housekeeper. That's why she was curious. Where on earth is Luan moving to? He even has a housekeeper. Chapter 5, Yen Yen, do you mind having more sisters? While the two people were silent with their own thoughts, Xia Mengyao arrived late. Today, she was finally not wearing a white coat. Her youthful and casual clothes attracted a lot of people's attention, especially the proud granary with its surging waves. Junior Luan, where are you planning to move to? Xia Mengyao looked between the two people and then saw a Cullinan parked in front of them, which made Xia Mengyao look nervous instantly. Sister Mengyao, it's okay, this is my car. Luan laughed and told Xia Mengyao not to be so excited. Your car? Xia Mengyao's eyes widened. This car must be custom made, it must cost at least 10 million. How did you get it? As the man that Lu Bingyan had her eyes on, Xia Mengyao was still very concerned about him and got all the information about Luan. In her opinion, Luan's family conditions were average, not rich, nor poor, but just an average well-off family. Although Luan is a top student, his career path is mediocre. How did he get this luxury car worth tens of millions? Master, Klaus is here to take you home. As he spoke, the silver-haired butler wearing serious black-rimmed glasses got down from the driver's seat, took the initiative to put Luan's suitcase in the back, and then saluted elegantly. You two must be Miss Luan, Miss Xia, welcome to the master's manor, please get in the car, if you have any needs, you can tell me directly, I am the master's full-time butler, Klaus. Thanks. Although Lu Bingyan and the other person were surprised, they did not have any other emotions. With full of doubts in their hearts, they sat in the back driver's seat. This Cullinan is custom-made, with a larger space in the back. It is very comfortable to sit in, without any sense of oppression. Luan sat in the passenger seat. Klaus, let's go home. Luan saw that the two of them had fastened their seatbelts and asked Klaus to return. His estate is a bit far from the school. Certainly. It's not that far. It only takes half an hour to get there by highway. The manor is close to the scenic area and is located in a small valley behind the scenic area. The terrain and environment are excellent. The entrance to the ring road is right outside the door, and the transportation is very convenient. The only drawback is that there is no commercial area. If you want to buy something, you must drive to the commercial area near the main entrance of the scenic area. Manor. Ocean View Estate. After Xia Mengyao got off the car, she was stunned. Looking at the luxurious landscape in the manor, she felt dizzy. Luan, is he so rich? Luan, you are so awesome. Lu Bingyan praised happily, he is really worthy of being the man I like, he is so awesome. Ha ha. Let's go. This is my first time back too. Let's go see the villa first and then plan how to have fun. Luan laughed. He was really satisfied with this manor. This manor seems to have taken a long time to build. If you want to buy it, you probably need tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars. The key is that it is located in the magic city where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. If you don't have some background, you probably need to spend money to buy it. Xia Mengyao took a deep look at Luan, feeling a little conflicted. The more outstanding Luan was, the more worried she was. Her best friend was friends with Luan, a man who was so patient and extremely scheming. As such, her naive best friend really couldn't stand yelling at him. Sister Mengyao, if you are worried about me, you can also live here. After all, I have quite a lot of villas here. In addition to the main villa, there are more than 10 villas in other areas. You can choose any one you like. When Luan saw Xia Mengyao's ever-changing expression, he knew what she was worried about, so he just directly invited her. You want to support me? Xia Mengyao was horrified. Of course, she was pretending. She was really moved by Luan's invitation. After hesitating for a while, she approached Lu Bingyan pitifully. Yen Yen, do you mind if I become your sister? What does that mean? Lu Bingyan tilted her head and stared at Xia Mengyao. Although she was pretending to be cool and cute, she was not a fool. Xia Mengyao's eyes were a little dangerous. She wanted to snatch the younger brother from her. That's right, I'm the mistress. Xia Mengyao put her hands on her hips without any embarrassment. The self-confidence she exuded almost blinded Luan. This woman is too rich. Come on, stop joking, this is not what we do. Besides, I'm not your junior's girlfriend yet, if you want to chase me, go ahead. It's so sour that my teeth are going to become soft. As the host, Luan quickly stepped forward to change the subject. Alright, let's all go to the villa and take a look. And Sister Mengyao, you are not allowed to bully the senior sister. She is a snow rabbit and can't stand your torment. Why, I feel a little unhappy for some reason. Xia Mengyao's mouth twitched, and she touched her stomach. Before I knew it, I was fed another mouthful of dog food. Chapter 6. The School Beauty is so cute. Humph. This bad guy is so handsome. Seeing Luan doting on her, Lu Bingyan couldn't help but curl up a happy smile. However, after noticing the resentful look in her best friend's eyes, she quickly restrained herself, cleared her throat and said, "You are sensible, but at this stage, we should live together. It's lonely for Meng Yao to live in a villa alone." "Yen Yen, you are indeed my good friend." Xia Mengyao was deeply moved. It was scary to think about living alone in a corner of such a big manor. Really? Lu Bingyan laughed and looked at Luan deeply. "I have a best friend, let's see how you bully me." The main villa is huge. It is a 6-story building covering an area of 1,000 square meters. There was a hall on the first floor, so luxurious that Xia Mengyao's eyes widened. She originally thought that the exterior landscaping was already at its peak, but she didn't expect the interior decoration to be even more luxurious and elegant, which made her, a woman who had seen countless luxurious homes, a little overwhelmed. Can this really be done? If you step on it and make it dirty, it would be a desecration to this house. Luan Lu Bingyan on the side had the same feeling. Her big watery eyes stared at Luan pitifully. The resentful call made Luan's heart tremble slightly. Master Luan is so lucky. As a sensible butler, Klaus smiled brightly. "Master, 2 ladies, Klaus is going to have some tea, so I won't disturb you." This guy. Luan shook his head slightly, smiled and took out 2 pairs of indoor slippers from the shoe cabinet. These slippers had no nameplates, but the touch was quite good. I guess they were also a luxury item. Wow, these slippers are so comfortable to wear, I don't even want to take them off. Xia Mengyao has a much more generous personality. She likes them and does not hide it at all. Especially the rabbit shape, which made her heart melt. "If you like it, I'll give it to you." Luan didn't care. No matter how luxurious and valuable the slippers were, they were still a pair of slippers after all. If a pair of slippers could satisfy her, Luan wouldn't mind giving her a few more pairs. With this best friend helping me, there will be less resistance to marrying Yen Yen in the future. Then I want to be polite. Xia Mengyao was very understanding. She laughed and went to visit the villa with her long legs. "You two have fun. I like to explore alone." As he said this, he winked at Luan. "The opportunity is given to you, it depends on how you grasp it." This bad woman. It's so easy to be bribed. Looking at the little actions of the two, Lu Bingyan gritted her teeth in anger, but at the same time, there was some expectation in her bright eyes. Here. I can really become the hostess. If I don't behave in a reserved manner, will Luan despise me as a gold digger? For a while, Lu Bingyan was filled with inner conflict. What are you thinking about? Seeing her uneasy look, Luan subconsciously raised his hand to touch her head, then extended his hand and elegantly invited, "This beautiful girl, can I invite you to explore this castle together?" Puff! You bastard! In an instant, Lu Bingyan's uneasiness disappeared. She smiled as brightly as a flower, and without any hesitation, she placed her white and cold little hand in Luan's palm. "It's an honor." We. Holding each other's hands, the two smiled knowingly. At the same time, the distance between the two people also became closer. The two of them strolled around the villa leisurely. There were really many rooms in this house, including a study, guest room, bathroom, toilet, and living room. Each floor had a different decoration style. At the very top, Xia Mengyao was sitting on the balcony of a guest room, enjoying a cup of black tea and gazing at the endless sea in the distance. She looked so happy. The two of them did not disturb her. There aren't many rooms on the top floor, but it is definitely enough. In a pink-themed guest room, Lu Bingyan couldn't move at all. The decoration here really touched her heart. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows, elegant balconies, and a vast number of books. Staying here, reading on this balcony filled with the fragrance of flowers, and listening to the waves in the distance is really, really a pleasure. Do you like it? Luan had been paying attention to her expression, but he didn't expect that she would be so romantic inside. The pink-themed boudoir was romantic and warm. Like. Lu Bingyan stared at Luan with her big eyes, expectant and nervous. "Can I live here?" I love this room so much. Of course. Lewin smiled gently, watching her happily touching around the room, then shyly ran to Lewin, stood on tiptoe, and quickly kissed Lewin on the cheek. This is a reward for you, don't let your imagination run wild. Got it. This time, the soft and cool touch was quick, but Lewin could not forget it. At the same time, looking at the senior sister who hid her head under the quilt like an ostrich, he could not help but smile knowingly. Senior sister, you are so cute. Don't laugh at me. Otherwise, I will cry in front of you. Lu Bingyan is really shy, this is so unreserved. Won't. Lewin responded seriously, senior sister, although I don't know what you are worried about, but my love for you is absolutely not false. When Lu Bingyan, who was like an ostrich, heard Lewin's affectionate response, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she jumped up with joy. She happily crawled into Lewin's arms and hugged his waist tightly. Then, from today on, you are my reserved boyfriend, the only reserved boyfriend. But I want to become a regular employee. Lewin tilted his head, and looked at the cute girl with deep affection with his clear eyes. I don't want to be a regular employee. Lu Bingyan snorted proudly. Why? Lewin was very curious. To become my regular wife, I have to do bad things and give birth to a baby. It's very painful. I don't want that. Unless we get married, you can become my regular wife. Lu Bingyan buried her blushing face in Lewin's chest and muttered in a low voice. Forehead. Doesn't that mean we are already a couple in love now? Lewin scratched his face. Ding, complete the hidden emergency task, get the affectionate confession of the school beauty, get one sign-in, and get a financial reward of 100 million. Forehead. The sudden reminder made Lewin slightly stunned, but he didn't care too much. Instead, he continued to smell the subtle fragrance emanating from the soft body in his arms. At the same time, he was a little bit amused. In the eyes of the senior schoolmate, a legal boyfriend is equivalent to a husband after marriage. This silly and sweet senior is so adorable. Gurgle. Thinking. Lewin was slightly startled by the rumbling of his stomach. He looked at the senior who was getting more and more shy and didn't dare to look up. He couldn't help but curl his lips and said, Senior, are you hungry? I'm hungry too. Let's go downstairs and eat together. Call Sister Meng Yao. The school beauty was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head. She whimpered softly and hugged him tighter, which made Lewin laugh. Senior, you are so cute. Chapter 7 System Support, God-Level Cooking Skills. Ding. Trigger an emergency task. Make a sumptuous lunch for the school belle. Accept the task to get God-Level Cooking Reward support. Complete the task to permanently obtain God-Level Cooking Reward in one sign-in number. This reward is quite good. Lewin was stunned for a moment, then he gently held up Lu Bingyan's pale and slightly cool face and said in a warm voice, What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Can you cook too? Lu Bingyan was a little surprised, but at the same time she said with great anticipation, I want to eat mapo tofu, Sichuan maokai, and sweet and sour fish. Okay. I didn't expect that such a cute rabbit would like spicy food. Lewin was surprised at Lu Bingyan's taste. Lu Bingyan raised her head proudly. These dishes are somewhat complicated, is it okay? Man, how can you say no? Lewin raised his eyebrows. With the skill of God-level cooking, he was quite confident. He patted his chest and said, Senior sister, go play with Sister Meng Yao first. I will cook for you. It will be ready soon. Lu Bingyan pouted, I don't want to, I want to watch you cook. I heard that serious men are the most handsome. I want to see it. Okay. Lewin looked at the silly and cute school beauty and smiled knowingly, then let's go to the first floor. Aha! Lu Bingyan followed Lewin happily, her eyes full of charm as she secretly sized up Lewin's handsome face. Little brother, you are getting more and more handsome. First floor. When Klaus saw the two of them, he quickly said, Master, Miss Lu, the refreshments are ready. Please enjoy them. Senior, please have some refreshments first. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare lunch for you. Lewin chuckled and said, Klaus, please send some refreshments to Senior Xia Mengyao on the 6th floor. Okay. Klaus bowed slightly, then took a tray of extra refreshments and walked into the elevator to the 6th floor. Lewin picked up a pure white apron, put it on, and walked into the kitchen. The kitchen is large and is equipped with all the high-end kitchenware to meet all the needs of the cook. The ingredients in the kitchen refrigerator are all purchased within the same day, which ensures the freshness of the ingredients to the greatest extent possible. Fresh meat and seafood are also recent additions. The preservation techniques are also quite professional, so there is no need to worry about the safety and freshness of the ingredients. The first thing Lewin prepared was fish. He chose carp, the authentic big carp from the Mother River. Because the fish was refrigerated, it needed to be taken out and thawed before the next processing. During this period, he could start preparing mapo tofu. Although he himself had never eaten authentic mapo tofu, he was quite skilled in making it with his godly cooking skills. And the other side. Lu Bingyan, holding a piece of puff in her hand, sat at the door of the kitchen like a hamster. She looked at Lewin, who was cooking seriously with her big sparkling eyes. She couldn't help but pick up her phone, chose a perfect angle, and took a picture with a click. Then she uploaded it to her Moments skillfully and wrote down her feelings. I'm happy that my dear boyfriend prepared my favorite mapo tofu for me. Why is Yen Yen posting to Moments at this time? Xia Manya, who was reading a book, looked at the phone on the table and lit up. She was stunned for a moment, then she picked it up and looked at it. She was completely dumbfounded. Silly girl, we haven't seen each other for a while, and you have already confirmed your relationship. What's more, you went downstairs to cook and didn't even call me. It's true that you have no friends but only the opposite sex. But I am lucky to meet such a good boy. Different from Xia Mangyao's calmness. In another place, there was an uproar. The Lu family of Demon City. The first people to discover this circle of friends were a pair of cute twins. Sister Yen Yen, it seems like you found a boyfriend, Lulu. You really found a boyfriend, Momo. The twins were so excited. Let's go tell Grandpa and the others. Lu's restaurant. The twins rushed in, their little voices full of excitement. Grandpa, it seems my sister Yen Yen has found a boyfriend, and they're living together. Boyfriend, we're living together. Lulu spoke a little slowly and her expression was a little silly, but she was very cute. How is it possible? You two little girls, stop talking nonsense. Do you know what living together means? A beautiful woman with an elegant and graceful appearance touched the two little heads helplessly. Real. Momo saw that no one believed her, so she quickly took out her collection and said, Look, my sister has posted the photos. That boy is so handsome, and the kitchen is so big. What? The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment, picked up her phone and looked at it, a little unbelievable. Hey, this girl is really tempted by the world. She actually ran to the boy's house. Wow. Real. The old man was the most excited. Then you guys should give it a try. If there is a chance, let Yen Yen bring the boy back and see. If Yen Yen likes him, it means that the boy has no problem with his character. Good. The beautiful woman nodded slightly, quickly posted a comment, and then earnestly warned her daughter, Momo, Lulu, don't say anything nonsense, otherwise, your uncle will go crazy. Oh. The twins looked at each other, their black gemstone eyes twinkling with mischievous light, then they held hands and skipped out of the restaurant. These two girls. What bad idea again? The beautiful woman sighed helplessly. Inside the manor. Lewin quickly prepared the 3 dishes, and also made a few extra stir-fries and simmered a pot of crystal-clear rice. He then asked the senior sister who was sitting there grinning at him to wash her hands and prepare to eat. At the same time, Lewin also called Klaus and asked him to bring Xia Mengyao down for dinner. At the dinner table, the exquisite dishes, coupled with the spicy and delicious flavor that made people salivate, made the two girls stare with wide eyes. Lewin, you are really great. Young master's cooking skills are indeed superb. This old servant has never seen anything like it before. Even the chef of a state banquet may not be able to compete with him. Klaus's comment is very pertinent. Everyone stop flattering. Klaus, sit down and eat with us. Lewin laughed and sat down. Although it's a little simple, it's still pretty good for a housewarming party. Then I'll start. As a foodie, Lu Bingyan couldn't wait any longer. Looking at the panda puzzle-shaped mapo tofu, she quickly picked up her chopsticks, picked up a piece of tofu and put it into her mouth. The hot, spicy and fragrant tofu instantly exploded in her mouth, forming a dreamy taste that made Lu Bingyan very happy. It's obviously very hot and spicy, but I can't stop eating it. It's so delicious. It's really delicious. Xia Mengyao was the same. She kept breathing out air but couldn't stop using her chopsticks, putting food into her mouth frantically. Chapter 8, I will support you in the future. CD action. It's a real clean plate campaign. No matter whether it's fish, pork, or mapo tofu, the plates are all eaten clean. Not even a greasy stain can be seen. The plate is so bright that it can be used as a mirror. If the Maokai soup hen tea caused me to get a sore throat, I would have probably drunk all of it. At this time, the two girls were lying on the sofa with their big bellies, saying contentedly, "I'm so full." Because Klaus took the initiative to wash the dishes, Lewin had no choice but to sit on the sofa opposite the two of them. Looking at the two of them, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's really hard to imagine that you are beautiful school beauties when you look like this. You look like pregnant women. It's all because of you." Both of them felt a little resentful. They ate so much, how much weight would they gain? Thinking of this, the two sisters said at the same time, "If not, I wouldn't look like I'm pregnant." Ah, this. Lewin was stunned for a moment, and the two girls were also stunned for a moment, and then they laughed at the same time. "You two are really good sisters, you speak the same way." "No way." Xia Mengyao laughed carelessly, and then said helplessly, "Fortunately, I am single, so I don't care what I eat. Otherwise, I would definitely shamelessly ask you to be responsible. Who told you to cook such delicious food? Well, I won't give you dinner tonight. You can order takeout yourself." Lu Bingyan snorted, "You're taking advantage of me." "Yen Yen, you silly girl, you are so protective of your child even before you get married." Hearing her best friend's heartless words, Xia Mengyao was so angry that she pounced on Lu Bingyan and kept grabbing her tender flesh, making a ball, which was extremely erotic. Okay, you two, it's not a good idea to give out benefits like this. It makes me uncomfortable." Lewin deliberately put on the look of a pervert, staring at the fair skin of the two people under their messy clothes with lustful eyes. "Rogue." The two girls laughed and cursed in unison, then lay down and rubbed their stomachs to digest the food. "By the way, Lewin, it's not good that Mr. Claus is the only one managing such a large manor. Isn't it a bit too honest to let Mr. Claus wash the dishes?" Xia Mengyao had also tentatively chatted with Klaus for a while before, and was deeply impressed by his profound knowledge. It was really a waste to have such a talent as a butler. When needed, people from the housekeeping company come. Usually, it's a little less popular. Klaus also came out with tea at this time, standing behind the sofa, and said softly, "If the two ladies don't mind, I actually want to arrange some maids for the young master. To be honest, I don't trust people from the housekeeping company all the time. Their professional knowledge can only be used for cleaning the manor." That's true. The landscaping of this manor is something that ordinary housekeeping companies really cannot handle. Lewin agreed deeply. It's better to be a girl, as the work will be more delicate. Lu Bingyan didn't have too many thoughts about these. She believed that Lewin would not mess around. "Okay, then I can contact a team to come and I will negotiate the subsequent salary and benefits." Klaus responded seriously, then smiled and said, "Now, I hope that Master and Madam can have a baby soon, so that Klaus's existence will be more meaningful." Ah, this. Lewin was looking forward to it, but Lu Bingyan was startled and her pretty face turned red. She said shyly, "Klaus, you are still young, don't worry about taking care of the child." Ha ha. Yes, it was Klaus who was anxious. Klaus laughed out loud, "Then I'll contact the maid team, Master and Madam, and Miss Xia. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly." That's right. This is for you. Lewin took out a card and said, "There is some operating funds in here. Take it first and use it for daily consumption. If you need anything, just buy it directly." Okay. Klaus didn't hesitate and took the bank card directly. Looking at this plain bank card, Klaus raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little indignant. How can the young master use such a low-key card? Watch me operate it and strive to increase the funds by 100 times. You really picked up a precious butler. Xiao Mingyao's face was full of envy. If I could have such a butler, I would have no worries for the rest of my life. Don't say that. In the future, you will have nowhere to go. I will support you. Lu Bingyan laughed and squeezed her best friend's hand. What I have, you will definitely have. Don't give me that. Xia Mengyao rolled her eyes speechlessly. This best friend's silly and sensational behavior made me almost blind. Afternoon. Xia Mengyao went back to her room to read. There was a small library built into the villa on the third floor, which housed various classic masterpieces, even books that were not published on the market, and naturally there were also many ancient Chinese medical books. Xia Mengyao, a medical geek, naturally would not miss this opportunity. Besides, reading in such an environment is a pleasure. According to Mr. Claus, a maid will be here tomorrow afternoon. By then, with a professional and knowledgeable maid by your side, your life will immediately become high-end. Hey. My bestie has got a great boyfriend, so let us enjoy it too. It's really worth it that I'm always so nice to Yin Yen. Thinking of this, Xiao Mangyao couldn't help but stretch herself, stood up, leaned on the carved white jade railing, looked out at the sea in the distance, felt the breeze and whispered softly, "If I have nowhere to go in the future, it's good to stay here and have a private family doctor." Certainly. This is just her fallback. As a new age woman with her own ideas, she has her own dreams and thoughts on life. Here. My bestie is here. This is my last home. This room must be yours. She cried, made a fuss, and even threatened to hang herself. She was so shameless that she insisted on Luan leaving the room to her. The other side. Lu Bingyan was also sitting in her room, supporting her chin, watching Luan sitting in front of his notebook and writing code. Luan is so handsome. Working is more charming. But yo! What code is Luan writing? It looks so neat and tidy. Although I don't understand. However, this code is very comfortable to read, without any messy or depressing feeling. Right code. In fact, Luan didn't do it on impulse. But it was given to him when he signed in twice this time. The first sign-in gave the core source code of the future super artificial intelligence, and the second sign-in gave a god-level computer application expertise. Then, if you sign in yourself, you may have more and more money. It would be a good idea to set up a business as a cover. And this super artificial intelligence just gave him direction. What is the most profitable thing in the world? That's technology, of course. Especially this epoch-making technology. Chapter 9: A Gift of Extraordinary Meaning. Luan is the code you wrote for making a game. Afternoon. When Luan stopped to stretch his stiff fingers, Lu Bingyan finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. No. Luan laughed mysteriously and blinked at Lu Bingyan. This is the first gift I give you, an absolutely unique, unrepeatable gift that belongs only to you. A gift just for me. Seeing Luan's mysterious smile, Lu Bingyan looked forward to the final product of the code even more. With a blush on her face, she pouted and said, I am looking forward to it. If you disappoint me, I will bite you hard, ow. Ha ha. Good. Luan couldn't help but raise his hand, and scratched Lu Bingyan's round little chin, which felt like cold jade, as if he was petting a cat. I will definitely not let you down. Then, how long will it take to complete? I'm so impatient waiting. Lu Bingyan shook her chubby legs and stared at Luan eagerly, hoping that Luan could reveal just a little bit, even just a little bit. Waiting like this is really exhausting. It will be done very quickly, it can be done at 12 o'clock tonight. Luan did not plan to make just one, but 3. The couple's version is for their exclusive use and uses the original core code. There is also a streamlined version for commercial use. For this commercial version, Luan has also prepared a variety of streamlined solutions that can be provided to a variety of different scenarios for companies to use. Nice one. Just release it little by little. Whether the public can accept it when it is released all at once is one question, and whether current technology can support it is another. As our ancestors said, you can't become fat in one bite. The same is true for technology. If you take too big a step, you may get hurt. Although Luan is young, he is not stupid. He is very clear about this. And then, I have an average family and background. I have taken out overly advanced technology, but I have no ability to protect myself. I am just a piece of meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Got Luan's reply. Lu Bingyan was even happier. It's only 12 o'clock in the night. It's no big deal. In order not to disturb Luan, Lu Bingyan made a cup of tea for Luan, then quietly left the room and went into Xiao Mangyao room. Xiao Mangyao, who was reading the medical classics, looked at her best friend's cautious appearance and was a little surprised. Yen, what's wrong with your thief-like expression? What do you mean by stealing? Lu Bingyan proudly put her hands on her waist and said proudly, my boyfriend is preparing a gift for me, and I don't want to disturb him. Cut. You shouldn't have asked, you were just asking for trouble and had to eat a mouthful of dog food. Xiao Mengyao's mouth twitched, and a curious look appeared on her delicate face. She cooperated with her bestie and asked in a low voice, what gift did your man prepare for you? I don't know. He said this is an absolutely unique gift that belongs to me alone. Lu Bingyan smiled happily, her face full of happiness. I guess it should be some kind of software. I saw him writing code. Software? Xia Mengyao pondered for a moment. She felt that since it was just software, Luan might not make a big deal about it and do it himself, but a special program was a possibility. This is the romance of programmers. Xia Mengyao smiled helplessly. Since you have nothing to do, how about we go to the library on the 3rd floor? Don't you have a project that you haven't finished yet? Okay. Practice questions. Time flies. Lu Bingyan did not refuse. Dinner. Klaus took over temporarily. His cooking skills were not much worse than Luan's. The two girls were still eating happily. They lay in the library and hummed. They were too full, but still couldn't help but pick up their chopsticks. They feel that eating one bite less is a blasphemy to the food. I feel like I'll be as fat as a ball in less than a month. Lu Bingyan was a little worried. She touched her round belly and pouted. I didn't expect Mr. Claus's cooking skills to be so superb. I was really careless. It's okay, you won't get fat. Although Mr. Claus's cooking skills are a little different from Luan's, the nutritional combination is very balanced. Although we seem to eat a lot, the calories we consume are just right. This is the strength of the butler. As a genius doctor, Xia Mengyao naturally has some research on diet therapy. The calories consumed are also calculated when eating. So that's it. That's great. Lu Bingyan was immediately excited. From now on, let Klaus be responsible for 3 meals a day. It is enough to enjoy Luan's cooking skills once in a while. 2. Xia Mengyao agreed with this deeply. Delicious food should never be wasted. 12 o'clock late at night. Luan picked up the fragrant black tea and gently hit the enter key. The laptop fell into darkness instantly, and then 3,000 universes evolved on the screen, and then the two tall figures of Hongmeng Kaitian gradually took shape. These two figures were not designed based on the images of Luan and Lu Bingyan, but were set up based on the prehistoric system. The male image set by Luan was Di Jun, the female image was Shiha, and the third image that evolved further was the image of Xiao Jinwu. Both are very good. Luan made the final adjustments, and when he tried to activate it, the laptop suddenly burst out with terrifying heat. If Luan had not reacted quickly enough, the laptop would have been gone in an instant. This is trouble. Seeing this, Luan knew that he needed to build an extremely large server in order to activate the 3 super artificial intelligences normally. Snap! The door was pushed open. 2 girls sneaked in and looked at the 3 images on the screen, confused. What is this? The artificial intelligences are the ancient lord of the heaven, Emperor Jun, and Emperor Jun's wife Xia. These two are Bingyan and I's personal artificial intelligences. Little Golden Crow is an artificial intelligence that can be put to commercial use. Luan scratched his head and said helplessly, unfortunately, there is no way to proceed to the last step of activation now. Why? Lu Bingyan's face flushed as she looked at the image of Shiha, her eyes full of love. Is this the absolute only one that Luan mentioned? Artificial intelligence. Is this true? It would require a huge server. Xia Mengyao, whose family was engaged in high-tech research and development, responded, it is impossible for a laptop, even a high-end laptop, to support the normal operation of 3 artificial intelligences. That's right. Luan sighed helplessly. So, Yan, I'm sorry, you have to wait a little longer, we have to build a server terminal. Fine. I'm not in a hurry. I saw my gift, although it was a half-finished product. But it was enough to make her happy. Artificial intelligence. I am probably the first woman in the world to have the most perfect artificial intelligence butler. I'm really envious. Xia Mengyao was really envious now. She is well aware of how much change artificial intelligence can bring to modern technology. She also knew very well that what her best friend had in her hands was definitely the highest level artificial intelligence. Luan could give away such a thing directly. It had to be said that Luan really liked his best friend. Luan, I have a server at home. It's a military-grade server. I'll arrange for it to be built for you. How about you also get me a private butler? Xia Mengyao's face was full of anticipation. Can. Luan nodded. What kind do you want? Doctor. Xia Mengyao wanted this artificial intelligence not to play, but to improve its medical skills and assist herself. Make a deal. Luan thought for a while and wrote down his needs. About 100,000 servers will be enough. That's really not a small amount. 100,000 units. The terminal built with military-grade servers, what should be done to? Chapter 10 Anyan Technology. You want to open a business? Xia Mengyao widened her eyes. Then he said helplessly, brother, 100,000 servers require a lot of land. It is impossible to build them all at once in a short time, right? Just kidding. Luan laughed, 100 units will be enough. Can you send them over if you have any in stock? It just so happens that I am writing a cloud server framework of my own tonight. When the future comes, I will consider building a large server terminal station. 100 units, no problem. Top quality ones. They'll arrive in an hour. Xia Mengyao sent out a command quickly and stared at Luan expectantly, my personal AI. This is easy. After Luan modified some of the data, he wrote it based on Shiha's. Soon, a woman wearing a white dress and holding a medical book appeared on the screen. How is it? Very good. Xia Mengyao happily hugged Lu Bingyan and jumped around. Yan Yan, your boyfriend is really amazing. Right. Lu Bingyan was unabashedly pleased with her best friend's praise. Look who chose this man. Lu Bingyan's watery eyes stared into Luan's gentle eyes, and they exchanged glances with each other, silently stuffing another mouthful of dog food into Xia Mengyao's mouth. Certainly. It doesn't matter. With this personal butler, what's wrong with eating some dog food? Then, Luan, you're not going to sleep tonight. Lu Bingyan massaged Luan's temple with some distress. Why don't we do it tomorrow? It's okay. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly, just take a rest. As a programmer, it's not my style to take a rest in the middle of a job. We don't understand the romance of programmers. Seeing that no one could persuade him, Lu Bingyan stopped trying to persuade him and said softly, how about I accompany you? No. Luan refused seriously and pinched her pink cheek. Beautiful girls are not allowed to stay up late. As he said this, he glanced at Xia Mengyao. Xia Mengyao understood instantly, and pulled Lu Bingyan out. Yan Yan, a man is most handsome when he is pursuing a career that he is interested in. At this time, we'd better do our own work and not let him worry. All right. Lu Bingyan pouted, glanced reluctantly at Luan who had reopened his laptop, and obediently followed Xia Mengyao to rest. 100 military-grade servers were quickly delivered and taken over by Klaus. At this time, Luan had also completed the writing of his own exclusive system, which he defined as the Taichu Heavenly Court. It is a system program written by Oracle that is unique to Xinxia and is compatible with all chip hardware on the market. The running speed is several times that of the Windows system, and it is perfectly compatible with various software. Most importantly, it supports artificial intelligence. Just imagine this. Who doesn't want to have their own Jarvis? In the future, Xiaojin will can serve as the face of his own company, and the private artificial intelligence that extends from it will be at least 100 times weaker than Jinwu. Even so, the level of intelligence is not something that current technology can achieve. After the server was set up, Luan reinstalled the system on his laptop. The first boot screen was very gorgeous, with the style of a masterpiece of fairy tale game. The ancient heaven is majestic and magnificent, which arouses people's awe. The desktop layout is also clean and tidy. The initial software only includes Taichu Tianting Portal and Tianting Xianling. The Taichu Heavenly Palace portal is the only channel to enter the Taichu Heavenly Palace. Only those who use the Taichu Heavenly Palace system can enter. The content of Taichu Heavenly Palace is even richer, with search, forums, post bars, chat squares, and everything else. Once this portal is activated, a mobile version can be generated, allowing you to enter Taichu Heavenly Palace anytime and anywhere. As for the immortals in heaven, this is your own unique artificial intelligence. You can freely create and play with your face, hairstyle, personality, etc. It is truly your own artificial intelligence. Luan no longer needs to pinch his own face. Just import Dijuan's code directly. After an hour of testing, Luan nodded with satisfaction and said softly, Dijun, thank you for your hard work. It's just a small matter, a simple task, not worth mentioning. Dijun stood there, waving his sleeves, with a great imperial power. If there is nothing else, Dijun will go to study and supplement his knowledge base. Okay. Luan nodded slightly, go ahead. Speaking of. The notebook went dark. The final test was perfect. Luan stretched himself, stood up, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then took the refreshing tea sent by Klaus and tasted it carefully. In the future, there will be a place for me in the field of science and technology. Klaus, we have to go back to school today. Maid, once you have made all the arrangements, let's go register a technology company. Let's call it Anyon Technology. Lewin touched his chin and started today's sign-in. Ding, sign in successfully, 10 nanometer level lithography machines, 1 lithography machine production line, and 1 professional. Can. Lewin raised his eyebrows and took a look at the lithography machine. There was no logo on the lithography machine. That was to say, this thing could be said to be unique to Xinxia, unique to him, and there was no need to consider any patent issues. Not to mention, they have only made a breakthrough to the 7 nanometer level, directly skipping this stage and reaching 1 nanometer. As for the patent issue, it is the Western powers that will pay the patent fees to Lewin, and it depends on whether he is willing to accept it. By the way, after registration, let's find a factory in the district. As for the office building, forget it. We are in the technology industry, so it's most appropriate to be together with the factory. Lewin didn't want to save money, but he didn't want to attract attention so quickly. The systems, cloud services, and artificial intelligence at hand can all be postponed, but the chips can be used directly. Not to mention, I have a professional at my disposal, so I won't be clueless about anything I ask in the future. How big of an impact will a new nanometer level product have on the world? It's really exciting. Lewin was thinking when the lovely senior sister, wearing bunny pajamas, sneaked in with Xia Mengyao, who was wearing flowery cow pajamas. Seeing Lewin looking at the sea view, she giggled, ran over secretly, and covered Lewin's eyes with her hands. Guess who I am? Well, Sister Mengyao, stop messing around. Lewin deliberately replied, it would be bad if Yin Yin saw it, let's play secretly. Ah. Hearing this answer, Lu Bingyan instantly became nervous, her eyes widened, staring at her best friend in disbelief. You actually want to steal my boyfriend? Asshole. You said you would only love me. Lu Bingyan snorted jealously, crossed her arms, and squatted in the corner, drawing circles with a wronged look on her face. Ha ha. I know it's you. I lied to you on purpose. Seeing that his lovely senior was angry, Lewin quickly walked over and hugged her in his arms, saying softly, okay, don't be angry. I have activated your artificial intelligence. Hurry up and transfer it to your phone to play with it. Real. You only love me. Lu Bingyan pouted and stared at Lewin pitifully. She also stared at her best friend warily. Yao Yao, you won't compete with me. I won't compete with you. Xia Mengyao rolled her eyes. This damn man actually tried to sow discord between them sisters. Chapter 11. Back to school. Got assurance from 2 people. Lu Bingyan sniffed and pouted as she took out her cute pink bunny earphone. Here, install it for me. And me. Xia Mengyao giggled and handed the phone to Lewin. Her phone was not that fancy. It just had a sky blue shell dotted with white clouds, clean and elegant. Good. Lewin rubbed Lu Bingyan's head and connected their mobile phones to the laptop. After a few seconds, their mobile phones started up and restarted, and then the images of the doctor and Shiha popped up at the same time. Wow. Lewin, your design is great. Xia Mengyao excitedly picked up the phone and tried to communicate with the doctor. There were no obstacles. Even when she asked about advanced knowledge, the doctor was able to answer smoothly. The gentle and elegant tone made her feel like she was talking to a princess who had walked from ancient times to the modern times. The other side. Shiha can be considered the mother of the world. Treating this little cutie like his own daughter made Lu Bingyan so happy that she kissed Lewin twice on the face while holding the phone excitedly. Lewin, can I show it off? Not yet. Lewin shook his finger and said, once our company starts to operate officially, we can take it out. Then I'll chat with Shiha secretly. Lu Bingyan was as happy as a little butterfly. Lewin, I really love you so much. Thank you for giving me such an unforgettable gift. Just like it. Seeing such a happy senior, Lewin felt very happy. Especially. I got a stamp on my face by my senior student early in the morning. This tastes so good. Why? This life is unbearable. Seeing Lewin gazing at Lu Bingyan affectionately, and Lu Bingyan's eyes full of Lewin, Xia Mengyao's happiness at receiving the doctor disappeared in an instant. The most important thing is, Xia Mengyao's doctor stabbed her in the back at this time. Yao Yao, you should find a boyfriend too. Otherwise, this sweet relationship might make you neurotic. Elder sister. I'm afraid you are a sinister person. Xia Mengyao covered her face and cried. Xia Mengyao couldn't stand the sweet look of the 2 people anymore, so she said, you two, you still have classes today, stop being in a daze. Ha ha. Good. Luan laughed out loud. I almost forgot, I still have class today, my first class of freshman year, I really don't want to be late. Let's go, let's just buy something to sustain ourselves at the school gate in the morning. Xia Mengyao held her forehead with her hand. Become. Luan nodded and looked at Klaus. Klaus, I'll have to trouble you to take us to school again. Okay, young master. Klaus nodded slightly, put away the teapot elegantly, then went directly to the garage, drove the car to the door of the villa, and stood there waiting. Luan was quite casual. He washed his face and brushed his teeth in 3 minutes. He casually scratched his hair and a sunny and handsome aristocratic boy was formed. Handsome. Luan smiled conceitedly and strolled out. The two girls were still a little slow in dressing up, but fortunately there was just enough time and Luan was not in a hurry. Not long. Both girls came down. Xia Mengyao put on a white coat. Lu Bingyan changed into a youthful and beautiful dress, with snow-white stockings on her slender legs and a pair of shiny flat sandals on her small feet. Where did this dress come from? Luan was a little surprised. Xia Mengyao's is not so bad, except that she has an extra white coat. Lu Bingyan's outfit is completely different from yesterday. Klaus made this overnight last night. Xia Mengyao chuckled, because I don't like little skirts, and my own clothes are fine, so I just want a white coat. I see. Klaus is really multi-talented. Luan smacked his lips and smiled softly. Senior sister, stop turning around, I can't take my eyes away. We. Lu Bingyan laughed, it looks good, right? She's beautiful. She's exactly the perfect goddess in my mind. Luan gave a thumbs up without hesitation. Hey. Don't say that. I'll be shy. Being praised by her lover, Lu Bingyan was bubbling with joy and hugged Luan's arm affectionately. Luan, I don't want to go to school and be separated from you. This is a bit difficult. Luan smiled helplessly, we are just separated for a while. I will go to the class teacher today to see if I can apply for a leave of absence. That's right. With your level, it's a waste of time to stay in college. You might as well come out and hone your skills as soon as possible. Xia Mengyao felt a stomachache now, and pushed the two people into the car irritably. Hurry up, we're going to be late. Yao Yao is jealous. Lu Bingyan laughed triumphantly. Unfortunately, this is my boyfriend, you can't hug him. Don't come on, if you keep feeding me dog food, I'll tell you all the ugly things you did when you were a kid. Xia Mengyao glared at her best friend with gritted teeth, wishing she could spank her little but 100 times. Having fun along the way. The three of them soon arrived at the school gate. Yesterday. Their Cullinan had already caused quite a stir, and when it appeared again, the commotion was still extraordinary, especially when they saw Lu Bingyan getting out of the car with Luan's arm in her arms with a sweet look on her face. They felt like their hearts were broken. School beauty, she's really in love. My love is over before it even began. Looking at the school beauty's happy smile, I'm really jealous. Being surrounded by people. It was obviously impossible to buy breakfast, so I simply didn't buy it. It didn't matter if I skipped breakfast. That's what he originally thought. But Klaus had obviously anticipated this situation and took out 3 exquisite insulated lunchboxes. Master, Madam, and Miss Xia, this is the breakfast I prepared for you. Be sure to eat it while it's hot. Wow! Mr. Claus, thank you so much. Lu Bingyan was extremely excited. Enjoy delicious food early in the morning and feel full of energy for the whole day. Klaus, thank you for your concern. Luan was also very moved. When he was away from home, he could still have someone like this who cared about him wholeheartedly, which really made him feel warm in his heart. For a while. He also thought about saving money to support his own schooling and his family. He pursed his lips and vowed to get the company up and running as soon as possible, and then bring his parents, grandparents to the manor to enjoy a peaceful life. The three of them walked slowly in the school garden, and after finishing their breakfast, they returned to their respective departments. Luan did not go directly to the classroom. Instead, he went directly to the counselor and briefly explained his situation. Take a leave of absence. In fact, it is not easy to handle. However, a genius like Luan has privileges. Chapter 12, Shocking the Professor for a whole year. If you want to take a leave of absence and graduate successfully, you need to prove your ability. The counselor knocked on the table. He still cared about Luan. Although this guy was not the top scorer, he was the second place, and a top student who stood out from the countless students in Zhengzhou. He didn't want to ruin his life by starting a company because of a momentary impulse. Artificial intelligence. Luan was silent for a moment and put his phone on the table. Little Jinwoo, prove yourself. AI. The instructor's face changed drastically. He looked at the huge hibiscus tree on the screen that was full of traces of time. In a gorgeous bird's nest, a little golden crow quietly appeared, and a crisp voice slowly rang out, "Brother, I'm still sleeping, annoying." This. The voice was quite smooth, without any awkwardness. The most important thing was that the counselor felt rich emotions from the speaking little golden crow. Anger, resentment, and depression from having one's sleep disturbed. There is so much emotion. Little Golden Crow is the artificial intelligence I developed, and it is the core product of my company. Luan raised his eyebrows. Counselor, is this enough? This. The counselor felt a little helpless. He was just an ordinary counselor. There is not much research on artificial intelligence. If this is true, Luan could probably become a graduate student directly. Well, I will help you contact the professor in our department who specializes in artificial intelligence. After he examines you, I will process your leave of absence. The counselor actually wanted to fight for him and see if he had a chance to be accepted as a disciple by the professor. Okay. Luan nodded slightly. The counselor picked up the phone and dialed a number respectfully, then quickly laughed and said, "Come on, I'll take you there. Also, Professor Huang is a very nice person. You can feel free to speak up about your guesses and ideas. He will be very happy even if they are wrong. Don't keep silent." I understand. Luan nodded seriously. Also, you must fight for opportunities for yourself. Maybe you can directly follow Professor Huang and become a graduate student. The counselor laughed and patted Luan on the shoulder. Artificial intelligence, wow, you are really a monster. The two walked quickly and arrived at Professor Huang's residence in more than 10 minutes. The person who opened the door was a kind old lady with silver hair. After seeing this old lady, Luan subconsciously greeted her. "Hello, Grandma." "Hello to you too, Xiao Wang. Why are you in such a hurry to run away?" The old woman smiled gently, raised her eyes to look at the counselor who turned around and ran away, and asked with a smile. Teacher, I still have classes to go to." The counselor scratched his hair in fear and ran away, causing Luan's eyelids to twitch. "My last name is Li. You can call me Grandma Li or Teacher Li. However, I prefer you to call me Grandma Li. It's more intimate." Liwan felt very sympathetic towards the genius, especially when Xiao Wang told her on the phone that the boy seemed to have developed an artificial intelligence. "Then I'll be bold enough to call you Grandma Li." Luan smiled familiarly and followed her into the living room. Professor Huang was sitting in the living room reading a newspaper. He was a meticulous old man. "Hello, Professor Huang." Luan greeted him quickly, then took out his cell phone and called out Little Golden Crow at the same time. "Little Golden Crow, hello, this is Professor Huang." "Professor Huang, let me see. Wow, this old man looks so serious. I'm a little scared." Little Golden Crow spoke cautiously in his childish voice. He covered his head with his golden wings and secretly looked at Professor Huang through the gap. Professor Huang was stunned by such vivid and lifelike movements and words. This is really artificial intelligence, not a preset dialogue." "Certainly." Luan responded confidently. But little Jinwoo was different. When questioned, little Jinwoo became unhappy. He raised his head proudly and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Little old man, how dare you look down on me? I don't like you anymore." Having said that, he turned around and lay there reading a comic book, leaving Professor Huang with only his buttocks exposed. Cough cough. Luan looked at his little golden crow's personality, scratched his nose awkwardly, and said embarrassedly, "This is still a child. I set the non-working state to be the personality of a 7 or 8-year-old child. He has a bit of a childish temper." "Professor, please don't be angry." "Angry? Why are you angry? Can I be happy?" Professor Huang was amazed. As a professional, he could see how intelligent this little golden crow was. "Can you tell me some detailed data?" Professor Huang rubbed his hands excitedly, staring at Luan with shining eyes. "That's fine." Luan nodded slightly and said softly, "Little Jinwoo, please stop being angry. Sorry for your detailed data." "Okay, brother." Little Jinwoo held the comic book and waved it casually, and lines of professional data appeared. Professor Huang also hurriedly picked it up, put on his reading glasses, and read it carefully for 2 hours. Professor Huang put down his phone with shaking hands and sighed, "This is really true. A hero emerges from youth." The three laws of artificial intelligence are several times more powerful than the computing power of our country's largest nebula computer. TSK, Lewin, how do you support your artificial intelligence calculations? I used 100 military-grade servers to build the core server for its operation. As for the other extensions, they are scattered in major service centers throughout the world. Once my company is confirmed, I will build my own server for Little Golden Crow to use. At the same time, I have also developed an operating system for our Xinxia, as well as cloud services. Lewin downloaded his blueprint to Professor Huang's notebook and asked him to check it. Novel mode, smooth operation without any lag. Taichu Tianting, this name is very grand, and there is no problem with the system. The more Professor Huang looked at it, the more shocked he became. There were too many things here that he did not understand. For a while, the finished product inspection and theoretical verification turned into academic exchanges. Li Wan was also fascinated by what she heard. I was amazed by Luan's talent, but at the same time I was very pleased. It was such a blessing for Xinxia to have such a talent. It's fine for you to drop out of school, and it's fine for you to start a company, Professor Huang said in a deep voice, but you can't just bring out artificial intelligence, especially for the overseas market. Artificial intelligence can not only change people's livelihood, but is also crucial to the military. Professor Huang looked into Luan's eyes seriously. Of course, I don't plan to announce artificial intelligence in the short term. Instead, I plan to study lithography machines. I don't feel comfortable using foreign chips. Luan relaxed his shoulders and spoke very honestly. You are quite smart, foreign things all have backdoors to monitor our every move, as long as you can understand it. Professor Huang was pleased. What about the chip? Do you have any idea? To be honest, I really do have one. Luan chuckled and kept it a secret. As long as you let me take a leave of absence from school, I will let you see the results within half a year. TSK. You little bastard. He is so cunning, he actually kept me in suspense. Okay. Take a leave of absence from school, I agree. If you finish writing a paper, I will give you a diploma directly. Although he loves talents, Professor Huang knows that his small temple cannot accommodate a real dragon like Luan. Chapter 13, Snack Street Adventure. Graduation Certificate. Luan's eyes widened. Do you keep your word? How could an old man like me lie to you? Professor Huang glared at Luan in dissatisfaction. As long as your thesis passes, your diploma will be fine. Professor Huang emphasized the word pass. Luan knew what Professor Huang meant as soon as he heard it, and he smiled. Don't worry, I will send the paper over tomorrow. Okay. Hurry up. Don't keep an old man like me waiting too long. Professor Huang said as he pushed Luan out. Get out of here and stop bothering me. In fact, he was just anxious to organize his new knowledge. People are getting old. If you don't write it down quickly, you may not be able to remember it after a while. Man, this is really interesting. Luan smacked his lips, shook his head, took his phone, hummed a little tune and went to his class teacher. Hey, I'm graduating soon. Show off. The counselor's mouth twitched. What is this? I graduated on the first day of school. Have you ever considered pursuing graduate studies? The counselor was a little surprised. No. Luan shrugged his shoulders and said, that's good. I won't come to school these days. I'm going to sort out my thesis. Good. Professor Huang had already spoken, so he didn't know what to say. He touched his nose, but it still felt a little unreal. There really are geniuses in this world who are born to be geniuses. Looking at Luan's back as he left, the counselor was filled with envy. This damn winner in life. As for the thesis, it was not difficult for Luan. He simply borrowed a computer from the library and started typing. It only took him one morning to finish the paper on Little Golden Crow. As for revisions, there was no need at all. As for the content, Luan affirmed that it was completely in line with the publication. After the paper was printed out, the original file was destroyed directly, and then he took the bound paper to Lu Bingyan. However, Lu Bingyan and Xia Mengyao had classes all day, and they had to see the professor to revise their papers at noon. Luan had no choice but to go out alone. Come to school. He planned to go to the popular snack street. As a Xinxia person, I actually have a certain obsession with eating. Especially after he acquired god-level cooking skills, enjoying the delicacies hidden in the streets and alleys became one of the pleasures of his life. After casually throwing the paper into his own system space, Lewin leisurely left the campus and went to the snack street. It was exactly 11 or 12 o'clock. The snack street is bustling with people. There are countless handsome men and beautiful women, and the long, shining legs satisfy the hearts of many men. Sitting here and eating is simply the ultimate bliss on earth. Just when Lewin was strolling here, a pair of twins holding candied haws in their hands stood in front of Lewin. Lewin was a little overwhelmed by the two pairs of bright eyes. These eyes look similar to those of the senior sister. So silly and cute. Little sister, what's the matter? Lewin looked at the two little Lolas with obvious intentions and felt a little curious. It wasn't just because I was handsome that I was stopped by two little girls. You must be Sister Yen Yen's boyfriend. The lively-looking little Loli asked with her head tilted. Sister Yen Yen. Lewin was slightly stunned and carefully looked at the outlines of the two girls. Although there were some differences, their eyes and noses were almost exactly the same. But how did these two girls know me? Lewin was a little surprised. It must be, he looks exactly like the man in my sister's circle of friends. After comparing them with her phone, the little girl hugged his long legs and said, I caught you, I won't let you go until I give you a gift. I caught you. I won't let go until I give Lulu a gift. Lulu also followed her sister and hugged Lewin in another push. Looking at the two little Lolas hanging on him, Lewin gave a helpless smile, lowered his head to look at the photo on the little Loli's phone, and then looked at the person who posted it. It was really Lu Bingyan. Okay, I'll buy you some presents. Lewin helplessly patted the two little ones' heads, then said softly, let me introduce myself. My name is Lewin. You can call me by my name or whatever you want. Then I'll call you Brother Lu. My name is Momo, so you can just call me Momo. Momo giggled, loosened her hand, and took the initiative to grab Luan's little finger. My name is Lulu. Lulu was still cute and grabbed the little finger of Luan's other hand. It's really amazing. Wait a minute. Lewin woke up instantly and asked nervously, didn't you go to school today? Go to school. We are geniuses. We are students in the junior class of Magic City University. The two little ones were very proud. Oh who? No wonder I met him here. Lewin smacked his lips in amazement. The Lu family's genes were truly powerful. These two little ones were both genius academic geniuses. Well, time is limited. I'll buy you whatever you want. Lewin waved his hand generously. Then we won be polite. Although the two little ones are not short of money, due to their strict family education, they do not have much pocket money. Now that they have met their sister's boyfriend, they would be letting themselves down if they don't take advantage of him. Okay. The two little ones' little thoughts were so easy to grasp. Although they wanted to take advantage of Lewin, they were too embarrassed when it came to really taking action. They just asked Lewin to treat them to some more expensive ice cream. Children who have strict family education and are sensible are really likable. After playing with them until their afternoon classes started, the two little ones reluctantly left. Before leaving, Lulu gently pulled Luan's little finger and whispered, Brother Lewin, can I come to your house to play today? I want one too. I want one too. Lulu is such a sly person. We agreed to go together secretly. Momo snorted angrily, grabbed Luan's hand and said pitifully, Brother Lewin, I want to go too tomorrow. Become. Let us go together, let us go together. Lewin smiled helplessly, but you need to communicate well with your family. No problem. The two little girls laughed happily and ran towards their class. When they entered the classroom, they blew Lewin a cute kiss. Ha ha. These two girls are really cute. Then, fate. It's really amazing. In such a big city like Shanghai, I could actually meet my senior's family so easily. The most important thing is that we became friends so easily. I learned this from two little girls. The biggest difficulty in their family lies with the eldest uncle, Lu Bingyan's father. Everyone else is easy to talk to. The only obstacle in the future is my father-in-law. It shouldn't be too difficult. Lewin scratched his chin and couldn't help falling into deep thought. Chapter 14 Arrangements are in place, Anyan technology is established. Originally, Lewin thought he would have nothing to do in the afternoon, but unexpectedly, when he was just about to find a place to be a salted fish, Klaus called him, Master, I bought a server OEM factory at the lowest price. The procedures have been completed. Do you want to come and take a look? Klaus must have installed surveillance on me. Lewin complained helplessly, forget it, there is no way to be a salted fish anymore. Okay, come and pick me up. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Lewin did not hesitate. The sooner the factory was put into operation, the shorter the time it would take to get a payback. There can't be any delay. I still have things to do here. I'll arrange for Sora to pick you up. The car is your Koenigsegg. Klaus responded quickly. Okay. Lewin had a question mark on his forehead. Who is Sora? Is that possible? The manor maid is already in place. Never mind. It's the same no matter who comes. Not long. A cool Koenigsegg drifted beautifully and stopped in front of Lewin, and then a silver-haired girl in a traditional black and white maid outfit walked out of it. Maid. The students around were dumbfounded. Are maid cafes so wealthy now that they can even drive Koenigseggs? Take a good look at her uniform, it's from a private estate. A boy wearing glasses curled his lips in disdain. Don't you see her temperament? Can it be compared to the maids playing with girls in the maid cafe? Come to think of it, it's true. By the way, isn't this Lewin, the school beauty's boyfriend? This guy seemed to have ordered a custom Cullinan yesterday. The butler came to pick him up. With a butler and maids, is there still such a family in Xinsha? Master, Mr. Claus asked me to pick you up. The silver-haired lady with a unique Nordic style gracefully lifted her skirt and opened the car door. Please take a seat. Thanks. Lewin paused for a moment, still quite surprised at Sora's appearance. Sitting in the co-pilot seat. Sora skillfully fastened his seatbelt for him, then closed the door and returned to the driver's seat. Master, please hold the armrest. Sora will take you to the factory now. No problem. Lewin chuckled, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. Sora smiled gently, started the car skillfully, stepped on the accelerator, and the car shot through the air like a bullet. Oh my god. Most people wouldn't dare to ride Sora's car with such driving skills. This is not to say that her driving skills are bad, but that they are too good. She drives at full speed in the downtown area without slowing down. People with weak hearts might get scared and become ill. Lewin left not long ago. Lu Bingyan was surrounded by a group of beautiful women. Yen, your boyfriend ran off with another woman. What? Lu Bingyan was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. What do you mean? Look, just now at the school gate, a maid drove a Koenigsegg and took your boyfriend away. The baby-faced girl quickly pulled out the post on the forum. Oh, this is my boyfriend's maid. Lewin should have gone to the company. Lu Bingyan shrugged, this uniform has the mark of my boyfriend's manor. Your boyfriend's family has a housekeeper and a maid. The round-faced girl widened her eyes, her face full of envy. Isn't this a son-in-law with a lot of gold and jade inlaid on him? Not bad. Lu Bingyan laughed, glanced at her phone, and boasted proudly, look, my boyfriend sent me a text message. He went to the company. It's true. TSK. Your boyfriend is so nice. Where have you been? I'll say hello to you. The girls in the class originally wanted to watch the fun, but in the end, there was nothing to watch. Instead, they got to eat a lot of lemons, and felt very jealous. The other side. Lewin has successfully arrived at the Magic City High-Tech Development Zone. As soon as Lewin saw the address, he felt that Klaus was really powerful and could seize all the factories in this place. This OEM factory is called Tianyuan, but it has now been renamed and the sign is being removed by employees. When Lewin arrived here, Klaus and another middle-aged man were already waiting. Master, thank you for your hard work. Klaus stepped forward and introduced Lewin. This is the owner of Tianyuan OEM factory, Mr. Zhao. Oh, hello. Lewin extended his hand politely. Oh. Hello, young Master Lu is really young. Zhao Tian quickly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lewin. In all the years he had been in the Magic City, this was the first time he had seen a real butler and a maid. Coupled with Luan's noble aura, he didn't dare to look down on Lewin at all. As the original owner, Zhao Tianke can be said to be the most familiar person in this factory. In addition, the transaction has been completed, and as the host, Zhao Tian is still happy to act as a tour guide and lead Lewin to familiarize himself with the layout of the entire factory and the production line. For these production lines, Lewin didn't care. Besides, it was an old semi-automatic non-intelligent production line with low output, and it was an eyesore to put it here. Fortunately, Lewin was quite satisfied with the specifications of the factory. Without any drastic reconstruction, he was able to obtain 5 dust-free and sterile production workshops suitable for the production of chips and lithography machines. Mr. Lu, it's getting late. Why don't I treat everyone to a meal? Zhao Tian was very good at dealing with people. As soon as he saw it was getting late, he immediately made an invitation. But Luan was still thinking about his lithography machine and the reconstruction task, so he waved his hand and said, Mr. Zhao, there is no need to bother. There are still some problems in the factory that need my help. When there is a chance, I will treat you. Mr. Zhao, don't refuse. Sure. Although Luan refused, Zhao Tian was not too disappointed. He bowed and left in a hurry. There are no workers in the factory anymore. Luan pursed his lips and said, Klaus, Sora, go and tidy up the office. I'll go around the factory and think about the reconstruction of the factory. Okay. Neither of them refused. Because the office in this factory is really terrible. It doesn't fit Luan's identity at all. Luan found an empty factory and walked in. System, will the placement of the lithography production line change the characteristics of the factory? Yes, once the production line is placed, the factory will automatically be upgraded to the highest standard, including security monitoring. The system responded coldly, and nothing happened again. So, the placement of the lithography machine is also the same. Luan raised his eyebrows, and without hesitation, he placed the production line in the factory. The moment it is placed, the factory building automatically decomposes and upgrades. The material is upgraded to an unknown special metal. There is no blind spot monitoring indoors and outdoors. The observation area and the production area are separated by a huge multi-layer vacuum bulletproof glass. To enter, you need to go through dust removal and put on sterile work clothes. The fully automatic production line can produce 2 lithography machines every day as long as enough materials are placed in the material warehouse. After finishing this production workshop, Lu Anyo placed 10 photolithography machines in 2 workshops. The specifications of the chip production workshop were almost the same as those of the photolithography machine production workshop. When looking at the detailed data of the lithography machine, Luan was actually shocked. The production capacity of a photolithography machine is 500 pieces per hour, and the yield rate is as high as 100%, which means there are no defective products. TSK. Powerful. Luan smacked his lips and released the professional person in charge. The professional looks like an old man in his 60s. He is older and more convincing. Luan named him Xia Xin, which means Xinxia's own chip. Luan introduced him to Klaus, and then asked Klaus how much money he had now. Klaus answered casually, there are still about 1 billion at present. It may double tomorrow, and the subsequent income may be less. However, it is still a little bit insufficient for producing chips. I suggest that we first recruit some managers, then find companies to cooperate with, and develop little by little. Klaus groaned for a moment and said, Miss Xia's family is a good partner. That's fine too. Luan nodded slightly and looked at the time. In that case, let's go back first and arrange everything tomorrow. I'll just stay here. Xia Xin felt that there was food and accommodation here, and all the equipment was available, and he just happened to be writing the framework of a nanochip. Luan didn't force him. He left him 10 million and left together. Although the factory is important, it cannot be run away. He couldn't let his lovely senior wait anxiously. Chapter 15, Kissing is the Key to Happiness. At the school gate, Momo and Lulu held Lu Bingyan's hands obediently, feeling a little depressed. Sister, brother hasn't come yet. It's almost there. Lu Bingyan was so panicked that she even forgot to block her family members when she posted on WeChat moments yesterday. Especially these 2 little naughty ghosts. What bothered her most was that these 2 little ones actually bumped into Luan and were having a great time. Not long. Luan arrived at the school gate, looked at the 4 pretty people, and curled his lips slightly. Get in the car. Because there are a lot of people. Luan was still sitting in Sora's car. This girl drives so aggressively. He didn't want to let his beloved senior sister sit on it and suffer. Wow, what a beautiful sister. The 2 little ones were not in a hurry to get on the car, but ran to Sora's side and circled around her. The 2 little princesses are very cute too. Sora smiled gently and touched the 2 little ones' heads. Really? The 2 little ones seemed to like Sora very much. They actively asked for hugs and then sat obediently in the back seat of Cullinan. This is Sora. Luan introduced her to Lu Bingyan. Sara, the young master's maid. Sara bowed gracefully. Meet the madam, Miss Xia. Husband, madam. That. Feeling the gazes from all around, Lu Bingyan felt shy and happy at the same time. She hid in the car with her face covered, hugging her two sisters tightly. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Hello, my name is Xia Mengyao, nice to meet you. Xia Mengyao stretched out her hand and shook hands with Sara, then sat in the car. Let's go. Luan didn't care about the looks from the people around him. He just sat in the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg and went straight home. Manor. In the main villa hall, Luan looked at the maid inside and twitched his mouth. I wish you all a happy life in the manor. As a man who is not good at speaking polite words, these are all Luan can think of. By the way, Klaus, you will create a group and invite everyone to join. Ask them to use their own avatars and not usernames. At least, let me know everyone. Okay. Klaus nodded slightly, then said, okay, everyone return to your posts. Oh, by the way, Klaus, please take some time to customize a car with a larger space. Our car is a bit small. Luan said and went upstairs. Luan, my sisters. After sitting down, Lu Bingyan looked at the little loli running around in the villa accompanied by the maids with a bit of embarrassment, her face full of apology. It's okay, it's just lively. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly, then grabbed her cold little hand. Don't be embarrassed. Yeah. Lu Bingyan felt the warmth from Luan's hot palm, and her uneasy heart gradually calmed down. She asked curiously, has our company been established? I guess so. Klaus has grabbed a foundry in the high-tech development zone. All the formalities have been completed today. The equipment I need has also been installed and is ready for use. Luan chuckled. Do you want to be the boss's wife and manage the finances? Is it possible? Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up. If I can help you, I won't refuse, but I don't have any work experience. Just learn slowly. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. The factory is yours, what are you afraid of? That's good. As for the finances, I will take care of it. Lu Bingyan nodded seriously. Then, we need to find a general manager. Luan touched his chin and clapped his hands. By the way, my sister also works in Shanghai. She seems to be the manager of a company. Let her manage it. Sister. Lu Bingyan's face changed slightly. She heard from some girls in the class that boys seem to like to recognize older sisters or younger sisters, so she said hesitantly, Luan, your sister, is she serious? What do you mean? Luan was a little confused. Sister, what's wrong with that? Yen means, is this your godsister? Xia Mengyao couldn't help laughing while drinking black tea. What? My sister is my uncle's daughter. She is my real sister. Do you think she is decent? Luan's face was full of black lines. Oops. I was wrong. Lu Bingyan's pretty face flushed. Seeing Luan's lost look, her heart ached. She nervously pulled Luan's hand and apologized softly. I'm sorry. No, I feel like my little heart has been hit by 1,000,000 tons of impact. Luan leaned pitifully on the sofa, heartbroken. Well, what should I do then? Now, Lu Bingyan also panicked and her pretty face turned pale. Here. Seeing her panic, Luan chuckled in his heart and pointed at his face. Only if you kiss me can I be happy. Kiss. Lu Bingyan's pretty face turned redder and she flirted for a moment before quickly kissing Luan on the face. Is this okay? Aha. Luan quickly hugged the soft body. I need more hugs. You are bullying me. Lu Bingyan also reacted, pouting and leaning into Luan's arms, raising her little fist and knocking on Luan's solid chest. Hate you, you tricked me into kissing you. These two people. Xia Mengyao, who was sitting on the side drinking tea, clenched her fists in frustration. Can you two pay attention to my presence? No way. Lu Bingyan snorted proudly, and curled up in Luan's arms like a kitten, listening to Luan's heartbeat, with a happy smile on her lips. By the way, Sister Yao Yao, I want to cooperate with your company. Luan said seriously while hugging the senior sister who was like a kitten. Actually, I'm really unhappy about you talking to me about work like this. Looking at the sweet looks of the two, Xia Mengyao felt suspicious. He fed me lemon and wanted to cooperate with me. What a dream. However, the technology in Luan's hands forced her to eat dog food while negotiating cooperation. Artificial intelligence, once this kind of thing appears, if her Xia family fails to seize the first opportunity, it will not be able to hold on for long and will decline. I'm working on chips now. Luan said in a deep voice, your family produces servers and chips, so the demand should be quite high, right? Chips? Xia Mengyao frowned. It's useless for you to talk to me about it. Chips, we in Xinxia have always been stuck in a bottleneck, and the gap between our own research and development and others is too big, so 1 nanometer chip is unique to us. As long as the wafer arrives, we can start production immediately. Luan looked at her confidently, Senior, can you give me a connection? 1 nanometer. At this moment, Xia Mengyao's breathing became heavy. Although she majored in medicine, she was the daughter of a technology company after all, and she had enough knowledge about chips. 1 nanometer, this is far superior to foreign chips. Does it really exist? Xia Mengyao stared at Luan seriously, this is not a joke. Serious business, I'm not kidding. Luan promised seriously, contact me and my sister tomorrow, and we will start producing samples in 2 days. You can take them back to your scientific research team for testing, and then we can talk about cooperation. However, Sister Yaoyao, I won't give you a discount. Don't give me that. Xia Mengyao nodded seriously, don't worry, I'm here and I will never let you suffer any loss. I feel relieved when you say this. Luan shrugged his shoulders. Friendship and business are two different matters, and Luan is very clear about the distinction. Chapter 16 Luningxuang, Stinky Brother. Night. The two kids stayed here overnight. Luan accompanied Lu Bingyan for a slow walk along the beach. Luan, I will try my best to stay by your side and accompany you forever. I don't want to be a vase, so please give me some time. Lu Bingyan thought about it for a long time. Since she wanted to be the boss lady, she had to do her best and would never be indecisive. This is her code. Come again. She didn't want others to say in the future that she was just a vase beside Luan, that she was not worthy of Luan, and that she would embarrass Luan. Well, I believe you. Luan rubbed her little head gently, don't put too much pressure on yourself, I will always be by your side. That's good. Lu Bingyan turned her back to the moonlight, her hair fluttering in the sea breeze. Her bright eyes reflected Luan's handsome face. Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed Luan's lips heavily. After a long time, she shyly let go, lowered her head, and moaned, Stamp it, you are mine. Luan felt dizzy. To be honest, he didn't expect Lu Bingyan to attack so suddenly. But this kiss is so soft and sweet. I have classes tomorrow, so I'm going back to sleep. Lu Bingyan's eyes flickered, she snorted shyly, and ran towards the villa with her long beautiful legs. This is too embarrassing. Out of Luan's sight, Lu Bingyan gradually stopped, covered her violently beating heart, squatted on the ground, her head buzzing, oh my, it really went. This night, 3 people suffered from insomnia. Early in the morning, the 3 of them were sitting in the restaurant eating, all with a pair of panda eyes. Sister Yen Yen and Sister Mengyao, should I go to school today? I will pick you up after school in the afternoon. Luan planned to have a good talk with his elder sister. Eat and play. After sending the sisters to the car, Luan picked up the phone and hesitated for a long time before carefully dialing a number that he had not called for a long time. Mainly, Luan is quite afraid of this sister. I have been bullied since I was a child. As he grew older, it became even worse. But I don't deny it. The call was connected quickly. Hey, bro, what's wrong? Are you homesick in Shanghai? The hearty voice was teasing and a bit surprised. Go far away. She was quite happy that her relatives contacted her actively. How is that possible, sister? Do you have anything to do today? Luan cleared his throat awkwardly and asked cautiously. Me. It's okay. On the other side of the phone, Luningxuang was leisurely soaking in the bathtub. What's wrong? Is there anything you need my help with? Well, it's hard to explain over the phone. Where do you live? I'll come find you. Luan touched his nose and decided not to say too much on the phone. With his sister's personality, he was afraid that his parents would find out soon. At present, it is not convenient to tell my family what happened to me. Okay, we haven't seen each other for half a year. I'll send you the address on WeChat. But, can you come by yourself? Your sister and I live in a remote place. Luningxuang was still a little worried. No problem. Luan laughed, I'll be there soon. Okay. Luningxuang responded, put her phone aside, picked up a can of beer, and gulped it down, refreshing, after taking a bath, a can of beer is so refreshing, but how long will it take for my dream to come true? Lu Ningxuang's dream is to become a business tycoon and prove to her parents that a woman can live a free and easy life without relying on a man. Sister, life in Shanghai is not as good as I imagined. Being alone outside, you must have suffered a lot. Luan took a look at the address sent to him. It was located in the suburbs of Shanghai. Transportation was not very convenient, but the rent was very cheap. System. Sign in. Luan patted his face, cheered himself up, and signed in for today. Ding, sign in successfully and get a Xinxia Zulong gold card with 10 billion cash inside. Ah, this. Gave myself 10 billion directly. Luan rubbed his temple. To be honest, he didn't want money, but knowledge, skills, or talents. But I don't mind. No one complains about having little money. Not long. When Klaus drove back, Luan called Sora, Sora, come with me. Okay. Sora nodded slightly, looked at the address, and sat in the main driver's seat. Master, shall we set off now? Luan nodded slightly, then looked at Klaus. Klaus, from now on, the family will be left to you to take care of. By the way, if you need money, just tell me and remember to customize a car. Okay, sir. Klaus nodded slightly, watched Luan leave, and said softly, Master, a housekeeper, in addition to basic duties, must also be able to make money for the family. We can reap another wave of profits from the stock market today. The funds on hand should be able to be tripled. After muttering a few words, Klaus started his work. With Sora driving, they soon arrived at where their sister lived. This is an old community. Although it is old, the environment is relatively clean, the public security is pretty good, and there are many cameras on the road. Room 03 on the 6th floor? Luan looked at the bumpy stairs and twitched his lips. Forget about the lack of an elevator. This corridor is too dangerous. It's so uneven. I'm afraid my high heels will break my ankle. Sora, be careful. Luan turned around and reminded. Thanks for your concern, I'm fine. Sora smiled softly and followed him calmly. 6th floor. How long has it been since I climbed such high stairs? Luan smiled helplessly, glanced at the door number, walked straight to room 03, and knocked on the door gently. Sister, are you there? Shaoan, wait a moment. Lu Ningxuang responded and quickly opened the door, and a cold and beautiful face came into view. Hey, sister, long time no see. Luan grinned and said, drinking beer so early in the morning. I'm used to it. Lu Ningxuang opened the door and let Luan and the other two in. Then she looked back and forth at Sora and the other two with a strange look in her eyes, and then she frowned and said, Brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that I bullied you too badly. You actually awakened this XP. Don't talk nonsense, this one is called Sora, and she's a proper maid. Luan rolled his eyes, and then said, Sister, this shabby place you live in is really good for exercising. Maid, your interest is really unusual. Lu Ningxuang's mouth twitched. It would cost a lot of money to bring out a maid from the maid cafe, right? This is my life maid. Don't compare her with the maids in the maid cafe or those playmate maids. Luan sighed helplessly and said, Anyway, from today on, you will live with me. Okay, if you are willing to love me, I won't refuse. Lu Ningxuang sat on the bed, crossed her legs, and asked faintly, So, what do you want to see me for? I opened a technology company and I want you to be the general manager. With you here, I can be at ease. Of course, your salary will not be reduced. A car, monthly salary starts at 1 million. Luan shook his finger. How about it? Brother. Lu Ningxuang was not happy, instead her face was quite serious. Tell me honestly, have you done anything illegal? I warn you, our Lu family will never go against our conscience even if we die of poverty. Sister, what are you thinking about? Luan rubbed his temple and took out his cell phone. Little Jinwu, come out and meet your aunt. Auntie. Little Golden Crow jumped out immediately, sizing up Lu Ningxuang with a pair of golden eyes, then skillfully arranged his feathers and said politely, Hello, Auntie, I'm Little Golden Crow, an artificial intelligence developed by my father. People, artificial intelligence. Lu Ningxuang's eyes widened in disbelief. She took the phone in her hand and flipped it over for a while. She chatted with Little Golden Crow for a while before she let out a long breath. She looked at Luan seriously and apologized sincerely, Brother, I misunderstood you. I never thought that the little boy who still needed my love had unknowingly walked ahead of me. I feel really bad. Chapter 17 CIXIN, the new CEO Lu is a little scary. Hee, after all, I am a man now. Now that I have grown up, it is my turn to protect and love you, my sister. Luan chuckled, my company is now just a factory that produces chips, 1 nanometer chips. 1 nanometer. Lu Ningxuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, I'm beginning to doubt whether you are my brother. Are you an alien? Ha ha. Luan laughed out loud. Chips are our core products, but just selling them is not enough. We also need to extend them to mobile phones, computers, etc. I have already made exclusive systems. Now all we lack is people. As long as the talents are in place, we can start construction. You are here to force the emperor to abdicate. Lu Ningxuang rolled her eyes and said faintly, since you said so, I will definitely come to help you. And what about the treatment? Do you really want to give me a car? These are all minor issues. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. I also have a Koenigsegg 11 now. If you like it, I can give it to you directly. No, I really can't play that thing. Lu Ningxuang's eyes flickered slightly. This is indeed her younger brother. No matter how she bullies him, he doesn't care. What's good about it? The first thing he thinks of is his sister. It's really great to have a brother like this. Anyway, our scale is not that big, so we'll give you 1 million pocket money every month. When we expand, it won't be a problem to directly give you a joint stock company. Luan said indifferently. We'll talk about the future later. For now, let's just follow the routine. Let's go to the company today. I'll resign tomorrow. Lu Ningxuang doesn't like daydreaming. Her principle is to move forward in a practical way. Okay, but before that. Luan picked up the panties and black lace bra thrown on the ground with a frown on his face. I say, sister, you should at least clean up a bit. You are not an outsider. Lu Ningxuang waved her hand without blushing or beating her heart. By the way, have you bought a house in the Magic City? I guess so. It's quite big. Luan glanced at Sora and said, Sora, please help my sister pack her luggage. We will vacate the house later. Stinky brother. Love you so much. Lu Ningxuang smiled happily, just like when they were little. Mua kissed Luan on the face, hummed a little tune, and packed her luggage with Sora. Lu Ningxuang didn't have many things, they were just thrown around in a messy manner. She didn't have as many clothes as other girls, so she packed all the necessary clothes and some important things into one suitcase. As for the unimportant things, she just packed them up and left them here. Let's go and cancel the lease. The landlord is at the entrance of the corridor. Lu Ningxuang and Sora carried small bags, while Luan, as a man, dragged a large suitcase. However, as he had been strengthened, these things did not affect him at all, and he walked briskly with the suitcase. Brother, you are becoming more and more manly. I just don't know if he has learned how to dig up the cabbage. Never mind. There's nothing to worry about. My little brother is so talented and rich, he must have a girlfriend. You are so young now, so your career should be the most important thing. As they were thinking about it, several people arrived at the landlord's door. I knocked on the landlord's door, and a young, bespectacled man came out of the room. Oh, it's Miss Lu Ningxuang from 03, what can I do for you? No, I just want to cancel the lease. Lu Ningxuang chuckled, my brother thinks it's too hard for me to live here, so he wants to take me to live with him. Brother! The man glanced at Luan and nodded slightly. Okay, I'll go take a look. If there are no other problems, I'll return the deposit to you. Okay. Originally speaking. It's fine if you can't get the deposit back. I didn't expect the landlord to be so easy to talk to. The landlord acted quickly. After checking that there were no major problems with the house, he readily returned the deposit to Lu Ningxuang. I wish you a happy life. Thanks. Lu Ningxuang responded happily and took Luan's arm. Stinky brother, from now on, sister will follow you to make a living. Luan nodded, took her downstairs, put the luggage in the trunk of Cullinan, and looked at her in a daze, asking curiously, Sister, what's wrong? Yeah, it's okay. Lu Ningxuang opened the door and got in the car. She sat in the chair and still had doubts about her life. My stinky little brother, you are really rich. Master, are we going to the company? Sora started the car and asked. Let us go to the company first. Luan nodded slightly. Then please sit tight, we are about to set off. Sora started the car and started steadily. No conversation along the way. After arriving at the company, Lu Ningxuang finally put her mind at ease. Especially after seeing the lithography machine, his face was full of excitement. The dream is right before our eyes. Just didn't expect it. My benefactor turned out to be the stinky little brother who grew up with me. This person is called Xia Xin. He is a top expert in the chip field. He was responsible for designing our 1nm chip. Seeing Xia Xin called over, Luan briefly introduced him and also introduced Lu Ningxuang to him. Mr. Xia, this is my sister Lu Ningxuang. From now on, she will be the president of our company. Hello, Mr. Lu. Xia Xin bowed respectfully. You're welcome, Mr. Xia. I'll be counting on you a lot in the future. Lu Ningxuang chuckled, then glared at her stinky brother. After you resign tomorrow, I'll recruit someone for you. Just lie back and focus on developing our products. Good. I feel relieved knowing my sister is here. Luan chuckled. A 1nm chip is a truly smart chip. Once it enters the market, it will cause a huge wave. And Lu Ningxuang is the goddess of the sea who controls the raging waves. Lu Ningxuang was still very scary when she got into working mode. For the sake of professional knowledge, she dragged Xia Xin to talk from noon until 8 o'clock in the evening, and only let Xia Xin go reluctantly. So scary. Only. Mr. Lu, to be honest, you are really suitable to be a scientific research talent. Being a president is really a waste of talent. This should be because of professionalism that we can manage it. Know what kind of talents are needed in this field. Okay, sister, it's so late, let old Xia have a good rest. Luan smiled helplessly. We have to go home for dinner. Okay. Tomorrow. After you resign, I will recruit talents for you, and then you can continue to learn from Mr. Xia. A president who knows nothing is not a good president. Lu Ningxuang is full of energy. Okay. Whatever. Luan shook his head helplessly. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to resign, so that you won't be bullied. Thank you. Lu Ningxuang was so moved that she rubbed Luan's head fiercely. Stinky brother, your love for you is not in vain. Chapter 18 Lu Ningxuang's past. Not long. Lu Ningxuang stood at the entrance of this huge villa, her pretty face full of astonishment, her voice trembling a little. Stinky brother, how rich are you now? Luan raised his eyebrows. I'm not sure, but he's pretty rich anyway. Okay, don't be surprised. From now on, you can live here. Of course, all the villas in this manor are mine, you can choose whatever you want. Stinky brother. You are so awesome. Lu Ningxuang pushed open the door and looked at the maid and Klaus standing at the door to greet them. She looked a little mischievous. Little brother, you have a lot to look forward to these days. Aren't you afraid that if Aunt finds out, she will beat your ass? Welcome home, Miss Lu. Klaus took the lead. The neat welcome made Lu Ningxuang's body tense instantly. It took her a long time to relax. She smiled dryly and said, well, I'm back. So shameful. It's so shameful. From being a Cinderella who was still working hard for her dream at the bottom of society, she inexplicably became the eldest daughter of a super wealthy aristocratic family. This contrast made her feel inexplicably ashamed. Wow. She is Luan's sister. What to do? His sister seems so serious. If you come to live together before getting married, will you be regarded as an indecent girl? Will I be hated? Seeing that Luan seemed to respect her very much, if this sister didn't tea like me, would I be abandoned? A moment. Lu Bingyan on the second floor imagined a lot of grand dramas about wealthy families. She moved down from the second floor with fear and took the initiative to attack. Hello, Sister Lu, I am Luan's girlfriend Lu Bingyan, welcome to you. Lu Bingyan, I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. Lu Ningxuang was also slightly amazed by Lu Bingyan's appearance, then she glanced at Luan and chuckled, not bad, little brother. You've already won the campus beauty of Demon University right after the start of the school year. Sister, please stop laughing at me. Although Luan said this, his face was full of pride. He introduced Lu Bingyan at the same time. My elder sister, Lu Ningxuang, also graduated from the Demon University. She should be 3 years older than you. Lu Ningxuang, I remember now, Sister Lu, you are the iceberg goddess of the previous generation. Lu Bingyan clapped her hands. Forehead. Does anyone know that I'm the school belle? Lu Ningxuang was a little unbelievable. Well, maybe I am the worst campus beauty. Sister Lu, could it be Lu Bingyan knew a little about Lu Ningxuang's situation, and her face was a little unfriendly. Sister Lu, how about I help you solve the problem? No, my stinky little brother will help me solve this troublesome sister-in-law tomorrow. It's not good. Lu Ningxuang waved her hand indifferently, and then took Lu Bingyan's hand. Come on, take me around, I'll tell you about this stinky boy's childhood. Oh. That would be great. Lu Bingyan giggled, gave Luan a look, and enthusiastically acted as the housekeeper, taking Lu Ningxuang around the villa while looking for a house of her own. The main villa is really huge. There is no need to go to other villas. Sister. If you are not living a happy life, it is because other people are causing trouble for you. Luan frowned and looked at Xiao Mangyao. Sister Mangyao, my sister, is she being bullied at school? About that. Xiao Mangyao responded casually, but when she saw Luan's murderous expression, she explained, your sister was much more popular than Yan Yan back then. But the point is, your sister is an ordinary person with no background. The position of school beauty is just a source of trouble for her. Back then, there were no less than 10 rich young men who confessed their love to your sister. Some were from the Magic City, some from other regions, and some even from the imperial capital. With your sister's talent, she can't develop in Shanghai. It all comes down to the guy from Shanghai. I met him at a business gathering before, and your sister works in his company. She was suppressed and could not get promoted, so she resigned. I guess because of that, your sister couldn't find a job in the Magic City. Okay, I think I understand. Luan waved his hands irritably, with a cold smile on his face. My sister doesn't want to, no one can force her, not even the emperor. Whoever dares to bully her, I will kill him. Murderous look. Xiao Mengtao's body tensed up instantly, and a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Such terrifying murderous aura was as real as substance. She had only seen it in those soldiers who had experienced countless life and death battles. Unexpectedly. Luan is so young and yet he has such murderous intent. It has artificial intelligence and a nano-smart chip in its body. It's not difficult to stir up trouble in a wealthy family. Both of these are technologies that are urgently needed by the country and benefit the people. According to Xinxiao's policy towards scientific researchers, if that person is really blind and continues to provoke, the state machine will definitely let him know what caused the family to decline. D. June, investigate my sister's college career. At the same time, investigate the detailed information of all those who participated in bullying my sister. Collect all the evidence. Luan gave the order directly. Okay. After D. June responded calmly, he began to frantically invade the Xinxia network, looking for any useful clues. Science and technology. Change the world. Xia Mengyao sighed softly. Now, starting from the Magic City, a big earthquake is coming. Klaus, I have already sent you the information about Zhou Yunjie. Let him suffer a lot in the stock market first. Luan gave the order indifferently. Okay. Klaus knew Luan was angry. As a butler, he will do his best. Shengzhi Deep Entertainment Club. Top floor. Zhou Yunjie held a glass of red wine and shook it gently, his charming eyes looking down at the colorful night view of the Magic City. Professional maid, Luan, Lu Ningxuang, you can't escape from my palm. This Luan. It's hidden really deeply. The trajectory was mediocre, without any business activities, but he was able to get a sea view manor worth tens of billions. She is worthy of being the woman I like. The whole family has excellent genes. Zhou Yunjie slowly put down his glass. Tomorrow, Lu Ningxuang will probably choose to resign. Some interesting things will happen. The other side. Luan was also checking Zhou Yunjie's information. Zhou Yunjie's information was more complicated than he had imagined. This person is so smart that he is almost a demon. Very cunning. Certainly. Under the powerful computing power and invasion of artificial intelligence, Zhou Yunjie's secret cannot be hidden at all. Putting aside other things, the lives he has taken are enough to bring him to an irretrievable end. Upstairs. Lu Ningxuang and Lu Bingyan had a lot of fun. Only. In order not to disturb them, Lu Ningxuang chose the 5th floor, which has a complete private gym, which is the place Lu Ningxuang values most. Because I want to resign. Lu Ningxuang also completely relaxed and slept peacefully for a night in this home that truly belonged to her. When she woke up, it was already 10:30. Chapter 19. Just make him bankrupt. Early in the morning. Lu Ningxuang went to take a bath, and finally, she took the can of beer and walked to the living room on the 1st floor. She looked at Luan, who was sitting in front of the computer and doing nothing, and raised her lips. She walked over and asked, "Is your girlfriend going to school?" Luan nodded, looking at his elder sister who was only wearing a bath towel and her hair was still dripping with water, and frowned slightly. "Sister, I hope you can pay a little attention to your image at home." "What's the big deal? It's our own home, no problem." Luning Shuang threw the beer can into the trash can without caring. "Have you applied for leave of absence?" "No, I can say that I have graduated." Luan smiled calmly. "Today at noon, I will accompany you to resign, and then I have to go to school and hand in the paper on artificial intelligence to Professor Huang, and then I can graduate." "Okay." Luning Shuang's mouth twitched, and she kept muttering in her heart, "Genius is so annoying. Let us eat first." Luan hit the enter key and pointed to the kitchen. "You can ask Sora to heat up your breakfast for you. Then, this girl, whose name is Shuiying, will be your personal maid from now on." Luan pointed at the serious maid standing on the other side and gave a brief introduction. "They also arranged a little maid for me. It's great to have money." While eating, Lu Ningxuan looked a little worried. Luan had read Zhou Yunjia's information, so he naturally knew what he was doing. He smiled softly and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. Leave everything to me, brother. It'll be fine." "Aha!" With Luan's assurance, Lu Ningxuan finally felt a little relieved. 11 o'clock. This time, Luan did not plot against Sora and the others. "Do you want to try it out?" Seeing that his sister seemed to have the urge to touch the car, Luan opened the driver's door and asked with a smile, "Is it okay?" "You're not even to mention." Lu Ningxuan really wanted to give it a try. "Certainly." Luan smiled indifferently. "Let's go." "Okay." Lu Ningxuan has a driver's license and has driven the company's car before. Although Koenigsegg is relatively high-end, it is not difficult to get started. After a few minutes of running in the Manor, she has mastered it. "Brother, come on, I'll take you for a ride." Why? "My sister will feel like a rich woman looking for a girlfriend." He smiled helplessly and sat in the passenger seat. "Let's go." Although Lu Ningxuan spoke very boldly, she actually didn't drive very fast, maintaining a moderate speed of 60 miles per hour. By the time I arrived at the company, it was already 12 o'clock. In front of the company. The employees who were having lunch after get off work were also surprised to see the Koenigsegg parked in front of the company gate. This car is so famous. It's impossible not to be surprised. However, when they saw the person coming down, they couldn't control their expressions. Manager Lu Frost. How could she drive such a luxury car? The tall and beautiful career woman walked out of the company with a slightly frown on her face. Originally, she had called Lu Ningxuan, who hadn't come all morning, and she was afraid that something might happen to her. After all, she also knew that Lu Ningxuan was being pursued by the company's president. That rich second generation who makes people like him so much. Thinking about it, she walked over quickly, but after seeing Luan getting off the passenger seat, she was a little confused. What's going on? Has this girl fallen? Oh, Wan. Lu Ningxuan was a little excited about this matter. Driving a luxury car on the road, I feel like the whole world belongs to me. Xiao Shuang. Li Chouwan frowned and walked to her side, frowning and asking, "Are you okay? You were a little late today. And what's wrong with this man?" "Oh." Seeing her friend's serious look, Lu Ningxuan quickly explained, Wan, you are wrong. This person is called Luan. He is my uncle's younger brother. He is my biological brother. My dear brother." Li Chouwan carefully looked at Luan and found that their faces were indeed very similar. She was relieved and took the initiative to extend her hand. "Hello, my name is Li Chouwan, and I am your sister's best friend. Also, your sister often told me how handsome and smart you are. Today I see that you are indeed not bad." "Really? Thank you." Luan chuckled, gently squeezed her fingertips, and then let go. This kid is good. Li Chouwan was quite surprised by Luan's behavior, and because of this, her evaluation of Luan improved a lot. Wan, I plan to resign today, and take you with me." Lu Ningxuan looked into Li Chouwan's eyes seriously. "Resign?" Li Chouwan glanced at Luan's car and said with a smile, "Indeed, with your brother supporting you, it's okay if you don't work, but I can't do that. No, my brother started a technology company, and I'm going to be the president. I won't have the confidence if you, the financial manager, don't follow me." "Oh. So that's it. Li Chouan hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, if it makes you excited, then the company must have great potential." "I agree." "Hey hey. Thank you." Lu Ningxuang happily hugged her best friend. "It's great to have you." "Come on." Li Chouan rolled her eyes speechlessly and said proudly, "I just don't want to see you squander your brother's fortune. Either way, let us go and resign." Lu Ningxuang took Li Chouan's hand and walked directly into the company. However, Luan followed behind them slowly. Originally, resigning is to get rid of the trouble. Lu Ningxuang didn't want to give Zhou Yunji any more displeasure. She had a clear goal and ran directly to Zhou Yunjie's office and kicked the door open. "Hey, Zhou Yunjie, I'm here to resign." "Resign?" Zhou Yunjie sneered. "Do you think this man can protect you? If I don't want to, you can't escape from my grasp." Zhou Yunjie seemed to have reached his limit of patience and revealed his cards directly. Lu Ningxuan was the only woman he fell in love with. That's why he gave up everything and suppressed his instincts. Now, Lu Ningxuan confronted him, and he just went right out on it. "Really? I made the right decision to come here." Luan looked at Gao Yunjie, who was in an extremely unstable mood, with a smile on his face. He pulled Lu Ningxuan behind him, his eyes were sharp, and he exuded a fierce aura like a tiger. He mocked with disdain, "I can't escape from your palm. Who gave you the confidence?" He. Zhou Yunjie sneered, "Boy, if I don't sign today, can you leave? If you don't sign and leave directly, you will probably have to pay a penalty of nearly 100 million. This is an unfair clause. If not for this, your sister would have left long ago." Li Chouan explained to Luan in a low voice. "So that's it." Luan nodded slightly, his lips curled up. It's not up to him whether to sign or not. "What's the meaning?" Li Chouan was stunned for a moment. "Nothing, just to make him bankrupt." Luan smiled calmly. Chapter 20, the first instruction. Make me bankrupt. Hearing this, Zhou Yunjie held his forehead and laughed. His laughter was extremely arrogant. "Just you? Or relying on the Lu family, the Xiao family? My imperial capital Zhou family's business, even if it's just something I did for fun, I don't want to go bankrupt. How can a nouveau riche like you do that?" Zhou Yunjie's eyes were full of madness and confidence. "In other words, Lu Ningxuan, if you agree to marry me, your brother's development will be smoother, otherwise." "Otherwise how?" Luan picked his ears and slapped him in the face. This slap shattered his dignity. Luan didn't care about his wolf-like ferocious look and said calmly, "Little Golden Crow, publish Zhou Yunjie's scandal information on the entire internet, short the stock market of this company, and hack into the database of Zhou Family Group. If Zhou Yunjie doesn't die, then, let's clash and see whose head is harder." Receive. As a kind-hearted little golden crow, his anger value was raised to the maximum after obtaining first-hand information from Zhou Yunjie. I wish I could expose him directly and send him to the 18th level of hell. However, Luan said that this is a double-edged sword. If used improperly, it may hurt yourself accidentally. But at this time, it is very good. Before, Zhou Yunjie's nature and words were all recorded by Little Golden Crow. There is this beginning. There won't be any problem. At the same time, this can also serve as a warm-up for artificial intelligence. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Little Golden Crow. After seeing Luan's cell phone, Lu Ningxuan finally let go of her worries. With the help of artificial intelligence, Zhou Yunjie's secret will have nowhere to hide. And, Little Golden Crow will definitely help you kill this bad guy. Little Golden Crow was not playing around this time, but was quite serious. He looked so adorable. "Aha! Aunt believes in you." Lu Ningxuan chuckled and stared at Zhou Yunjie mockingly. "Zhou Yunjie, originally, if you had just let us go, we would have lived in peace, but you insisted on fighting with my brother. You are courting death, you can't blame anyone else." Little Golden Crow. What is this? Li Chouan was a little curious. But he didn't ask. When the Little Golden Crow started to act, Emperor Jun also took action. It would be more convenient to let Di Jun destroy a company. A moment. On all major online platforms of Xinxia, scarlet words are placed high up on the top and cannot be deleted, blocked or locked. Imperial capital Zhou family, have you ever remembered those girls and families who were killed innocently? It describes in great detail how each and every living life was humiliated and tortured to death, along with police notices and almost perverted videos of torture. However, these cases were eventually left unresolved. The Zhou family used their immense power to suppress them, and if they couldn't suppress them, then they would kill the entire family of the other party. Cruelty and bloodiness, the darkness of human nature is magnified to the extreme. Imperial capital. Zhou Group. The current person in power is Zhou Tian. At this moment, he stared at the messages on the computer with red eyes. Who did it? Who did it? Boss Zhou, Young Master's company has been completely shorted, and the capital chain has been completely broken. Coupled with this information, Young Master's company has been directly declared bankrupt. The female secretary reported the situation tremblingly. Roll. Get out of here. This time. This is going to completely destroy the Zhou family's century-old foundation. It's me. What about the technical department? Can it be erased? Zhou Tian asked with a rough breath. Boss Zhou, we have no power to fight back. In addition, the enemy has already hacked into the data terminal at our headquarters and taken away the core data. The people from the technical department laughed helplessly. Boss Zhou, this time, the young master has really gotten into big trouble. The other party's technology is at least 100 years ahead of ours. Century. Zhou Tian's eyes were bloodshot and he smashed the phone. After calming down for a while, he picked up the phone and called his son. Hello, Dad. Zhou Yunjie also received his own bankruptcy notice. At the same time, he inspected and went to the police station. Just a few minutes. The man, who he considered to be a nouveau riche, just issued an order and his company was declared bankrupt. The funds were directly drained by the other party, leaving him with a huge foreign debt of tens of billions. Who on earth did you offend? He was able to find out all the bad things you did in the past. Zhou Tian's low roar was like a mad lion. I don't know, Dad, Don't call me Dad, I don't know your son. Zhou Tian roared and crushed the phone. Bastard. Damn thing. Zhou Tian was yelling madly in the office. Zhou Tian, come with us. The office door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged policeman walked in. With a wave of his hand, a group of special forces rushed up and arrested Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian, 20 years, a full 20 years, do you know how hard I have waited for this day? Oh, by the way, your company is suspected of colluding with foreign countries, and none of you Zhou family members can escape. The middle-aged policeman's eyes were full of hatred, because his relatives had died at the hands of the Zhou family. These 20 years. He always wanted to capture this enemy who was at large and shoot him to death. Now. The opportunity has come. No matter what. The person who announced the news, you are my benefactor. Let's go. Luan smiled calmly, I will go to school, you can go to the venue to take a look. Okay. Lu Ningxuang's eyes were shining, and she was in awe of her brother. At the same time, she was sighing, artificial intelligence is really powerful. Waiting outside the company. Li Qiuan finally couldn't hold back his curiosity anymore, so he pulled Lu Ningxuang aside and asked quietly, who is your brother, and what is little golden crow? As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhou Yunjie was immediately dismissed. My brother is a genius, but this is not the right place to talk about it. If you follow me to the factory, you will know. And, oh, you have to sign a contract. No problem. Li Qiuan nodded heavily. Well, I'll drive the car for you. I'll take a taxi to school. Luan took out the paper from the car, waved his hand, called a Didi, and drove away. Stinky brother. Really cool. Lu Ningxuang sighed helplessly and pulled Li Wanqiu, let's go, we'll talk while we walk. Okay. Li Qiuan felt like she was being scratched by a cat. That little golden crow made her extremely curious. After taking a Didi back to school, Luan just arrived at Professor Huang's house when Professor Huang dragged him in and gossiped, you were the one who did that online, right? No one else could have done that except you. Yes, it's a warm-up. Luan nodded and handed the paper to Professor Huang, this is my paper. Then, I plan to give priority to popularizing artificial intelligence. Chapter 21 Little Golden Crow enters the company. Well. What the hell are you doing? Professor Huang gave a helpless smile and said, I'm glad you have a plan. How about choosing the address for your company? It's been done. It's in the high-tech development zone. Luan smiled proudly. Sharp. Professor Huang couldn't help but give a thumbs up, we can grab the land in the high-tech zone. But. Professor Huang's tone suddenly turned serious. Zhou Yunjie and his son are not the decision makers in the Zhou family, but they are their face. You have to pay attention. Luan nodded seriously. The Zhou family is very deep. These things alone are not enough to bring them down. That's right. I will go to our research institute in Shanghai today, and will tell you about your artificial intelligence situation. It is very likely that someone from above will come to see you tomorrow, so you should be prepared. Professor Huang thought for a moment and said slowly, the sooner your artificial intelligence is released, the more the Zhou family will be afraid of your existence and will not dare to do anything to you. You will be safer. Okay. Luan nodded slightly. I have prepared everything properly. That's fine. Go and get busy. I'm going to the research institute now. Professor Huang had obviously been preparing for a long time. After putting Luan's paper into a special password box, he walked out directly with the box. Shaoan, we may need you to support the future of Xinxia. This puts me under so much pressure. Luan scratched his head, looked at Professor Huang's back, sighed softly, and went directly to the finance department. Isn't that the school beauty's boyfriend? He's so handsome. He's handsome, rich, and dotes on the school beauty. Oh, I'm so envious. What's there to be envious of? Aren't you still relying on your family? That's right, we all studied finance, and we are the potential stocks. You? Do you look as handsome as my junior? Given you 30 years of hard work, can you catch up with my junior brother? If you can't do it, don't be so stubborn. The boys didn't say anything jealous yet. He was retorted by those pretty senior students. Only. They are telling the truth. Being handsome is innate and cannot be compared. And have money. The rich will only get richer. It's simply unrealistic to want to catch up. So, what else can I do? Just shut up and say nothing, and maybe you won't lose your right to choose your partner for the next 2 years. Otherwise, that would be really nothing. I can only become a sourpuss and watch others get in pairs. At the entrance of Lu Bingyan's classroom, Lu Bingyan, who was in a daze missing Luan, seemed to have sensed something. She glanced towards the door, and after seeing Luan's gentle smile, an incredible look appeared on her face. She rubbed her eyes. Hey, it really is the handsome boyfriend she had been thinking about. So, she didn't care about other people's eyes at all. Like a bird returning to its nest, she happily ran to Luan and threw herself into his arms. Little Luan, why are you in school? Are you done with your sister? Yeah. Luan rubbed her head and said, I'll hand the paper over to Professor Huang, and then I'll take you to the company. Professor Huang said that there might be a team coming over tomorrow, so we have to prepare well. Okay. Hey. That is, can I do it? Lu Bingyan was still a little unconfident. Certainly. Luan nodded seriously. My sister brought a very talented gold medal financial expert. You can learn from her when the time comes. That's great. Finally, I can help you. Lu Bingyan nuzzled Luan's chest and snorted proudly, I'll be able to stand on my own soon. Don't be anxious, we are just getting started. Besides, it's not all about me making money. Luan's eyes were deep. Thinking about the Zhou family's affairs, his mood became heavier. I want my technology to benefit the people, protect the people, and make it affordable for everyone in Xinxia. This is a great ambition that will affect the interests of countless people. It's hard to do. I support you. Lu Bingyan raised her little face, her bright eyes full of admiration and love, which made the students in the class feel jealous. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't want to eat dog food anymore. How can you hug and cuddle in front of the classroom door? Because time is urgent. Therefore, the two of them did not stay in school and hurried to Ananyan Technology. The office building has undergone tremendous changes under the fierce financial offensive. The only flaw is that there are too few staff. Only. Luan is not so anxious now. As long as the artificial intelligence system is released, recruiting people can be said to be very simple and there will be no difficulty. Now, what the factory lacks is a server terminal that belongs exclusively to Anyan Technology. About this, Luan actually has a lot of wonderful ideas. Now all the old equipment in the factory buildings have been disposed of, and 3 vacant buildings can be used to build server terminals. After all, the specifications of the factory here are very high, and it is not difficult to renovate it, so we can start planning now. Now. It depends on when the scientific research team arrives. Are your brother and his girlfriend so warm and cozy every day? In the conference room, after a brief meeting, Li Chouan and Lu Ningxuan's entry procedures had been signed and completed, and they officially became the president and financial general manager of Anyan Technology. Have no idea. But it's not much different. Lu Ningxuan shrugged her shoulders, watching the subtle interaction between her brother and Lu Bingyan, and raised her lips slightly. My good man is really loyal to me. You said that. I think that he dotes on you as his sister very much. For you, he sent Zhou Yunjie in and exposed the strategic core technology. Boss Li, from now on, Yan Yan will be in your care. When Yan Yan becomes an apprentice, you will be promoted to the president of Anyan Investment. In short, you may be responsible for a lot of things during this period of time. Luan knocked on the table and spoke. Can. Li Chouan was excited. She, Li Chouan, must work hard and teach Lu Bingyan, then get a promotion and a raise, and become a businessman CEO. My dear brother, you really have a keen eye and know how to use people. When Li Chouan was in Zhou Yunjie's company, in addition to serving as a financial manager, he also served as a trader, bringing nearly 10 billion yuan in revenue to the company. She has her own unique perspective on investment. If not for the purpose of protecting her, Li Chouan might have gone solo long ago. And Luan promised her a company. This is undoubtedly the most correct choice. Just being the general manager of finance is really a waste of talent. That's it. Little Jinwu, move into Anyan Technology. From now on, you will be synonymous with Anyan Technology. Luan chuckled and looked at his sister and Li Chouan. Open the company management authority for my sister and President Li. Okay. Xiao Jinwu threw away the comic book in his hand, and his image instantly became noble and gorgeous, with a trace of meticulous seriousness. After logging in the information of the two people, he directly hacked into their mobile phones and created a platform for the company's internal management network. Mr. Lu, Mr. Li, please give me more advice in the future. So serious. Lu Bingyan, who was watching from the side, was astonished. Xiao Jinwu has always had the voice of a carefree little girl, but now she suddenly became serious. The strong contrast made Lu Bingyan very uncomfortable. Chapter 22. It's just wine, I'll give it to you. While Luan was busy making preparations, Professor Huang also hurried to the Magic City Research Institute. Professor Huang was carrying a box and walking briskly. When the researchers greeted him, he ignored them and rushed straight to the director's office. Professor Huang, what's wrong? You sound very anxious. A young researcher, only about 27 or 28 years old, pushed his glasses, looking a little puzzled. He has been working here for 3 years. What's more, it was Professor Huang who recommended him here, so he knew Professor Huang very well. Precisely because of understanding. He then sighed. At the same time, people also speculated whether some confidential scientific and technological achievements might be stored in that high specification box. I wonder who it is. The director of the Research Institute in Magic City is called Wang Cheng. He is an old classmate of Professor Huan Longan. After seeing Professor Huang, Wang Qing teased with some surprise, how come you have time to come to my place when you were so busy? Do you know what happened today? Professor Huang put the box beside him, picked up the tea that Wang Qing had just brewed without hesitation, poured a cup, and savored it carefully. That's it. Wang Qing was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. How could I not know this? They can even hack into the computers in my institute. It's hard for me not to know. But, it's really embarrassing for the Zhou family to have such a descendant. Wang Qing sighed lightly, and then said, you came here just for this matter. I think, with your level, you should not be able to find the trace of the publisher, right? Wang Qing poured himself a cup of tea and looked at the suitcase brought by his old classmate. This old guy, this time he came, he must have some achievements to show off to me. Otherwise, it wouldn't he be so formal. He knows Professor Huang too well. Could it be that there has been some substantial progress in artificial intelligence? I'm sure I can't do anything about it, but I know who did it. Professor Huang smacked his lips and patted the box. Do you want to know? A bottle of specially collected wine. Wang Cheng simply raised his finger. I kept muttering to myself. This guy. I'm just thinking about the bottle of wine that the leader gave me. Fuck, you're so straightforward. Professor Huang laughed helplessly, then patted the box proudly. Do you know Lu Ningxuan? Of course I know. This girl was a well-known figure before she graduated. She was hardworking, studious, and persevering. Unfortunately, That's right, it's a pity that Zhou Yunjie has taken a fancy to her and even used the power of the Zhou family to suppress her. Professor Huang sneered, there are many second-generation dandies in the imperial capital, but none of them is as arrogant as him. You mean, there's a big guy who masters artificial intelligence standing behind Xiaolu? Wang Chang stood up immediately. It has been said to this extent. How could he not guess something? Bring it to you. Wang Chang was extremely excited. When Professor Huang wasn't paying attention, he snatched the box away without caring about his identity. Then he laughed and said, "You want to control me? No way." Hiss. This old thing. I actually got the hang of it. Professor Huang smiled helplessly. Anyway, I have seen it, and I have also handed in the finished product. To tell you the truth, the source code of this artificial intelligence is at least 100 years ahead of this era. Are you excited? Heart beating. This is the truth. As a scientific researcher, he knows the role of artificial intelligence better than anyone else. With artificial intelligence, Xinxia's technological power will directly gain a rampage buff, and within 3 years, it will be able to lead the world. By then, military power and energy development will follow closely. At that time, no one in this world will be able to curb their development. This is truly a magical artifact. With artificial intelligence, missiles can be more precise and tests can be more convenient, without the need for tedious and complicated testing and recording of data over and over again. I took out the paper from the suitcase excitedly, and after reading it carefully, I couldn't help but sigh. The designer of this artificial intelligence is really extraordinary. His wild imagination is really hard for an old man like me to handle. It's not that you haven't seen real artificial intelligence. Professor Huang sipped his tea happily and boasted, the IQ of that artificial intelligence is undoubtedly the same as that of a normal person. Its computing power is amazing. When I exchanged academic ideas with it, there was no spot problem. It even had its own opinions. Will there be problems if the intelligence is too high? Hearing this, Wang Qing's surprise turned into shock. If artificial intelligence is too powerful, it will bring unnecessary troubles to society. For example, if it evolves to a certain level, it will want to rule over humans or something. That doesn't exist. Professor Huang stopped joking with his old friend and said seriously, I have discussed with the producer and calculated that the logic algorithm of the source code is perfect. There is no way that he could have the intention of subversion. That's okay. Wang Qing put the paper on the table, then suddenly looked up. Have you seen this, Luan? Of course, this is his graduation thesis, and he graduated right after the semester started. This kid is the most talented person I have ever met. In his eyes, the knowledge I have is like child's play. Professor Huang sighed. At the same time, I am also very pleased. It is a great fortune for Xinxia to have such a genius. Where are he? Wang Chang was anxious. Such a talent must be absorbed into the research institute. Even if it cannot be done, we must show our sincerity and never let this thing fall into the hands of lawless people or foreign hands. He should be in his own company now. Don't worry, the things you think will not happen. This guy's girlfriend is the little girl from the Lu family. I made an agreement with him when I came here. I will bring someone there tomorrow. Professor Huang looked up at him and said, such a big gift, no thanks. Have. A lot. Don't you just want that little bit of wine? Give. Wang Qing didn't care. As long as he could meet this evil genius, what was a box of special wine? Good. Then I'll contact him right away. You should also contact the imperial capital. We in the Magic City cannot control this thing. That's right. And there are those from the military district. Professor Huang said this carefully. I know. Wang Qing nodded seriously. He was not the kind of person who cared about credit. As he said that, he picked up the internal phone on the desk and made a call. Okay, let's set the time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, how about it? Okay. Then I'll contact that guy. Professor Huang nodded, picked up the phone and called Luan, but it was Lu Bingyan who answered the phone. Hello, Professor Huang, what can I do for you? It's you, little girl. Where's your boyfriend? Professor Huang was stunned for a moment, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He continued, tomorrow, my team will go there to do research. Let's tell Shaoan the time. Okay, then professors, you can come anytime tomorrow. We will be in the company tonight and will not go back. Lu Bingyan glanced at Luan who was busy on the side and said softly, We'll set off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tell him to get ready. People from the capital will also be here, and there may be even higher ranking bosses coming. Professor Huang laughed. It looks like Shaoan is still busy. I won't bother him. That's it. Just get ready. Chapter 23 Just for a unique gift. Hang up the phone. Lu Bingyan said excitedly, Shaoan, tomorrow, a big shot is coming to our company. I'm a little nervous. What should I do? What are you nervous about? Luan smiled silently and squeezed her soft little hand. I'm here, don't be nervous. Besides, this is our home ground. With technology in hand, there's no need to panic. Aha! Lu Bingyan nodded with a smile. This girl. Crazy happy. Luan looked at her smiling face, rubbed her little head, and said softly, You should get familiar with the factory with my sister first. By the way, there are 3 special forbidden areas in our factory. Without my permission, you can't get close for the time being, understand? Okay. Got it. Lu Bingyan agreed with a smile, and ran out with Lu Ningshuang and Li Chouwan, Sister Shuang, Sister Wan Wan, please take me to familiarize myself with the factory. I'm afraid that I will make a fool of myself when the bosses come tomorrow. The big shot is coming. Lu Ningshuang and the other person also looked stern. They both still underestimated the significance of artificial intelligence. Luan said that someone would come tomorrow. I didn't expect it to be confirmed so quickly. Looking at the backs of the 3 people, Luan rubbed his face and said, I'll finish these things soon. When they come tomorrow and we finalize the cooperation, I'll be able to accompany you properly. When Luan thought of Lu Bingyan's natural smile, he felt full of energy. He is now designing AI for research institutes, AI for the military, and then initial AI for corporate development. The computing power of these 2 artificial intelligences from the research institute and the military is at the same level as Xiao Jinwu, and they can be considered as Xiao Jinwu's brothers. Their images are respectively a gentle gentleman and a murderous soldier. They were named Wentian and Xiaobai respectively. Luan admitted that he had some middle school mentality. But, as long as it sounds good, that's all. As for the initial artificial intelligence for use in enterprises in the future, this is a 10-fold simplified version of Xiao Jinwu, with its main feature being convenient office work. As for permissions for higher computing power, national supervision is required. As for artificial intelligence in other fields, some research institutes produce them themselves. Then, the functions of artificial intelligence open to the public will be simpler, with an IQ of the genius level for adults. It can chat with the elderly, monitor the user's physical condition, and of course, can also be used to tutor children in their studies, etc. It's equivalent to a Baymax without the silly and cute body. After finishing these, Luan saw Di Jun and Shi coming together on the screen, and their expressions were quite unfriendly. Daozun, I think you should build a mansion for us separately, so that we don't want to live with others, it's inconvenient. This. Luan gave a helpless smile and said, You need to be patient for a while. After our chips start to be produced, I will ask Xia Xian to design a server for us and I will upgrade it for you. As for the others, except for Xiao Jinwu, they may move out tomorrow. That's okay. After getting the promise, Di Jun looked better. That's it, don't delay too long. Speaking of. He took his wife away. This guy. Luan's mouth twitched. Daozun, my husband has a rather bad temper, but he actually means no harm, please don't be angry. Looking at the line of words on the screen, and then looking at Shiha who looked back and smiled, I couldn't help but smile knowingly. Sure enough, girls are more gentle. The number of sign-ins has also been refreshed. Let me see what I can get today. You'd better stop giving me money. Luan smacked his lips and chose to sign in directly. Ding sign in successfully and obtain the general outline of holographic projection technology. Technology. Luan was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. After seeing the technology required, I breathed a sigh of relief. It only requires a 1 nanometer chip, and as for the rest, the technology is not too advanced. When the time comes. Once the chips start mass production, these computers and mobile phones will be completely obsolete. Then, Luan worked hard again, organizing the knowledge in his mind, and also designed a detailed design drawing of a super smart bracelet. I sent all this information to Xia Xian and left a message asking him to design a compatible chip based on the style of the bracelet. Get everything done. It was already daybreak. The factory was still silent. However, the airport is a completely different story. A huge military transport plane quietly parked at the airport. The entire airport was therefore put into an extremely high-level alert state. Soldiers armed with real guns surrounded the airport tightly, and not even a mosquito could get in. A group of elderly people got off the plane. They looked hurried, with some surprise, some doubt, but more of anticipation. Professor Huang came to the airport to pick us up early in the morning. After seeing the elderly people being protected by a group of Special Forces soldiers, he took a deep breath and said, "This is really a big shot coming." "Xiao Huang, is that thing true or false?" After seeing Professor Huang, the oldest-looking old man rushed up with trembling hands, grabbed Professor Huang's shoulders, and widened his eyes. "Real." Professor Huang responded seriously and patted his hands. "Teacher, don't be so excited. I guarantee with my head that the thing really exists. The mess at the Zhou family yesterday was caused by it." Okay. Good things should be used in the right place. Serve the people. Exposure. As long as the stuff is real, no matter how many ugly things happen, we are not afraid. This is the sword of justice, the sword of judgment. The old man nodded excitedly. "Let's go, I must see this epoch-making technology product with my own eyes." Okay. Professor Huang nodded heavily and took the initiative to support his teacher, his eyes filled with tears. People of the older generation. I love this country and this land too deeply. The military and police cleared the way at the same time. In addition, it is still early in the morning and there are not many vehicles on the road. A little after 7. A group of people came to Luan's factory. Anyan Technology. Looking at this unprepossessing factory. A group of old professors all sighed. "Xiao Huang, you're here so early, the child should not be awake yet, right?" The old professor hesitated. "How about we wait a little longer? There are so many young people and they are under a lot of pressure. It's not polite to come here so early, right?" The voice just got old. A childish voice sounded, and then the LCD monitor installed on the gate lit up. Little Golden Crow also walked out of the nest and said politely, "Grandpa's, and that serious old man, my brother just finished working all night and is washing his face. He already knows you are coming and is rushing over. You can go in." This. A group of old professors stared at the little Golden Crow intently. The soul of scientific research tells them directly. This is the artificial intelligence they have been dreaming of. "Teacher, her name is Xiao Jinwu, and she is an artificial intelligence designed by Luan." Professor Huang took the initiative to answer their questions. "Really, it's really artificial intelligence." The old professor looked at the agility in Little Golden Crow's eyes and took a deep breath. "Little Golden Crow, thank you for coming out to greet me." Because I know you, the old grandfather." "You mean the respected old grandfather, not the serious little old man." The Little Golden Crow raised its head proudly. It looked like a little baby who had scored 100 points in the exam, so proud that he didn't even recognize anyone. "You little Golden Crow, how dare you slander me like this?" Professor Huang was very depressed. He was just a little serious with her, so why did he hate me so much? Soon, Luan and Lu Bingyan rushed over. Looking at the old men who were laughing heartily around the monitor and talking to Little Golden Crow every day, a question mark appeared on their foreheads. Seniors, it's not good to stay at the door and play with Little Golden Crow." "You are Luan." The old man immediately rushed to Luan, his bright eyes full of admiration. Not bad, a good-looking man, Shoan, can I call you that?" "Mr. Lin, of course you can. It's my honor." Luan nodded seriously. "The old man in front of me is a pillar of the country. It is my honor that he calls me Shoan." Elder Lin nodded seriously and smelled it seriously. "What was your original intention in making artificial intelligence?" "Original intention?" Luan was stunned for a moment. He thought that Mr. Lin would ask about academic matters, but unexpectedly, he asked about the most fundamental things. "The original intention?" Luan scratched his hair and looked at Lu Bingyan a little embarrassedly. "I'm telling the truth." Luan was actually afraid of hurting the old people's feelings. "If my answer makes them angry, I will become a sinner for all eternity." "Ha ha. Don't worry, we won't laugh at you. Young people, what you are doing is nothing more than fame, fortune, and money. It doesn't matter which one it is. It's just a way to judge Luan's personality and needs, that's all." "Okay, actually, the reason I created artificial intelligence is because I wanted to give my girlfriend a unique gift. Lewin explained frankly, I was short of money, but gift spot with money were too tacky, and artificial intelligence happened to be something I was interested in, so I did it. Lewin is very frank. But it left the group of old men dumbfounded. Especially when I saw the sweet aura between the two young people, I felt terrible. We have spent so much effort to research something, but it just becomes a gift to you. Do you have to discourage people like this? Unlike the old people who were shocked and depressed, Lu Bingyan was as happy as if she had eaten honey. She gave Lewin a coquettish look and said, You bastard. How can I not fall in love with you? Chapter 24 Such a young man. That. The old man rubbed his face, feeling that he might have heard it wrong. You heard it right. Lewin shrugged his shoulders, I made this artificial intelligence to prepare a gift for Yin Yin, that's all. It really is. Old Lin's face was twitching. This really surprised him, so how long have you been doing this? Not much, right? Lewin hesitated for a moment and raised a finger. I have been interested in the source code for 4 or 5 years now, and it only took me one night to complete it. This. Mr. Lin was stunned. This was really beyond his imagination. This group of people started researching artificial intelligence when the definition was first given. So far, I only have a rough idea. The sample produced is not only not intelligent, but also completely mentally retarded. And now, a young boy. It only took 5 years to complete the epoch-making artificial intelligence. This made him both excited and uncomfortable. I am excited because Xinxia's young generation has someone to take the lead. I'm depressed that something I've studied all my life but still haven't fully understood has been accomplished by a child. Mr. Lin, you can't be so excited. Lewin gently supported Mr. Lin's skinny hand and said softly, Artificial intelligence is just the beginning of our technology. I have something better in my field. Better? Mr. Lin was stunned for a moment. If another teenager said this, he would definitely get angry and say that he was too ambitious. But, the boy in front of me. But it gave him endless expectations. Let's go into the factory. Old Lin laughed loudly, the wrinkles on his face became much less, and his steps became much lighter. Lewin took them directly to the meeting room. The extremely high-standard conference room made the group of elderly people marvel at it. Apart from anything else, the decoration style alone made them look up to Lewin. Serious, solemn, and professional. Lewin didn't say any nonsense. He just turned on the projector and called out some information about Little Golden Crow to explain it to the seniors. The eyes of the old professors were all shining, just like students eagerly absorbing advanced knowledge. In the entire conference room, apart from Lewin's voice, the only sound was the old professor's writing notes. From the beginning to the end. Lewin spoke for 3 hours, and then the next 2 hours were spent solving problems for the professors. Every professor gained a lot. It will take time to fully understand artificial intelligence, so time is limited and we will stop here. Have a meal. Lewin asked the maids to prepare it and send it over. While eating, old Lin was still a little anxious. Shawan, what are those other things you mentioned? We have reached the threshold of artificial intelligence. Tell me quickly, otherwise, if you let me get caught by the cat, I will definitely kick my legs and lie down here without moving. Forehead. This. Listening to the old man's tantrum, Lewin gave a helpless smile, clicked on his phone, and the design of the super-intelligent bracelet was displayed. All my scientific research results are concentrated on it, civilian artificial intelligence seeds, holographic projection, and an nanometer smart chip. Puff. A moment. A group of old men all stared with their eyes wide open, and the soup in their mouths sprayed all over the table. Some of them even had a vermicelli hanging out of their nostrils, looking very funny. Are you kidding? If this is true, this young man is on his way to becoming a god. The Xinxia chip has always been a bottleneck. 1 nanometer. What a concept. Overtaking on a curve. It is also a presence that is far ahead of others. The 1 nanometer chip technology has been perfected and matured and can be put into production immediately. I have also assembled 10 lithography machines. This smart bracelet can be produced at any time. Can we take a look? This time it was not only Professor Lin who was excited, but also another mighty white-haired old man who exuded an iron-blooded aura. Certainly. Lewin was very straightforward. Originally, I was planning to launch a nanometer smart chip first, but reality always plays tricks on us. Lewin spread his hands helplessly. Come on, old man, I'll take you to see it. Well. Mr. Lin said two good words in a row. A group of people came to the factory in a mighty manner. 5 machines, whose structures and appearances are completely different from conventional lithography machines, are displayed quietly in the dust-free workshop like goddesses who have fallen into the mortal world, emitting a bright glow. It really is a photolithography machine. The one waiting here is Xia Xin. Chip aspect. Xia Xin is professional. Mr. Lin, this is our company's chip expert, his name is Xia Xin. He designed the smart chip and the chip for the smart bracelet. Luan chuckled and continued, I don't know much about chips, so let him explain it to you. After Luan finished speaking, he originally planned to follow along obediently to gain some experience, but he was called out by the tall old man and returned to the office. For this old man. To be honest, Luan was still in awe. Li Bixing, the Grand Marshal of the National Military, is an old veteran. In fact, when Mr. Li called him alone, he knew what was going on. However, one cannot be too proactive in this kind of thing, so he still asked if Mr. Li had any questions. Can you come up with a military version or a scientific research version of your artificial intelligence? Mr. Li knew very well how useful an artificial intelligence would be in war. As long as you have this, satellites will no longer be afraid of being monitored by others, and can even do the opposite and monitor other countries. He knew that this request was a bit excessive, but he was willing to pay any price. As long as Luan is willing to authorize them to use this artificial intelligence. That's right. Just authorization. No matter how much money you offer, or any other request you have, I will agree to it unconditionally. Mr. Li looked at Luan seriously, without any condescending attitude. Mr. Li, don't be so serious. I was born in Xinxia and was protected by lovely people like you. What I can do is to reduce the pain of those lovely people as much as possible. I designed the military version last night. Luan shrugged. I have also designed the Research Institute version. I will give you these 2 models unconditionally. But I have a small condition. That is, my company, under the premise of not violating the law and not harming the interests of Xinxia, when we release new products, how about giving us a little green light? As for taxes and so on, it doesn't matter. I have no shortage of money. I don't know why. I am not happy about getting artificial intelligence for free. Even. I kind of want to beat him up. This face that shows that he is not short of money really deserves a beating. Of course, I actually have some thoughts on this. My girlfriend is from a red family, and I am doing this to establish my own personality. At the very least, before we get married, I want my future father-in-law to have a better impression of me. Right. Now I want to beat him even more. Is it appropriate for you to be so sweet in front of an old man like me? It's not appropriate. The corners of Mr. Lin's mouth kept twitching. This kid. My girlfriend, I am so happy. Now, there is only one problem. Luan was somewhat helpless. It is difficult for your current server to bring out the unbeaten supercomputing power. The most important thing is that he needs a body of his own, which is the server. My calculation is that after the 1 nanometer chip starts mass production, we will cooperate with the Xia family to produce a brand new intelligent server module. At that time, the assembled service terminal will be able to run artificial intelligence perfectly. Luan explained somewhat helplessly. At the same time, Little Golden Crow also spoke up. That's right, this shabby place is so uncomfortable for me to live in. I can't use my skills at all. I see. Mr. Li touched his chin and said, the Xia family is indeed one of the few semi-military enterprises. Its subsidiary company produces wafer photoresist. It is indeed a good choice to cooperate with them. I agree to your request. As for artificial intelligence, our military and research institutes have it. How long will it take for it to be used? Mr. Li asked again. Artificial intelligence is easy to talk about. The key is the construction of server terminals. Have you chosen a site? According to my estimation, 50,000 server modules will be more than enough. You have to choose a good address. Luan did not rashly promise a time. This is indeed a matter. Mr. Li scratched his head and laughed. Well, Shaoan, you run the 2 models you designed here, and then give me a subsystem. I will take it back and discuss it. Okay. Luan took the old man's phone and touched it against his own phone, and 2 images appeared on his phone. Looking at 2 images. The old man still liked it very much. Not bad, Shaoan, this aesthetic suits my taste. This name, unbeaten, quite domineering. Hey hey! Just like it. Lewin chuckled and let out a long breath. Old man, does your military want chips? Want. Of course. The old man waved his hand and said, when you guys are sure, I will come over to negotiate in person. Don't hesitate to name your price. Don't be polite to me, kid. If I know you are selling it to us at a loss, I will not let you off. Have to. This is what the old man said. Lewin scratched his head and said with a smile, don't worry, our film production has a 100% yield rate, and the cost is not that high. I estimate that it will not be too expensive. By the way, I also have a system of our own. The performance is countless times more powerful than one. It is designed based on artificial intelligence. Do you want a set? Want. Mr. Lee didn't think twice and just said one word, yes. No matter who refuses, it won't work. Only when something belongs to you can you feel at ease using it. Do you care if the United States is behind you? Shan Xia. There is such a young man. Very good. Mr. Lee couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 25, Dating, Angry Comrade Lao Lu. The scientific research team stayed in the factory for one night. The next morning, I reluctantly left the Magic City. Only Professor Huang stayed in the factory, and he pulled Luan's hand carefully. You kid, I suddenly don't want you to leave Shuexiao. What does it mean? Luan was stunned. Isn't this the game I'm playing? Become a graduate student. Professor Huang said seriously, after a while, I can actually promote you to professor. By then, I'm afraid that famous domestic universities will try their best to snatch you away. Not interested. Luan just curled his lips. It won't work even if you have no interest. Professor Huang sighed. Luan's move can be said to be unparalleled in the country. Although the title of professor is heavy, Luan can afford it. I'll just be a graduate student for now, but forget about being promoted to professor. I'm still young, and it's not appropriate for me to have this title. Luan politely refused. Mr. Huang, please help me take care of it first. When I really have to agree, you can just help me get the job of professor at Magic City University. Okay. Professor Huang's face was full of joy. I got a professor for nothing. Okay, I'll just talk. You two can go and have fun. I won't bother you anymore. Professor Huang chuckled and said, I'll go through the graduate student procedures for you when I get back to school. Of course, you'll be a free man. Thank you, Professor Huang. Luan nodded, and after sending Professor Huang to the car, he scratched his head and returned to the office. Sister and Mr. Lee, the recruitment and negotiation with the Xia family will be left to you. I'm leaving now. Get out, get out. Lu Ningxuang rubbed her hands together. Wan, our world is coming soon, ha 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 ha. Don't be so immature. The corner of Li Chouwan's mouth twitched. Of course, she was not at peace in her heart. It's just that she is more reserved and doesn't care about her image like Lu Ningxuang. In the car. Lu Bingyan was still a little embarrassed. I agreed to follow Sister Wan for an internship, but now I'm running away. Isn't that a bad idea? What's wrong with that? Our company needs veterans like this right now to get back on track quickly. Luan smiled indifferently. Then he squeezed her little hand and said, let's announce that we are together. It's been so long. If we don't go on a date once, our life will be incomplete. Date. Lu Bingyan's pretty face flushed, and she snorted shyly, it's indeed not perfect, hee hee. My senior sister is so cute. That silly little look. Start the car. Luan asked, Yen, do you have any ideas? In fact, Luan was also quite nervous. This was his first time going on a date. Therefore, he does not intend to rely on the assistance of artificial intelligence strategies, but wants to truly experience a date for two people. I want to go to the zoo. Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up, to see the big axe and the big Shiji. Ding. Trigger a special mission. Choose to accompany your girlfriend to visit the zoo and get rewards, God-level animal tamer skills, a pair of Siberian tiger cubs and a gift package of complete breeding certificates, a pair of Congolese lions and a gift package of complete breeding certificates. Do you want to accept the mission? Receive. What's there to hesitate about? Just pick it up and it's done. Free rewards, very tempting. Tiger cubs and lions are distributed directly into the manor. The skills of the God-level Beastmaster were also mastered in an instant. With this skill, he can understand the meaning of any wild animal's calls. In an instant, the world becomes lively. Okay, let's go now. Lewin nodded, then smiled mysteriously. Today, let's go home. I have prepared a big gift package for you. What a great gift package! Is it something delicious? As a little foodie, the girl's first thought was that Lewin had prepared something delicious for her. When the two set off for the Shanghai People's Zoo. Military. In the army, Mr. Li looked at the man standing in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Lu, your daughter found a good son-in-law for you. Comrade Lao Lu was stunned for a moment, and said incoherently, Commander, please don't talk nonsense, my daughter is only a junior, and except for the girl from the Xia family, she doesn't even have a friend. Please don't talk nonsense. That's right. Comrade Lao Lu reacted violently, with murderous intent in his eyes. If anyone bothers the little cabbage he has worked so hard to raise, he will immediately rush up and give him a set of military boxing. You don't know yet. Seeing his reaction, Mr. Li was a little surprised, but at the same time, he felt it was quite interesting, so he said calmly, Do you know why we went to the Magic City? I don't know. Comrade Lao Lu did not have such great authority, so he did not make any random guesses. You are so boring. Comrade Lao Lu curled his lips and then said, It's not a big deal, it just confirmed the legendary artificial intelligence. AI. Comrade Lao Lu is really excited. What a pity. Mr. Li didn't say much. Military supplies can be arranged soon, there is no rush now, it's your son-in-law's business now. This thing was developed by your son-in-law. Old Li glanced at Comrade Lu who was about to go berserk, and chuckled, We are still living together. That's right, we are living together. We have completely moved out of the school. What? Comrade Lao Lu felt like the sky was falling. The world is gray. The good girl in my mind suddenly fell into the arms of another man and even lived with him. Doesn't that mean I am going to be a grandfather for no apparent reason? This is not right. This is unethical. I will never admit it. Right. Even if you develop artificial intelligence, it won't work. Comrade Lao Lu kept mumbling, as if he had lost his soul. How could it be so fast? It's impossible. Okay. That girl has good taste. Mr. Li raised his eyebrows and said, Sooner or later, my daughter will have to get married. Let's be more open-minded. No. I don't admit it. Comrade Lao Lu's heart is bleeding. Without my knowledge, my daughter was abducted. He must be killed. Comrade Lao Lu gritted his teeth. Hiss. At the zoo entrance, Lewin, who was buying the ticket, suddenly felt a chill. What's going on? Who wants to plot against me? The sudden chill sent a chill down his spine. It's like being stared at by an evil ghost. Being a little naughty sometimes is so cute. Seeing Lewin's alert look, Lu Bingyan smiled, took the initiative to hug his arm, and asked softly, How is it? Are you safe now? It's safe. Lewin felt the warmth coming from the lovely senior schoolmate, and the chill instantly subsided. After scanning the code, he took the ticket and walked into the zoo with Lu Bingyan. This zoo is quite big. The specifications are just like a smaller version of the National Wildlife Park. Animals such as tigers and lions have their own free-range areas and possess a certain wildness. Chapter 26 Don't run away if you have a perm. Big brain axe, big Shiji. Awoo. As soon as she entered the zoo, Lu Bingyan was as happy as a little bee. He pulled Lewin and ran towards the free-range area. She really likes these two powerful yet cute big cats. Let's go to the free-range area first. This was obviously not Lu Bingyan's first time here. She ran to the free-range area with ease, bought 2 tickets for the sightseeing bus in the free-range area, and pulled Lewin to sit on it. She chattered non-stop, Let me tell you, the big brain axes here are very cute, especially the fat big faceplate, which is so stupid. I come to see it every time I come here. Listening to the senior student analyzing the cuteness of tigers and the characteristics of the tigers in this zoo, Lewin could only sigh in his heart. How many times do you have to come here and love tigers so much to remember each unique feature? Even the breeder who was driving was a little surprised. You know, sometimes he may not be able to recognize which are the different tigers in the free-range area. There were 4 passengers in their car. In addition to the 2 of them, there was also a young hot mom dressed very fashionably, who brought her cute baby to watch the tiger fighting. The adorable baby looked about 3 years old. He was lying on the window adorably, staring at the grassland outside the car, looking for traces of the tiger. Lu Bingyan, who was sitting behind her, was also like this, staring at the grassland eagerly, and kept muttering, "Keeper, hurry up, tell the tigers to receive the guests." Ah, this. Not so good. Call Huzi over. Even if we drive a special safety sightseeing car, it is not safe. As long as you enter the free range area. There is a potential risk, there is no doubt about that. Not to mention that he didn't have the ability to summon the tiger, even if he did, he wouldn't dare to call it over. There are a total of 10 adult tigers in the free range area. If all of them came over, the small car would really not be able to handle it. Ah! Suddenly, a low roar shocked the whole area. In the direction of the roar, there was also smoke and dust from the intense activities of large animals. Amidst the roars of the tigers, Luan also heard roars that did not belong to tigers, so he asked curiously, "Keeper, are the lions and tigers raised together here? How is that possible?" The keeper actually heard the lions' roars mixed in, and his face looked a little cautious. I guess the fence was forcibly torn open by the lions, and they broke into the tigers' free range area. Oh, Mom, Daxiji was bullied by the tigers. The cute baby suddenly pointed outside the window and said in a baby voice at the two lions running towards them. Really? The young mother held her child in her arms with some fear. "Keeper, we can't stay here, right? Can't move now." All 10 tigers came out in pursuit. If they speed up rashly, they will probably be targeted by the tigers. Even this jeep that has been reinforced several times cannot withstand the impact of 10 tigers. Even if they hold on, there is a high probability that they will be knocked to the ground, and then they will be in real danger. Shaoan. This murderous tiger no longer looks cute, and its sharp fangs are still stained with blood, looking ferocious and vicious. Lu Bingyan's body was shaking, and she hid in Luan's arms. These tigers are so fierce when they fight. Okay. More than just vicious. The one who yelled was really a jerk. The leading tiger was obviously the king. He was much bigger than the other 9, with strong limbs and distinct muscles. His roar was strong and domineering. "You perm-haired guy, don't run. You dare to break into my chassis. I'll tear you apart." The 2 lions in the front were in such a state of disgrace that they were also cursing. "You damn tattooed bastard, if you dare, come fight me in a one-on-one fight. Let's fight one-on-one, don't run away." The Tiger King's eyes became more and more ferocious and murderous. If he were wearing black sunglasses, he would definitely be the tattooed big brother of society. He could scare 2 school beauties to tears just by standing there. In fact, the school beauty in his arms was already crying with fear. Luan hugged her with great distress. "Okay, it's okay, these tigers are just a bunch of traitors, and the 2 lions are also idiots." Phew. Letter ball. This dialect sounds so interesting. Lu Bingyan still had tears in her eyes. She laughed and said fearfully, "Then these 2 lions will not survive." Luan took a look at the lion's condition, patted her hand gently, and said after a moment's pause, "When the keeper comes over, these 2 lions will definitely be eaten by the tigers." Ah. When Lu Bingyan heard this, she said anxiously, "Keeper, hurry up. Already calling." The breeder has no other options now. The phone has been called several times. However, the tiger was already very mad and had strayed so far from the tourist overpass that it was difficult to anesthetize it remotely. Not to mention, the tigers are now very excited and it will take some time for the anesthesia to take effect. Even after it takes effect, there is still the risk of being accidentally injured by their own kind. The park is actually very anxious. Let me do it. Listening to this group of tigers chasing and challenging each other like the Black Society, he spread his hands helplessly and opened the door directly. Shaoan. Don't want. Just a moment. Luan was exposed outside the car, and the lion also noticed Luan, and so did the tiger. At the same time, the 2 of them stopped fighting, and both had fierce looks in their eyes. It's a 2-legged beast, eat him. Chapter 27, The Tiger King has fallen. It's over. Not just the breeders. Tourists on the overpass also noticed the situation here. After seeing a man getting off the sightseeing bus, everyone was dumbfounded. Isn't this seeking death? Don't worry, it's okay. Luan looked back and smiled, then his aura began to burst out, his eyes became stern, staring at the lion and tiger running over and said calmly, "Hey, the one with the tattoo and the one with the permed hair, do you think I'm easy to bully?" After Luan spoke, the lion and tiger slammed on the brakes at the same time, but because they were rushing too fast, their heads were heavy and they turned over. They looked at Lewin in disbelief and said, "Wow, this is amazing. These two-legged animals can speak animal language. Hey, two-legged beast, aren't you afraid of us?" The largest tiger king took a step forward and stared at Lewin with bared teeth. "Afraid of you?" Lewin curled his lips in disdain, walked over with his long legs, and slapped him in the face. "I'm afraid of you, a cat." "Oh shit." The breeder in the car was stunned when he saw this scene. A handsome but childish boy actually walked straight into the tiger group and slapped the tiger king in the face. That slap. The flesh on the tiger king's face was trembling visibly. "It hurts just looking at it. This two-legged beast actually dared to hit me." The tiger king was also confused. After reacting, he opened his mouth wide and bit Lewin's throat. "Still want to bite me?" Lewin sneered and slapped him again. He slapped the tiger king with all his strength, sending him flying with one slap. This time, the tiger king finally understood. The man in front of me is a tough guy. More vicious than myself. To anger him is to eat the tiger. The tiger is not willing to see the loss in front of him, so he runs away. The tiger king turned around and wanted to run, but his tail was caught by Lewin. No matter how hard he tried, he could only dig the ground on the spot. The other tigers and two miserable lions, seeing this scene, all lay down on the ground obediently to show their submission. What a joke. There is nothing wrong with submitting to the strong. It's so embarrassing to be grabbed by the tail. It's a dark history of the tiger. A bunch of cowards. Watching all his men surrender. The tiger king roared madly. Finally, under Lewin's threat, he obediently exposed his belly to show his submission. This. Tigers and lions are all scared. The breeder was dumbfounded. Lu Bingyan, who was worried about Lewin, felt a little dizzy and couldn't react. "Yen, it's okay. These big cats are very well behaved. Do you want to come down and take a look?" Lewin chuckled. "Is it okay?" Lu Bingyan was a little excited. "Of course you can." Lewin stared at the tigers and lions with sharp eyes. "If you don't behave, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Of course, brother, we are very good." The tiger has completely lost its dignity. Surrender to the power of evil. After holding Lu Bingyan's hand and letting her stroke the tiger's soft belly fur, Lu Bingyan flew with joy. As for the breeders. "Now I am a little confused, and I contacted the higher-ups. The lion is safe, and was subdued by a tourist, who petted it like a big cat." "What?" The leader who was rushing over felt like he was blind as he actually heard such incredible words. People subdued tigers and lions. Real. The breeder initiated the video. Then a group of leaders were stunned by the scene of a group of big cats acting coquettishly towards a pair of fairy couples. Then they looked at themselves fully armed with narcotics and drunken guns, and felt that the world became so strange. Expert. This is a master. Anyway. The leader also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as people and animals are fine, everything is fine. This fat guy. Have you gained weight again recently? Lu Bingyan pinched the flesh on the tiger king's belly and teased him. Then, noticing the envious look of the little cutie, she waved, "Little cutie, do you want to touch it?" "Want." The little cutie responded crisply, then looked towards his mother, his face full of anticipation. This. The young mother was still a little hesitant. These big cats are ferocious beasts after all. No matter how docile they can still be dangerous. But she didn't want to disappoint her daughter. So I became conflicted. It's okay. These big cats are very sensible and won't hurt children. You can also come and play with them. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, you will never have it again. Lewin patted tigers and said without caring at all. Oh well. This opportunity. It is indeed rare. I think this experience will give my baby an unforgettable memory. She carefully carried her baby out of the car and came to the tiger group. Then, she squatted down carefully, protecting her baby and carefully stroking the tiger's fur. Because children's hands feel very comfortable to touch. The tiger even let out a comfortable purr from its throat. The eyes were narrowed, making the big cat's face look even more adorable. Yen, come here, let me take a picture of you. Lewin looked at Lu Bingyan deeply, took out his mobile phone, and captured the wonderful interaction between her and the tiger and lion. Mr. Breeder, can you take a photo for us too? The young mother was now relaxed. Seeing the sweet atmosphere between Luan and Lu Bingyan, she felt that she should take a photo as well. Maybe she could take it out and reminisce about it in the future. I have also touched tigers and lions. Oh whoa! So envious. That girl. On the overpass. Some people used the camera function on their cell phones to watch Luan and the others, and they were going crazy with jealousy. Originally, everyone thought it would be a tragedy. But who could have thought? The picture will become so warm. Even. That godly boy dotes on his girlfriend so much that he plays with tigers and lions with her without any disgust. That girl's smile is so sweet. I envy you so much. People on the overpass are envious of the separation of the plasmolysis wall. Seeing that Lu Bingyan was having fun, Luan also became playful and directed Hu Zi and the lion to perform various interesting shows and interactions. Until the leader came. Luan stopped. The zoo leader didn't really care. He thanked Luan with gratitude and took out 2 special VIP cards and handed them to Luan. Mr. Lu, if it weren't for you today, I'm afraid both the tourists and the lions would be doomed. To express my gratitude, I'll give you these 2 cards. The holder of these 2 cards can visit any attraction in our zoo for free for life. Oh. Then thank you. Luan took it casually, then said to Lu Bingyan with a smile, Yen Yen, have you had enough fun? Enough is enough. Lu Bingyan stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and rubbed Tiger King's head reluctantly. Big fatty, I will come to play with you again in the future. Snore. 2-legged beast, you have great skills, you must continue to pet me, I'm very good. That's right. Tiger King has fallen. Chapter 28 Feeding Each Other. Under the leadership of a group of park leaders, Luan and a few others left the free-range area. After another round of official thanks, the park's leaders left to reinforce the breach in the fence. Lu Ningxuang and her friend had a lot of fun playing together. Visit the panda house to see the cute and adorable giant pandas. Watch the beluga whale show at the aquarium. The monkeys at Monkey Mountain are still annoying. After playing around for a long time, Lu Bingyan was quite satisfied. Certainly. Her favorite is still the big cat. Contented, Lu Bingyan held Luan's hand, humming a happy tune, and walked towards the food area of the zoo. The snacks here are pretty good. Luan could smell the tempting fragrance from a distance. Certainly. There is another point. He is really hungry. If it weren't for the enhanced physical fitness. He felt that it was impossible for him to accompany Lu Bingyan to visit the entire zoo, and they tried more than a dozen attractions, big and small. Even now, he feels very tired. You do it first, I'll buy you something delicious. I'm familiar with this place. Lu Bingyan pushed Luan onto the chair, gently wiped the sweat off his forehead, and happily ran into the food shopping area. Look at that person's girlfriend. Many male couples eating here looked at Luan with envy. Then, looking at their own girlfriends who could only whimper and beg, tears of pain welled up in their eyes. When will boys be able to stand up? I'm so angry. Feel. Why are they so envious of me? Luan touched his round chin, a little confused. Not long. Lu Bingyan asked the waiter to bring over several special snacks. The table was filled with bang bang chicken, hot and sour noodles, small skewers with red oil, etc. Hee, these are all pretty good. When Yao Yao and I came here together, we liked to eat these the most. Lu Bingyan was quite confident in the food she had chosen. She picked up a string of fish balls, blew them carefully, and brought them to Luan's mouth. Ah. Damn it. How can this girlfriend be so perfect? The boys around are even more jealous. Ah. Luan smiled slightly, opened his mouth and ate it. The fish balls soaked in red oil were spicy and slightly numb, with a chewy texture and tasted quite good. Certainly. Among them is the happy Jiaqing, who was fed by his beloved senior schoolmate. Luan felt that these fish balls were the ultimate delicacy of the day. No one can surpass it. It tastes good, right? I want to be fed too. Lu Bingyan held her pink little face, opened her little mouth, and begged for food. Okay. The feeling is very subtle. Luan did not refuse. His sunny smile, handsome face, sharp edges and gentle look made him look like he was glowing, attracting the attention of many girls around him. So handsome. Be careful. Hot. Luan also picked up a string of tofu and put it into Lu Bingyan's mouth. The tofu was so smooth and tender that Lu Bingyan's bright eyes narrowed. For a while. Pink bubbles appeared between the two people. The sweet and pure love made the surrounding couples lose their appetite at all. Although they were not single, they were worse than singles. The boy feels that his girlfriend is not as gentle and sensible as other people's girlfriends. The girl feels that her boyfriend is not as handsome as others and not as gentle as others. To the extent that, watching Luan and the other person being so affectionate and feeding each other, I felt like I was viciously fed a big bag of dog food, which made me feel dry, numb, and uncomfortable. It's great to be young. Some married women with children looked at the two of them with anti-smiles on their faces, reminiscing about their lost youth. A meal. The meal was delicious. It took more than an hour to finish the meal. After eating, Lu Bingyan began to feel sleepy. Xiaoan, I'm a little sleepy, let's go home. Okay. Luan did not refuse. He picked her up like a princess and said, let me hold you. So shy. Lu Bingyan shyly hid her face in Luan's arms. So happy. This girl. Luan's good looks and the distinct muscle lines on his arms have attracted the envy of countless girls. Such a boy is your boyfriend. It feels too safe, doesn't it? When Luan carried Lu Bingyan to the car and started it, the girls were even more envious. And gentle. And rich. Boys like this are truly rare creatures. Thank you. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Bingyan gently hooked her arm around Luan's neck, leaving a soft mark on his cheek. Hee, I'll give you another stamp. Her naive look made the onlookers smile inexplicably. Although I felt extremely sad in my heart, I still couldn't help but smile knowingly. These are truly a perfect match. Luan smiled gently and pinched her smooth little face. Let's go home. There are good gifts prepared for you at home. Really? Then I'm waiting. Lu Bingyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Luan's driving speed was very steady, but not slow. In just half an hour, they returned to the manor. Master, madam, welcome home. Klaus greeted them at the door, and the car was sent to the garage by a maid. We are back. Luan held Lu Bingyan's hand and asked, Klaus, where is the little pet I sold? It's in the backyard. Klaus pondered for a moment and hesitated. Master, feeding these large animals is not safe, right? Fine. I have an idea in mind. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, take us to have a look. By the way, when raising them, we must pay attention to the nutritional balance and let them exercise on time. Okay. Klaus nodded slightly, considering whether to prepare a pistol, just in case of emergency. Tigers and lions are not too threatening when they are cubs, but once they grow into subadults, they become a threat to humans. Get a gun ready. It can also better ensure the safety of the young master and his wife. Backyard. In an independent circle space, Lu Bingyan saw the little animals playing inside. This is a Siberian tiger, a variant of a white tiger, and Xiao Shiji. Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up with excitement, and she jumped up and down while hugging Luan. Xiaoan, I really love you to death. Wow, they are so cute. Can I carry you to school? Lu Bingyan rubbed her hands excitedly, holding a little tiger, and refused to let go. This. Luan scratched his face and said, I don't think that's a good idea. It's better for the cub not to have too much contact with people. So that's it. Okay. Lu Bingyan was a little disappointed for a moment, but she quickly recovered and rubbed the tiger's head angrily, making the little tiger howl in annoyance. It struggled to run away from Lu Bingyan's arms and hid behind Luan, growling threateningly. This little guy. Luan chuckled, squatted down and flicked his head gently. Little guy, don't be mean to others in the future. We are all family. If you are mean to others, you will have no meat to eat. Awoo. The little tiger cried out in grievance. I didn't tea, this bad woman is going to beat me bald. Forehead. Feeling the resentful look from the little tiger, Luan felt a little embarrassed and said helplessly, Yan, don't rub the tiger's head like this in the future, it will cause the hair to fall off. Besides, the tiger doesn't like this. You can comb their hair and scratch their chin to improve their relationship little by little. So that's it. Lu Bingyan seemed to be thinking, okay, I'll listen to you, hee. Chapter 29 I want to take you to meet my family. The God-level beast tamer's enlightenment ability is still very weak. It can make small animals smarter. It can also make them more friendly. Especially the cubs. After the enlightenment is completed, it will be like a little baby who has just learned to run and play, happily spinning and jumping around the adults, so cute. Played with his lovely tiger and lion for a while. Lu Bingyan gave them all names. The one with the character on their heads was clearly a boy among the white tigers, and his name was Bai Wang. The more shy and clingy one was a girl, and her name was Wenru. Lions are easier to identify, especially after they grow up. Little boys are called Dashuai and little girls are called Tianjiang. The reason is that this little girl really likes fighting. The appearance of the little gangster girl is so funny that one can't help laughing. King Bai, Wenru, and the great commander, I'm going to take a nap. I'll come and play with you tomorrow. Lu Bingyan yawned lazily, dragged Luan back to her room, and then hooked her arm around Luan's neck and fell on the bed together. Her bright gem-like eyes stared at Luan's profile and she smiled foolishly. Sleep with me, okay? Good. Luan was slightly stunned, then he pinched her nose lovingly and said gently, go to sleep, I'll stay with you. Yeah. Lu Bingyan happily leaned into his arms, listening to his heartbeat, and soon fell into a deep sleep. In this quiet environment. Smelling the unique fragrance of Lu Bingyan, Luan's eyelids became heavier and heavier. Finally, his chin gently rested on Lu Bingyan's head and he fell into a deep sleep. When he fell asleep completely, the system prompt sounded. Ding, complete the hidden task, take a nap with your girlfriend, and you will be rewarded with 100 luxury cars and a luxury cruise ship. This reward is directly reflected in the small harbor near the private beach and in the huge garage within the manor. Among these 100 luxury cars, there are some limited edition cars that are extremely luxurious. When I woke up, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Bingyan woke up early, hid in his arms, and used her beautiful hair to constantly touch Luan's nose and cheeks, waking Luan from his comfortable sleep. The moment you open your eyes, Luan saw Lu Bingyan's small action of sweeping her hair across his face. He curled his lips slightly, turned over, pressed her under him, and smiled evilly. Hey, woman, you are. Don't eat me. Lu Bingyan pretended to be scared and interrupted Luan's spellcasting, which made Luan lose his ability instantly. He stared into her eyes for a long time without saying a word. Finally, he sighed, bit her pink lips, and said viciously, this is a small punishment. Next time, I will spank you. I'm not afraid. What a scoundrel. Lu Bingyan smiled foolishly, her eyes were like a spring, and she said coquettishly, okay, get up quickly, my arm is about to be broken by you. Oh. Luan came back to his senses, quickly let go of her hand, pulled her up, and asked nervously, does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Bingyan giggled and shook her messy hair, then walked to the dressing table, took out a comb and handed it to Luan. Xiao, comb my hair. Here. Luan chuckled, looked like a lackey, took the comb with both hands, and then carefully combed her hair. Lu Bingyan's hair is in very good quality. It becomes smooth again with a gentle comb. Her waterfall-like black hair feels as soft and smooth as silk. Xiaoan, are you going to school tomorrow? Lu Bingyan looked forward to it. I want to go to school with you. All right. Luan nodded. My sister is in charge of the company, and I have handed over the technology to Dijun and Shiha. Once the smart bracelets start to be produced, I will customize smart bracelets for both of us, so that Dijun and Shiha can also move around in the public eye. This is Luan's plan. Aha! Lu Bingyan nodded happily, and then said, Professor Huang won't let you graduate. No, I'm a graduate student, the freest one. I can have my own laboratory and wander around the school. In short, it's just a degree title. The school's rules can't affect me. But when the school needs me, I still have to contribute. So that's it. Lu Bingyan tilted her head and smiled smugly, as expected of the man I like, he's awesome. Ha ha. Luan was praised like this. He suddenly became proud, put his hands on his hips and raised his chin. That's right, brother, you are a genius. Stinky brother. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes and stared at Luan eagerly. Xiaoan, tell me, will your parents like me? I'm older than you. Of course I like you, you're so cute, and, haven't you heard the saying, a woman 3 years older than you is as good as a jewel in the crown? You are my most precious gold brick girl. Luan pinched her nose and said, let's go wash our faces, and then go downstairs for a walk. Tonight, let's go on the cruise ship and play for a while. Cruise ship. Lu Bingyan was stunned for a moment. Is there a cruise ship in the manor? Some. It was only at this moment that Luan noticed the task prompt. Only then did I realize that I had completed another hidden task. Although there is no sign in number. But the reward is pretty good. With 100 luxury cars, there will never be a shortage of cars in the manor. There is also a private cruise ship. This configuration is perfect. Cruise ship. Cruise ship. Lu Bingyan happily ran to the bathroom to wash her face, then urged, Shaoan, hurry up too, let's take Bai Wang and the others to the cruise ship now. Become. Luan smiled and nodded, then went to the bathroom and washed his face delicately. He then held her hand and walked slowly downstairs. He said to Sora, Sora, our family is going to go on a cruise today. Let Klaus make all the arrangements. Oh, and prepare a set of live broadcast equipment. Good life. Just share it. Certainly. This is not to show off. But I sincerely want to share the beautiful night view of the distant sea with everyone. Live broadcast equipment. Want to live stream? Lu Bingyan was getting more and more excited, and then she thought for a moment and said, Shaoan, can I ask Lulu and Momo to come and play too? Sure. Luan did not refuse. He still likes these two little girls very much. If we were to broadcast live, it would definitely be more lively with these two girls around. It just so happens that my dad has been in the army during this period. I will take you home to meet my family. By then, you will have more confidence. Ah! Hearing Lu Bingyan's words, Luan was completely stunned. There are also surprises. But tension was more important. After all, this is the first time I meet my girlfriend's family. Chapter 30 Lu's grandparents. Looking at Luan's conflicted look, Lu Bingyan felt a little aggrieved. If you don't want to, forget it. No, why wouldn't I want to? I'm just a little nervous. Luan rubbed his hands. He was really nervous. Phew. Why are you so nervous? My family won't eat you. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes and took his hand. Let's go, my grandparents will definitely like you very much. Good. Luan did not hesitate any longer. He nodded and said, what do Grandpa, Grandma, and Aunt like? I can't go empty-handed, right? So formal? It turns out that my junior classmate really loves me and wants to marry me. Humph. Happy. Lu Bingyan puffed up her cheeks happily and said while counting on her fingers, my grandfather likes to drink tea. My grandmother doesn't like anything in particular, but she will be particularly happy if I buy her some fruits. As for my aunt, Lulu and Momo's mother, she likes classical music, so I will just give her a musical instrument. My second uncle is in the army like my father. As for my mother, she likes to collect jade products, preferably animals. She doesn't like Guanyin Buddha. Lu Bingyan chuckled, of course, it's best not to bring a gift. If you do bring one, it's best not to bring something too expensive, otherwise, my grandfather will definitely be angry. As an old soldier, he has a meticulous attitude towards life and doesn't like extravagance. But, you definitely can't do it empty-handed. As the future grandson-in-law, I must show my appreciation. The most important thing is, he believes it. The old man will definitely not dislike the gift I gave him just because of the price. Let's go buy some gifts. Because he had to pick someone up, Luan chose Cullinan as his car. Before leaving, Lu Bingyan hugged Wenru in her arms. Take Wenru with you today. You really like Huzi. Luan laughed helplessly and said hello to Klaus. Klaus, the banquet hall of the cruise ship is now in your hands. There may be a few guests coming today. Okay, young master, Klaus nodded seriously, watched them leave, and then began to arrange work for the maid. 4 gifts. Luan actually didn't understand much either. So, just buy the expensive ones. Then there must be no problem. The gifts are bought. The sky had already darkened. Lu Bingyan looked at the gifts on the back seat, pursed her lips, and felt distressed. Shaoan, what you bought is too expensive. This is the hard-earned money you saved up. Why are you using it to sell gifts? Ha ha. Hearing Lu Bingyan say this, Luan couldn't help but laugh. You haven't married me yet, and you're so protective of your husband. I'm afraid your uncle and aunt will be angry. Snort. It's just too expensive to buy. Lu Bingyan pouted. Hate it, in the future, when we have children, that's when we'll spend money. Child. Luan touched his chin. He was not in a hurry. After all, he was still very young. Even if you are impulsive, you must take protective measures. Besides, Lu Bingyan is also in her academic rising period. Getting pregnant so early has a huge impact. Naughty look. Lu Bingyan also felt that what she said was too avant-garde and shyly glanced at Luan. When she noticed the wanton smile on Luan's face, her pretty face turned even redder. This stinky guy. He must be thinking bad things. Today, you pressed me down on the bed and hit me. I hate it. The atmosphere in the car instantly turned pink. Lu Bingyan's home was more luxurious than Luan had imagined. It is a quadrangle courtyard. According to Lu Bingyan's explanation, this was a reward from his grandfather for his military achievements. After the war, the old man could actually become an official directly, but he didn't like that kind of roundabout way, so he asked for a reward directly, returned to the Magic City, and settled down there. So, the interior display was more rustic than Luan had expected. No luxury cars. No luxuries. Simple and rustic, with a natural feel. Entering the yard doesn't feel depressing at all. Sister is back. Lulu, who was running and playing in the yard, was the first to spot them. She ran over in surprise and held Lu Bingyan's hand. Her big eyes sparkled and she smiled sweetly at Luan. Hello, brother. Lulu is so good. Luan chuckled and took out a collector's edition doll set and handed it to her. This is a gift my brother bought for you, do you like it? Like. Got the doll. Lulu's smile became even brighter, and her big eyes narrowed into crescents. Brother, I want a gift too. Momo, the optimistic and outgoing girl, ran over with a pout, stretched out her little hand, and her face was full of anticipation. This girl. Luan chuckled and took out a collectible skateboard and handed it to her. Do you like it? This skateboard is so beautiful, thank you, brother. The little girl smiled happily, and started playing with the skateboard in the yard, and she skated very well. Who is coming here? The excitement in the yard surprised the two old men who were drinking tea in the living room. When they came out and saw Luan, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, what a handsome young man." Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, my name is Luan, and I'm Yin Yin's boyfriend. Luan quickly greeted them while holding a gift. Lu Bingyan greeted them with a giggle. Grandpa, Grandma, long time no see. Stinky girl. And you know how to come back. The kind-looking grandmother scolded with a smile, then looked at the large and small packages of gifts in Luan's hand, and stretched out her hand with some complaints. You kid, you are here, why do you bring gifts? There are so many, are they heavy? Don't get tired. Grandma, it's okay, I'll carry it. Luan naturally wouldn't let the old man carry things. He smiled indifferently, with a somewhat reserved look on his face, and his heart was beating violently. Just not that nervous or scared. The old man and grandma both look very kind, and the aura they exude is very similar to that of my own grandparents. Young man, you have good physique. As an old soldier, his requirements for boys are not high. They just need to be good looking and in good health. They also need to be confident and patriotic enough. That's enough. The two old men warmly welcomed Luan into the room. After letting Luan take a seat, the old man asked, Shawan, is it okay for me to call you that, old man? No problem, Grandpa. Luan sat upright, hoping to leave a good impression on the old man. As long as the old man could handle it, then the father-in-law would be a piece of cake. I see you are quite young, don't you? The old man was just chatting with Luan. Luan's appearance, temperament, and eyes all met his requirements. As for whether you have money or not, it doesn't matter. As for men, as long as they are hard-working, willing to work hard and have the courage to fight, they are worthy of trust. I'm 18 years old this year. Luan was a little embarrassed, freshman at Magic City University. Stop talking nonsense, you are being too modest. Lu Bingyan glared at Luan in dissatisfaction, and proudly showed off to her grandfather, Grandpa, this bastard has just come to university and has become a graduate student, and a very free graduate student. This guy is a genius. Oh. The old man was stunned for a moment, looked at Luan in surprise, raised his thumb generously, and praised, young man, not bad, humble, capable, can accomplish great things. This. Luan smiled rather embarrassedly, learning never ends. In front of science, I am still a primary school student. This guy is good and can be dealt with. Humility, self-confidence, and most importantly, the arrogance and pride unique to young people. Although this feels conflicting, it is an essential quality for young people. Without arrogance and pride, that person's humility is truly incompetence. But there is no humility, only arrogance and pride. This young man is extremely conceited. People. Very complicated. But Luan saw it clearly. Chapter 31: A Gentle Family. After chatting with Luan for a while, the old man looked at Luan with brighter eyes, and then asked curiously, "You too, why did you come here so late at night? You must have something to do. Do you want the household registration book?" Household registration book. Luan reacted immediately but didn't say anything. Lu Bingyan is different. She was really naive and didn't understand what he meant. She was full of confusion. "Grandpa, what are you doing with the household registration book?" "We are here to invite you to play on the postal road, and to let Shawan meet you, so that he won't be stressed when we get married in the future." This silly girl. Luan Bong's mouth twitched and he shook his head. He didn't explain anything, but was a little surprised. "Cruise ships, that thing is very expensive, right?" "No, it's a private cruise ship." Lu Bingyan munched on an apple. "Shawan is very good at making money. He bought a large estate with a private beach in Shanghai." Lu Bingyan chuckled and leaned on Luan. "By the way, Grandpa, look, the little tiger, her name is Wenru." "Tiger? It really is a tiger." Mo Yun noticed the gentleness in Lu Bingyan's arms from the beginning, but it was too small and looked almost like a cat, so he didn't take it seriously. He just thought that the kitten looked chubby. "I didn't expect it was really a little tiger. Xiaoank loves me so much that he bought me 2 lions and 2 tigers." Lu Bingyan boasted proudly, "All the formalities have been completed. I am also the first person in the country to have a tiger and a lion as a private pet, right?" "Okay, Grandma." Luan instantly felt his back straightened up, and his status in Yanyan's family was significantly improved. "Ah! Grandma, how could you do this?" Lu Bingyan was dumbfounded. After only a while, Grandma was attracted away by Luan. "Grandpa." Lu Bingyan stared at her grandfather eagerly. Result. Luan Bang also snorted gloomily. "Your grandma is right, the gift that Shawan bought must have been instigated by you. This really doesn't exist." Lu Bingyan felt betrayed by her family and felt extremely wronged. Seeing this, Luan quickly stepped forward and opened the gift. "Grandpa, I actually bought this on my own initiative. This tube of classic Da Hong Pao is a gift for you, Grandpa. I heard Yanyan say that you like to drink tea, so I went to Mingxiang Pavilion to buy this big jar of tea. It may not be very good, but I hope you like it." Mingxiang Pavilion's collection of Da Hong Pao. This is a valuable thing. This can must be worth at least 1 million. Luan Bong was very excited, but also very conflicted. This gift is so precious. "Grandpa, just accept it." Luan stuffed the tea leaves to the old man and said temptingly, "I tasted the sample tea over there. To be honest, even though I don't know much about tea, I was attracted by the taste. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. It was like being in the open nature. The beauty is beyond words." Gulp. As a tea lover, Luan Bong was also attracted by Luan's description and swallowed his saliva. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Then I will accept it." "Old woman, you can't divide this tea randomly. This is a gift bought for me by my grandson-in-law." I know. Mo Yin shook her head helplessly and said softly, "Shawan, it's not easy for you to earn money. You are not allowed to buy such expensive gifts in the future." "Okay, Grandma." Luan touched his nose, took out a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, and also asked for an antique bamboo handbag. "Grandma, this is a gift for you, and there are fruits." "That's thoughtful. This cheongsam is really authentic." Grandma was instantly delighted. "I'll go try it right away." "Why?" Grandma actually likes to wear cheongsam. Lu Bingyan was also very surprised. Unexpectedly, Shawan accidentally guessed some of Grandma's hidden hobbies. When Mo Yun went to try on clothes, Lu Bingyan's aunt also came back. She was a very beautiful woman. Her unique temperament made Luan stunned for a moment, and then he quickly greeted her. "Hello, Auntie, my name is Luan, you can just call me Shawan." Not bad. The beautiful woman was still very optimistic about Luan. She looked at Luan seriously and said, "It's just that he's too handsome, which makes people feel insecure." This. Luan was stunned for a moment and scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. "Aunt, please stop teasing Shawan. He has brought you a gift." When Lu Bingyan saw Luan being bullied, she immediately protected Luan behind her like an old hen and snorted fiercely. "Oh. Brought me a gift too." Xia Weiwei was a little unbelievable. "Of course." Lu Bingyan snorted proudly, my boyfriend is very filial. Speaking of. Lu Bingyan took out the gift prepared for her. A beautiful bamboo flute. Just one small stick is worth more than 100,000. It turned out to be this flute. Xia Weiwei, a music teacher, was instantly excited when she saw the flute. Are you really going to give it to me? Of course. Luan chuckled, because I don't know what kind of instrument you like, but I think this flute is more in line with your temperament as described by Yin Yin. Oops. Xiaoanan, you have such good taste. Xia Weiwei picked it up, cherishing it very much, and patted her chest to say to Luan, brother, I'll support you. Another one was won over. Watching the family atmosphere. Men all respect and love their wives. As long as you can make grandma, aunt, and uncle happy, there will be no problem. That's right. Where's my mom? Lu Bingyan held the last box and asked curiously, it's so late, my mother should be back, right? Oh, isn't this my precious daughter? She's back with her lover. A teasing laugh came from outside. The woman who came was tall, with a curvy figure, and no signs of aging on her face. She looked like Lu Bingyan in a fully mature state. Mother! Lu Bingyan threw herself into her arms like a young swallow returning to its nest. You kid! Xin Wanru rubbed her daughter's head lovingly, then glanced at the little tiger sitting obediently on the sofa, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Little girl, aren't you a little willful? You actually asked your boyfriend to buy you a tiger. Mom, I'm very good, okay? This is a gift from Shaoan. Lu Bingyan pouted and snorted in dissatisfaction. I have 2 little lions. If you slander me, I won't show them to you in the future. This girl. Hearing her daughter's mumbling, Xin Wanru smiled helplessly and said to Luan apologetically, Shaoan, this daughter is a little silly. I hope you will take care of her in the future. Auntie, I will definitely take good care of Yin Yin. Luan said seriously. But this serious expression made Lu Bingyan feel as if she was being scolded. My IQ has been belittled. Chapter 32 Aunt's approval. Thought about it for a long time. She didn't understand what was wrong, but instead boasted foolishly, see, I have good taste, little uncle loves me. This silly girl. The old man just shook his head helplessly. It's all thanks to Luan. Otherwise, this silly girl would have been eaten whole. Yes, yes, yes. Shaoan loves you the most. Looking at her daughter's innocent appearance, and then at Luan's doting eyes, Xin Wanru felt as if a handful of dog food was stuffed into her mouth. She pushed her daughter away with disdain and asked, what are you doing coming back so late at night? I'd like to invite you to go on a cruise. Lu Bingyan hadn't forgotten about tonight's activities, and said anxiously, we're all ready, do you want to go? Go, I'll take a day off tomorrow. Xin Wanru still had some longing for cruise ships. Of course, she had worked on a warship before, but it was a warship after all and could not be compared with a cruise ship. This time, I borrowed the help of my daughter. Definitely have to go and experience it. Then I'll go too. Xia Weiwei pursed her lips, I don't have classes these 2 days. Then let us go too. After Mo Yun put on the blue and white porcelain cheongsam, her whole temperament was different. Her silver hair made her even more charming, which made the old man stunned. He gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed, after Yunner put on the cheongsam, she seemed to be as charming as 18 or 19 years old. Look at you, you damn devil. Mo Yun rolled her eyes at the old man, but there was a happy smile in the corner of her eyes. No matter how old a woman is, she likes to be praised for her beauty by the people she cares about. Grandma is really very elegant. Lu Bingyan blinked her eyes, if we walk on the street together, there will definitely be young people asking for your WeChat. Ha, I'm old now, and I've lost my fierceness. Young men won't look down on me. Mo Yun laughed, and then said, Weiwei, Ruru, you two go and get ready. We're leaving now. Okay. After the 2 women responded, they went to prepare their clothes. Yin Yin, are there enough cars at home? Luan's car couldn't carry everyone at once. For a moment, I was a little nervous. That's enough. My mom can drive. Lu Bingyan smiled and comforted Luan. She then pulled her grandparents and asked Luan to hold her gently. Then she went outside to take a car. Then she went back and gave the gift to her mother. Mom, this is the gift Shaoan bought for you. It's a jade carving of the 12 zodiac animals. I heard it's some kind of imperial green or something. Why? Then the child. It really cost a lot. Xin Wanru looked at the exquisite jade carvings of the 12 zodiac animals and placed them directly in the collection cabinet. By the way, your father's. I believe in Shaoan. Lu Bingyan was quite confident about this. My father will definitely be convinced by Shaoan, and it won't take long. Lu Bingyan had this premonition. You haven't even left home yet and you're already turning your elbow outward. Xin Wanru glanced at her daughter. No wonder Comrade Lao Lu suddenly came to her and cried, asking her to carefully test Luan's character and family background and not let her daughter be deceived or suffer. That look of despair never appeared even when he was shot and almost beyond rescue. If he had time to come back today, he would be heartbroken to hear his daughter say this. Xin Wanru had a headache. To be honest, her first impression of Luan was quite good. In addition, her monstrous IQ, artificial intelligence developer, holographic projection technology, and 1 nanometer chip, these 3 epoch-making achievements, give her a lot of extra points over Luan. If his daughter really follows him, she will definitely not suffer in the future. Xin Wanru and Xia Weiwei just took their dresses and spare clothes and drove out directly. Auntie, I'll lead the way. Luan greeted. But Lu Bingyan pushed Luan and whispered, my mother is not good at driving at night, and my aunt can't drive either, so you go drive. Become. Luan thought for a moment and nodded, then can you open it? Don't worry. Supercars are all open. That's no problem. What's more, Grandpa is around. Lu Bingyan chuckled, got into the driver's seat, started off quickly, and rode away in a cloud of dust. He laughed helplessly. Luan walked to the red BMW. As expected. Xin Wanru had already given up the driver's seat, with an embarrassed look on her face. Shaoan, Auntie, It's okay, Luan chuckled, sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and chased after Lu Bingyan. Luan was actually still a little embarrassed. After all, I was sitting in the same car with my future mother-in-law and aunt. If you don't speak, you appear to be impolite. I want to speak, but I don't know what to say. Is it possible to praise them for being beautiful? I always feel like I'm teasing them. Xia Weiwei and Xin Wanru actually wanted to find a topic, but since this was their first meeting, the two elders didn't know what to say. Just, as a mother. Xin Wanru finally spoke up, asking casually, Shaoan, with your talent, how could you be attracted to a silly girl like Yen Yen? I think you are not such a boring man, and you like her just because of her looks. Forehead. This. It was love at first sight actually. Luan felt a little embarrassed. I fainted once during military training. When I woke up and saw Yen Yen, I felt an inexplicable impulse. Then he confessed his feelings. Luan felt quite embarrassed about this. We fell in love with each other. Just confess. How straight is this? No sweet talk. Confess your love to me the first time you see me when you wake up. Of course, she didn't agree directly at that time. She just added me on WeChat. Then, during the military training, she brought me water every day, and I ran with her in the morning. Before we knew it, we were together. Luan glanced at his head. There is indeed no romance in my love life. But it is very innocent. There is no selfish desire involved. Started talking. That's something to say. Xin Wanru and Xia Weiwei kept telling Luan about Lu Bingyan's childhood. Luan was stunned. I didn't expect that senior sister was so naughty when she was a child. It's really hard to imagine. It's actually okay, Shaoan. This girl is actually very innocent. You are the first boy she has shown interest in since she was little. I hope you can treat her well for the rest of your life. Auntie believes in you. Xin Wanru looked at Luan seriously. Good. Luan didn't hesitate at all. He said with equal seriousness and determination, Auntie, don't worry, this is my first time having a girlfriend, and I am with Yen Yen with the intention of getting married. Well. Got Luan's guarantee. Xia Weiwei and Xin Wanru looked at each other and saw satisfaction in each other's eyes. This child. Worthy of Yen Yen's and trusting of her life. Chapter 33, My stinky brother finally did something serious. Inside the manor. After the Lu family members got off the car, they all opened their mouths wide as they looked at the huge manor. Even the richest people on the list would not be willing to build and live in such a property, right? On the way. They all heard it, too. Such a large piece of land belongs to Luan. This value cannot be assessed by money. In Shenxia. To have the opportunity to apply for private ownership of land requires extremely significant contributions or achievements. This young man. His family background was clean and no one could help him. That is to say, he earned all of this himself. Such a comparison. Seemingly, those so-called young talents are a bunch of trash. Maid, housekeeper. When Xia Weiwei saw Sora and Klaus coming to greet them, she was completely stunned. Lulu and Momo were not lying, there really are butlers and maids here. To be honest, this guy makes me feel insecure. He is too capable and too perfect. If a woman doesn't have the ability to match him, he is just a vase. Qin Wanru was a little worried. The older Luan gets, the happier she is. When he gets married in the future, it will also be a great honor for her as his mother-in-law. This is a common problem for every parent. But, because her son-in-law is too powerful, she is naturally worried. She is afraid that her daughter will suffer and be bullied in her son-in-law's home, and that she, as a mother, is not qualified to stand up and uphold justice. Shaoan, I brought Hu Zi and the others here. Lu Bingyan trotted along, with the White King, the Marshal, and the Heavenly General following behind her. They were chubby and round, twisting their little butts and stumbling as they chased after them. They looked very cute. 2 tigers, 2 lions. Be good. This boy is so brave. Just because you like it, then raise it yourself. It's not enough to keep just one, you must have a pair. Is this true love or obsessive-compulsive disorder? The old man's mouth twitched as well. He had no objection to keeping this ferocious big cat. Only 4 of them, that's a bit dangerous, right? Amid the elders' doubts about life, Luan took them on the cruise ship. This cruise ship is called the Dream Chaser. It is 35 meters long and the deck is 4 stories high. At night, the gorgeous neon lights are eye-catching. It's really beautiful. Lu Bingyan ran to the deck excitedly, and her clear laughter resounded throughout the night sky. Yen Yen, be careful. Luan sighed helplessly, turned around and said, Grandpa Lu, Auntie, I'll take you around the cabin, and then we'll set sail now. Good. The old man is still very happy. After accompanying the elders on a tour of the cruise ship, he arranged Sora to be next to the old man. Grandpa Lu, Grandma, and aunts, this is my personal maid, her name is Sora. If you need anything, you can go directly to her. Now you can find a room to rest, or you can eat something in the lobby. We expect to arrive at our destination in 2 hours. Ding, accompany Lu Bingyan to appreciate the gorgeous starry sky and you will get a reward, ownership of a small island in the Xinxia Sea. This. Luan's eyes widened. Watch it and you will be rewarded with a private island. This reward is too luxurious. Luan smacked his lips and was about to say something when Lu Bingyan ran up to him and said in surprise, Shaoan, the starry sky is so beautiful today. Shall we go to the highest point to see the stars? Become. Luan was planning to invite them himself. Unexpectedly, Lu Bingyan came to invite him. Really? Yen Yen is my lucky star. Master, the astronomical telescope has been installed. Klaus held the 2 little hands and smiled meaningfully. This old man. Well done. At the same time, I am also sighing. This ship is truly worthy of being issued by the system. All the equipment you need is available. 2 people came to the top floor. It's just a distant view. The vastness of the starry sky shocked them. Especially the huge bright moon that appeared quietly. Shaoan, let's take a photo. Lu Bingyan happily pulled Luan to lean on the guardrail. Against the background of the blending of water and moon, the smiling faces of the 2 were reflected on the phone. The photo of 2 people leaning on each other under the vast starry sky and the bright moon reveals a different kind of romance. Lu Bingyan was very satisfied with the photo and posted it directly on her Moments without any modification. Mr. Lu, please love me well for the rest of your life. Luan naturally also saw her circle of friends, smiled slightly, quickly liked and collected it, and then commented, Ms. Lu, let us spend the rest of our lives together and never leave each other until we grow old. Luan just finished commenting. Below is a series of comments. Xia Mangyao was the first to be blamed. Assholes, you 2 actually secretly took a cruise ship to go out for fun, how can this be repaired? Then there were her classmates and teachers, each of whom gave her the best wishes. The school and the teachers are all familiar with Luan. Moreover, Professor Huang had nothing to hide, he just asked the teachers not to spread the information. A genius who invented artificial intelligence. Paired with the most beautiful girl in their school, this couple can be said to be a match made in heaven. Certainly. Some people feel sour. These. Lu Bingyan directly filtered passively and replied to those who sent her blessings one by one to express her gratitude. Factory. Lu Ningxuang, who was still working overtime, was about to explode at this time, especially after seeing the luxury cruise ship. She was even more upset. My brother doesn't love me anymore. He doesn't love me anymore after he got a girlfriend. He doesn't care about me anymore. You said you would care about me, but in the end, you made me work hard for you, but you don't take me to play. Lu Ningxuang's weird mumblings caused Li Chouan beside her to twitch. So what? When your brother goes out to play, he must bring his girlfriend with him. How could I bring my sister along? Isn't this just being a light bulb? Certainly. She was also a little looking forward to it. After all, given Luan's personality, if he invited Lu Ningxuang, she would definitely invite him as well. Cruise ship. He wants to too. Thinking about. Then I heard Lu Ningxuang calling Luan. As soon as the call was connected, she started to mutter, "Stinky brother, you went on a cruise and didn't even invite me. Don't you love me anymore?" Luan was embarrassed when he heard this, and quickly explained, "Sister, don't be angry, this cruise ship belongs to us. When you have free time, you can drive the cruise ship to travel around the world. I went to Yan Yan's house today and invited Grandpa Lu and others to come and play." Oh. Nice job, little brother. When Lu Ningxuang heard this, she was happy. At the same time, she praised her brother for what he did and asked gossipingly, "What do the parents say? Do they dislike you?" Very good. Grandpa Lu and the others all had a good first impression of me. Auntie too has already accepted me. It's just that my future father-in-law is hard to say. I heard from Auntie that he is a daughter slave. Luan briefly reported the situation. So that's it. That's enough. Seeing that her brother succeeded in getting Xiao Bai Kai, she immediately smiled happily, just like a mother, and told Luan to treat the parents well, and then hung up the phone with a smile. "Stinky brother, you finally did something good." And what about the cruise ship? Li Wanqiu stared at Lu Ningxuan dimly. Her best friend wouldn't forget about her, right? No way. No way. Hey, my brother bought the cruise ship. When we are done with this busy period, we will go on a cruise ship. Lu Ningxuang made a generous promise. Okay. Li Wanqiu was happy and reminded him again and again, "Don't forget it." The other side. Lu Bingyan also looked embarrassed. After constantly giving Xiao Mangyao various assurances, she let out a long sigh of defeat. Finally, Yao Yao has been dealt with. Ha ha. Me too. My sister just scolded me and said I won't play with her anymore. Luan smiled bitterly, then adjusted his mentality and accompanied Lu Bingyan to observe the beautiful starry sky. After watching for a while, Lu Bingyan suddenly said, "Xiaoan, don't you have a live broadcast device? Let's share this rare beauty with you. Become." Luan glanced at the equipment that had been put aside, and sighed in his heart, "Klaus is really a godlike butler. Everything is prepared just right." Chapter 34 Human High-Quality Couple. Two people are newbies in live streaming. After squatting on the ground and studying for a long time, they finally completed the debugging of the equipment. Then it's time to choose a live streaming platform. Yan, which platform should we choose? Luan was overwhelmed when he saw the dazzling array of platforms that came up after searching. He doesn't have the habit of watching live broadcasts. So, I don't know much about these platforms. I don't really understand either. Lu Bingyan tilted her head and thought for a while. I saw on the recommendation that Shark and Maya Live are considered giant platforms. Why don't we go to Maya? Luan glanced at Maya, scratched his hair, and sighed. Sure enough, this Q version of the tiger head is a plus point. But it doesn't matter. After all, he didn't plan to be a host. So any platform will do. After quickly applying for the anchor position, it was approved in just a few minutes. Then, the two began to struggle again. How should I come up with a title? Let's be more direct and say directly, I'll take you to see the most beautiful and romantic sea off the coast of Shanghai. Luan said simply. This thing is really not his strong point. So, intuition is best. Then, the corresponding cover is even easier to deal with. The drone just took off and took a picture of them, and that was it. As for the sectors, there is nothing to worry about. An outdoor travel label is sufficient. Whether or not it can attract people doesn't matter. The two people's ideas were surprisingly consistent. sharing the romantic night view, whether they wanted to watch it or not. After the official launch, Luan adjusted the perspective of the drone and let Dijun control the operation of the drone. With him around, the live broadcast was surprisingly perfect. Soon, a person came into the live broadcast room. I was attracted by the title only. As soon as I came in, what I saw was not a beautiful night view at all, but a couple with amazing looks playing and joking on the cruise ship. I was inexplicably fed a large mouthful of dog food, which made this first viewer feel very unhappy. Did they trick the dogs into coming in to be killed? Because it is the first barrage. Emperor Jun specifically announced it. Luan and Lu Bingyan restrained their interaction. When he looked at the live broadcast room and found that the netizen had not left, Luan smiled and said hello. Sorry, I came to the sea tonight to accompany my girlfriend. I just found the treasure in beautiful scenery, so I thought of sharing it with you. If there is anything wrong, please forgive me. After all, we are not professional anchors. Luan smiled calmly, then snapped his fingers, causing Dijun's camera to switch to the starry sky. In an instant, the stars twinkled, and the shocking sight of a huge bright moon hanging high among the stars attracted the viewers who were about to be angered and left. It is quiet and romantic, with a deep and vast starry sky. To be honest, with this couple, it seems more harmonious. His body, which was suffocating under the pressure of this reality, couldn't help but relax. He couldn't help but send a comment, "It's really beautiful. It's a miracle that even the devil can see such a view. There are tall buildings and a small sky. There is no night view at all. There is only a torrent of vehicles downstairs. Yes, as a worker, I have never seen such a night view in Shanghai. I was scolded by a customer for no reason today and my salary was deducted. I felt very uncomfortable. However, when I saw the anchor's night view, I was suddenly healed. In fact, this is a very realistic problem. Host, are you renting this cruise ship? How much is it per day? Some people ask this. Luan would also answer, this is my private cruise ship, named Dream Chaser. Because there is nothing special about it, the custom price of this cruise ship is about 100 million Xinsha coins. Hiss, 100 million. I would have to work for hundreds of years without eating or drinking to buy it. So, it's not that you can't see it, but that you don't have the money to support you to see such a beautiful view. Some people appreciate reality. But no one wanted to argue. After all, this is reality. Every day I feel suffocated by the cruel reality. How can I have the leisure to look for beautiful scenery? The host must be from a wealthy family, right? Someone suddenly asked. I guess so. Luan shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain anything. Quiet and natural, with camera switching techniques like those in blockbuster movies, this clear live broadcast still attracted many people to watch. After arriving at the destination, the camera switched in an instant, and the open feeling of vast ocean and sky made the people in the live broadcast room unable to take their eyes away. It's so beautiful here. An inexplicable light flashed in Lu Bingyan's bright eyes, and she leaned into Luan's arms. Shaoan, in the future, when we get married, how about holding the wedding on the sea? The stars in the sky will surely bless us. A sudden opening. The viewers in the live broadcast room were suddenly stunned. The camera then switched to Luan's handsome face. His eyes, as bright as the stars, gazed tenderly into Lu Bingyan's eyes. He smiled lovingly and said, our wedding will be unparalleled and unique in the world. This is my promise to you. I trust you. Lu Bingyan hugged Luan's waist tightly and buried her face in his chest happily. It's so great to have your love. Gah, why are you suddenly showing off your affection? What a damn winner in life. Ah, such a handsome and rich man, why don't I have one? So romantic. When will I have a boyfriend like this? A moment. The few fans who watched the video kept complaining, feeling bitter. This pair of high-quality lovers who are the ceiling of human quality are simply inhuman. Okay, we have arrived at our destination. Now, we are going to have a party downstairs. Luan pointed to the banquet scene arranged on the nail plate, and there were a bunch of environmentally friendly fireworks. There will be a fireworks show later. If you are interested, you can stay and watch. Also, my fireworks are all environmentally friendly, and will suppress pollution to the lowest index. So, everyone doesn't have to worry about damaging the environment. Luan chuckled and walked to the deck with Lu Bingyan. The two tigers and the little lion ran over immediately, clinging to Lu Bingyan, their four bright eyes flashing with aggrieved light. Wenruin's little ears twitched, which was very cute. Oh my god, lion and tiger cubs. It's not allowed to keep them in the country, right? This is really a punishment. Does it mean you can do whatever you want just because you have money? That shouldn't be the case. This is a little boy named Bai Wang, and this one is a little girl named Wenru. Then, the lion's child is called Dashuai, and the girl is called Tianjiang. Tianjiang likes to fight, and is lively and tough. These 4 cubs are gifts from Xiuan to me. Of course, all the documents are complete, please don't make a fuss. Lu Bingyan picked up the 4 little cubs and proudly showed off to the camera. Aren't they cute? It's quite cute. I'm just afraid of growing up. These 4 cubs think you're cute. I'm so envious of the heroine. To be honest, I also want to raise one, but it's really difficult in China. Speaking of which, Anchor, I seem to have seen that godlike couple in the tiger park on the news. Yes, I saw it too, but I just can't believe it. It's amazing that people can tame an angry tiger and make it cute. He is truly a godlike man. It's not as exaggerated as everyone says. Luan smiled calmly. Animals have pure hearts. If you treat them with care, you will definitely get rewards. Of course, don't learn from me. I have real skills. If you go, you will definitely be a treat. Chapter 35, I want to spoil you. Luan still emphasized seriously, in the wildlife park, you must not get off the car rashly. Without absolutely strong momentum, you are just a piece of meat that can run away in the eyes of tigers and lions. Safety comes first. After saying, he took Lu Bingyan's hand and walked down. The old man is in good spirits tonight. Sitting on the deck, looking out at the peaceful sea level, peace is so good. Wow, that grandma in the Cheongsam is so elegant. Grandma? How can you say that I'm your sister? By the way, she looks so good in a swimsuit. Am I the only one who noticed that white-haired maid? Elder sister. These people really dared to say that. Lu Bingyan looked at the comments and couldn't help laughing. Then she ran over with Luan holding her phone and said with a smile, Grandma, the viewers in the live broadcast room actually called you sister. Grandma, you really shine tonight. Ah. Really? Mo Yun pursed her lips and chuckled, and her gentle temperament attracted many fans. It's not false to say that Mo Yun is young. Especially her natural elegance makes her look even younger. Is it live streaming? Xia Weiwei and the other person, who were wearing swimsuits, were stunned for a moment, and suddenly became shy. They didn't take pictures of us, did they? Got it. Auntie, I'm really sorry. Luan touched his nose. Why? It's no big deal. It's just that, when people reach middle age, their figure is not so good and it's a bit embarrassing to be on camera. Yes. Especially after giving birth, my waistline has become a lot thicker. Xia Weiwei pinched the non-existent fat on her waist and muttered a little depressed. It feels like both of them are in Versailles. Middle-aged, you're telling me it's a middle-aged aunt. A woman who has also given birth to a baby, her belly is already so big, it can't compare to her 2 sisters. I'm so angry that I'm crying. I feel like the style has changed a bit. Luan quickly turned the camera to the food. Everyone, it's not polite to talk about other people's family members like this, but I still want to thank you for your compliments. Now, let's move on to the food. A big table. There are Chinese and Western styles, a wide variety. Just looking at it makes people drool. Aunties, Lulu, Momo, let's eat. Luan called the 2 little ones over. The 2 little ones were also wearing cute swimsuits and there were water stains on their bodies, obviously they had just come out of the swimming pool. Grandpa Lu, Grandma, come and eat too. Klaus and Linga's cooking skills are world-class. Luan warmly invited the 2 elderly people to take a seat. Oh. Shaoan. Sorry for the trouble. The old man laughed, sat at the dining table, poured a glass of mutai, and tasted it carefully. The taste is mellow and long. This wine is extraordinary. I don't quite understand this. This was arranged by Klaus. Luan felt a little embarrassed. It's good that I don't understand. Drinking will only hinder my research. The old man laughed and drank a glass of wine. After drinking a glass, I feel warm all over. There are lots of delicious food. Luan also called the maids to the dining table. Klaus is responsible for taking care of the 2 little cuties. Grandpa Klaus, I want to eat a big steak. Momo seemed to like Klaus very much. She sat obediently in Klaus' arms, waiting for Klaus to feed her. But Lulu is different. She likes Sora. The two of them sat together quietly, enjoying the food they wanted to eat without rushing. It looks particularly harmonious. So much so that Xia Weiwei was a little jealous. My daughter seems to have rebelled. Look at my daughter. Qin Wanru raised her eyebrows and pointed at her daughter. They are the real love. They don't care about the eyes around them at all. We can just pretend they don't exist. Lu Bingyan wants to eat steak. Luan cut the meat for her personally and fed her mouthful by mouthful, spoiling her to the sky. The key is, Lu Bingyan seemed to know Luan's hobbies. She carefully picked up some food for him and fed him. Is it delicious? It tastes delicious, because it tastes like love for me. Luan smiled gently and raised his hand to scratch her little nose. The two pairs of star-like eyes reflected each other, full of deep love for each other. Girl. Found the right person. Being able to do this in front of the parents. This shows that Luan's love for Lu Bingyan is pure and deep in his bones. Hey, the food suddenly doesn't look delicious anymore. This girl is the campus beauty of Magic City University. This anchor is a freshman. I heard that she has already started her own company and passed the professor's assessment to become a graduate student. Fuck, he's so handsome and talented. Why are you letting ordinary people live? I envy their relationship so much. Yes, pure love is so sweet that it makes your teeth fall out. Luan and his friend had a very happy dinner. But the elders felt a little uncomfortable. Especially Qin Wanru also wants to thank Weiwei. Looking at the two people showing their affection madly, they couldn't help but think of their husbands. Seemingly. Since getting married, there have been very few romantic moments. My husband is either on a mission or on his way to a mission. The number of times I went home can be counted on one hand. Even though they knew they were both important members of the military, as women, they also wanted to have a romantic memory while they were still young. What I didn't expect was, what can be called romantic is taking advantage of one's own daughter. Auntie, do you want to set off fireworks? Luan saw Lulu and Momo were already playing with classic small fireworks, so he tentatively invited them. Play. Must play. Both women seemed to be speaking with resentment. Luan was a little confused. He scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and asked Lu Bingyan in a low voice, Yen Yen, did I do something wrong? Why is my mother-in-law and aunt so resentful? I don't know. Lu Bingyan was actually a little confused. She shook her head and smiled sweetly. Who cares about them? Let's go set off the fireworks. The old man looked at his two daughters-in-law playing with fireworks with the maids, then looked at his grandsons-in-law who always exuded a sweet aura, and fell into deep thought. Yuner, tell me, aren't our daughters-in-law a little too lonely? The old man was silent for a moment and then said, Zhanlong and Yunhu are always in the army, and the two daughters-in-law have always been the ones taking care of the family. Isn't this a little unfair to them? That's true. Mo Yun nodded seriously. How could she not notice the resentment of her two daughters-in-law? But what could she say? If you have time, let them come back more often and spend more time with them. The old man sighed softly, feeling a little helpless. Soldiers defend their country but are unable to take care of their wives and children. This is the greatest helplessness. Chapter 36 Fireworks are all in the shape of loving you. Let us set off fireworks. The happiest person was Lu Bingyan. Looking at the fireworks piled up in the pavilion, Lu Bingyan said expectantly, Shaoan, what shapes are these fireworks? Love your shape, of course. These fireworks are all specially customized. There is no problem at all in saying this. Hearing Luan's sincere words, Lu Bingyan instantly became embarrassed, her ears turned red, and she shyly punched Luan's chest. Oh, I'm shy when you say that. Ha ha. Lu Bingyan's small fists were not very powerful, and the feeling of hitting herself was like a massage, very relaxing and comfortable. These two dead kids. You are deliberately making us feel uncomfortable, right? Qin Wanru and the other elders, who had originally wanted to join in the fun, felt that tonight's cruise trip was not pleasant at all after listening to Luan's words. Keep feeding dog food. Constantly provoking their girlish feelings that were about to be erased. Uncomfortable yuppie. The same is true for the live broadcast room. The single students were all stunned. They were indeed looking forward to the fireworks party, but now they suddenly felt that they were not looking forward to it anymore. Some even want to curse. Lonely night. Being alone in a room, holding a cell phone, watching others madly showing their affection, these tons of hurt are real injuries, each one is fatal, and each one stabs you in the heart. Luan squeezed Lu Bingyan's smooth jade-like little hand and said softly, "You stay aside first. I will assemble the fireworks set, and then you light it." "Okay." Lu Bingyan's face was full of expectation. Looking at the busy Luan, a happy smile appeared on her lips. "In the future, I must become your most caring and perfect daughter-in-law and give birth to a litter of cubs for you." Oh my, the school beauty's happy smile is so sweet that it almost blinds my titanium dog eyes. Single dogs are crying, "Why do you let me enter this live broadcast room? Dog food is a little sweet, burp. Without a woman in my heart, I draw my sword like a god. I just look forward to the fireworks blooming. Well, I'm not jealous at all, not jealous." "How long?" Luan completed the assembly of the evolution combination, forming a long snake formation of fireworks that was 10 meters long. "Lulu, Momo, come here, all of you, come to Grandpa." Luan Bon waved his hand and called the two little ones to his side. "This is a large firework. If you get too close, you might get hurt. Leave it to you." Luan chuckled. Handed the lighter to Lu Bingyan. "Okay." Lu Bingyan was very excited at this time. "The feeling of lighting the fire is like the first time I followed my dad to the army and played with tanks firing shells. It makes my blood boil. At the same time, there is still expectation. What exactly is the shape of love for her that Luan said? Call out." At the moment of ignition, the first firework shot up into the sky, then burst into brilliant colors, and then radiated outwards, finally turning into a huge heart. In the heart were the words "love you" for 10,000 years written in ancient seal script. To be honest, this design may seem a bit rustic to some people, and some people may complain that the text is not as romantic as foreign languages, but it can stimulate the hearts of countless people. This is the romantic sublimation brought by cultural heritage. This is the unique romance of Xinxia. It is an unshakable belief. "I love you too." Lu Bingyan jumped up and down excitedly, shouting out her thoughts loudly, and then attracted the attention of the elders and maids. The people in the live broadcast room were also a little surprised. After all, Lu Bingyan's innocence and cuteness are visible to the naked eye. It takes great courage to be so unrestrained and bold, and to confess to a boy in front of your family. At least 90% of people probably can't do it. The second one follows closely. The second one is the backs of two people leaning against each other. Following closely is a line of handwriting. "Walk hand in hand until old age and never leave each other." Then there were extremely grand fireworks that shot up into the sky, with the Milky Way below the sky and flowers blooming in the sky, a magnificent sight of fireworks and silver flowers. The fireworks only lasted for 20 minutes. These 20 minutes. Lu Bingyan deeply felt Luan's love for her. Sister is so lucky. Brother Luan set off such a big firework for her. Momo teased her shy sister with a giggle. She said, "Maybe it's just that fools have good fortune." She ran into brother Luan, who dotes on her so much. "Ah. Two little brats. My sister is actually making fun of me." Lu Bingyan was extremely shy, her pretty face was as red as an apple, her bright eyes were full of shame and anger, and she rushed over to chase Momo with her fangs and claws bared. "Oh, my sister is angry." Momo screamed, dragging the still confused Lulu into the cabin and playing hide-and-seek with Lu Bingyan. Seeing this, Luan shook his head helplessly. "Jun, pay attention to their movements and don't play crazy." "Okay." Jun allocated some computing power to control the surveillance of the yacht and keep an eye on the movements of the two little ones. "Shaoan. Come, sit here." Mo Yun patted the chair beside her and asked Luan to sit over. "Okay, Grandma." Luan nodded slightly, sat down, looked at the sea level in the distance, took a deep breath of the moist and clean air, and asked softly, "Grandpa, Grandma, are you all right here? Especially Grandpa, if you feel unwell, you must tell Klaus." I'm in good health." The old man laughed vigorously, and then said, "Are you still broadcasting live?" "No." Luan shook his head, turned off the drone, and ended the video at lightning speed. "I just wanted to share the beautiful scenery." The old man nodded slightly and sighed. "Among the younger generation, I dare say that you are the best and no one dares to claim to be second. It is a great fortune for Xinxia to have young talents like you." "Grandpa, what are you talking about? Isn't this what we should do? You have fought the war and suffered enough. So, it's time for my generation to take over. Let our country and everyone have a better quality of life and more advanced technology. Luan's words were not meant to be sensational. But it's sincere. If the older generation hadn't suffered for 3 generations, how could they enjoy a peaceful world? You kid. Be recognized. Even the old man was very happy. He raised his skinny hand and tapped Luan on the head, slippery. You can praise him if you want, but why are you hitting him on the head? This is a head that has knowledge that is hundreds of years ahead of its time. Can you afford to pay for it if it breaks? Emolien was unhappy that the old man hit Luan on the head, and hugged Luan distressfully. I have said it, Shaoan is my grandson-in-law, I won't recognize anyone else except Shaoan. Okay. It's not enough that it's my fault. The old man scratched his head in frustration and muttered, the head is very solid, how could it be broken? Shaoan, what are your plans next? I mean in terms of life in general. Emolien took Luan's hand and asked seriously. This is a very critical issue. It's okay for a man to pamper his wife, but he cannot neglect his life because of that. Chapter 37 Yen Yen secretly gives out benefits. Life arrangement? Luan thought for a moment, then said casually, I am still young now, I just want to run my company, and then bring my family over from the countryside of Zhengzhou to enjoy life. As for the rest, to be honest, I have no plans. If I must say, I have a dream, which is that we Xinxia people can all use artificial intelligence and the latest technology, and no longer need to be restricted by the West. Luan's eyes sparkled, and then he scratched his head and smiled honestly. Of course, this is just a dream. No one knows what the future will be like. Maybe the dream will come true. This dream is great. It is also difficult to achieve. However, this child has extraordinary wisdom. Perhaps, he is qualified to become the leader of Xinxia's future. At this time, when asked about his life plans, Mo Yun didn't actually expect him to be able to explain it clearly. After all, only 18 years old. A naive kid who has just reached adulthood. It is enough to have clear goals and dreams. Not to mention, for him, this dream can definitely come true. He has mastered advanced artificial intelligence and chips, so in the future, as long as he wants, he will be able to accomplish it. This down-to-earth dream still makes Mo Yun very optimistic about him. Mo Yun didn't talk about any big topics with Luan, but instead asked about Luan's family situation. There is nothing to hide. My parents are still alive, as are my grandparents. My uncle and aunt are here too. The relationship among the family members is quite harmonious. Born in a family with correct values. This child is also happy. Especially now that I own my own company with my own hands. Future. Limitless. Chatted for a while. The time has come to 12 o'clock. The old man and the 2 little girls were already starting to feel sleepy. Luan quickly arranged for them to rest. At the same time, he talked about tomorrow's arrangements. In the next 2 days, I plan to take everyone to an island for fun. This island is my private island, and there are villas specially designed for vacations. When we get there, we can go fishing and swimming in the sea. This is good. The old man nodded and stood up helplessly. People can't refuse to accept old age. It's time to go to bed. To be honest, the night view of the sea is really something you will never get bored of no matter how you look at it. In fact, the more you look at it, the more charming it becomes. Especially the wonderful feeling of the passage of time and the change of stars. After the old man and grandma went to bed, only Luan, Lu Bingyan and his future mother-in-law were left on the deck. However, after the future mother-in-law dried her hair with the help of the maid, she looked at the 2 people and said seriously, You two, I know the tricks you young people play, you must handle it well before and after, don't give birth to a kid before marriage. This. Luan was stunned for a moment, and his eyes turned fiery when he looked at Lu Bingyan. He is also a normal boy. This is the age when you are interested in women. It's a lie to say that you don't want to eat when you have a girlfriend. Now my mother-in-law mentioned it. Doesn't that mean that my mother-in-law has approved of them? Now we can do things that couples can do. What are you thinking about? Lu Bingyan raised her little fist and knocked on Luan's head. Before we get married, I won't let you eat it. Actually, you can touch it. Lu Bingyan added the last sentence in a low voice, and ran away after she finished speaking. With a red face, she went into her favorite room and hid herself under the quilt. Oh, how could I say such shameful words? But, Shaoan, are you thinking about that like other boys? My mother has asked me, but I still refuse. Will she think I am not suitable to be a girlfriend? What should I do? I still want to have a complete wedding night. But what should I do if Shaoan is angry? After hugging the pillow and rolling around in bed for a while, Lu Bingyan made up her mind and whispered a loud instruction to Xia, go quietly and ask Xiuan if he really wants that. Also, ask him if he is angry. If he really wants it, I, in fact, will not refuse. The more you say. Lu Bingyan's face became more and more red with embarrassment, and finally, it looked like her face was dripping with blood. Okay. I'll go and ask. Xia hesitated for a moment, then wandered over to Luan's phone and tapped the screen, attracting Luan's attention. Xia, what's the matter? Is your master shy and acting like an ostrich? The master asked me to ask you if you really want that. If you do, she doesn't mind, but she hopes that you can have a perfect wedding night. Xia is very intelligent and has mature thinking. It won't just be a simple message. No. I was just kidding too. Luan chuckled, on our wedding night, I want it too, so it's no problem. I understand this, master, you are really a good man. Xia said seriously, and then returned to Lu Bingyan's phone and sent a message to Lu Bingyan, Master Luan is not angry. He said that he was just joking with you and he also hopes to have a perfect wedding night. Well, I think Master Luan actually just wants to see you shy. To be honest, when you are shy, I, an artificial intelligence, am a little moved. Ah. Even you tease me. Lu Bingyan covered her face shyly, a little curious, am I really cute when I'm shy? That's right. According to my calculations, at least 80% of the boys will be attracted by your shy and cute look. Xia chuckled and said, so, you have to be careful that Luan will continue to tease you. Oops. Shaoan is so bad. But this way, I feel relieved. Lu Bingyan giggled, hummed a cheerful tone, ran to the bathroom to take a shower, and then lay down on the bed. At the same time, she took a selfie, deliberately showing some benefits to Luan. Good night, little Anan. The other side. Luan, who was about to go to bed, saw the message from Lu Bingyan. He touched his chin, opened WeChat, and saw the exciting photo. He felt a heat rising in his lower abdomen. But he quickly calmed down. He touched his nose, replied with a good night, and chuckled, is this a benefit for me? Yen, you've become bad. But I like. Luan chuckled strangely, took a few careful glances, then put his phone down contentedly and entered the wonderful land of tenderness. This sleep. Luan slept very comfortably. The night's erotic dream left no trace, but left him with endless aftertastes. Chapter 38. The beautiful scenery at the seaside is a bit exciting. It's just a little awkward to get up. If he wasn't unaccustomed to being dressed by a maid, he would have been killed on the spot. He went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. Looking at his increasingly handsome appearance, he laughed narcissistically, I am really handsome. We are going to play on the island today. So Luan was not dressed so decently, he wore a large floral t-shirt, a pair of floral shorts, flip-flops, and a pair of sunglasses. Although it looked a bit out of place at first glance, one could not help but notice how handsome Luan was and how great his figure was. No matter how unconventional the clothes are, they still look extremely handsome on him. Shaoan. Kiss. Early in the morning. As soon as I opened the door, I bumped into Lu Bingyan, and then a good morning kiss was inevitable. Last night. The cruise ship was sailing smoothly and at this moment, it had arrived at the island's port. You can play as soon as you get off the boat. The old man is also fully armed today. The fisherman's professional suit was fully prepared and was carried by Sora. As soon as he got off the boat, he went straight to Klaus to find a fishing spot and prepare for fishing. A fisherman never comes back empty-handed. The old man and Klaus have already made an agreement. At noon, we grill whatever we catch and eat it on the spot. So, after Sora gave them the props, she came back. She didn't like fishing. Today, the young master has already said it. They can also put down their work, put on their swimsuits and relax. There are many girls at the scene. Luan didn't really want to join in the fun, so he just sat on a stall under a parasol with the three elders, watching the beautiful girls playing and frolicking on the beach, feasting his eyes. Today, I feel a lot younger. Mo Yun was eating breakfast and looking at the large group of young girls. His mood couldn't help but improve. Then Grandma, you should come too. Luan laughed, and the two aunts too. No. We are getting older. Not as energetic as young people. Xia Weiwei hugged the two little lions and shook her head helplessly. It's embarrassing for a middle-aged woman to play with a group of girls in their 20s. That's right. The same was true for Qin Wanxiu. The two cubs lay obediently in his arms, and their two little paws would stretch out to curiously grab the sand and play. It's you. Qin Wanxiu glanced at Luan and said, You were so young, why don't you go out and play? I'm not going. Luan smiled bitterly and waved his hand. If I go, I will definitely be the one who gets bullied. I won't ask for trouble. That's not up to you. Qin Wanxiu raised her chin and said, The girl you doted on is repaying your kindness with hatred. What does that mean? Before Luan could react, a stream of water sprayed directly on his face. The pungent salty taste instantly spread in his mouth, confusing him. Water gun. Luan wiped the seawater off his face and saw Lu Bingyan giggling while holding a large water gun. He felt amused and stood up and rushed over. Good fellow, you actually dare to provoke me. I'm not the only one. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Bingyan ran away in an instant, shouting as she ran, Sisters, show your weapons and charge at him. Swish. They all turned around and showed their weapons. A whole row of water guns were pointed at Luan. Even the two little ones showed their weapons to him excitedly. Brother, look at the guns, I'm shooting. Hello? Etc. You are going too far. You have no moral principles. Luan let out a strange cry and turned and ran away. But it was too late. The huge water flow instantly made him lose his direction and his mind went blank. This is too much, too much. There are dozens of you targeting me alone. You have no moral principles and are bullying an honest person. Luan shouted angrily. Plus the clothes were soaked. Just go for it. He rushed into the sea at the fastest speed, ran behind them, and laughed. It tastes like a huge wave. Boom! Luan's superhuman strength exploded in an instant, directly raising the seawater to a height of 2 meters, and then pressing it down like an overwhelming force. Oops. Stinky Xiaoan. You, how could you do this? Ha ha ha. Listening to the continuous screams, Luan couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laughed. Little guys, you are too weak to fight with me. This child is born with supernatural powers. Mo Yun and the other two elders were all surprised, but soon, their surprise turned into astonishment, and they also began to wonder if this was intentional. The swimsuits of dozens of maids were all washed off. It is also the most fundamental reason why a group of girls screamed. But Luan didn't notice and laughed wildly to himself. It was not until he felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere that he slowly restrained his smile and said while opening his eyes, I say, beauties, it's not good for you to do this, all of you. I see. What's going on? The white patch made Luan stunned for 3 seconds. He felt his nose getting hot and turned around quickly. You guys, this can't be possible. What not? Stinky Xiaoan. It's all your fault. Lu Bingyan fished out her swimsuit, put it on, and rushed over with a sinister smile on her face. Oh, your nose is bleeding, the scenery is so beautiful. Good, looks good. Luan answered very straightforwardly. It looks good indeed. He really didn't want to go against his conscience. But considering his wife's mood, he quickly changed his words. Ahem, well, it's not good looking, I didn't see anything, my eyes were only on you. To be honest, luckily we didn't have the urge to play with them, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. Xia Weiwei's mouth twitched. Xiaoan is really a lucky kid. That's right, it's pretty miserable now. Qin Wanxiu covered her forehead and looked at Luan, who was beaten black and blue and dragged back like a dead pig. She pursed her lips and smiled helplessly. You, in fact, shouldn't fight with girls. No matter you win or lose, you will be unlucky. Girls are unreasonable. But you've made a profit this time. Xia Weiwei teased, making Luan even more embarrassed. He turned over and buried his face in the sand. God is dead. Ha ha. Seeing Luan's embarrassing look, everyone couldn't help laughing, and their relationship became a little closer. In the end, Mo Yun felt sorry for her grandson-in-law, so she took out some medicine for injuries and rubbed it on Luan's face. Oh, my poor grandson-in-law, such a handsome face, but he was beaten into a pig's head. Grandmother. You made me even sadder. Luan pulled the corner of his mouth in frustration. The tearing pain made him gasp for air continuously. My goodness, these girls are really ruthless. You deserve it. Qin Wanxiu rolled her eyes. As expected, all men, no matter how old or young, are LSP. Chapter 39, The future father-in-law who feels very wronged. When Luan and the others were having fun, Chin Wanru's phone rang. I picked up the phone and looked at it. Chin Wanru was a little surprised. She looked up at Luan and answered the call. It's rare that you actually called me. Yunhu and I are on vacation today, so we're going home. I said I'd take you camping or something, but why aren't you home? Lu Zhanlong felt a little strange. Chin Wanru is not at home because of work. Xia Weiwei is a teacher and is very busy. But my parents are so old, it's weird that they are not at home so early in the morning. Then you came back at a really bad time. Chin Wanru raised her eyebrows. Mom, Dad, Weiwei and I are on vacation on an uninhabited island now. Uninhabited island? Vacation? Is our family so rich? Lu Zhanlong looked at his brother with some depression. Xiaowu, is your teacher Weiwei's salary very high? It's just so-so. It only provides space for Lulu and Momo to go to school. Lu Yunhu also spread his hands in confusion. No need to guess, it was my son-in-law who invited us here. He has a cruise ship, and this island is also his private island. Chin Wanru pouted. Do you have anything else to say? Of course there is something. As soon as he heard the word son-in-law, he was furious. Where did this son-in-law come from? If I don't approve of him, there will be no such son-in-law. What's the point of you going out to play with outsiders? Come back to me quickly. Oh, I've decided on this grandson-in-law. Stop showing off your power. Mo Yun on the side snorted coldly. Ro, hang up the phone, ignore him. It's a rare opportunity for us to go out and play, so don't let him ruin your mood. Good. Got support from my mother-in-law. Chin Wanru hung up the phone without any hesitation. Just ignore them. It's dead, it's really dead. Lu Zhanlong was dumbfounded. He looked at his phone in disbelief and growled with gritted teeth. Son-in-law, I won't acknowledge you even though you haven't even graduated yet. These 2 days. In the army. Everyone knew that his daughter had found a super scientist, and they congratulated him as soon as they met him. But to him, this was undoubtedly a mockery. Without the father knowing anything, the cabbages that he had carefully raised were eaten by foreign pigs. I finally got a few days off. The first thing he said when he came back was that his daughter was in a premature love relationship. Then I went camping with my wife and daughter to deepen our family relationship. What's the result? Just got home. Just tell me. You all became traitors, standing beside a son-in-law you have never met. Seeing his brother's furious look, Lu Yunhu's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, Brother, Yan is not young anymore, it's okay for her to find a boyfriend. She is smart, rich, and has a private island. These conditions, to be honest, are good enough. No, I haven't approved it yet. Lu Zhanlong was very unhappy, but when he saw the closed door, he felt his head buzzing. After holding it in for a long time, he snorted coldly, Forget it, I want to go back to the army. Have to. Brother is really depressed this time. Lu Yunhu sighed helplessly. Okay, it's no fun for me to stay at home alone, let's go together. When I come back next time, I will definitely talk about them in detail. You have no relationship with them at all, but you're joining in the fun. If people get to know about it, it will be so embarrassing. Lu Zhanlong snorted with a dark face, casually hung the clothes on his shoulders, hooked the clothes with one hand, and walked towards the street with a depressed back. Today. It's really sad. Call my daughter. The call was hung up directly. When he called his wife, she despised him, and even his mother made a fuss about it, which made him question his life. Is that boy named Luan really so evil? Future father-in-law. I'm afraid you're going to hate me to death. Luan was very worried. After all, he was the enemy who had snatched away his precious daughter. Now, the whole family dislikes me. I'm afraid I hate myself to the core. No. We have to think of a way. Be sure to establish a good relationship with your future father-in-law in advance. Auntie, is this not a good idea? Luan looked at Chin Wanru, who was still a little angry, and asked cautiously. It's okay. That stupid soldier's mind is full of training and defending the country. He won't be angry about such a small thing. Don't worry. Chin Wanru smiled indifferently. Apparently he's used to it. Then, Auntie, you must be miserable alone, right? Luan said subconsciously, but he quickly realized it and explained, Well, Auntie, I don't mean anything else. Actually, marrying a soldier is risky for a woman. Suffering is inevitable, because no matter how tired or sick you are, you have to bear it all by yourself. Wei Wei and I are fine because we have our parents to share the burden, but sometimes, we still want your uncle to be by our side. But your uncle is a stubborn person. He doesn't know how to pamper or love a woman. In his heart, the most important thing is always the Xinsha family. As a soldier, your uncle can be said to be perfect, but as a father and a husband, he does not have this awareness. So is your second uncle. Xia Weiwei smiled bitterly and said, "Don't worry if you laugh at me. If I wasn't in good health and could easily get pregnant, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have a child until now." So serious. Luan was dumbfounded. Be reasonable. He knew that being a soldier was very tiring and had a hard time, and that if they had to take care of the public they could not take care of their own family. However, the rules of Xinsha were very humane, and it did not mean that once you entered the barracks you could not come out. After getting married, I don't even have time to spend with my wife. This is impossible. This is true. Mo Yun, who had been silent, spoke up, not to mention your second uncle, even your future father-in-law has spent very few times with your two aunts, and it's even said that they slept together. He is truly a god. Luan touched his nose and said, well, the two aunts really did justice to the two uncles. No, for starters, when I go out for a walk, people always praise my daughter-in-law. Mo Yun was quite proud. Qin Wanru and the other person felt a little embarrassed. They want men too. After all, they are all normal women. But when they think of their loved ones who are performing missions on the front lines and may be sacrificed at any time, they just want to take care of this small home so that they can defend their country without any worries. By the way, what kind of soldiers do my two uncles belong to and what do they like? Luan said embarrassedly, I have to go to the military district later. I think the uncles will definitely wait for me. In order to avoid being beaten, I'd better get something that the uncles will like as a gift. Forehead. It's possible for you. Qin Wanru touched her chin and said, maybe your second uncle will also want to beat you up. That's true. Xia Weiwei propped up her chin, smiling, your two uncles are both field soldiers, often on missions. If you want to talk about their hobbies, they must be convenient, small, easy to conceal, and powerful equipment. Some time ago, your two uncles said that during the conflict with foreign forces, because their bulletproof vests were not as good as others, two young soldiers were sacrificed. For this, they blamed themselves for a long time. I see. Luan nodded in understanding and kept these in mind. Look back. I need to study weapons carefully. With the new weapon, my father-in-law will be more lenient with me. Chapter 40, created nano-weapons to appease father-in-law. Don't even think about military affairs, firearms are not that easy to develop. Noticed Luan's eyes. As a future mother-in-law, Qin Wanro still gave a timely reminder. By the way, Auntie, what do you do for a living? Luan changed the subject. Military industry. You definitely can't give up. Freelancer. Qin Wanru spread her hands helplessly, I majored in archaeology, which is an unpopular major. It's hard to find a job. It's also hard to learn new skills when I'm old. I've been thinking about starting my own media recently. Your Aunt Weiwei is a good material. Why did it involve me? Xia Weiwei raised her hand and pinched the tender flesh on Qin Wanxiu's waist. Ro, are you up to something bad? Hee, look, you are beautiful and a master of Xinsha classical music. If we work together to make a video, it will definitely become popular. Qin Wanru was very ticklish and her voice trembles a little. So that's it? Not really. The two of us are not suitable for self-media as it is easy for us to be labeled. Let alone Xiuhu, even for Luan, we are not suitable for running our own media or becoming an internet celebrity. I think you'd better go work for your son-in-law. If you go to work in other companies, you might be afraid that some bastards will bully you. Could your son-in-law have any bad thoughts about you? You are full of nonsense. Qin Wanru's face was full of black lines. She raised her eyes and looked at Luan. How about it, Shaoan, give me a job. Your mother-in-law is indeed in a difficult situation. She has temperament, beauty, and is a mature woman. When she goes to look for a job, she will always meet some dirty and filthy people. Mo Yun was also helpless. At the same time, I am also very angry. Okay. Luan didn't care. Well, Auntie, what position do you want to take? My sister is the boss of my company, and the finance department is my sister's friend. They are all family members. What do you want to do? As for me, the one in the propaganda department is fine. Jin Wanru thought for a moment and said, I'm pretty professional in this. Okay. I'll arrange it for you when I get back. With my mother-in-law here. Luan became more confident. When I go to the military region to install the region's artificial intelligence, I'll bring my mother-in-law with me. Even if my father-in-law really wants to squat on me, I'm not afraid. Think about it. He seemed quite happy and couldn't help but let a sinister smile appear on his face. The most important thing is that Xia Weiwei noticed it, which made her feel confused for a while. No way, this kid really has ideas about mature women. My suggestion will not push Roro into the fire pit. Jump. Jin Wanru didn't indulge him. She raised her hand and slapped him on the head. Little guy, what are you laughing at? You are so sinister. In a month, when I go to install artificial intelligence for the military district, I'll take Auntie with me. I won't be afraid of Uncle squatting on me. It would be best if I can bring Auntie Weiwei with me too. Forehead. This abacus really makes a lot of noise. Xia Weiwei and Jin Wanru looked at each other and both showed helpless smiles. How afraid is this boy of his future father-in-law? Come to think of it. When we got married, Lu Zhanlong, who is fearless, is like a mouse seeing a cat when he sees his father. Men are pretty cute sometimes. I put a lot of effort into finding a wife I like. Okay, I'll go with you then. Xia Weiwei chuckled, with me here, your second uncle will definitely not do anything to you. That couldn't be better. Get one done. No problem. As long as the mother-in-law can deal with the future father-in-law. Then there will be no worries about the follow-up. This little guy. There are quite a lot of ideas. Save the country in a roundabout way, attack way to save Zhou. First he made us happy and got our approval, and then the most difficult person left was his father-in-law. Let the whole family stand behind him. Back then, when Zhanlong married Roro, he didn't have such bold ideas. He is indeed a technician. My brain is working so fast. Mo Yun shook his head slightly, stood up and prepared, picked up a super huge dolphin, and went to the beach to drift with the waves. Mom, Auntie, let's play beach volleyball. Lu Bingyan got a volleyball from somewhere and asked her mother and aunt to play with her. The two thought about it and didn't refuse. As for Luan, he didn't get involved. The number of girls was just right for him. He might as well just lie here and enjoy the beautiful scenery that was about to come. At the same time, also thinking how to make the right weapon. After all, he doesn't have the knowledge in this area now. That's right. I haven't signed in today. Maybe, by signing in this time, I can get the skills I want. Luan calmed himself down and chose to sign in. Ding, today's sign-in is completed, and you will get 10 nano-armed printing stations, a copy of the general knowledge of nano-armed printing stations, and the general knowledge of stable nuclear fusion. Isn't this to let me build Iron Man? The function of this nano-armed printing station is similar to the one Tony used to create Iron Man. Stable nuclear fusion is another version of the arc reactor. Absorbing this knowledge almost ruined Luan. The amount of knowledge was so overwhelming that his head almost exploded when he took it all in at once. Fortunately, it was absorbed perfectly. This knowledge is more important than anything else. Knowledge that can change the world. What is the most important thing in this era? Of course, it's energy. With this reactor built with stable nuclear fusion, Xinxiao will have an endless supply of clean energy and will no longer have to worry about energy bottlenecks. Just do it when you get back. That's right. Jun, help me design an ultra-precision machine tool. By the way, study this nanoalloy and see if it can be made. This super nanoalloy is the key material for creating nano-weapons. It is flexible, unbreakable, and can absorb 100% of the damage and impact and convert it into special kinetic energy. At the same time, these alloys are also needed to build stable nuclear fusion reactors. That's right. We have the weapons. What about the weapons that were assigned? Luan pursed his lips and called Shiha out again. Shiha, help me study the beam hand cannon of Iron Man and see if there is any way to build it. By the way, it also needs to be undefeated. Luan pursed his lips and thought that the appearance design should also be carefully considered. Luan stretched. When I go to school, I will apply for a research lab and do some research. Right. You also need to apply for some rare resources. Luan chuckled. It is enough for artificial intelligence to be invincible. It only needs to be matched with a unique combat system. The combat system allows you to record all of your fighting skills. That's it. Once you enter the state. Luan was extremely excited. He wrote down line after line of data on the beach with great enthusiasm, kept calculating, and then asked June to simulate the feasibility. At the same time, he is also gradually perfecting the armed appearance that he has in mind. Chapter 41: The Big Plan. This is. Yun came back from playing for a while and looked at a large area of calculation formulas on the beach, and frowned slightly. However, seeing Luan's fanatical state, she did not disturb him rashly, but stood there quietly watching, while also listening to the conversation between Luan and June. The more you listen, the more surprised I am. Eventually I became completely numb. What did she hear? Stable nuclear fusion. Ultra nano alloy. What ultra precision machine tools? There are even deductions. This child is a monster. Only. The final design drawing. What is a nano weapon? It looks like a defensive strategic weapon similar to an exoskeleton armor. The design looks pretty cool. Also noted the color style. Hiss. This kid. So what? In order to appease his future father-in-law, he actually designed this science fiction product that is still in the theoretical stage and even unimaginable. Even, as long as the materials are complete, you can immediately conduct a prototype design experiment. So scary. But these formulas are written on the beach, isn't that nice? That's about it. This is what the nano armor test machine looks like. Overall, the main colors are dark golden brown, the eyes are dark red, and the head is designed as a dragon head with clear edges and corners, revealing a majestic and upright temperament. June, collect all the formulas and design drawings. At the same time, you and Shiha will analyze and optimize the design drawings and try to design the hand cannon and match them. Luan raised his phone. In just a moment, June finished collecting and organizing. Okay, it will be done in 30 minutes. Well, it's sorted out. Just create an independent file archive. Luan smiled indifferently, stood up and stretched, loosened his stiff body, and directly mixed up the beach into a ball, erasing all the formulas he had written. After everything is done. Luan just realized that Yun was standing next to him, which also scared him, especially the sand all over her body, which made him even more embarrassed. Grandma, that thing. It's okay, little naughty boy, you handled it well, but don't do this again in the future. Yun explains seriously, after artificial intelligence and chips come out, there will be countless spies lurking around you. If you act so casually, it will bring extremely serious consequences. I see. Luan nodded heavily. Today was just a brain drain. Too happy. That's fine. I'm going to take a shower. I've had a lot of fun today, so I need to have a good rest. Yun didn't ask too many questions. Okay, I'll call you when it's time for dinner. Luan nodded. Then he took out his cell phone and called his sister. Hey, you little bastard, what's wrong? Lu Ningxuan was very tired now. She had to do all the recruiting and negotiation herself. These 2 days almost exhausted her to death. Now when I see Luan making a phone call, I can't help but complain. Hey, sister, let me tell you, have someone clear out 2 workshops for me. I'll need them urgently when I get back. Luan smiled rather embarrassedly. Oh. Lu Ningxuan raised her eyebrows, is there something? Of course, I will prepare a big gift for you when the time comes. Luan knew that Lu Ningxuan was a fan of Iron Man and was obsessed with Iron Man's outer armor. As soon as it is possible to manufacture, I will make her a set of nano weapons. Well, I am looking forward to it. That's right. Lu Ningxuan said, the new intelligence server group has begun production, codenamed Kaitian. Can. Luan was stunned for a moment, who came up with this name? Of course it's me. Lu Ningxuan said proudly, isn't it amazing? Great. We are indeed siblings, and we have the same ideas. Luan laughed softly. Then, let's prepare 100,000 server groups first, and prepare to build our own artificial intelligence terminal. By the way, sister, can you see if you can negotiate with the boss of Magic City to rent us some vacant areas around? 100,000 server groups require a lot of land. Okay. Lu Ningxuang hesitated for a moment and said, I think this is easy. It will be easier after we sign a formal contract with the military and the research institute. Now that we have the strength, even if we occupy the entire high-tech development zone, no one will say a word of objection. Lu Ningxuang's considerations are more thoughtful than Luan's. The surrounding land is not very large, so you still need to spend money to renovate it yourself. It would be better to directly occupy the entire high-tech development zone. Anyway, the contribution of those technology companies here is limited, and moving them to other vacant areas in Shanghai will not have much impact. Also, our customized server groups, totaling 200,000 units, will be delivered by the end of the month. Lu Ningxuang greeted Luan in advance in case he forgot. Okay. Luan nodded, that's fine, sister. Rest when you are tired. Don't push yourself too hard. This is our family business. We are never afraid of not making money. If you exhaust yourself, I will feel bad. Good. Hearing that my stinky little brother cares about me so much. Lu Ningxuang's tone also became much gentler. Because of this, I have to work harder. This is our family's property. If I don't work hard, I will feel uncomfortable. Okay, I'll design an artificial intelligence for you later, and then give it to you together with the gift. Luan chuckled and chatted with his sister for a while before hanging up the phone. At the company, Li Wanqiu looked at her best friend's happy smile and was a little speechless. You are so happy that your brother cares about you. What will you do when he gets married in the future and you are still single? My brother, even if he gets married, will still care about me, an older single sister. Lu Ningxuang snorted proudly, I'm really looking forward to what gift my brother will give me. Cut. It's good to have a good brother. Li Wanqiu murmured enviously. Well, if you like the gift, I'll ask him to give you one too. Lu Ningxuang hugged her best friend with a smile and pinched her proud breasts hard. Hee, the feeling is exactly the same as in college, wow. Lu Ningxuang. We were ambushed again. Li Wanqiu yelled in anger and shame. She was a good woman, but she was forced to come out as a lesbian by this bastard best friend. I was wrong. How about I take you to the manor tonight? Lu Ningxuang quickly comforted her best friend, there are maids to take care of us, and there is also a night view of the beach, how about it? Snort. I'll just agree to it. Li Wanqiu angrily glared at the hateful woman, but decided to endure it so that she could enjoy the food. Chapter 42 Nuclear-like batteries. Next. Luan and his friends played on the island for 2 days. The sign-in reward is pretty good. The second day on the island, Luan signed in and obtained the design drawings of the magneto engine. This magneto engine is not a power engine, but a tactical engine. Its function is very similar to Magneto's ability and can be developed and installed on nano-weapons. When leaving, that is today, Luan stood at the bow, imitating the male and female protagonists of Titanic with Lu Bingyan. Of course, the two of them were totally awkward in their acting, and they themselves laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. Here, Luan chose to sign in directly. This time the reward is for battery technology, micronuclear batteries. This battery. When Luan saw the name, his first reaction was that this thing could not be used commercially. Being nuclear-like meant that it had radiation and the possibility of explosion. Only. After looking at the design drawings, Luan's eyes lit up. Nucleoid means something similar to a stable cold nuclear fusion reaction. Of course, this is just similar. This does not mean that this battery is a cold nuclear reactor. Even if it is, Luan might not be able to make it the size of a battery and use it in a mobile phone. The technology involved is not as simple as simply miniaturizing a cold nuclear fusion reactor. The biggest feature of this thing is that it is safe, stable, and can be charged in seconds. As long as it is fully charged, you can play games all day long and the battery will be able to handle it. You can do it. A smile appeared on Luan's lips. The company has only just started, but it already has several high-tech technologies in its hands. Come to think of it, I feel a little proud. Shaoan is laughing so happily, did you think of something fun? Lu Bingyan poked Luan's cheek. Thought of some fun ones. Luan chuckled and said, when I take it out, I will definitely make my future father-in-law recognize me. Lu Bingyan smiled speechlessly, her eyes rolling. Shaoan, you just said that you dealt with my family, but I haven't met your family yet. If your family doesn't like me, wouldn't all your efforts be in vain? Speaking of, Lu Bingyan was still a little worried. It's okay. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. I said, if I take you home, my parents, grandparents will be so happy that they will set off firecrackers to celebrate that night. Real. Lu Bingyan was a little unconvinced, so she gently held his hand and said, well, after you finish your work on artificial intelligence, how about we go to your hometown? Okay. Luan did not refuse. For the next period of time, I may have to eat and live in the company. It's actually quite nice to go home after finishing your work. After returning home, Luan originally wanted to let the old man and his family live in the manor. But the old man thought the living conditions in the manor were a bit too good and simply shook his head and refused. The same is true for Mo Jun. I just said that I would come over to play occasionally. As for Qin Wanru and Xia Weiwei, it is even more impossible for them to live here. Although Luan is Lu Bingyan's girlfriend, there is no substantive certification at present. It is inevitable that the two women will be gossiped about if they live here. I said it first. They really can't get used to living there. Life in the small courtyard is still warm and full of life. Everyone refused. Luan had no choice but not to force it. That day, Luan went straight to school. When Professor Huang heard that Luan was coming, he immediately called Luan over and gave him his student card. It just so happens, Professor Huang, I came here to tell you that in the next period of time, I will be in my company and have some ideas that I want to verify. Luan thought for a while and said, I may apply for some rare materials at that time. Rare material. Professor Huang was stunned for a moment, then hesitated and said, that's not a problem, but can I ask you what you want to do? The application must have a direction. Luan did not hide it, it's just a battery. Battery. Professor Huang was stunned for a moment and frowned. No, you are an artificial intelligence expert, and you are working on batteries. Isn't this crossing the line? The artificial intelligence of my idea has been simulated, and it just needs to be produced. Luan has already input the data to Dijun, and Dijun has verified all the data of the battery. Okay. Having artificial intelligence is awesome. There is no need for tedious experimental processes anymore, which greatly reduces the waste of ultra-rare materials. Professor Huang rubbed his temple and said, okay, give me the list of materials and I'll help you apply for it. Okay. Luan didn't hesitate and directly sent all the necessary materials to Professor Huang, which made Professor Huang dizzy. Forget it, where is your battery data? Give me a copy. Okay. Luan directly gave the data on nuclear-like batteries to Professor Huang. He still understood this. Simple and clear data, and then compare it with the ones on the market. This is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Once this battery is produced, it will bring a strong seismic impact to many industries. For a while, Professor Huang's breathing also became rapid. Good boy, wait a minute. I'll go to the institute and find that old guy to apply for it. If I can't get it, I won't come back. You go and do yours first. The materials will be delivered to you at the site by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. At the same time, I will apply for additional research and development funds for you. This. Actually, Luan didn't intend to ask for money, but considering his future status, he still accepted the research and development funds. After saying goodbye to Professor Huang, Luan sent a WeChat message to Lu Bingyan, Yen, I'm going to the factory. Solo will pick you up in the afternoon. Well, you keep busy. I have to work hard too. Lu Bingyan quickly replied, and then a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I will definitely try my best to get closer to you and share your worries. In the factory, the first thing Luan did was to make large purchases. At the same time, the buildings on the site were rearranged, and an engineering team was called in that same day to carry out the additional construction. The additional area is used to build server terminals for the three artificial intelligences, Dijun, Shiha, and Xia Jinwu. All buildings were built according to his designs. In addition, the construction was simple and it was completed in just one afternoon and one night. The next day, early in the morning, Professor Huang called and told him that the materials had been shipped and he could get them in the afternoon. After Luan responded, he hung up the phone and contacted his sister. Sister, buy me an ultra-precision CNC lathe. I need it today. But, what does this guy need a lathe for? Lu Ningshuang had a toothache. These days, Zaxxon is going to build a production line for smart bracelets. They need warehouses and various production line equipment, and have invested more than 1 billion yuan. In addition, they need to produce server sets, which cost 200,000 server sets. Even if the chips are provided by themselves, the foundry price of a server is about 10,000 yuan. The reason is that the servers they designed are really too complicated. When Xia Mingyao's father received the order, his hands were shaking. This server is really too advanced. This put him under a lot of pressure. If the design information was leaked, he estimated that he might have to spend his whole life in prison. As a semi-military industrial group, he knew very well that such technology leaks would be tantamount to treason. 10,000 per unit is an amount that ensures that you can make a small profit and not lose money. That's the calculation. Anyan Technology has already spent more than 40 to 50 billion yuan on external investments, and now it needs to spend more. This makes Lu Ningxuang's heart ache. The same is true for Li Wanqiu. Chapter 43 Future as Xuan, when can we have some income? If we continue like this, we really can't bear it. Li Wanqiu looked at the bills for the past few days and her voice was trembling. If this continues, their investment has already reached tens of billions. All this money was deducted from Luan's card. There is no loan, which makes Li Wanqiu feel most at ease. Just bear with it. Lu Bingyan sighed helplessly. According to what my stinky little brother said, October 1st is the time for us to start operations. Now, the production line of the artificial intelligence bracelet has begun to be debugged, and the investment will be much less. For scientific research, this investment is actually not that much. What's more, we have already made the finished product. All we need is to promote it. What are we afraid of? Lu Ningxuan comforted softly. Then he looked at the information in his hand again and curled his lips. My stinky brother is really good. He lured his mother-in-law to work for him. I'll go and take a look. Having said that, Lu Ningxuan hurriedly left the office. At the entrance of Anyan Technology, Qin Wanru was still a little nervous. After all, the person in charge here is Luan's sister. Although the occasion is wrong. However, this was also the first formal meeting between the two families. Soon, the two men met. Lu Ningxuan looked at Qin Wanru and was a little surprised. This future mother-in-law is pretty good. Her temperament, cultivation, figure and appearance are all first class. This kid is blessed. Lu Ningxuan took the initiative to greet him. You must be Miss Qin Wanru. I am Lu Ningxuan, the president of Anyan Technology. Hello. Qin Wanru quickly stretched out her hand and shook hands with Lu Ningxuan. Let's go. We can talk while we walk. Shaoan has already called me. It just so happens that our company has not officially opened to the public for some reasons and does not have a publicity department. You are here to take over the position of director. Lu Ningxuan smiled and introduced the current situation of the company. Become. First meeting. It's still very enjoyable. Qin Wanru had a good first impression of Lu Ningxuan. As Minister of Propaganda, advertising must be carried out. To do advertising, she must know the information about the product. To this end, this was also her first official use of artificial intelligence. Holographic projection has been officially used in the company. So the office doesn't look like an office, but more like a cozy tea room. Qin Wanru was a little nervous as it was her first time using artificial intelligence. But I got used to it quickly. It's quite smooth to operate. All the product data and information are detailed, and only a detailed product introduction is made. Xiao Jinwu, does the company have an official website? After the production was completed, Qin Wanru picked up the teacup and asked. Some. Little Golden Crow opened the Taichu Heavenly Palace and asked, should we make the product information three-dimensional? Okay. Qin Wanru responded blankly. Looking at this gorgeous interface, he said depressedly, I'm afraid the people in my publicity department are very idle. As long as you give the order, Xiao Jinwu, you will complete it directly. Yes. You just need to provide inspiration. The little golden crow raised its head proudly. The virtual image was so cute that Qin Wanru couldn't help but touch its little head. There was tactile feedback and it didn't pass through directly. This was the power of black technology. Certainly. The first generation of smart bracelets did not have such powerful functions. The other side. After Luan completed the installation of all the production lines, he began to further optimize the design. At the same time, we are constantly simulating the possibility of implementing the magneto engine. Master, the 100th overload simulation of the magneto engine has been completed. The machine is not damaged. This design is completely feasible. Thanks to the precise analysis of artificial intelligence, each optimization was done in the most rational way. In just 100 times, Luan designed the most perfect weapon. As for the expansion mode, Luan did not keep Iron Man's briefcase. Instead, a tactical shoulder bag is used, which serves as a camouflage and will not look out of place on soldiers. Otherwise, if you carry a suitcase in your hand and change into military uniform, you will definitely look like a traitor. The style of painting doesn't look right. Next, it's nanoalloys. This thing is not rare, it just requires adding several special new elements to the nanoalloys currently circulating on the market. This step can be done directly on the print table. Just wait till the afternoon. How long does it take for the Dijun printing station to produce weapons? Luan asked with pursed lips. It will take 24 hours. Dijun quickly gave the exact time. 24 hours. Not very long. Luan nodded slightly. The nano-weapon printing station is a full-scale production, including the actual installed beam hand cannon, magneto engine, and stable nuclear fusion reactor. 24 hours for a whole set is really not that long. He is just making a sample now. He used the other machines to produce nanoalloys. Luan named the nanoalloy he produced Anyon nanoalloy. At the same time, Luan also asked Dijun to sort out all the data on Anyon nanoalloy and data related to stable nuclear fusion. Bring time. Just give it to their AI and let their AI analyze it. These alloys are primarily used to strengthen a company's defenses. Build it into a defense level similar to that of Iron Man Company. In short, take it step by step. Don't be in a hurry. In the afternoon, the lathe, the applied materials, and the funds were all in place. Luan immediately used the nanoalloy he had produced to let Dijun control the lathe, produce the parts he needed, and then assemble his own artificial intelligence lathe. It took a week to fully assemble it. This week's sign-in only gave Luan 5 billion in cash. No skills, no knowledge, nothing was given. But it doesn't matter. As for the knowledge he already had, he had not yet fully mastered it, and he was not in a hurry. With a lathe, the battery parts could be produced, and Luan made the battery on the same day. The finished product is out. It's a thin piece but has a capacity of 100,000 mAh. Of course, this was deliberately controlled by Luan. 100,000 is big enough. Because there are new batteries. The bracelet also needs to be redesigned. At the reminder of Xiao Jinwu, Luan and Xia Xian decided to change their appearance. It is turned into a wristband with various designs, some cool and some cute. This is mainly because battery technology can only be reduced to this size at present. If it is smaller, current technology will simply not be able to keep up. Increasing the capacity of the battery and the size of some smart wristbands has no effect. At the same time, a variety of appearance designs have been added, and the increase in size is not entirely a bad thing. After the two people finalized the final product, the one who was most worried was Li Wanqiu. Are you two going to ask for money again? No need for money. Xia Xian was very straightforward. The production line did not need any changes and could continue production. This time, the shell material uses Anyon nanoalloy, which makes it more sturdy and truly waterproof, drop-proof, fireproof, etc. In short, as long as it does not reach the end of its service life, it is impossible to be damaged. Finally, its naming. Luan thought about the first generation of artificial intelligence wristband for a long time and finally named it Future AS. AS is the first pinyin of the last name of Luan and Lu Ningxuang, and it has no special meaning. Chapter 44, Low-Key Product Launch. The next time, Luan simply used his money to take down the building next to the factory, and then he planned to renovate the building alone. He installed Anyon nanoalloy inside and out, and even the windows were specially made by him. He also installed Anyon nanoalloy protective plates, which could not be broken even by armor-piercing shells. Half a month. The entire building was renovated, and the underground structure was expanded, adding 5 floors. The 3 bottom floors are made entirely of Anyon nanoalloys and are indestructible. They are used to accommodate server terminals, stable nuclear fusion reactors, and nano-armed printing table production lines and lithography machine production lines. At the same time, the third-to-last floor is his personal laboratory, which currently only has a holographic projection system and a nano-armed printing table installed. Even so, the entire laboratory still has a very strong futuristic style. The 2 floors above are only reinforced with anion nanoalloy on the outside to ensure the stability of the entire building and the safety of the foundation. These 2 floors are used as product storage rooms. On the ground level is the office area. The whole building is not very tall, with a total of 36 floors. Each floor has holographic projection to support the operation of Little Golden Crow. Except for his personal office at the top floor, the arrangement of the other floors is up to Lu Ningxuan. Anyway, this building is the headquarters building of Anion Technology. Renovation completed. Luan received the first batch of 100,000 servers. About terminal design. This was designed by Di Jun and Shiha. Luan is only responsible for the installation. It took me a whole week to complete it by myself, and this was only possible because of my strong mental strength and arm support. Otherwise, the construction period would have been extended by at least another month. Got a new home. Di Jun and Shiha were still very happy. As for Xiao Jinwu's home, to be honest, it's a bit miserable. He also needs a server group that temporarily resides at home. It can only be officially installed after a period of time when a new batch of server groups arrive. Because it is dedicated to the company, not many servers are needed. The Taichu Heavenly Palace was built based on Emperor Jun and Shiha, so the real main force is still Emperor Jun and Shiha. End of September. After the final payment is settled, the group of 200,000 servers is fully in place. Luan picked up the phone and called Elder Lin. Elder Lin, everything is ready on my side. Have you chosen a venue? So fast. Elder Lin took a breath and said, we have already built it here, we just need you to install it. Become. Luan chuckled and said, then I have to publicize my artificial intelligence wristband. Oh, by the way, I have also completed the nuclear-like battery, and I have also prepared a great gift for the military. I need to apply for an experimental site. Luan stated his request. Become. Mr. Lin agreed directly, just go ahead and promote it, and we will respond immediately. Good. Then I'll send it out now. Luan flexed his fingers, I've invested nearly 10 billion, and it's finally time to make a profit. When I'm not doing scientific research, I feel like it's unreal how much money I have. After doing scientific research, I am still a poor man. Totally unaffordable. After hanging up the phone, Elder Lin was still a little unbelievable, and quickly made a phone call. Chief, artificial intelligence can be implemented, and Luan also wants to launch civilian artificial intelligence. Help him promote it at all costs. The person above only said this one sentence, but it really expressed his determination. By the way, Commander, Luan also said that he has prepared a great gift for the military. At the same time, we haven't figured out the nuclear-like battery that Professor Huang sent before, but they have already made it. Elder Lin sighed and said, we Xinxia have successors. Remember, the payment for the AI server installation will be based on the price. Don't delay. Don't let such a talented person get discouraged. This time, this gave them the opportunity to rise as Xinxia. There must not be any mistakes. It is necessary to treat it with caution. Don't worry, Chief. I will personally check this and there will definitely not be any problems. Old Lin assured seriously. With Elder Lin here, I feel relieved. The chief sighed slightly, I must meet this young man in the future. This kid Luan is really going to meet a real dragon. Elder Lin was shocked, but not surprised. Luan, you deserve a meeting from the leader. On Luan's side. New headquarters. Lu Ningxuan, Li Wanxiu, and Qin Wanru are ready to go. The maids, Klaus, and even Lu Bingyan and Xia Mengyao all rushed back from school. Artificial Intelligence Release Announcement. There was no grand press conference, nor any announcement. Comes suddenly. It's also very simple. It was just a notice posted on Weibo. This is the first time Anion Technology has used Weibo. This is also the last time it is used. Anion Technology. The first generation of artificial intelligence wristband is officially released. Do you want to have your own real artificial intelligence? Then please click Taichu Tianting to learn more. No fans. No promotion. It's completely empty. After posting this one, Qin Wanru was stunned. Shaoan, is this really okay? There was no official launch event. There were no signs. Just directly post a link that no one will pay attention to. It doesn't matter. Someone has our back. Luan laughed mysteriously. After refreshing Weibo, there were several prompts to follow and forward. They are Xinxia Military Headquarters, Moto Military Region, Moto Research Institute, Xinxia Research Headquarters, Xinxia Central Mother, liked and forwarded, and also issued congratulations, as well as artificial intelligence authorization use contracts, and implementation congratulations. The country's three biggest giants retweeted and liked it. Even without fans, Anyan technology instantly entered the attention of the Chinese people. Artificial intelligence, these 4 words are really too loud. In Taichu heaven, they can experience the power of artificial intelligence. Just a few minutes. This Weibo post went viral. Then, it made headlines in an instant. What follows is artificial intelligence authorization and implementation. Looking at the data fed back by Xiao Jinwu, Luan raised his lips and said, "See, we are not low-key. The country promotes it. It is more powerful and credible than their propaganda." At the same time, Luan also started a live broadcast in Taichu Heavenly Palace. A moment. The number of people instantly climbed to 1 million, and the number is still rising rapidly. It seems that some of my friends in the live broadcast room know me, but this time, I want to formally introduce myself. After all, this is the first product of Anyan technology. Although it is not so grand, it still needs to be formal. First of all, my name is Luan, the founder of Anyan Technology. I created the artificial intelligences Xiao Jinwu, Wentian, and Shoubai. Wentian is a dedicated artificial intelligence for our research institute, and its computing power is at least 10,000 times that of our current computing center. Shoubai is a dedicated artificial intelligence for our military headquarters, with the same specifications as Wentian. As for the others, I won't introduce them, they are our core secrets. This time, we are mainly introducing Little Golden Crow and our first product. I believe you have all tried it on the official website. You all know how smart Little Golden Crow is. As for the rest, Ms. Qin from our publicity department will answer them for you. Luan handed the camera to Qin Wanru, then took Lu Bingyan's hand and ran away. They are leaving again tonight. Go to the imperial capital. Guide them to build the server. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Teach them, and then they will have their own thoughts on follow-up issues. Whether it is good or bad, it is at least their own knowledge. Chapter 45 Mr. Li's Promise. The press conference ended successfully after only 30 minutes. But for the Xinxia people, these 30 minutes were really too long. The products launched all at once were somewhat difficult for the public to accept for a while. A nanometer-scale smart chip. AI. Nuclear battery. A little-known company. A company with less than 100 members was able to launch 3 epoch-making products in one go. This can only be called a miracle. With international certification, it is absolutely impossible to fake it. On the forum, many people are discussing this matter. After all, artificial intelligence is already the future for the world. In addition, this future came too suddenly, making them a little overwhelmed for a moment. However, the most problematic issue is the price of the future AS of the super smart wristband. As long as the price is under 100,000, I will definitely buy one. 100,000. This is artificial intelligence. Even if it's a civilian version, 100,000 is a bit cheap. I'm just looking at this poor bastard. It's really fun. Unfortunately, ordinary mobile phones cannot log in and register. Taichu Tianting supports smart wristbands and the new Honghuang system. Haven't you seen the product previews of the new Hongmeng chip and Chaos motherboard? According to Anyan Technology's nature, all the hardware of our Xinxia's unique smart computer is probably just a matter of production and stocking. So, even if the AI wristband is expensive, we can use the money to assemble a computer. Then the system will have built-in AI and can be used just the same. 2. Don't talk about it here. The price of the smart wristband will be announced in the live broadcast room at 12 o'clock tonight. According to what Mr. Lu said, everyone can afford it. I estimate that the price of the regular version will not exceed 10,000. There are discussions about this everywhere on the internet. When I opened the hot search, I saw dozens of results about artificial intelligence and 1 nanometer chips. There was no one jumping around randomly. The biggest reason why no one has stepped forward to fight against counterfeiting is that the official likes and the stamp on the authorization contract have an absolute deterrent effect. Those shameless marketing accounts don't dare to come out. They don't dare bet that AI is false propaganda. If you bet wrong, then I'm sorry. At the center of the storm, someone must be killed as a warning to others. The first person to try something new may not have a good ending. So, instead of taking risks to gain attention, it is better to make an unboxing video. Lewin originally planned to call a fleet of cars and then bring the server group to the imperial capital. However, the military does not feel safe. They directly sent heavy trucks to the Magic City military region, and then transported them using military transport planes. It was also Lewin's first time to experience riding on a military transport plane, and the feeling was not pleasant. Fortunately, it's fast enough. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lewin and Lu Bingyan arrived at the Imperial Capital Military District. As soon as he got off the plane, Lewin felt two extremely sharp gazes falling on him. Those knife-like gazes seemed to want to tear his flesh into pieces. No need to guess. Just know. The ones looking at me must be my future father-in-law and my second uncle. Sure enough, my dad and my second uncle are here too. Lu Bingyan murmured in Lewin's ear a little embarrassedly, "Sure enough, I shouldn't have come. Looking at the looks in my dad and my second uncle's eyes, they really want to kill someone." Lewin touched his nose helplessly. "It's okay, I've made full preparations, not to mention, there are so many big guys on the scene, uncle, and the others dare not do anything. After all, I am a distinguished guest now. A distinguished guest who came to implement artificial intelligence. No matter how angry they are, they can't move. Why?" Suddenly thinking about it, it seems quite interesting. How should I put it? I like to see you want to beat me but can't beat me. Hey, just play. This kid. How dare you look at me with a playful look? Lu Zhanlong's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. The teeth were grinding and making a constant sound. "Mr. Lin, why did you come here in person?" Mr. Lin was the only one present. Lewin knew him, so he took the initiative to walk over and say hello. You can't wait any longer." Elder Lin waved his hand nonchalantly, looking at the modules that the soldiers were carrying down behind him. His eyes sparkled. "Is this the server module that can carry artificial intelligence?" Lewin nodded. "It has a built-in frost circulation cooling system, which is very easy to assemble. Not only that, the water after water cooling can reach the drinking standard, so there is no need to worry about water pollution. That couldn't be better." Mr. Lin nodded in understanding. "Are we going to start the installation today?" Lewin nodded. "I will guide you in the installation of the first sequence, and then the rest will be installed side by side according to the first sequence mode. It's very simple. By the way, the power consumption is very high. You must prepare an independent power supply and don't let it lose power easily." Lewin thought for a moment and took out a fist-sized stable nuclear fusion reactor that reflected a cold blue light from his backpack. "I will modify the power supply for you. This thing is the safest. This one can support the operation of an artificial intelligence for 100 years without any problem." "What is this?" An old man who was about the same age as Lin rushed over, looked at the reactor that was constantly emitting light, and asked in a trembling voice, "Is this a cold nuclear fusion reactor?" "Yes." Lewin did not deny it. But later he added, "Forget about this. You can't make it even if I give it to you. As for the theory of large-scale reactors, I can give it to you. If you study it, you should be able to make it. Then, the value of Mr. Lin's natural way nuclear fusion reactor. People have compiled this theory and shown it to you, so the country must make some statement. It is not advisable to get it for free. It doesn't cost money, just use it for research." Lewin waved his hand indifferently. Based on the theory and manufacturing of large-scale nuclear fusion, and the current progress of Xinxia, with the assistance of Wendian, Lewin can be sure that it can be completed and put into use within 3 years. Taking it out now can only be considered icing on the cake. The old man didn't know what to do for a moment. "Fine." Mr. Li arrived just in time. He said directly, "Shaoan, you don't have to worry about anything. This is the result of your own research. Don't worry about your future father-in-law's attitude towards you. If he dares to have a problem with you, humph." Old Li glared at Lu Zhanlong fiercely, which made Lu Zhanlong a little confused. Who did I offend? I was warned without saying a word. Comrade Lao Lu felt inexplicably aggrieved. In that case, Luan thought for a moment and said, to be honest, I have also been researching military equipment during this period. If possible, I would like a formal military industry license. At the same time, if possible, I would like the high-tech development zone in Magic City. It would be best if the entire development zone could be given to me so that I can demolish it and rebuild it. The high-tech development zone where Anyan Technology is located is not the most important development zone in Shanghai. It was only built in recent years. Old established companies and high-tech manufacturers are all located in the old high-tech development zone. At this point, Luan also did a lot of research. That's easy. Mr. Li did not refuse. Even if Luan doesn't engage in military industry, it's not a big problem to ask for this piece of land. The economic benefits brought about by the expansion of chip production alone are enough. Chip. Just be one step ahead. That means keeping ahead of the curve. It is impossible for foreign countries to catch up. In particular, Luan has now mastered extremely mature artificial intelligence, so it will not be difficult for him to continue developing more sophisticated chips. Chapter 46, Eye-Popping Debut. The land lease and military industrial license will be delivered to you in a few days. At the same time, we will arrange for several national construction teams to go there. Mr. Li patted Luan on the shoulder and said, we really can't build this small nuclear fusion reactor. Cannot. Luan spread his hands, everything starts from the big to the small. We haven't even learned the big things yet, but we want to reach the top in one step. Isn't this nonsense? Ha ha. Okay. I'm a fighter. I don't understand your scientific research. Only. I heard about it. You also brought new equipment to test. It should be very troublesome to implement the artificial intelligence server. How about testing it first? Mr. Lin is very much looking forward to it. This won't work. Luan refused directly. This refusal instantly made Mr. Li unhappy. With a face full of resentment, young comrade, you have no moral integrity. You are hanging an old man who is about to die like this. Is this good? This is not good. I advise you to take care of yourself. Forehead. Luan was stunned by Mr. Li's joke, and said, well, let me show you a picture first. The priority of AI implementation must be higher. After all, the sooner it is put into operation, the faster our technological level can improve, right? Okay. After hearing this, what else could Mr. Li do but compromise? Who told Luan that what he said was not wrong? Luan took out his cell phone, got close to Mr. Li, and showed it to him. The appearance of the nano weapon directly struck Mr. Li's heart. Is this thing really made? Of course. Luan nodded confidently. I've been wearing it for a month and there is no problem at all. It's just that it is equipped with my personal AI now. After your Chobai is installed, I will replace it with your Chobai and you can use it. Become. Just look at the pictures. Mr. Li couldn't wait any longer. You, all the technicians, please follow my instructions and learn from me. Tomorrow morning, you must complete the construction. No. What on earth is this new type of equipment? It can make Mr. Li so excited. For a while, the soldiers and scientific researchers all stared at Luan with great anger. But Luan just didn't say, come on, I'll teach you how to install it. 100,000 units. All are installed at the National Computing Center. These are 2 new buildings built according to Luan's request. After Luan instructed them on the installation of the first sequence, he watched them carry out the installation of the second sequence. Only after making sure everything was foolproof did he let them proceed with the installation work. There are a lot of people. The place is big. Plus foolproof assembly. It was built much faster than Luan could do it alone. It literally took just one night to complete. This night, Comrade Lao Lu was ordered by Mr. Li to run around here and there. The old man in his 40s or 50s was exhausted. Mr. Li, I'm your backer. Lu Bingyan was surprised to see her father like this, but she still carried the breakfast that Luan had specially prepared and handed it to him with great concern. Dad, you've worked hard. This is the breakfast that Shaoan prepared for you. I made it myself. Come and try it. Snort. Comrade Lao Lu snorted coldly, snatched it away, and ate it in one breath like Xu Beiji eating a ginseng fruit. Only then did he recover. You stupid girl, I won't acknowledge him, you don't have to say anything nice. I didn't say anything nice. Lu Bingyan smiled helplessly. I believe you will like the equipment developed by Shaoan very much. Is this true? My own daughter said so. Comrade Lao Lu still had some expectations in his heart. He glanced at Luan, who was sitting on the ground and debugging the server without any care. He patted his butt and left without saying a word. The physical work is done. If you don't run away, you might be caught by the leader and forced to do hard labor again. I really can't stand any more of this. Run away quickly. After Luan transferred Wentian and Xiaobai to two groups of servers, he set two permission keys for them. One is the highest permission, which is the strategic key. The second is the advanced key, and the third is the general permission. Ask the Sky and Ask the Defeater, the two highest authority strategic keys are held by number 1. The advanced key to seeking defeat is in the hands of Mr. Li, and is commonly used by the heads of major military zones. The advanced keys to Wentian are controlled by Mr. Lin, and the general authority is controlled by the directors of major research institutes. After the key was set, it was escorted by a special team of the army to the Bohemia cabinet. After everything is done. It's already noon. After taking a look at the giant steel door that was tightly closed, Luan followed Lu Bingyan and left for the military area. At the same time, Luan also signed in. I had pretty good luck this time signing in. Obtained a natural hidden nano coating production line. This invisible coating is truly invisible. Not only is it invisible to radar and other detection equipment, it is also invisible to the naked eye. It is truly invisible. This thing, if used in weapons, then you will truly become invincible. If it falls into the hands of the evil ones, the consequences are unimaginable. Luan raised his eyebrows and said to himself, when we go back, we must strengthen the security system of the nano-weapons and the anti-reverse disassembly system. Imperial Capital Military District Experimental Field. A group of weapons experts and military leaders had been waiting here early. Luan and the other man just arrived. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. This made Lu Bingyan, who was originally happily playing with Luan, hide behind Luan instantly, sticking out half of her head to look at these military leaders curiously. Shaoan, are you ready? Mr. Li was the most excited, but also a little surprised. Where is your exoskeleton armor? Where is it hidden? Mr. Li, that's not an exoskeleton, it's a nano weapon. Luan smiled helplessly and patted the tactical shoulder bag on his waist. Look, originally, I was going to store it in the same way as Iron Man, but it's not suitable for combat, so I transformed it into a tactical shoulder bag. While talking, Luan directly awakened the artificial intelligence in the weapon, Xiaobai. Seeking defeat, armed deployment. Okay. Activate the weapon instantly when seeking defeat. The tactical bags on both sides of Luan's legs unfolded instantly, and a set of dark gold-themed weapons covered Luan's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the weapons were fully unfolded, the power core in his chest ignited instantly, followed by a dark red light flashing from his eyes. The overall design is full of Xinxia elements, giving people a feeling of solemnity and majesty. Just standing there gives people an extremely strong sense of oppression. This. Let us not talk about the practicality of the weapons. Just by doing this one move, those big guys who were researching weapons were dumbfounded. What is this? Future soldier. Let's review pulsefire. A group of weapons bosses were stunned. How to evaluate this? I don't know you at all, okay? Look at this line, look at the running speed which is faster than that of a cheetah, look at this. Oh my god, it actually flies. Are you kidding me? Mr. Li was also dumbfounded. Comrade Lao Lu, who was fortunate enough to be there to watch, stood up immediately. This equipment. Bullshit. This is the romance of men. This is the romance of a soldier. Once you put on this outfit and go to the battlefield, who dares to fight with you? Chapter 47, 20 billion Dragon Soul Weapons. No wonder. No wonder this guy dares to make such a promise. You're not even to mention. I really have nothing to say about this set of equipment. This young man is so outstanding. Actually, this weapon was specially made for you by Luan. Lu Bingyan sat next to her father, holding her father's rough big hand, and said softly, before, when we went out to play, my aunt and mother told him that you and your second uncle often go out to fight, which is very risky. Recently, a young soldier was sacrificed. He started thinking about it, and then studied this set of weapons. He wants this set of weapons not only to satisfy you and make you recognize him, but Luan's greatest wish is to minimize the casualties in the battles. Actually, in the final analysis, I still want you to recognize him as your son-in-law. Lu Bingyan was somewhat helpless. Just like artificial intelligence, his appearance was completely because Luan wanted to give me a unique gift, that's all. Comrade Lao Lu did not speak. But Luan's eyes became much gentler. Testing ground. Mr. Li stopped Luan and said, Shaoan, stop. We know that your set of weapons is very powerful. Can you tell us about its defense and weapon combination? Become. Luan nodded. There was silence after the demonstration. This weapon was completely beyond their understanding. As for fighting, there was no need to hide this, but Luan still explained, this fighting is assisted by artificial intelligence, which can make the person wearing the weapon instantly become a fighting master and master all the fighting techniques in the world. This. Needless to say, motivation. That core is obviously a nuclear fusion reactor. It's basically eternal energy. Maybe, even if the weapons are scrapped, there won't be any problem with energy. Of course, this is just a test machine. For the official machine, we need to add various safety systems and so on. Luan pursed his lips and looked at Mr. Li. How is this equipment? How? It couldn't be better. Mr. Li laughed loudly, then said in silence, it's better not to equip the magneto engine. This thing is too powerful. The hand cannon and the combat engine are enough. If you want, I will customize a Dragon Soul armament for our Xinxia Zanbang Divine Artifact, with magneto, natural invisibility, combat engine beam hand cannon, flight, and nuclear fusion reactor. For the military, how about replacing the energy source with a nuclear-like battery, which has the capabilities of flight, hand cannon, and combat engine? This model is also cheaper to produce. This is good. Mr. Li clapped his hands and approved of Luan's idea. Then calculate the price of the military version and the national artifact. Mr. Li trusts Luan very much. Just pay for it. The price of the complete version may be very high. The cost of manufacturing one set is 7 billion. The military tactical version is much cheaper. It only costs 10 million to make one set. Any data? Mr. Li didn't think it was that expensive. But we still need to look at the detailed data. Some. Luan nodded slightly. Jun, send the data to the professors working on it, and Mr. Li. Okay. Soon. Everyone present received a detailed data. Weapons experts are the most knowledgeable. However, after seeing the data of the complete form of Dragon Soul, I still felt my hands shaking. It's so fierce. The maximum flight speed reaches Mach 20. This is the legendary goddess of dawn in the United States, even taller than her. And then there is the natural invisibility, which not only can avoid detection by various radar monitoring equipment, but also can be invisible to the naked eye. What kind of concept is this? You can directly invade someone's nest and write a sentence "I was here," and no one will be able to find it. Coupled with this powerful combat power and speed. If a war really breaks out in the future, this armament will be enough to make Xinxia invincible. The data of Magneto's engine is secret. This is the real core, and Luan will not disclose it casually, unless the person at the top wants to see it, then he will give out the information. Then, the tactical version. This armed version can also reach a top speed of Mach 10. Just at this speed. The nuclear-like battery can only last for 10 minutes, and the beam cannon can output at full power once. In conventional combat, if the speed is less than Mach 1 and the power output is no more than 10%, it can continue to fight for 10 hours, and it only takes 10 minutes to charge before continuing to fight. That's enough. For the complete version, you can directly customize one in the shape of a test machine. For the tactical version, you can design a prototype. After we conduct the final evaluation, we will place an order for you. Conservatively speaking, the first order will not be less than 3,000 units. Mr. Li looked at Luan seriously. How long will it take to build the prototype in our Xinxia exclusive machine? For a prototype machine, 3 days will be enough, and for a custom-made machine, a week will be enough. Luan was still quite excited after hearing Mr. Li's assurance. So, how much do you want for the Dragon Soul armor? Boss Li said generously, whatever you want, we are short of everything except small amounts of money. Then, 10 billion. Luan raised a finger. The cost is 7 billion. I want 10 billion, and to be honest, this is already very cheap. You really don't dare to take it. So, I'll give you 20 billion for the server group and this set of weapons. Mr. Lee gave a direct price. Okay. Lewin scratched his face, still a little embarrassed. This, you won't say I'm greedy for money? No. Elder Lee looked at him with amusement. It's really not much. We have invested more than this in the Weapons Research Institute. But the results are far worse than the Soul. 20 billion, in my opinion, is worth it and very cheap. Mr. Lee's words made the group of professors at the Weapons Research Institute very embarrassed. But there was no rebuttal. This is a fact. Chapter 48. Do you want to try an imported Hawthorne? After finalizing the customization details of the Dragon Soul armament, Lewin and Mr. Lee completed the contract signing. After signing the contract, Lewin thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lee, during this period of time, you can select a top warrior to conduct physical training. The Dragon Soul armament requires a very high level of physical quality. Otherwise, it will not be able to exert its due combat power. Okay. Mr. Lee nodded slightly, and then asked expectantly, how about letting me experience your test machine? Forehead. After hearing this, Lewin thought for a while and said, as long as you don't use two engines, you can experience flying or beam hand cannons, and there will be no problem. Good. This is not a big problem. Mr. Lee nodded seriously and replied, I understand, let me experience it for a moment. Okay. After Lewin set Mr. Lee's dress code, he handed the tactical shoulder bag converted from the test aircraft to Mr. Lee. Follow Luan's instructions. The arming was carried out smoothly. There was no sense of oppression as I had imagined, the vision was quite clear, there was no discomfort in breathing, and the movements were smoother than they looked. After playing for half an hour, Mr. Lee disarmed himself tiredly and handed the tactical backpack to Lewin. It's really cool. If all future soldiers can wear such equipment, who in the world can defeat them? There will be such a day. The cost is high now because rare resources are scarce. If we can mine resources in outer space in the future and resources are no longer scarce, then all of these weapons will probably be upgraded to the specifications of Dragon Soul weapons, and the cost will be no more than tens of millions. At last. After finishing everything, Lewin originally planned to walk around the imperial capital with Lu Bingyan, but when he saw Comrade Lao Lu, who was like a black-faced devil standing next to Lu Bingyan, an ugly smile suddenly appeared on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over. Sooner or later it's a knife. It's better to just say hello honestly. Hello, uncle. Lewin greeted dryly. The smile on his face was extremely stiff. And the same is true of Comrade Lao Lu's smile. Lu Bingyan looked at the two men who were extremely important to her and smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth. A super genius, when meeting his father, was so nervous that he could only give a fake smile, and it was such an ugly smile. A legend of an undefeated field army, a man who had carried out more than 1,000 missions, provided international aid, suppressed bandits, and killed drug lords more than 100 times, and who had never failed and never failed. He also smiled. But this smile was unusually ferocious. What can I do for you? Comrade Lao Lu asked knowingly. Well, Uncle, Yen Yen and I rarely come to the capital, so we want to take advantage of this afternoon to go for a walk. Lewin gritted his teeth and went for it. Snort. Comrade Lao Lu originally wanted to refuse. But, after noticing his daughter's cold gaze, he turned and left. But the back looks a little desolate. Hey. Actually, my dad is not that scary. Lu Bingyan chuckled and took Lewin's hand. Let's go. Become. Lewin nodded. It's still not easy to get my future father-in-law to accept me. Of course I am. I am the apple of my father's eye, and you took me away like that. To my father, I am your mortal enemy. It is very difficult for him to accept you. Lu Bingyan was also somewhat helpless. But both of them are very nervous. We quickly put these unpleasant things aside and prepared to go shopping and explore the traditional snacks hidden in the old alleys. Only. Lewin and his companion had just left the military area and arrived at the classic old alley in the imperial capital. But the cell phone rang. The person who called was my sister. This made him feel a little strange. Shouldn't he be working hard to ship the goods at this time? How could he have time to call him? After the call was connected, my sister said with great resentment, "Brother, you are finally done with your work. The announcement of our future AS prices has been delayed for a long time." Ah. Lewin was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Shall we talk about the price? Did you say that? Lu Ningxuang was so angry that she laughed. If the official hadn't released a short video showing Luan working hard to implement artificial intelligence, the reputation of their Anyan company would have been destroyed this time. Fortunately, the official came out to refute the rumor. On the plane, Luan personally directed the operation on site all night long, and during the day he also had to migrate and adjust the artificial intelligence data. The resentment over the delayed price announcements soon subsided. Now, after learning that Luan had finished everything, Lu Ningxuang immediately called to urge him. Good. I'll announce it right away. As for when the official sale will start, it's up to you. It's okay to start selling today. After Luan finished explaining, he directly gave an important order to Dijun. The future AS men's and women's models are priced at $39.99, and the super future model is priced at $59.99, that's it. Luan snapped his fingers. The price has been determined. Because the cost of AS is not high. The cost of both the boys and girls models is only 2,500 yuan, and the price is 3,999. After deducting other miscellaneous items, there is still a profit of nearly 1,000 yuan. This ultra-futuristic model has no additional functions, but its appearance is cooler. Xiaowen, isn't this price too cheap? Lu Bingyan held a candied Haws in her hand, fed one to Luan, and asked with her head tilted. Now on the market, the starting price of mid to high-end mobile phones is already around 5,000 yuan, and high-end phones can cost 8,000 to 9,000 yuan, or even more than 10,000 yuan. This artificial intelligence, equipped with a nuclear-like battery. At least it should be less than 10,000 to be considered normal. Not expensive. The cost will be cheaper in the future. Luan smiled lightly, raised his hand, gently pinched off the rock candy crumbs at the corner of Lu Bingyan's mouth, and threw them into his own mouth. Very sweet. Stinky guy. Lu Bingyan's pretty face flushed, and she snorted softly, smelly Xiaowen, do you want to import hawthorns more often? Imported hawthorn. Is this tastier than local hawthorn? Luan was a little confused. You can try it. Good. Lu Bingyan dropped a hawthorn, then stood on tiptoe and kissed Luan directly on the mouth, then put the hawthorn into Luan's mouth, and asked with blurry eyes, how is it? Sweet. Luan's mind went blank. She really didn't expect that imported hawthorn would mean such a thing. Ah. My dear daughter. How can you be so proactive? Not clean anymore. My daughter is not clean. In the corner, Comrade Lao Lu, who was secretly following the two people, was struck by lightning at this moment and was completely stunned. Is this still my well-behaved daughter? How can this be? Luan. I will never approve of you. Comrade Lao Lu's eyes were bloodshot. My precious daughter is actually so close to this man. Am I going to be a grandfather soon? This is absolutely not possible. Absolutely not. Comrade Lao Lu was filled with hatred. I wish I could tear Luan into pieces. Chapter 49 Arrangements completed, ready to go home. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. It's so sweet that it makes your teeth fall out. The teasing voice of the passing uncle startled Luan, whose mind was full of imported hawthorns. He then looked at Lu Bingyan deeply and said, I want to eat more. No way. Lu Bingyan snorted proudly, this is a reward for you. If you want to eat it again, it depends on your performance. Look at my own performance. This is too difficult. Luan scratched his head in frustration. Oh, don't think about it, let's go play first. Lu Bingyan didn't want to be watched here, so she took Luan's hand and ran towards the old Hadong Street. As for Comrade Lao Lu, now it's hopeless. His daughter's heart has completely been set on Luan. That feeling was so heartbreaking that I couldn't breathe. Keep following. He felt like he was about to collapse. Tired. Tired. Whatever you want, do as you please. Because time is limited. The two of them just wandered around in this old alley, and then headed straight back to the company. After returning to the company, Luan allocated one machine to produce Dragon Soul, and the others were used to produce tactical version of armed prototypes. Because of the lack of a stable nuclear fusion reactor, the production speed of the magneto engine is much faster, and one engine can be produced in 2 hours. At the same time, production lines for natural invisible nanocoatings have also been placed in the factory. After everything is done, Luan contacted his sister. Explained the company's expansion. Originally, I wanted to negotiate with the boss of Magic City, but I didn't expect that you got a promise directly from Mr. Lee. In that case, this high-tech development zone belongs to us. That's right. Luan smiled calmly. In the future, we will be a group with a complete production chain. We will expand whatever is needed, and the divisions and classifications will be clearer. It will not be like now, where all kinds of production lines are crowded in a small factory. Okay. Lu Ningxuan nodded slightly. Considering that Luan had solved the root of the problem, she stopped nagging him. By the way, because of artificial intelligence and the chip problem, our domestic mobile phone and computer manufacturers have contacted me and want to cooperate with us. What kind of cooperation is this? Luan was a little surprised. Their ultimate goal should be chips, artificial intelligence, and a brand new computer system, right? Right. According to those CEOs, they want to develop more advanced artificial intelligence to make smartphones and sell them abroad. After all, it is enough to have future AS in the country. There are gaps in this system. But the gap can't be that big. As for the chips, Luan raised his eyebrows. We can continue to produce photolithography machines, expand chip production, and radiate to all walks of life in the country. There shouldn't be much of a problem. As for going abroad, I won't consider it for now. If someone contacts me, just refuse directly. Luan was straightforward. Want chips? Okay. Just buy the finished product. Now that I have the power, I will naturally strangle you. This is called the cycle of fortune. Okay. Then I plan to call those CEOs to a meeting after October 1st to discuss these things. I will set the price. Lu Ningxuan was worried about Luan's price. She has fully understood the cost of chips. Although the yield rate is 100%, the cost of photoresist required for a 1nm smart chip is still very high. Fortunately, Amhua has already begun preparing special photoresists and setting up wafer production lines. The expenses are high though. However, the future benefits are obvious. Okay, I'll just provide the technology, sister, you can run the company, you're the boss. Luan chuckled. Cut. Your sister, I am destined to be a worker. Lu Ningxuan snorted and waved her hand in disdain. If you have nothing to do, just go out and play with your girlfriend. College students should also act like college students. Become. After hearing what his elder sister said, Luan said without hesitation, then I will go back to my hometown. In 2 days, the military will send people to receive the equipment and tactical equipment samples. You can go to the second underground floor to take a look at it in the evening. Second floor. I originally wanted to build a warehouse. But think about it. Luan still uses it as a workshop for producing nano-weapons because it is safe enough. Currently, only Lu Ningxuan, Li Wanqiu and Qin Wanru can enter according to the permissions set there. Lu Bingyan has no interest in those things. Of course, she can move freely in the company. Farewell to my elder sister. Luan returned to the manor and told Lu Bingyan about his plan to return to his hometown. To this, Lu Bingyan did not refuse. Even excited. Then, we'll set off early tomorrow morning. Lu Bingyan pursed her lips and said, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, and Uncle, what do they like? My grandparents don't have any special hobbies. They just buy some tea leaves and jade pendants. My dad likes to drink, my uncle likes to smoke and collect lighters, and my mom and aunt also like gold and silver jewelry. This hobby. It's a bit too simple. Lu Bingyan nodded slightly. We will go buy it tomorrow and take a plane back, or a high-speed train. Fly a plane. Luan laughed softly. Signed in today and got a luxury private jet. I will go back on my own private plane tomorrow and take a car with me. When the time comes. It's also more convenient to go home. Then I'll go to bed first. Lu Bingyan was very happy. Of course I was also very nervous. After all, there are many complicated relationships between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law on the internet nowadays. She was still thinking about it as she lay down to sleep. What will Luan's family be like? Is it gentle or serious? Thinking of this, I fell asleep with a sweet smile. Luan shook his head helplessly, picked up the phone and called his mother. The call was connected quickly. Hey, son, why are you still awake so late? My mother's voice is as loud and clear as ever. Well, isn't it October that we'll be in a room together? I plan to go back for a while. Luan laughed. Come back. I heard that Luan was going back. Emochienchi was instantly excited. Have you bought the tickets? Yeah. Luan nodded and said, Mom, I'm going back with my girlfriend this time, and I have something to tell you. Well, it just so happens that I have a lot of questions to ask you. She knew very well about her son's girlfriend. Because of the previous live broadcast, the neighbor's child happened to see it and took it to her to watch. Later, there were live broadcasts of company press conferences and so on. It made her dizzy. When did my kid become so perverted? If she didn't question him carefully, she would suspect that her son was possessed by an alien. Forehead. My mother seems to know something. Luan listened to the busy tone on the phone, feeling helpless. Come to think of it. This era. With the internet so developed, the emergence of artificial intelligence has caused a sensation. It's hard for my own mother not to know. This was his negligence. Chapter 50 Auntie, that is, Mom. The next day. October 1st. As soon as he opened his eyes, he started signing in. Today is National Day. The sign-in reward is extremely generous, a workshop for the production of domestic companion bionic robots. Fully automated production workshop. A factory covering 10 acres is needed to deploy it. The most important thing is, he doesn't need any precious metals or rare elements. Discarded rubber products, metal products, electronic products, etc. are all raw materials, which are directly thrown into the crusher, and what comes out is the accessory module of the domestic companion bionic robot. Materialization. True artificial intelligence materializes. And you can customize your own household companion robot. Can. The era has arrived where everyone has a household robot. Luan raised his eyebrows happily. However, he didn't waste any time as he had to go back to his hometown today. After temporarily placing the production workshop in the system space, he got up, washed, and changed into a refreshing and clean youth-style outfit. His handsomeness instantly exploded. Let those well-trained maids keep a close eye on him. So cool. It's a sin. Luan smacked his lips. Breakfast was simple. Bread and milk. After eating, Luan said hello to Klaus. Klaus, we are going back to our hometown. 3 people from the maid team are required to know how to fly a plane. Sora will do, and then there's Al and Amina. Kras pointed at Sora. This girl is an all-round player. Okay. Luan nodded and handed a black card to Sora. This is the key to my private jet. The plane is now parked at the Magic City Airport. You 3 go first. Yen Yen and I are going to buy some gifts. Good one. Sora nodded and drove a red Ferrari away from the manor with Al and Amina. A favorable wind. After Klaus sent Luan and the others to the car, he stood in front of the villa and watched Luan leave, thinking in his heart, it's time to meet the parents. I will soon take care of the little master and the little princess, right? Klaus was looking forward to it. Let's go to Longtung Shopping Center. Longtung Shopping Center is the largest and top-level shopping mall in Shanghai, with physical stores of all the luxury brands in the world. The monthly profit figures can only be described as terrifying. But Luan was not very interested in these. So, he just needs to pay the money. Just buy, and that's it. Certainly. Lu Bingyan's shopping skills are quite good. Every item he chooses does not make people feel expensive and useless, which just caters to his family's temperament. The price is reasonable and the things are practical, that's enough. Because I was in a hurry to go home. Lu Bingyan selected things very quickly and finished in just 1 hour. Then, the 2 of them drove to the Magic City Airport. This time was also the first time that Luan saw his own plane. The plane is not big. The appearance is also very ordinary. It is a smaller version of ordinary civil aviation. As for the interior, it's exaggerated to the extreme. The interior decoration is no exaggeration to say that it is a luxurious villa. All facilities are available. What attracted Luan the most was the super luxurious big bed. It would be a different kind of mood to do some interesting things on this bed, in the sky. Lu Bingyan was a little shy, especially when she saw Luan's fiery eyes, which made her even more embarrassed. She stepped on Luan's instep in anger and threatened, if you dare to bully me, I will report to my aunt when I get home. Forehead. This is. You have to find my rhythm. Wrong. My parents seem to have always liked girls. Grandpa and Grandma too. I'm going back. I'm afraid I'll be the younger brother of the family. For a while, Luan felt that his future was dark. Master, we are about to set off. Amina is a blonde maid with beautiful green eyes. Good. Luan nodded. Nothing else to say. Sara, flying a plane is just like driving a car. What a reckless bunch. Certainly. Fortunately, she knew the performance of this aircraft well enough. 1.5 hours. It's not much of a enjoyment. The fear is real. Because Sora always wants to do some stunts to add to the fun of flying. After. Just rent a pilot from the airport, or hire a pilot yourself. Luan felt that each of these maids had her own personality. Al flies a plane, probably about the same as Sora. Zhengzhou Airport. After Luan landed, his trembling legs finally felt solid and became strong again. It feels quite fun. Lu Bingyan didn't react too much. On the contrary, she wanted to ride on Sola's plane a few more times. Because there are so many people. Luan let Sora continue to drive the Ferrari, while he drove a Maserati. As for the exclusive series, Luan didn't quite understand it, but it was not included in the Maserati models. It is a rare item produced by the system. The appearance is low-key and unobtrusive. It would also be more appropriate to drive into the village. Certainly. Zhengzhou started building roads on a large scale a few years ago. Even the unknown West Village has a smooth concrete road, which can be easily adapted to buy a sports car as long as you are not racing. 1 hour drive. Luan returned to the village. As soon as I entered the village. This attracted the attention of the villagers. Hey, Shawan is back, and the luxury car has been arranged. Well done. The uncle who spoke was the owner of a supermarket. He raised his thumb and signaled to Luan. Ah, it's okay, uncle. I brought my girlfriend back, so I won't chat with you. Luan laughed, honked the horn, and headed towards his home. The road into the village is straight and leads to the doorstep of every house. The transportation is still very convenient. At home, because of Luan's notice. My uncle's family also came early. The second child of my uncle's family was looking forward to it at the door. 2 luxury cars came into view. After Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, he jumped up and said, Hey, uncle, my brother is back with his girlfriend, driving a luxury car. Oh. Soon, the family arrived at the door. Luan also happened to have the car in good condition. Sara and the other 2 stood aside holding their gifts. What's up with these 3 girls? Mo Qianqi was a little confused. Silver hair, blonde hair, obvious image of a foreign beauty. The skirt she wore was also strange, and looked a bit like the female characters in the cartoons that children watch. My son wouldn't have any special fetishes, right? Mo Qianqi was a little worried. Why are you all here? After getting off the car, Luan touched his nose helplessly and pulled Lu Bingyan to introduce her. This is Lu Bingyan, she is my girlfriend. These 3 are my maids. They are Sora with silver hair, Amina with blonde hair and green eyes, and Al with blonde hair. Luan introduced everyone. Then the whole family's faces became a little stiff, and they just nodded, not knowing what to say. Even the most fashionable aunts can't wrap their heads around it. Too much information. They can't accept it. Especially my mom. That expression clearly showed that she wanted to get angry, but she forced herself to hold it back for the sake of her future daughter-in-law. With a gentle smile on her face, she pulled Lu Bingyan's hand and said, Yan Yan, can I call you that, auntie? Of course. Lu Bingyan was very shy, her pretty face flushed, and she couldn't speak clearly. Mom. Why? When Mo Qianqi was called, she was stunned at first, and then, she was overjoyed. He called her before they even got married. This was a great relationship. The daughter-in-law couldn't run away. Mo Qianqi's smile became even brighter. She held Lu Bingyan's hand and said intimately, Yan Yan, you must be tired on the way. Come home and have a rest. Then, did that brat bully you? No. Lu Bingyan was pulled into Luan's bedroom by Mo Qianqi, and she didn't know what to say. Luan shook his head helplessly, and then asked Sora to bring the gifts home. Aunt, uncle, come and distribute the gifts. Oh. And us. The uncle was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, This girl is good, much better than your sister. That stinky girl left and didn't even get a phone call. Chapter 51 Luan's Dark History. Gift? The uncle frowned slightly. You're back, so why buy me a gift? You can earn money now, but you don't know how to save money. Ha ha. Luan knew that his uncle would definitely say this. He smiled calmly. This is not bought by me. It is a gift that Yen Yen bought for you. Yen Yen. That's no problem. My uncle was very happy. It seems it's time for the Lu family to have a big happy event. I always hear people in the village talking about whose children are getting married or whose daughters are leaving home. Then I think about my own daughter leaving home just for a blind date. I don't even want to call her and I feel sad. My daughter is already grown up. He is anxious too. I'm almost 30. Before you even leave the house, people in the countryside will gossip about you, and even if you are not a bad person, they will say you are a bad person. Luan didn't know what his uncle was thinking. He walked into the living room with the gift and handed it to him. What kind of lighter is this? It's quite expensive. And these foreign cigarettes, but your niece-in-law picked them out especially for you. This lighter. As a lighter lover. He recognized the lighter in his hand at a glance. Zippo lighter, this year's new custom version. Not really sure. Luan only remembered that the name of the store was Zippo. As for the series of the lighter, he really didn't know. He just remembered the price clearly. A kerosene lighter that was not gold-plated or inlaid with jade but was carved from metal actually cost 100,000 yuan. The high price made Luan completely unable to make any move. What was so expensive about this lighter? This is so expensive, I heard it costs 100,000 yuan. And Wang Qing carefully tugged at Luan's clothes. Shaoan, I bought such an expensive gift, how are you going to deal with it? Of course they are married. Luan answered without hesitation, I have been to Yen Yan's house. Yen Yan's father is a big boss in a certain unit of the field army, and so is his second uncle. His grandfather is a veteran of the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. His family background is clean and he has a good impression of me. That's fine. This kid, do something serious. Wang Qing smiled and punched Luan on the shoulder. Not bad, well done, Jinshu must be very happy, right? As he said that, he looked at Lu Yunshu who was sitting on the side, smoking nervously. Aunt, this is your gift. Luan took out a set of expensive cosmetics and a pair of restrained and low-key green bracelets. This is Yen Yan's gift to you. Why? Well, Wang Qing doesn't care much about gifts. However, the happiness on his face was not fake. Finally, there is a man who can take on the responsibility at home. Dad, this is yours. Just by looking at the packaging, you can tell that the tea and wine my dad bought are expensive luxury goods. When he got them, my dad was both happy and distressed. It's too expensive, too expensive. You two kids are so stupid. After this trip, your little million is gone. I feel bad for you, but second uncle, your mouth is almost stretched to the back of your head. As the last boy in the Lu family after Luan, Lu Ming is quite favored. If I get scolded at my uncle's house, I will definitely hide in his house. He either begs Lu Yunshu for protection or acts like a spoiled child in front of his grandparents. However, although this kid is tough, there is no need to worry about his grades. He is from the Lu family. All three children are geniuses. Brother, where is my gift? Lu Ming rubbed his hands, his face full of expectation. Brother, you will definitely not forget your poor brother, right? There really isn't any gift for you here. Luan spread his hands. Ah. I heard there were no gifts. Lu Ming's mood suddenly turned bad. He squatted in the corner with his head down and drew circles. Have fun. Stop pretending to be pitiful here. Luan raised his foot and kicked him on the butt, then took out a PS5 from the remaining gifts and handed it to him. I'll give you the game console, and I'll also buy you a few games you haven't played. I warn you, if games delay your studies, I'll let my uncle smash the game console. Of course, of course. Who I am? I am a man who went to a key high school based on my own abilities. The results will definitely not fall behind. But, elder brother, you must have a lot of sports cars, right? Lu Ming chuckled and said, can you let me drive that Ferrari outside? Can you? Do you have a driver's license? Luan pouted, let's talk about it when you are an adult. If you can get into Daida University, I will buy you a brand new sports car. Real. Lu Ming was excited now, just wait and see. 3 years from now, I will go to Imperial University. I'm telling you, even if God comes to my rescue, I won't change my choice. Let us talk about it after you pass the exam. Looking at his younger brother's confident and arrogant look, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Finally, he let his father take his mother's gift first, and Lewin gave his prepared future AS to his father and others. Dad, can we play this advanced thing? Don't underestimate your father, kid. I was a village cadre for 2 years and I'm a high school graduate. I know voice control. Lu Yunshu concealed the small gadget in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. This small gadget can bring us into the future. It's really hard to imagine. Don't give me that. Lewin twisted his mouth and then asked, where are my grandparents? I'm going to the temple fair and visiting relatives. I'll be back in the afternoon. Lu Yunliang also looked at the gadget in his hand and pursed his lips. What's the point of this AS? I always feel uncomfortable using foreign words on our own things. What foreign language? This is Chinese pinyin. Lewin rolled his eyes and explained, A is the first pinyin of an, and S is the pinyin of Shuang. Together, it's Lewin and Lu Ning Shuang. This name. It's really casual. Wang Chang was a little speechless, and then asked, how is your sister now? My sister is now the president of the company. Lewin laughed. The company's management is definitely the one that my family trusts the most. My sister is not having a good time in Shanghai. She is constantly monitored and suppressed by the people pursuing her. My sister is also stubborn and refuses to admit defeat. Then, I killed the other party directly and sent the father and son to prison. Lewin briefly explained it to them so that they would not worry in the future. Now, seeing that her daughter was fine, Wang Qing was relieved. It's okay for your sister to have her own hobbies. Now that she is not short of money, she can choose her own future life. Actually, Lewin really wanted to say it. My sister might come out. But thinking that my uncle and aunt were not young anymore and fearing to upset them, I didn't say anything. While talking, there were bursts of laughter coming from Lewin's bedroom, and Lu Bingyan's surprised voice, Mom, was Lewin really so bad when he was a child? He even pulled other girls' skirts. Yes. It brings tears to my eyes just talking about it. Emo Qianqi nodded confidently and pointed at the photo. Look, this kid got beaten up by his dad when he came back, but not only did he not cry, he even thought about pulling his teacher's skirt. Isn't that infuriating? Little pervert. However, Lu Bingyan did not dislike the way Lewin was when he was a child. She even thought that he was very energetic and interesting. He was good at studying but not a nerd. He could play with both good and bad students. Wow! This one is so cute. Lu Bingyan was flipping through the photo album. This is Lewin by Tian Zhao. She was chubby, wearing a little bunny knitted hat, a not too thick white flannel jacket, and blowing bubbles from her mouth. She looked so cute. When Shaoan and I have children in the future, will they be this cute? This girl is great. He called me mom before he even got married. I'm even thinking about having a baby. He is worthy of being my son. The eye for women is good. The more Emochian she looked at it, the more satisfied she felt. My girl, how about we take some time to meet and finalize this marriage? Okay. Lu Bingyan, who was looking at Lewin's childhood photos, agreed without thinking. Chapter 52 Primary School Teacher Young Chanshan. What the hell is this talking about? As soon as Lewin walked to the door, he heard his mother's question. He wanted to go in and excuse Lu Bingyan, but he didn't expect Lu Bingyan to agree directly. This made Lewin's mind go blank in an instant. An inexplicable feeling came over me. Hesitated for a moment. Lewin gave up on organizing them to look at his dark history photos and retreated silently. Your mother is very capable. Dad raised his eyes and glanced at Lewin, drinking tea leisurely, and his serious face softened. Lewin agreed deeply. My mother's art of speaking is indeed superb. When I was a child, no matter what mistakes I made, my mother would come out and fix them, and we could even become friends. Just like that female teacher. Because it's so beautiful. My mother actually tricked someone into coming to Calais to be her daughter-in-law and even agreed. Fortunately, the teacher reacted quickly refused, and ran away covering her face. It was really embarrassing. Having said that female teacher. I don't know what's going on now. Lewin smacked his lips. As for that teacher, he only remembered that she was very beautiful. As for her name and surname, he had long forgotten them. Time passes so fast. Everything has changed. The girl I once teased got married after graduating from high school. During the summer vacation, Luan still found it a little unbelievable when talking about her. Thinking about it now, it seems that getting married so early is not a bad thing. Without a mother, her father was unable to support her to go to college. Getting married is a helpless act, but it can also reduce the burden on her father and he doesn't need to worry about her anymore. Maybe that female teacher should be married too. So many years. 10 years, huh? The teacher is also over 30 years old, right? Luan scratched his head. That Xiao Yang is not married, but his life is not going as he wished. While you have nothing to do now, why don't you go visit your elementary school teacher with that gift? Speaking of that teacher. Both my uncle and my dad looked a little sad. Okay. Luan did not refuse. Is she in our village? I remember her family is from another place. The primary school in our village has been closed for many years. The village primary school closed down a long time ago. He only went to school in the village until the 4th grade. Go check it out. Luan touched his chin. He didn't reject this idea. After all, the teacher's level was quite good back then. Even though he was naughty, she taught him wholeheartedly. There were even no English courses in the village, so she bought the teaching materials herself and taught him so that he could keep up with the city children. Not really. He couldn't even recite his ABCs when he entered junior high school. She lives in the town, she's very poor, she lives alone, her house is the most prominent one on the main street in the town, there's a red coating on the house. Speaking of the coating, Lu Yunshu's eyes obviously dodged. This made Luan frown. I didn't think much about it. Called Amina. Then I'll go and come back after lunch. Luan thought for a moment, then went back to his room. Looking at Lu Bingyan, who was chatting animatedly with her mother, he said softly, Yan Yan, I'm going to go see my elementary school teacher. Can you stay home alone? Can. Lu Bingyan nodded calmly and waved her hand in disdain. I'm talking to our mother, do whatever you want. Forehead. This. Luan scratched his face and sighed depressedly. Well, I haven't even gotten married yet, but I'm already the younger brother of the family. Although I sigh like this. But Luan couldn't hide the smile on his face. There is no way my lovely school beauty senior can escape. Better days may be coming soon. Driving Faraday. The car was picked up in the town and had a license plate from Shanghai, so vehicles and pedestrians on the street stayed away from it. Afraid of being scratched. Luan did not comment on this. It just so happens that I can go there and come back quickly. Otherwise, your naive little cutie will feel anxious at home alone. Although this is unlikely. But I just can't let go. A team in town. The route is very convenient and we arrived at the destination in just 5 or 6 minutes. Luan finally understood what his father meant by the red coating. Coupled with the group of people squatting under the house who were obviously not good people, it was clear that this teacher had encountered malicious loan sharks and violent debt collection. These are all non-governmental organizations. They are all irregular. Most of these debt collectors have low educational backgrounds and have entered society early on. Those red coats are paint. All kinds of obscene words were written on it. Luan frowned when he saw this. He originally went to high school in the provincial capital. He went home for 2 days a month in junior high school and 2 days in 3 months in high school. He worked outside during the winter and summer vacations to gain experience. He had never heard of such a thing happening in the town. The car stopped. The eyes of that group of violent debt collectors immediately fell on Luan and the other person. They stared at Amina without any concealment, and a few of them even whistled and teased her. This made Luan frown and he stared at these people coldly. The fierce aura emanating from him made these beasts turn pale in an instant. Amina, you stay here. If these people dare to leave or make any other moves, just cut off their limbs. For the dregs of society. Luan would definitely not have any sympathy at all. Okay, sir. Amina nodded slightly. She is the most powerful maid. These little hooligans. It can all be solved in 3 minutes. Magic City license plate. Luxury cars and beauties. The aura is different. The pressure on these thugs is so great that they dare not run away. The Magic City is a first-rate metropolis in Xinxia, with countless real dragons. If they really get mad, a local tyrant from my small village will be nothing to me. If I say I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. What's more, he is not a local tyrant. They are just a bunch of ruffians. Seeing the dirty word smeared on the house, Lewin felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. When he walked to the front door, the pungent stench made Lewin explode instantly. For the first time, he wanted to use all-round fighting to beat someone up. Although teachers are not necessarily people with high moral character, this woman whose name he has forgotten is a teacher worthy of his respect. An excellent teacher was bullied by a group of thugs. This is really sad and lamentable. There was a lot of shit, urine, and slop thrown on the door. Flies and maggots were flying everywhere. Lewin pursed his lips, jumped up, pulled the courtyard wall, and climbed over it. The courtyard is very clean. It forms a sharp contrast with the door. However, the woman's mental state was not very good. The moment Lewin landed, she locked the iron door of the main room tightly. Looking through the gap, she looked like a frightened bird and could collapse at any time. Teacher. It's me, Lewin. I don't know if you still remember me. But don't worry. I won't bully you. Lewin stood at the door and comforted him softly. Lewin. Inside the house. The woman with messy, even graying hair, moved her cracked lips, and her cloudy eyes gradually brightened up. It's you, the genius pervert who took off my skirt. Genius little pervert. What the hell is this title? However, Lewin was still very happy that she could remember him. He touched his nose and replied, It's me, teacher. Don't be afraid. With me here, those bastards won't dare to do anything to you. Shawan. Why are you here? These people are shameless and will definitely pester you. Let us go. He opened the door carefully. The appearance of this pale and thin woman had not declined much, but Lewin was sure that she was on the verge of collapse and could collapse at any time. If I don't come. If those bastards were a little tougher, this teacher would probably collapse completely. Mental disorder would be the least of his worries, but suicide is not impossible. Those people. It's really too much. Lewin waved his hand nonchalantly, gently reached out and grasped her hand, which had little flesh left but was covered with rough calluses. He used the warmth of his palm to give her the warmth of hope, which made her calm down, and then he barged into her room in a familiar manner. Clean and tidy, with the fragrance of floral water. From her attitude towards life, it is certain that she is not a woman who takes out a loan out of vanity. Something else must have happened. The most likely possibility is that I was cheated. Lewin sat on the sofa, without letting go of his hand, and asked seriously, Teacher, what happened? Tell me, I will help you solve it. This. It's really hard to talk about. Yang Shanshan laughed bitterly, hesitated for a moment, and said, This happened in recent years. Without my knowledge, my best friend used my ID card to apply for a high-value loan, and then disappeared. These people had no choice but to target me. In the first 2 years, I chose to report to the police. After the truth came out, these people stopped bothering me. But only a year later, they started again. And they got worse and worse, causing me to lose my job. Why did these people want to push me to the edge? Speaking of. Yang Chanshan's emotions began to fluctuate violently. Lewin quickly patted her hand to comfort her. It's okay, I thought it was a big deal, love is just usury. How much? Lewin asked while activating his exclusive smart wristband, causing the image of Dijun to appear out of thin air. Dijun, thoroughly investigate my teacher's best friend and kill her. Okay. Dijun nodded seriously, closed his eyes, and began to look for clues on the internet. This. See this scene. Yang Chanshan was stunned. What kind of technology is this? Chapter 53, Stormy Waves. Artificial intelligence, virtual projection, these are the products developed by my company. Lewin laughed and said proudly, Teacher, all these are due to your teaching me English in advance. Lewin was just looking for a reason to comfort her. Make her feel more secure. How can a little bastard like you comfort anyone? I was forced into this. But after all, he is a top student who graduated from a normal university. Fool me. You are still young. But she was deeply touched. She was touched that Lewin still remembered her kindness and came to help her out of her suffering. Feeling the faint smile on Teacher Yang's face, Lewin scratched his head in embarrassment, pursed his lips and said, Teacher, don't worry, all the evildoers will get the punishment they deserve. While talking, Dijun dug up all the information about Teacher Yang's best friend. Some information was presented to the two of them. The woman who used Teacher Yang's ID card to borrow high-interest loans has now changed her name and become a well-known up host on a certain website, making a fortune. even her residence. All have been thoroughly mastered. A man owns a mansion worth tens of millions and leads a life of extravagance and decadence. Why do you treat me like this? Yang Qianqian looked at her former best friend and trembled with anger. She taught diligently and treated her as her closest family member, but what she got was ruthless betrayal. She was left to bear the loan while she could live an extravagant life. Don't be angry. Luan smiled calmly. For someone like her, it would be too easy for her to go to jail directly. We will make her fall from heaven to hell in an instant and make her spit out everything she got from you bit by bit. Jun, contact the boss of the platform and tell him I'm looking for him. Luan had a strong aura, which made Yang Qianqian look at him sideways. In her impression, Luan should be only 18 years old. Cheers Station. Company headquarters. Founder and part-time president Yi Fan. Looking at the image of Jun appearing on the computer in front of him, he was a little excited. Boss Lu is looking for me. It's not his fault that he wasn't excited. Ultimately, his platform has nothing to do with high technology. Even if he was worth tens of billions, he was not qualified to enter the domestic conference held by Enyan Technology this time. However, artificial intelligence and virtual projection were the future development trends, coupled with the extremely terrifying Taichu Tianting platform. He was sure of it. I can't seize the opportunity. The future will only lead to death. Since the release of artificial intelligence, the existence of artificial intelligence has been affirmed in the circle. The release of the artificial intelligence wristband has made his hair turn white with worry. Just when I was worried about having no chance to cooperate with him, the founder suddenly contacted me. This gave him hope. I quickly chose to answer the call. After connecting, the image of Luan immediately appeared on his smart wristband. Luan was sitting on the sofa. Next to him was a woman who looked very unwell but had a scholarly temperament. Luan's face was serious. This made Yi Fan feel uneasy for a moment. My thoughts were spinning rapidly, wondering whether my company had ever offended such a person. Don't worry anymore. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's only related to the up-host on your platform. Luan glanced at him calmly, then sent the information to his computer. Take a look. My request is very simple. Don't send her in so easily. I want her to know what the suffering in the world is. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. If you can handle it well, I will give you an independent section of the cheer station in Taichu Heaven. As soon as Luan made this promise, Yi Fan's eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded quickly. That's no problem, but please allow me to take a look at the information. No problem. By the way, I'm showing you what I'm going through right now. Soon, a large group of photos were sent over. This is a photo of the outside of the house. Obscene words were spray painted on the door, and feces, urine, and slop were blocking the door. This can be said to be anti-human. It's terrifying to look at. After looking at the photos, Yi Fan continued to read the messages with a cold face. First, here is Yang Qianqian's message. A top student at the Normal University and an honorary special grade teacher. Then there is Meng Xiaoran. Just changed the name. But if you compare the photos, anyone who is not blind can see it. This is a person. Current name, Li Ziren. Top 100 famous uploaders on Kanbei Station. This person. Yi Fan recognized it at just one glance. A very capable and wealthy woman, who is eloquent and leaves a very good impression. Because of her huge potential, we are now vigorously supporting her and want to train her to become the top star of this website. The more you look. Yi Fan's face became uglier. Underground loan of black money, 15 million. She used Teacher Yang's ID card and destroyed Teacher Yang's family, while she was living a prosperous life. Yi Fan's hands and feet suddenly became cold. You are aiding and abetting the evil. No matter whether he knows it or not, as long as Luan wants to deal with him, he will not be able to lose this title. I still have to go to that underground money house to sort out some trouble, so I won't argue with you. If you do it, I'll ascend to heaven. If you don't want to do it anymore, then I'll do it myself. After saying, Luan cut off the connection directly. That look. Yi Fan felt as if his soul had frozen. He knows. Luan gave him this opportunity because he didn't want to dirty his hands and didn't want his respected teacher to see his dark side. If what he did not satisfy Luan, he was sure that he would die. That look clearly dragged him into the ranks of sinners. Damn! Resisting the urge, after reading all the information, Yi Fan couldn't help but slam the table and yelled, well done Li Ziren, How come someone who treats you with all his heart doesn't have a good ending? That's right. This Lee Ziren had long been bought by another company in the same industry. He had sold out the company's ideas more than once and amassed huge amounts of money. He had even made preparations to change jobs. Thanks. At home. Yang Chanshan shed tears of gratitude. Thank you for vindicating me. No. That's not enough. Luan's eyes flashed with ferocity. There are still key figures that have not been dealt with. Let's go to the provincial capital. It's time to clean up these small shrimps. Luan contacted Mr. Lee and told him what happened. Mr. Lee only replied with one sentence, "Go ahead, the law will not let any evildoer go, or anyone who shields rampant crimes." At the same time, he was also sighing. Luan. He's really a good soldier. What a pity. The higher level of technology made him feel conflicted and uncomfortable. After Luan joins the army, he will definitely be able to rival the war gods and soldiers in the army. Black Money House. This kind of underground force is not just black power, it can be supported by gray industries. On the surface, he definitely has his own umbrella of protection. This umbrella of protection definitely has great power in Zhengzhou. Luan wants to do it. The net over in Zhengzhou is almost closed in. It can be considered as doing him a favor. Chapter 54, Stunning the Mountain. Going to the provincial capital. Yang Chanshan was still a little hesitant. Rest assured. Here I am. Luan smiled calmly, and then said, before that, the group of people outside will also have to pay a price. The police have arrived. Just didn't move for the time being. Luan's status was too high, and the elders all called them directly. Before Luan spoke, they could only surround these beasts. For these members who engage in violent debt collection, even more difficult. The police simply surrounded them and did not arrest them directly, which inevitably led them to have wild thoughts. Soon, Luan brought Yang Chanshan out. Seeing how Luan defended Yang Chanshan, the faces of these bastards turned pale and they broke out in cold sweat. Restore the exterior of the house to its original state and clean the doorway, then you will be punished honestly. Otherwise, you will be sent to Syria as cannon fodder. Luan grinned. We do. The oldest of these people was no more than 25 or 26 years old. They had no education and no courage. After being frightened, they immediately agreed. Jun, enter all the information of these people into the police computer. When Luan was about to leave, he issued another order, and then walked to the front of the middle-aged police officer who led the team. Hello, officer, I have recorded all the information of these people. Let them deal with it themselves. After they are done, they should turn themselves in. If they dare to run, they will be severely punished if they are caught. Okay. The middle-aged police officer looked at the wristband on Luan's hand with envy, and sighed, artificial intelligence is really powerful. When will our police have its own exclusive artificial intelligence? At that time, when searching for clues, we don't have to manually compare clues all night long. Ah. Hearing the police officer say this, Luan was stunned for a moment and said, you can apply for it. When I first made it, there was a police branch. Just apply and you can use it directly. Is this such a thorough consideration? The middle-aged police officer saluted involuntarily and thanked him earnestly. Thank you for your invention. It has brought convenience to our police force and reduced casualties caused by overwork in the future. No problem. The public security is more peaceful because of you. Luan nodded slightly. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Take care. The middle-aged police officer nodded gratefully. After watching Luan and the others leave, his eyes fell on the other police officers. Did you hear that? Soon, our police will also have artificial intelligence in the future. In order not to disappoint them, we will stay here and let these ruffians clean up this place thoroughly. There can't be any dirt at all. Yes. The police officers stopped leaving. This made those hooligans who were still hoping for a lucky break completely despair. They honestly bought all kinds of materials and worked hard to repair the graffiti. There is also feces and urine at the door. The more exciting it was at the beginning, the more painful it is to clean up now. Zhengzhou provincial capital. According to the information found by Jun, Luan took the ring road directly and arrived at the downtown area near the university town in half an hour. There are many KTVs, internet cafes, billiard rooms and other entertainment and leisure areas here. According to data from DJUN's investigation, half of the entertainment venues here provide prostitute services. In addition to the colored services, there is also the black industry that is the most unforgivable for Lewin, which is gambling and drugs. Master, the Black Dragon is in the Wild Rose Bar now. Jun reminded. New. Lewin nodded slightly, then took Yang Chanchan's hand. Let us go, I'll help you solve the last problem. Really grown up. That naughty child. Yang Chanchan was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. After their parents passed away, Lewin, the smart and naughty boy when he was young, was the first one to remember her and help her sincerely, which made her numb heart warm again. Wild Rose Bar. Lewin had a smile on his face. The air here is not very good. Lewin just took a puff and felt his whole body getting hot, and his consciousness became blurry for a moment. Master, there is a trace amount of aphrodisiac gas in the air, and there is also a gas that makes you excited. Amina whispered a reminder in Lewin's ear. Lewin nodded slightly, then suddenly looked at young Chanchan. As expected, she was weak and had been infected. A sickly red appeared on her pale face. She stared at Lewin with blurry eyes, and her breathing became rapid and heavy. But she is still trying hard to restrain herself. Young master, don't worry. Amina took out a pill from her pocket and stuffed it into young Chanchan's mouth. The pill melted in her mouth and took effect very quickly. After a few breaths, she woke up. After waking up, Yang Chanchan's face turned even redder, and she was embarrassed and at a loss. Shaoan, please listen to my explanation, teacher. I know. Lewin laughed softly, took her hand and walked inside. As for the bartender's attempt to stop them, Lewin did not hold back and knocked him out directly. Working here. There is no good person, and everyone has some conspiracy behind him. 4th floor. It is the accommodation area. It is also a place where colored goods are traded. Yang Chanchan's appearance was immediately reported to Black Dragon. After all, this woman's appearance can be said to be top-notch. I owe so much money. Now she probably can't bear it anymore and decides to accept his proposal and become his prostitute. Perfect woman. Still a chick. Tonight is mine. Black Dragon was shirtless, with a vivid and ferocious black dragon tattooed on his upper body. He sat on the sofa with his legs stretched out, enjoying the service of the beautiful woman. As for Lewin, he didn't take it seriously at all. The boy looked delicate and tender. Being a duck is good. It's a good deal for him. Hey. On the contrary, there will be some interesting plot drama tonight. The smile on Black Dragon's face became more and more perverted. Boom. Thinking. The door was kicked open, and this action made the women who were still serving Black Dragon scream and crawl into bed. The Black Dragon, on the other hand, didn't react at all. You really are so confident that you don't take me seriously. Lewin smiled calmly and walked to the front of the Black Dragon without haste. Your momentum is quite interesting. What a pity. Lewin took direct action. This was something Black Dragon had never expected. In his opinion, Lewin was just a delicate and tender pretty boy who could not pose a threat to him, not to mention that he had a gun. Only, Lewin's move was too fast. One move. It smashed his cheek directly, causing him to faint instantly, without even a chance to drop the gun. Oh, do you think I'm the protagonist of a TV show and I'm willing to argue with you? Lewin curled his lips in disdain, and then directly issued an order to Jun, confiscate all the industrial funds under Black Dragon, and then have the people above start closing the net, and at the same time post all the information of the relevant members online. Gotta do it. It has to be bigger. Beat the mountain to scare the tiger. Tell those hypocrites who are jumping around in secret and taking advantage of the situation that what they have done cannot escape my, Lewin's, judgment. Chapter 55 Solution, Warm Family Dinner. This speed. It's really fast. This side of Zhengzhou. The big boss of Zhengzhou looked at the information in his hand and showed an expression of as expected on his face. Old Zhang, I never thought that the person behind the scenes is really you. This afternoon. The situation in Zhengzhou is turbulent. Official announcements came one after another. This great purge brought a new spirit to Zhengzhou. While allowing the world to see the darkness being eliminated, it also allows people to see the beauty of the years of accumulation of Zhengzhou history. There are mixed reviews. However, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. After everything is done, Luan took Yang Qianqian to eat something to replenish her nutrition, and then took her to the hospital for a full body examination. After making sure that everything was alright, Luan took her home with confidence. Teacher, what are you going to do next? Luan looked at Yang Qianqian, who was completely relaxed, and pondered for a moment. Next, I want to see Li Ziren completely despair and thrown into jail. Yang Qianqian has a kind heart, but this time, she doesn't want to be kind, and she doesn't want to give this kindness to the enemy who caused her parents' untimely death. It should be. Luan nodded. Return to Yang Qianqian's home. This place has been cleaned up. The outside of the house was completely whitewashed, the front door was cleaned, repainted, and the tiles were cared for. After seeing all this, Luan was still very satisfied. Only, I might not be able to go back tonight. Luan looked at Yang Qianqian's condition and was a little worried. Teacher Yang, why don't you stay at my house tonight? Live in your house. To be honest, Yang Qianqian was still a little moved. It's not that she has any feelings towards Luan, but the harm she has suffered here is too great. When she returns home, she thinks of the days when she was in fear. Thinking about how my parents committed suicide. The anxiety almost made her depressed. Yes, live in my house. My house is quite big, and my mother likes you very much. There was a pause. Luan added, the key is, you can also take a good rest, right? Good. Since Luan invited her like this, she didn't refuse. She just kept in her heart all the good things Luan had done to her. Future. I must repay your kindness. Yang Qianqian thought seriously. But, seeing Luan's car and achievements, she really couldn't think of how to repay him. This made Yang Qianqian very conflicted. Lu Bingyan was not angry when she took Yang Qianqian home. On the contrary, she was very happy. At the same time, the system reminded Luan that he had completed another hidden task and received a reward. The superhero in Lu Bingyan's mind, your righteous actions make her more attached to you, but she is very worried that you, as a great hero, will encounter danger. She is proud and worried. Mission rewards. Luan didn't care at all. He only cared about Lu Bingyan's evaluation of him. Touched, he hugged his beloved senior schoolmate. Senior schoolmate, I'm back. Glad you're back. Don't be so reckless next time, okay? Grandpa Li is really a fool. He's obviously about to close the net, but he still wants you to get involved. Lu Bingyan lay in Luan's arms, snorted in dissatisfaction, and secretly glanced at Yang Qianqian. Although Yang Qianqian is already in her 30s. But her appearance is not bad. She should have been a school beauty when she was young. Just seeing her thin and tired appearance, Lu Bingyan's inner fragility was touched. After gently kissing Luan on the face, she said softly, Shaoan, I'm going to accompany Teacher Yang. You can chat with Grandma first. Also, I've already given Grandma the gift. Grandma and Grandpa like it very much. That's good. Luan nodded slightly. After letting go of the senior sister's delicate body, Luan sighed with some anxiety and walked to his grandmother. Seeing that the jade bracelet on his grandmother's wrist was gone, he was stunned for a moment. Grandma, why is your bracelet gone? That bracelet is an heirloom. The texture just isn't that great. But for our grandparents' generation, this jade bracelet was already a rare luxury item. To my grandson's wife. Grandma happily held Luan's hand and said, Shaoan, you really found a perfect grandson's wife. She is sensible and pretty. I'm telling you, you are not allowed to do anything wrong just because you have money. How could that be, Grandma? The men in our Lu family are very loyal. Luan patted his chest and promised. The grandfather, on the other hand, held the cigarette holder, squinted his eyes, and said with a proud look on his face, as expected of my grandson, a model of a good man. Night. Luan walked into the kitchen. Amina assisted him. My mother was going to come in too. But Luan refused, and Lu Bingyan said, Mom, just sit down and take a rest. Shaoan is a good cook. Yes, madam. The young master's cooking skills are even better than those of the Michelin chefs. Sola's call of madam made Mo Qianqi instantly shy, and she waved her hands shyly. What, madam? Sola, please don't laugh at me. In the afternoon. Lu Bingyan also told Mo Qianqi about Luan Manor. These maids, as well as Klaus, were also introduced in detail, so Mo Qianqi knew that each of these maids was a top elite with unique skills. She felt a little embarrassed to be addressed as madam so respectfully by these people. Come, everyone, sit down. It was rare to have so many people at home, so Mo Qianqi asked everyone to sit down, with Lu Bingyan and Yang Qianqian sitting next to her. After being comforted by Lu Bingyan and Mo Qianqi, Yang Qianqian's mood also improved a lot. Sarah and the others were in charge of serving the dishes. Luan's level is very high. In a short while, a large table of dishes was prepared. The whole family was dazzled. The exquisite presentation and rich aroma whet their taste buds. Luan walked out of the kitchen and saw that no one had touched their chopsticks. He smiled helplessly and said, "Everyone, eat. I have a few dishes that will be ready soon. Don't be polite. At home, there are not so many rules." "All right." Listen to what Luan said. But the old man couldn't help it. He started eating right away. "Everyone, eat. Sarah, Al, you two come and eat first. You don't have to wait for Luan. Call Amina over as well. You three little girls can eat first." This. Sarah hesitated. They have their own rules. They are not allowed to sit at the table at such family gatherings. "It's okay, let's go eat." Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. "Anyway, you all have to serve me for the rest of my life, a lifetime of love, that's family, don't think too much." "All right. Treat it as family." Sarah and the other two were still very happy. Without any hesitation, they sat down at the dining table properly and joined the crowd rushing for food. "Mom, isn't it delicious?" Lu Bingyan said with a giggle. This kid actually learned this trick." Mo Qianqi was very surprised. Then, after Luan brought the last few dishes to the table, before he had time to sit down, the table was already empty. The rice porridge had been eaten up. Everyone sat on the chairs rubbing their stomachs, lying like Guyu in an unpresentable manner. "Hello? You guys are really going too far." Luan's mouth twitched, and he walked into the kitchen helplessly to make himself a plate of fried rice, which was a simple dinner. After dinner, Lu Bingyan dragged him out. "Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, little brother, Shaoan and I are going to play by the river and we'll be back soon. Go, be careful. The river is flooded recently, don't get too close." Mo Qianqi chuckled, her heart full of admiration. What a great girl. Then, Mo Qianqi held young Qianqian's hand and said distressfully, "Qianqian, this is the artificial intelligence wristband Luan gave you. He said that if you want to see it, you can see it directly through artificial intelligence. Then, have a good rest tonight and don't worry about the future. I'll talk to Shaoan tomorrow and ask him to arrange a job for you in Shanghai." Mo Qianqi looked at young Qianqian, and there was only heartache in her eyes. Before. What a wonderful daughter. I almost tricked her into becoming my daughter-in-law. But now her family has been broken up by her inhuman best friend. Fortunately, she thought that girl was a good person back then. It's true that you can judge a person by his appearance but not his heart. Chapter 56 Childhood Memories. There is a river near the village. That is the place where Luan has the most childhood memories. The clear river is home to plenty of fish and shrimp. There is a fixed water outage time every summer. During that period, you can easily catch buckets of small river shrimps from the puddles in the river. After cleaning them at home, you can fry them in a pan. They are crispy and delicious. In rural areas, this is also a snack exclusive to the summer vacation. Especially at that time, the family was not well off. The pocket money he had at school was no more than 50 cents, and he seldom had snacks, so small river shrimps, small crucian carp, large grass carp, and small river snails were his favorites during the summer vacation. As soon as summer vacation comes, I went to the river with my friends in the village to catch small shrimps and snails, and played. I would skip lunch and play until late at night. When I returned home with a full bag of goods, I got beaten. That's right. Just get beaten. Certainly. When they got beaten, they were all beaten together as a group of friends. None of them can be missing. If you go to the river to play until late at night, you will definitely get beaten. After getting beaten, my family still helped me process the caught river shrimps. The next day, they made fried river shrimps and ate them with salt, feeling full of happiness. Nowadays. Respond to national calls. The chemical plants in the village have been closed, and the domestic sewage pipes have been replanned, flowing into the sewage treatment plant and then put into the water, reducing pollution. This has also led to the reeds and fireflies that had disappeared in previous years returning to this old dry river again. Tonight. They are very lucky. I encountered fireflies here. The river is rippling with moonlight and dotted with twinkling fireflies. Although not as vast as the sea, it has its own unique beauty and romance. It's so beautiful here. Countryside scenery. This was something Lu Bingyan had never experienced before. There are no mosquitoes or flies as imagined. Instead, everywhere is filled with the breath of nature, with birds singing, flowers blooming, and crickets chirping. It is like a natural movement, rising and falling one after another, making people relax physically and mentally involuntarily. Luan accompanied Lu Bingyan, always with a gentle smile on his face. Looking at the elf like Lu Bingyan, he also felt that this trip back was truly worth it. Crash. Running around. The reeds by the river suddenly began to shake violently. This made Lu Bingyan, who was originally smiling happily, stiffen instantly. The smile on her face gradually disappeared, and she fell into Luan's arms like a frightened rabbit. Shaoan, is there something unclean here? How could that be? Luan smiled helplessly. Maybe it's a pheasant, or maybe it's a wild duck. Real. I heard it was a small animal. Lu Bingyan also relaxed a little, but her hands were still tightly holding Luan's arms. Crash. A loud noise attracted Luan's attention. Just as he turned his head, a tall figure crawled out from the reeds. That moment. Even Luan was shocked. What the hell is this? Luan's side was originally backlit, and it happened so suddenly that he couldn't see clearly what it was. Hey, isn't this Luan? He's back from the Magic City. The familiar voice made Luan stunned for a moment, and then he said happily, it's Lao Che. By the way, why are you hiding in the reeds so late at night? Hey, it's a rare day off, so I went fishing. Who would have thought that the fish in our creek would become so smart and refuse to take the bait? I was so angry that I went down to fish in order to avoid empty-handed. As expected, fishing is the most practical. Che Xiaolong was a little depressed. He looked up and saw Lu Bingyan, who looked like a goddess in the moonlight. For a moment, his eyes widened and he couldn't speak clearly. Shaoan, who is this? My wife, Lu Bingyan, is the school beauty of Shanghai. Luan introduced her to him with a smile. We have already met both of their parents, and they will be engaged soon. Damn. The school beauty of Magic City. You can do it, kid. Che Xiaolong envied the separation of the plasmolysis, but he was very good at dealing with people. He directly took out 2 big fish and grabbed 2 reeds to pack them up. Here you go, replenish your energy. Roll. Luan rolled his eyes at him angrily. How about you? How about going to school? It's okay, college life is not bad, but there are too many wolves and too little meat, and there are no high-quality beauties. Che Xiaolong shook his head bitterly, looked at the time, and made an excuse. I'm going home first, otherwise, my father will beat me again. You two can walk around slowly. By the way, there are a lot of wild ducks and wild geese in the big river bend ahead. You can go there to play. After saying, the boy hurried away carrying the bucket and fishing gear. Your friend is quite interesting. Looking at his back as he left, Lu Bingyan couldn't help but chuckle. She looked at the 2 big fish in Luan's hand curiously, her big eyes flickering. Shaoan, is this big grass carp delicious? Little greedy cat. Luan looked at his senior sister's drooling face and couldn't help but scratch her nose. The water quality of this river is very good, and the meat of grass carp is naturally very delicious. Tomorrow, I will make you a sweet and sour fish, which is delicious. Okay. Lu Bingyan excitedly kissed Luan on the mouth. This is a reward from your wife. Thank you for loving your lovely wife so much. Wife. Luan hugged Lu Bingyan tenderly. Under his guidance, fireflies all over the sky flew towards them, making them feel as if they were in the starry sky. When the night breeze blew, the fluttering hair made them look more fairy-like. Fairies descended to earth. Luan looked at Lu Bingyan affectionately and couldn't help but admire. I really must have cultivated good fortune for 10 lifetimes to marry a fairy like you home. Then you must take good care of me. Don't bully me. My grandma and mom will help me. You want to bully me? Mom said she would break your legs. Lu Bingyan snorted with pride. My mother said that I am the oldest. Good. You are the greatest. I will always pamper you and love you. Luan's eyes were like stars, bright and gentle, which made Lu Bingyan stunned. It took her a while to come back to her senses. She tapped Luan's shoulder and said, "Ha, you stinky little one, you actually seduced me." Just to seduce you. You will never be able to escape from my palm in this life. Luan kissed her forehead gently, then took her cold little hand and walked slowly along the river. The two walked along the river for nearly an hour, took many intimate photos full of sweetness, and then returned home contentedly. The house has been tidied up. Mo Qianqi had already asked this question in the afternoon. Lu Bingyan wanted to sleep with Luan. Besides, Luan already slept in a double bed and there was air conditioning in the room, so it was no problem for two people to sleep together. Even after discovering that Luan and the others had taken a shower and were sleeping, the two elders were still very excited. Old Lu, do you think we can have a grandson next year? Shaoan is a successful child and has no worries. Mo Qianqi was very excited. It's not that fast. Lu Yunshu shook his head speechlessly. Shaoan is only 18 years old, it will take at least 4 or 5 years. Why? It will take so long. Mo Qianqi sighed with a little disappointment. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully, and sure enough, there was no sound coming from the next room, which made her even more depressed. What a disappointing son. Chapter 57 Moving to the Magic City. The next morning. Luan and the other man haven't gotten up yet. There were quite a few people talking at the door. They are all people who do morning exercises. They kept looking at Luan's 2 cars. The Lu family's kids are really capable. I heard they invented some kind of artificial intelligence. They are really amazing. Yesterday, just after 1 month of college, he brought home a girlfriend who was as beautiful as a fairy. Hey, my bastard is almost 30 years old, and he has never even touched the hand of a young girl. It really makes me anxious. Who says it's not true? My daughter is the same. She went on several blind dates but nothing worked out. She insisted on finding one on her own, but now, she hasn't met anyone. The discussions among neighbors and friends made Mo Qianqi quite proud. The more capable your son is, the more proud you will be. Even if she doesn't like competition and doesn't pursue vanity, Mo Qianqi can't escape this worldly custom. 10 o'clock in the morning. The two of them slept in for a rare occasion. In fact, they had already woken up. Just don't want to get up. Plus some information and videos sent by Yifan. The two of them were not sleeping, but lying there reading the information sent to them. Yifan is indeed a big shot who has made it through independent efforts. There was no mercy in handling the matter. They directly produced evidence and froze all of Li Xiren's property and real estate. Then, they hired the undefeated mythical lawyer group in the imperial capital to appeal against Li Xiren. Plus Luan's information and Zhang Zhou's actions. There is no way Li Xiren can turn things around. The court date is 3 days later. Because of Luan, Yifan did not bother Yang Xianxian, but continued to appeal against Li Xiren as a client. He won't feel at ease until he has brought a thorough prosecution on Li Xiren. Certainly. Yang Qianxian naturally also saw the news. Shaoan is really amazing. Yang Qianxian stretched her waist, climbed up, went to the bathroom to wash up, then walked outside refreshed, stood under the osmanthus tree to do morning exercises, stretching her muscles and activating blood circulation. Not long after Yang Qianxian got up, Luan and the other man also climbed up immediately. Today, they will return to the Magic City. The reconstruction of the company's park would not be possible without him. Mom, I want to ask you something. Luan asked while brushing his teeth. We are going back today. How about you follow me to the Magic City? I will take care of you there. Yes, Auntie. Speaking of moving, Lu Bingyan considered much more than Luan. Artificial intelligence will definitely be targeted by other countries. According to their bandit logic, they will definitely force Luan to change his nationality, or send mercenaries and assassins over, which will be disadvantageous to you. If we go to the Magic City and really encounter danger, we can get rescue quickly. Lu Bingyan was very serious about this matter. This Mo Qianqi is just an ordinary rural woman. Although she was a beauty in the village when she was young. But his academic qualifications are not as high as Lu Yunshu's. In her opinion, mercenaries and killers only exist in TV dramas and movies and are very far away from her. Unexpectedly, danger would come to me so soon. Lu Yunshu also frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to go to a big city like Shanghai. No acquaintances. A completely unfamiliar environment. With this move, my eldest brother's family must also move with us. After all, Xiao Shuang is also an important member of the company. They leave. Parents must follow suit. The old man is old. Once you leave, you may never come back. That is to say, I said goodbye to my older generation of relatives and friends completely. We have nothing. Grandpa Lu Jianjia came over with a cup of hot tea and said, "When you get old, you naturally can't let your children and grandchildren worry about you anymore. It's no big deal if you follow me. Besides, this trip is for enjoyment. What's wrong with that?" The old man was very open-minded. Don't cause trouble to your children and grandchildren. This is their greatest wish. That being the case. Luan heard this. A smile appeared on his face. But the old man spoke again. "Shaowen, no matter how big or luxurious your manor is, it is your and Yin Yin's home. We cannot move in." Lu Jianjia was very serious. Regarding the old man's request, Luan was also a little stunned. After hesitating for a while, he said, "So, I want my sister to buy 3 villas now." "Why 3? 2 will be enough." Lu Jianjia glared at Luan and said, "Don't be so nice. Just keep it simple. The 2 houses can be closer. Your grandmother and I can live in your father's house." "Okay." Luan nodded. After letting Di Jun pass the message to Luningshuang, he did not hesitate any longer. "In that case, then you guys should pack up. I have a private plane, so there is no need to rush." "Okay." In fact, Mo Qianqi still has a lot of reluctance. There are many things in my house that I no longer use. So we just packed up our money and some special things and took them away, and left the clothes, home appliances, and other things here temporarily. Future. Now that Luan has established a firm foothold in the international arena, they can still come back. My uncle was also reluctant to let me go. But he was worried about his daughter and his talented nephew, so he simply packed up his money and locked the door. Neighbors watched them gather. Carrying suitcases, everyone was a little curious. "Lao Lu, where are you going?" The neighboring aunt's face was full of gossip and envy. "Nothing, just going to the Magic City to play for a while." Lu Yinshu laughed. "Maybe I won't be able to play cards with you for a long time." "Go to the Magic City. This is a good feeling." The aunt's eyes became even more envious. She knows. This is not about playing. It is very likely that the Lu family will settle in a big city like Shanghai. It's really enviable. Because the seats in the car are limited. Luan let his family members go first. Go to the airport 3 times. Get it all done. It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. On a private plane. The family's eyes widened. "Shaowen, how much did you pay for this plane? It's not cheap, right?" "Yeah, it's not that expensive." Luan spread his hands and said, "You better sit tight. Sora is a pilot and likes to have fun." "Wait a minute." Seeing his grandparents happy, Luan rubbed his temples and walked to the cockpit. "Sora, please fly more steadily this time. My grandparents can't stand the excitement." "No." Sora nodded seriously. She is a professional maid. Although Luan didn't hate her joking, she also knew how big the limit was. "I certainly wouldn't joke with an old man." This time, Sora flew the plane quite smoothly. An hour and a half later, Luning Shuang and Klaus came to pick us up at the airport. They drove a stretched Lincoln, which was more than enough room for the whole family. "Brother, I've already bought the villa. I'll take them there. You and Yen Yen go to the company building first. The military has already arrived." Luning Shuang explained seriously, "I've already negotiated the balance and the title deed. We're just waiting for your test machine and custom machine to be delivered. Then we can start construction and expand the scale." "Become." Luan nodded and looked at his grandparents apologetically. "Dad, I have something urgent to do here, so I can't accompany you to the new house." "It's okay." Lu Yunshu waved his hand nonchalantly. "Go and do your work, don't worry about us." Uncle Lu Yunliang also said, "Work is important, as long as your sister is here, that's enough. It's like I'm not important. Without me. It would be strange if the company could operate." Luning Shuang grumbled in dissatisfaction, invited them to get in the car, and then Klaus drove straight to their new home. Chapter 58 Delivery, Plan to open a franchise store. On the way to the company, Luan was somewhat helpless. "Yen Yen, it seems that we can only wait until tomorrow to eat the sweet and sour fish." "It's okay." Lu Bingyan smiled nonchalantly. "Business is more important. As long as you are here, we can eat any time." Luan stepped on the accelerator. Dragging 2 red lights, it rushed towards the high-tech development zone. These people really can't sit still. The test machine has been built long ago. Arrived at the company. Lewin went straight to his laboratory and took out the folding models of the test machine and the customized machine. The custom drag-ride sole was still in the state of a tactical shoulder bag. The shape of the tactical test aircraft is a slightly larger tactical shoulder bag. The bag is enlarged and lengthened by 2 inches, which does not affect actual use in activities. This is mainly for adding battery packs, as well as preparing battery packs. Meeting room. Lewin rushed in with 2 products. The visitor was indeed as expected. It's Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee came in person. Lewin was not surprised. However, there was another young man beside him who had an even more fierce and murderous aura. This young man made Lewin, who was an all-round fighter, feel the danger. This is our special escort team, Shin Fong. Old Lee introduced Lewin to him with a smile, and then his eyes fell on Lewin's hand. The dark gold tactical satchel full of metallic color attracted his attention deeply. Is this our dragon soul? That's right. Lewin nodded calmly and handed the 2 finished products to Elder Lee. The use of the dragon soul requires the instructions of the great elder. You can take the test products back and test them. If you're the newbie, it's best not to test this dragon soul. Lewin said helplessly, because the power is fully turned on, it should be difficult for soldiers to control it now. If they are not careful, it may cause a devastating disaster. When you go back, you can ask Shobai to make a simulation device to find the most suitable person and conduct special training with the reserve team. It would be best to try it out after the simulation reaches 100%. Lewin did this for safety reasons. After all, the purpose of creating this dragon soul is to intimidate and to ensure the safety of the country. You definitely can't set any special passwords or anything. The purpose of Dragon Soul is to not take action or nothing, but to take action is to destroy. There is no turning back. Good. Mr. Lee nodded. He trusts Lewin very much. Then, he asked Shin Fong to take out a special safe, carefully put the Dragon Soul in it, and then locked it. Only the Great Elder can open this lock. As for the tactical version of the test aircraft, Mr. Lee also collected them together. Shawan, I will give you an answer in 3 days at the latest. By then, you don't have to rush to manufacture. First, expand the scale of your factory. We are not in a hurry for equipment. Slow work makes fine work. Lewin nodded. Are you leaving now? That's for sure. Don't look at me as a useless old man, but I have a lot of things to do. Mr. Lee smiled helplessly. Otherwise, I will definitely stay and have a meal with you. All right. Lewin didn't try to keep him. After sending them away, my tense nerves finally relaxed. Shawan, Sister Chanshan, how are you going to arrange this? Lu Bingyan suddenly hung on Lewin's shoulders from behind. It's not good to always let Sister Chanshan live with my parents, right? You called him here, but he is penniless. Lu Bingyan was speechless. I forgot. Lewin pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. Teacher Yang doesn't seem to want to be a teacher anymore. But I don't know what Teacher Yang wants to do. Come to the company. She is not very willing either. Lewin was also a little confused. After thinking about it, I called Yang Chanshan directly. Shawan, what's the matter? Yang Chanshan was lying on the bed, looking at the strange yet prosperous scenery outside the window, feeling a little dazed. Oh. It seems like I followed Shawan to the Magic City. Teacher Yang, I want to ask, is there anything you want to do? If not, how about coming to my company? Lewin did not beat around the bush and asked directly. What do you want to do? Yang Chanshan hesitated for a moment. To be honest, she had never thought about what she wanted to do. Shawan, I haven't thought about it yet. Yang Chanshan's voice sounded aggrieved. Am I becoming less useful as I grow older? Forehead. What are you talking about? Lewin rubbed his temple helplessly. Well, senior sister, I want to open a store specializing in our Anyon technology products in Shanghai. How about you be the store manager? You can give me enough pocket money every month. Shawan. Yang Chanshan's voice became even more aggrieved. You are supporting me in disguise. I'm telling you, you can't let Yen Yen down. Have to. Lewin was speechless after hearing this. Even Lu Bingyan was stunned. Sister Chanshan, she really has a big imagination. So, how about a salary of 100,000 yuan per month for you as the store manager? Luan thought about it for a moment. 100,000 yuan, for a store manager of a unique franchise store, should be a reasonable salary. This is fine. That's a happy decision. By the way, Shaoan, can you rent me a house first? I may have to live with your parents all the time, right? Yang Shanshan stuck out her tongue and a blush of embarrassment appeared on her face. I am already in my 30s. She even needed help from a boy who was more than 10 years younger than her. It's really embarrassing. Rent a house. Luan was actually a little worried about her renting a house alone. You can make friends with beasts. Living alone outside, I'm afraid I'll be cheated by a scumbag. Some of the second-generation rich people in Shanghai play fancy and extravagant things. Her appearance is about 90 points, so she will definitely be regarded as a target for hunting. It's not just Luan. In fact, Lu Bingyan was also very worried. When chatting with her, Lu Bingyan felt that she had a very positive view of everything and would not even actively doubt others. People like this can easily suffer losses outside. It's not that she's stupid. Rather, she is too natural and too dull. My mind works very quickly when it comes to teaching. But other aspects are not so good. Sister Chanshan, how about you live in the vacant villa in the manor? The manor is so big and we won't disturb each other. To be honest, we are worried about you being alone outside. Lu Bingyan interrupted, and these words were like a knife stabbing her heart. Is it that unbearable? Yang Shanshan pointed at her own face stupidly. I am a top student who graduated from a normal university. This has nothing to do with your education. Luan retorted without any hesitation and slammed the table. I'll ask Sora to pick you up tomorrow. After the store is arranged, you can go to work directly. All right. Yang Shanshan felt like her self-esteem was under tons of attacks. Oh. Being treated as a child by two children. Shaoan. Really much more mature. Outside the door, Mo Qianqi, who was about to call her to eat, also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing their conversation. She was also very worried about Yang Shanshan, so she let Yang Shanshan live in her house and treated her as her own daughter. If Yang Shanshan proposed to move out, she would definitely not agree. Now that her son brought it up, she felt a lot more relieved. Wait until Yang Shanshan has her own foundation, finds a man they approve of, and gets married, then they can talk about going out alone. Save yourself from being bullied. Chapter 59 Yanyan's Fantastic Ideas. Night. Luan and Lu Bingyan stayed in the company. By the way, Luan signed in for today. Nothing special. Gave a box of truth gum. This thing is useless. He can't use it. But considering Yang Shanshan's future, Luan still kept the box of truth chewing gum. This thing will become a magic weapon to check whether Yang Shanshan's future boyfriend is sincere. Certainly. He believes it too. There are more good men in the world than bad men. Yang Shanshan's suffering is over, and it's time for her to live a happy life. Holding Lu Bingyan's hand, the two of them lay side by side on the massage chairs in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, enjoying the colorful night view. Shaoan, when will our computers start production? Lu Bingyan panicked and changed her phone. My friends in the dormitory are all asking. No, don't they all have smart wristbands? Luan was a little puzzled. To be reasonable, there is nothing wrong with the smart wristband login platform. In private state. Even on the street, you can be careful and bold to look at what you want to see, without others seeing or hearing you. Certainly. It just requires you to be thick-skinned. Thinking about. Luan suddenly understood. Lu Bingyan also explained, although the wristband has powerful functions and good privacy management, there is one thing. When you walk on the street, people will think you are a fool. Even if they know you are looking at the smart wristband, they will still think you are a fool subconsciously. Luan touched his chin and said, I understand. If it were me, I would definitely not dare to use the smart wristband on the street. Computer accessories. To be honest, this is not difficult at all. The difficulty is that they don't have a production line now. As for the product, there is no need to be too avant-garde. Jun already has the corresponding detailed design drawings. From the case, graphics card, motherboard, CPU, memory stick, hard drive, power supply, everything is available. Only, in Luan's opinion, the graphics card is completely redundant. For the games currently on the market, the performance of one CPU is more than enough. but considering the development of the times, the game must also be optimized to suit the hardware, and the graphics card will definitely be used when the time comes. For digital gamers, I will definitely buy this first smart graphics card as a collection. There is definitely no need to worry about sales. Let's wait until our park is completed. Lewin spread his hands helplessly. It will be done soon if we want. The national team will come to build it, and the competition is about speed and quality. After all, we also need to produce tactical nanoweapons in order to equip various major military regions. They certainly dare not delay for a moment. In my estimation, this park will be completed and put into use in at most 1 month. Infrastructure maniac. It's just that awesome, no exaggeration. June, has the design of the park been completed? Lewin is a man of action. As long as the people are in place, there will be no delay at all. The design has been completed. Do we need to send the drawings to the engineering team? June responded quickly. Give it to them. Lewin nodded and said, have all the surrounding factories and companies moved away? Right. Already moved out. June explained, the state has urged us to evacuate, and this morning, we have completed the evacuation. It really surprised me. Lewin scratched his head and thought that there was nothing to do next. He just had to pay the money. Shaoan, can our technology realize the production of virtual games? Lu Bingyan suddenly had an idea. This made Lewin a little embarrassed to answer. After all, virtual games cover a wide range of content. Neuronal induction, mental communication, etc. This is not something that can be supported by chips or artificial intelligence. If it's a themed game field, it can actually be done. Our holographic projections can be combined to create a plot, and it can actually be done. Lewin thought for a moment and said, a haunted house is the best. An immersive haunted house. So that's it. Lu Bingyan understood. Ding agreed to Lu Bingyan to develop a virtual game, and reward virtual game related technologies, extremely perfect virtual game engine source code. This. Lewin raised his eyebrows. Seeing Lu Bingyan's slightly disappointed look, he said softly, it's not impossible to complete a virtual game. According to our company's technological strength, it's not difficult to complete it. Real. Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up instantly. This made Lewin curious. Yen, do you like playing games? That's not the case. Lu Bingyan stuck out her tongue. I just want to raise some magical little animals, such as electric mice, fire unicorns, etc. This is definitely impossible in reality, but it's different in games. Look, the great world of chaos and classic of mountains and seas record countless mythical beasts. If players raise such magical creatures in such a big world, it should help many people relieve their depressed mood, right? The most important thing is that this virtual game can be used to take a person's rest. When playing the game, it will not affect the dormancy of the body and mind. Lu Bingyan's many strange ideas made Lewin stunned. Why do you have so many weird ideas? Because there is not enough time. Lu Bingyan slid a virtual pop-up window in front of Lewin. You see, many people want to relax in a natural environment, but reality does not give them such an opportunity. Just work and housework make them physically and mentally exhausted. This is a travel video. This is a video of a poor traveler. He has a lot of fans. The comments below are all full of envy. But they can't do that. They have a home, family members, and children, and their heavy lives make them dare not be as free and easy as this upmaster. Wandering around the world, walking among the mountains and rivers of Xinxia. Pets, a majestic and magnificent world, then Honghuang is very good, just right to combine with Taichu Tianting. Lu Bingyan talked freely. This is really good. Okay. I'll give it a try. Lewin smiled slightly, it's just that this thing may have to be launched together with the computer. Lewin hesitated for a moment. By then, an interactive device will also be needed. Should I use a helmet or a game console? We do both. The game cabin is the VIP version, and the helmet is the universal version. Lu Bingyan said with a grin, it's about making money, there's no limit to how much. Okay. Lewin nodded. Write all the plans into the to-do list. After enough factories are built, we will start to launch equipment. Lewin rubbed her little head, then, we will develop this wild mountain and sea world. That's how the game's name was decided. Computers, games, dual launch. PC gaming is likely to suffer a severe impact. Virtual games are all out. Who wants a game that can only be controlled by a keyboard? Chapter 60, the clouds move in all directions, and construction begins. Lu Bingyan squinted her eyes and enjoyed Luan's caress. The two of them didn't sit here for too long and went to sleep. And the other side. Mr. Li took the two machines back to the Imperial Capital Weapons Research Institute as soon as possible. The Dragon Soul Armed Forces, in accordance with Luan's request, were directly sealed in the strategic treasury of the Purple Gold Cabinet. As for tactical armament, experiments and research were carried out as soon as possible. The military's tests are very strict. At the same time, the Great Elder also came to observe the test. The coating of tactical weapons not only has stealth function, but also has mimicry color, which can adapt to any tactical scene and switch to corresponding color that is conducive to hiding according to the scene. At the same time, the test site also conducted scenario tests on weapons, such as deep sea pressure, extreme cold zones, hot hell, etc. Without exception, the armed operation capability is extremely outstanding. There are no disadvantages at all. If you insist, you will say it. The only shortcoming is the issue of energy endurance. Certainly. As for the current war, tactical weapons are already the world's top individual equipment. Compared with the exoskeleton system that is still in the theoretical stage in the United States, this set of weapons is already extremely advanced. After all data tests are completed, the Great Elder immediately made a decision. How much is the price of this child? 10 million for one. Mr. Li touched his chin. This price is comparable to that of some tanks and drones. However, in terms of strategic significance, tactical weapons are definitely much more advanced than these. 10 million. It's not expensive. We still have a lot of military spending this year. The Great Elder was very excited. Military spending should be spent wisely, so that our own military forces can be at the forefront, and our own research institutes can breathe a sigh of relief. With the help of artificial intelligence, we will soon be able to catch up in the true sense. Can we analyze and study it ourselves? The Great Elder asked again. This really cannot be done. Mr. Li smiled helplessly. I don't know if you have seen the superhero Iron Man filmed in the United States. That kid's laboratory is similar to that one, or even more advanced. Even if we analyze the technology, it will take at least a dozen years to catch up if we want to manufacture it, even with Shobai's help. That's no problem. Although Xinxia is restricted by foreign countries in many aspects, the gap is actually just a big era. Luan's technology has completely surpassed this era. It is not easy for outsiders to imitate it. Then let's limit the value to 10,000 units. The Elder did not hesitate at all and drew up the contract with his wealth and power. The Kids Science and Technology Park is still under expansion, so there's no need to rush. Good. Mr. Li nodded slightly, looked at the contract in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched. A contract worth hundreds of billions. Fortunately, Shaoan is from Xinxia. Otherwise, hundreds of billions of Xinxia coins are not enough to buy so much equipment from abroad. Not to mention that it is future equipment that far exceeds the world level. The experiment is over. A group of bigwigs at the top couldn't sleep all night. Artificial intelligence, nano-weapons. All of these were originally very far away from them. Now they are all made. The chips that were once a bottleneck have also completed overtaking others. We no longer need to look at the faces of foreigners and can make small profits with peace of mind. The White House of the United States. Bai's face was extremely gloomy. A nanometer intelligent chip, a smart wristband, is there any way we can copy it? Regarding this issue, the head of the research institute couldn't help but tremble his beard, his eyes full of despair. Boss, we can't copy it. The Xinxia people are too cowardly. We can't reverse analyze every chip and every smart wristband. Each chip has a unique defense system. If we dare to disassemble it in depth, the chip will explode instantly. Its power is no less than that of a high explosive bomb. Our research institute was completely destroyed and a lot of precious materials were lost. As for artificial intelligence. Speaking of this, the director of the institute looked even uglier and more desperate. They use a completely new programming method. We can't even see where they start, let alone the source code. Moreover, this thing is also invasive. As long as we have the motivation to analyze it, the simple artificial intelligence built into this smart wristband will instantly invade our computers and servers, format them instantly, and ignite them. This time, they had a setback. The lost data is the most advanced technology that these people have developed through hard work. Now, nothing is left. As for spies, now we have artificial intelligence. The spies sent by various countries, as well as the banana people they trained, were all secretly cleared out at such a speed that they had no time to react. There's not even a reason to threaten Xinxia. They dare not. As long as there is a network, there is nothing that artificial intelligence cannot invade. Public opinion? Can you beat artificial intelligence? Threaten. They can directly control your battleships, your missiles, your aircraft carriers, your submarines, and even the mushroom eggs. People can easily take ownership of the war. Times have changed. In just one night. Want cutting-edge technology? You have to lower yourself to beg and change. Paying respect to someone is very irritating. Why would he do such a shameful thing after taking office? But you don't do it. With the help of artificial intelligence, people will achieve technological catch-up in a very short time, and then notice that the gap will get bigger and bigger. By then, there won't be any way to ask for help. Find a way to get close to Luan and try to bring him to our beautiful country. Then, arrange your itinerary. I will pay Xinxia a friendly visit. I will go there in person to discuss cooperation. I don't believe that the big boss of Xinxia will turn my face away. Worship someone with gnashing teeth. Yes. The general of the Strategic Bureau nodded seriously and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief that the boss did have some intelligence. Don't let face affect the overall situation. In the summer of Shin, the sky was slightly bright. Luan got up and looked at the huge demolition machine outside, which was constantly knocking over buildings. He raised his eyebrows and said, "The speed of this demolition is really fierce. It's just smashing things down without any care." Then, there came heavy trucks and forklifts, quickly clearing the construction waste. It was estimated that there were at least 1,000 heavy trucks in the long line. This speed. Let's level this place and start construction today. Luan pursed his lips and couldn't help but sigh at the country's ability to act, which was really powerful. Construction Team Headquarters. The commander-in-chief of the construction brigade looked at the extremely complicated design drawings on the computer and couldn't help rubbing his temples. This amount of work is really tight to complete in 1 month, especially this defense project. This anion nanoalloy can actually prevent nuclear explosions. The specifications of this company Park are higher than those of the National Treasury and the Vault. Stop sighing and quickly copy the design drawings. We have to work overnight. Another commander couldn't help but urge. He was also very curious about the design drawings. He was completely attracted by her after just a quick glimpse last night. He's going to take a good look today. In the future, I will have more ideas in my mind when building defense projects. Chapter 61. A delicious breakfast wakes up the cute little one who stays in bed. System sign in. Luan signed in while drinking tea. Ding, sign in successfully and get a 2-story store in the Shanghai Financial Business District. A storefront. This reward can be considered as saving him money. It just so happened that he also wanted to open a specialty store. Not bad. Regarding the daily sign-in rewards, Luan's attitude is that the future is still long and any rewards don't really matter. The most important thing is the hidden task, or the designated task. Now he had gotten the hang of it. Basically, you can get sign-in rewards for your little ideas or dreams, or your interactions with your school belle. And these rewards are often countless times more powerful than the rewards for normal sign-in. Let's go there and take a look today. Renovate the store. Then Teacher Yang can start working. As for Li Ziren's lawsuit, neither Luan nor Yang Shanxian were interested. Luan didn't want to bother with the villain. Yang Shanxian is kind-hearted, so she just turned a blind eye and decided not to be bothered. It was enough for her to know that she had received the judgment she deserved. As for what the future will be like, it doesn't matter. Future life. That's what she's looking forward to the most. This is my sister. She rushed to the company early in the morning and grabbed Luan's neck. "Brother, can you tell me before you start the work so quickly? There are still many negotiations to be done and we may have to rent a place. This is too embarrassing." "What's so embarrassing about this?" Luan smiled helplessly. I'm not saying that they are all jealous to death. Besides, if they are afraid of being embarrassed, they can just drag them to our manor for a meeting. The weather is so nice, and they can sit outside with a group of maids. This standard will definitely not lose points. That's what I said. Lu Ningxuan grumbled, this is our secret base, we brothers and sisters. We don't want outsiders to enter. Secret base. Luan's head was full of question marks. My sister has always had different preferences from other girls. When she was young, she liked to find secret bases and often took Luan around and asked Luan to take the blame. Even though he would get beaten and scolded for this, Luan still enjoyed it. Unexpectedly. My sister is almost turning 30. There's also the idea of a secret base. So, he smiled helplessly and said, well, if it doesn't work, you can just book a hotel. There are many hotels that are open for bidding, and the specifications are definitely not bad. Why? That's all we can do. Lu Ningxuan was a little depressed. I was about to show my skills, but you told me that the factory building had to be demolished and rebuilt, and there was no production capacity for the time being. Now chips are still being produced continuously in the company building. Therefore, the production capacity of servers and smart wristbands can still keep up with the Xia family's OEM. Computer development will definitely continue to be delayed. Depressed. This is all money. Lu Ningxuan was shaking with anger. Okay, sister, don't be angry. I just bought a store in the financial and commercial district. Let's go over and make it our exclusive experience store. We can also take this opportunity to promote Little Golden Crow. It will be our mascot from now on. That's awesome. We have thought of all the specialized experience stores. Lu Ningxuan was amazed, but added, we only have one product, the smart wrist guard, and if you insist, the server is also our product. As for the franchise store, the products will be very limited, right? Won't. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly, this is the current stage. Before the new year, the products will definitely be expanded, such as household robots, gaming experience, and so on. It will definitely not be too single. Become. In that case, I'll be fine. It's just that I don't have time to run around with you. Lu Ningxuan shrugged her shoulders, I have a lot of business activities to participate in recently, and several manufacturers have come to discuss cooperation. Since you have plans, I won't ask any more questions. I'll go downstairs first, Wan is still waiting for me downstairs. Become. Luan nodded, sister, be careful. No. Lu Ningxuan smiled slightly and left in a hurry. Luan shook his head helplessly, walked to the bedroom, and called Lu Bingyan, Yen, the sun is shining on your butt. Don't want to think about it. Lu Bingyan pulled the quilt and mumbled, and kicked Luan lightly with her slender legs, sleep a little longer. Okay. Seeing how cute she was, Luan didn't force him to get up. He chuckled and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The two grass carps are not big. One is for steaming and the other is for sweet and sour, which is very suitable for breakfast. Soon. A rich and delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen, making Lu Bingyan, who was still lying in bed, twitch her nose slightly. Her butterfly-like eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her hazy eyes. It smells so good. Can wild grass carp from high-quality rivers taste so good? Lu Bingyan staggered to her feet, ran out in her cool pajamas, and lay at the kitchen door, staring at Luan who was cooking seriously in the warm morning sun. She was about to fall in love with him. Shaoan. So handsome. Handsome and fragrant. I really want to eat him. Lu Bingyan's gaze at Luan became increasingly passionate. Luan, who was cooking seriously, felt a little uncomfortable. He turned around and looked at Lu Bingyan standing at the door and chuckled, Yen, are you hungry? Yeah. Lu Bingyan nodded seriously, I was awakened by the smell of the food you cooked. Is that so? That's so sorry. Luan laughed, then wash your face and brush your teeth quickly, it's almost ready to be served. Once you're done, it'll be ready to eat. Okay. Lu Bingyan blushed and quickly ran to the bathroom. She held her face and looked at her red face in the mirror. She moaned, oh, what am I thinking about? How could I think of that kind of thing? A moment. Lu Bingyan felt her heart aching. He quickly washed his face and calmed himself down, then hurriedly brushed his teeth. Without even having time to comb his hair, he sat down at the dining table, looking at the crystal-clear rice porridge in front of him, a trickle of drool flowing from the corner of his mouth. Eat it quickly. Luan pinched her nose, smiled warmly, and temporarily tucked her hair behind her ears. At this point, I have removed the bones from the sweet and sour fish and steamed fish for you, so don't worry about eating it. Thanks. Wood. A heavy kiss landed on Luan's face, leaving a strawberry on his face. It looked like he would not be able to get up for half a day. This girl. Luan laughed in silence, but he did not dislike her stamping behavior. Wait a minute, after breakfast we will go to the financial and commercial district to check out our store and find a decoration company to do some renovations. Luan chuckled and talked about today's arrangements. Then, from now on, there will be nothing for us to do. So that's it. Lu Bingyan's eyes rolled around. So, are you going to accompany me to school next? Yes. After all, I am a student too. Luan gently washed Xiao. I'll be with you all day long. That's a good feeling. Lu Bingyan smiled happily, her big eyes curved into crescents. Chapter 62 The Scary Cosplay Club. Before Luan and his partner left the company, he even went to the temporary command tent of the construction team and said hello to the team's commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief, I'll leave this to you. I'll trouble you to take care of it for a while. Luan handed over the cigarette in his hand. These are the cigarettes I got from Mr. Lee. The cards are quite sufficient. This cigarette. The commander-in-chief pursed his lips and took it. Don't worry, Mr. Liu, our team will do a great job. I believe in the national team. Luan nodded. Remember, don't skimp on anion nanoalloy. According to the specifications, the output will definitely keep up. At least, there will be no problem building this factory now. Okay. Speaking of anion nanoalloy. The commander-in-chief felt a stomachache. A small piece of anion nanoalloy was taken to the Ministry of National Defense for testing, and the group of old professors almost went crazy. This material. It is more than enough to make aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and submarines. Luan actually used them in large quantities as defensive building materials. It would be strange if they didn't feel distressed. Never mind. This is produced independently by them, and they decide where to use it. Scientists do whatever they want. After the commander-in-chief sent Luan and the other two away, he stood in the command room, looking at the design drawings on the computer, and said in high spirits, from now on, let's see if that team is smart enough to brag in front of me. Isn't my specification higher and more valuable than their foreign aid? This is the romance of civil engineers. The other side. Luan came to his shop. The facade is well built, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that allow people to see the interior directly from the outside. The house is very bright and the decoration style is very technological. You can say that. This shop needs no decoration at all. Just use it right away. The only thing missing is a signboard. Luan curled his lips and said, well, I'll find someone to make a sign later, and then I'll send a batch of stock over. Luan touched his chin. Sent a message to my sister. After seeing the store's decoration style, Lu Ningxuan was very satisfied and called Xin Wanru directly, asking her to send someone to deliver a batch of stock. Chips of various types, server groups, and artificial intelligence wristbands. Finally, there is the most crucial thing. That is it. A set of holographic projection equipment. This is used to present data of various products, advertisements, and the self-key little golden crow. Speaking of mascots. Luan raised his eyebrows. Doll costume mascots seem to be very popular on the internet recently. I will ask Teacher Yang to customize a few sets and ask someone to try them out. If they are suitable, we will make them. If not, forget it. Billboard production. There is one not far away. High standard doorplate. It's expensive, but very classy. The production speed is also very fast. It is expected to be installed and used in the afternoon. Just let Teacher Yang handle it. Most. Tell your mom too. See if your mom is interested in getting involved. Only. My mother is not interested in this. She plans to open a supermarket with my aunt. My dad and uncle also think the same way. Only. Come here first to help keep watch and recruit people, and once things are stable, find a shop and open a supermarket. To this, Luan did not refuse. It's just that my mother has her own ideas. Then, afternoon. Luan and Lu Bingyan returned to the manor. As for the installation and use of the store's equipment, the company's technical staff can complete it. The company now has 200 to 300 members. In addition to the publicity and sales departments, there are more than 50 technical personnel, including experts in various fields. After all, Anyan Technology is the first company to own and put artificial intelligence into use, and the company is really not short of money. It is still easy to recruit people. On the way home, Xia Mengyao suddenly called and said, "You two, come to school." "What's up?" Luan was stunned for a moment. At school. He should have no unfinished business. Is that possible? Luan set his sights on Lu Bingyan. As expected, Lu Bingyan smiled sheepishly. "I participated in club activities." "It's still the cosplay club. Tomorrow is the day of the comic exhibition. Are you ready for it?" Xia Mengyao was a little speechless. "Don't you plan to participate in this event?" "Join." Lu Bingyan answered with a firm voice. Forehead. "Never mind. You come to school first. Everyone in the club is waiting for you." Xia Mengyao spread her hands helplessly, looked at the members of the cos club, and sighed helplessly. "Okay, I'll call the signs you chose for you. Besides," Xia Mengyao thought for a moment and said, "the clothes you prepared for Yen Yen are a bit revealing. She definitely won't wear them. Luan might not let her participate." The costumes are indeed revealing. The deep V-neck slit reveals the navel and can't cover it up completely. The hem of the skirt just covers the buttocks. Not to mention Lu Bingyan, she couldn't accept it either. "So, you'd better not take it out and ask Yen Yen to wear it. If you make Luan angry, you guys will probably be in trouble." Xia Mengyao said seriously, and looked at the cosplayers who were wearing strange clothes and some sexy attributes, and shook her head. "There are so many serious cosplayers, why choose this kind of cosplay suspected of selling sex? Who would watch serious cosplay? They don't want to either. The key is that it is serious and hardcore, and few people like it. All men are LSP. This is just a backup option." The president spread his hands helplessly. "Sisters, change your clothes. If boys come later, we might lose everyone. These little skirts reveal your buttocks when you move, and this can even create a seam under your swimsuit, to be honest. They don't have the courage to wear it out." However, in recent years, comic conventions have really begun to change. Not long. A group of people changed into their normal cosplay costumes. Moment. The style of painting has changed. The nightclub girls who seemed to be full of sex appeal now look like fairies, which made Xia Mengyao stunned. Are they really the same group of people? Different clothes, different temperaments. Especially for that girl who can't even hide her privacy, you've changed so much. The sexy nightclub girl instantly turned into a mature queen. Xia Mengyao suddenly felt that she could not keep up with the times. Can a woman be so fickle? Soon, Luan and his friend also came to the club activity classroom. After opening the door, Luan was also stunned. What character is this cosplaying as? So handsome. The appearance of Luan made the girls in the cosplay club's eyes light up. They stared at Luan intently. "Handsome boy, add me on WeChat." Hiss. These women are so scary. Luan silently took a step back. "You guys chat." Chapter 63, Husband, let us dress up as women. Cos or something. Luan really wasn't that interested. It was just the first time he saw it in real life, and it had a huge impact on him. Certainly. One more thing. The looks of those who play cosplay are really great. At the same time, they are a group of small rich women. The various brand name bags placed on the sofa in the cos club are enough to prove this. Secondly, the materials used in these clothes are rare treasures on the market. You guys are such a jerk. Don't scare my husband. Lu Bingyan glared at the group of society members with dissatisfaction, staring at these flashy vixens like an old hen protecting her cubs. What a pity, he's already taken. The club members were very depressed. They had been in school for 3 or 4 years but had never discovered such a high-quality boy. Junior, you can take a look around the club. Let's go try on clothes first. The president hurriedly pulled Lu Bingyan to try on clothes. The main thing is that it will start tomorrow. It takes time to alter clothes. The sooner you decide on a plan, the less scramble you will have to make preparations tomorrow. Luan was indeed very curious. In addition, this club activity room was converted from 3 classrooms, so the space was really large, and Luan was dazzled by the various cosplay costumes. There are classical Chinese costumes. There are also modern and improved versions of Hanfu. There are also personalized clothes designed by myself. Anime heroine costumes. Concept costume for the heroine of the novel. There are even some more open-minded outfits. Luan touched his chin, stood in front of the clothes rack, looked at the rack full of revealing and sexy clothes, frowned slightly. Sister Yaoyao, can these clothes really be worn on the street? Cannot. Xia Mengyao turned off the smart wristband and glanced at the pile of cosplay costumes. At least, this club has never worn this kind of clothes in activities. At comic conventions, they occasionally appear, and there are even more revealing ones than this, such as long boots with thongs. Women can be really open-minded sometimes. Luan raised his eyebrows, sat down on the sofa obediently, and asked curiously, Sister Yaoyao, did you also participate in the event? No. Xia Mengyao shook her head decisively, I don't like this kind of fancy clothes. 2. Xia Mengyao is a very serious person. These fancy clothes really don't suit her. After chatting with Xia Mengyao for a while, Lu Bingyan walked out of the dressing room. How to say it? Cute and natural. She had a bun, a pink dress with an antique style, big eyes that were clean but a little naughty, and a small canine tooth that sparkled when she smiled, adding some innocent childishness to her. Shaoan, how about me like this? Nice. Luan raised his thumb. This is not a perfunctory response, but a sincere compliment. Nice. It's also very interesting. Luan pursed his lips. The white silk on the legs is the finishing touch. As expected, it's LSP. The corners of Xia Mengyao's mouth twitched. Men really do have a special feeling for stockings. That's it. Lu Bingyan laughed, her eyes rolling around. Shaoan, you should come and cosplay too, we'll do it together tomorrow. Luan frowned slightly, this isn't good. That's great. Lu Bingyan said with a smile, Shaoan, you are so beautiful that even if you wear women's clothes, you can still be a heartthrob. Familiar with the ceiling. Women's clothing. Luan was struck by lightning, his mind went blank. His own wife actually asked him to wear women's clothes. Although he doesn't pay much attention to the two-dimensional world. But there are also many videos of men wearing women's clothing on the Kanbei website, and the comments below are all about whether they wear women's clothing 0 times or countless times. I am a straight man. Women's clothing is definitely not women's clothing. Please. Lu Bingyan used her ultimate move and threw herself into Luan's arms, acting coquettishly. Her little face was full of anticipation, and her big eyes seemed to be able to speak, staring at Luan closely. This is really not good. Luan kept shaking his head. That's the bottom line. The rest he could accept. Women's clothing. Not very good. Lu Bingyan pouted and groaned, just once, okay, just this once. Actually, I think it's pretty good too. Xia Mengyao touched her chin and said with a provocative look, Shaoan, you can actually give it a try. With your figure and looks, it's no problem for you to dress up as a woman. That's right. Think about it, isn't it romantic to go to a comic convention with your girlfriend? Oh, and this is Yanyan's last comic convention. Don't you want to leave an unforgettable impression on your lovely little one? The girls in the club said one thing after another, and Luan was completely confused. Looking at Lu Bingyan again, who was lying in his arms with a look of anticipation on her face, Luan's last bit of stubbornness disappeared. Never mind. Just wear women's clothing. Okay, I'll promise you, but only this once. Luan pinched Lu Bingyan's nose, his gentle eyes full of doting and helplessness. I really can't do anything about you. I love you so much, Shaoan. Lu Bingyan excitedly kissed Luan directly on the mouth. This long kiss almost sucked Luan's soul out. Seemingly worth it. Luan felt dizzy. My senior schoolmate seems to be becoming more and more proactive recently. The opportunity to capture the city will probably not be too far away. Couples who have met each other as parents are different. Especially those couples who are blessed by both families. Xia Mengyao shook her head speechlessly. It's also a loss. Shaoan is a really good man. Otherwise, if it were any other man, this girl would have been eaten up long ago. Saying that everything will be put off until after marriage. What's the result? They have only been together for more than a month and they are already very affectionate. They have even met their parents in person. My best friend's husband wears women's clothing. It seems quite exciting. So, sisters, come on, this guy has a great body, it's rare to take advantage of him, it would be a waste if you don't take advantage of him. Although Xia Mengyao said so. But he didn't move. She just thought it was fun. Luan has a good temper, I believe he will not refuse this joke. Not to mention, this boy is actually a little bit sultry inside. Saying no. Physically, I am still very honest. Etc. You are going too far. Before Lu Bingyan could react, Luan was dragged directly to the dressing room by a dozen beauties. This time. But Lu Bingyan was frightened, and she stood outside the door and knocked desperately. You stop it, my husband is mine, how can you bully her like this? Damn. Luan screamed in ecstasy. There's nothing we can do about it. A moment. My own clothes are gone. Right. Nothing left, completely naked. A pair of hands caressed his abdominal muscles unabashedly. This looks like he's enjoying it. Xia Mengyao had a head full of question marks. Luan's screams were truly a bit soul-stirring. In the end, he seemed to have compromised and stopped talking. Fortunately, the girls in the club were all serious girls, and they finished dressing up Luan in a short while. Luan was wearing a flowing white dress, and the makeup on her face only softened her lines and temperament. With just this long dress and a classic and noble phoenix headdress, Luan looked like an elegant and inviolable iceberg beauty. The girls couldn't help but feel moved when they saw it. Chapter 64, Invincible Women's Clothing, Magic Sound. So beautiful. The girls from the club ran out screaming. This scared Lu Bingyan, who was spinning around anxiously. But I saw the door open. Rushed in immediately. Then he bumped into Luan. The familiar embrace and different smell made Lu Bingyan stunned for a moment, and she subconsciously raised her head. What a noble and beautiful face. Even her. I also think that I don't have such a beautiful face. Just like a fairy in mythology. It's so beautiful that it's hard to accept. Ding, your women's clothing has amazed the dear school beauty, and you have obtained the skill of magic sound. Magic sound, you can make various sounds. This completely transformed me from a straight man into a cute girl. System, get out here, you bastard. I'll beat the shit out of you. This reward. He would rather have money. Wow, husband, you are so handsome. Come on, let's take a photo. Lu Bingyan shouted in surprise. She took out her mobile phone and took a series of photos, which she sent to the family group. Family group 2. One is from Luan's family, and the other is from her Lu's family. Little cutie, look, my husband is wearing women's clothes, isn't he super beautiful? A moment. Both groups are question marks. Imperial capital. Comrade Laolu looked at the cold and beautiful woman standing with his daughter in the group, his mouth twitched, and then he roared angrily, What is this? What is this? How can a man wear women's clothes? Brother, I think Shawan looks good in women's clothes. Besides, there are so many cross-dressers nowadays. Lu Yunhu chuckled, but seeing his brother's expression about to go crazy, he quickly comforted him, Look carefully, this is a cosplay club. Look at Luan's desperate look, it's obvious that Yen Yen and the others forced him to do this. It's not a big deal. Snort. Lu Zhanlong snorted coldly, wishing he could put on his tactical weapons and beat Luan up right now. So infuriating. A 9-foot-tall man wearing women's clothes. The most important thing is that she is like a fairy in heaven. I am afraid it will bring disaster to everyone. Coincidentally. Lu Yunhu also spoke up, Isn't that what young people nowadays all say? Men should either put on a suit and make plans, or put on a military uniform to defend their country. Hearing his brother's words, he was a little confused. What's wrong with this? There is another sentence after that. Lu Yunhu took a deep look at his elder brother and said, At worst, the only way is for the women on the ship to cause trouble. Especially for someone like Luan. He can definitely fool a lot of men into being his bootlickers. Damn. What the hell is this? They should all be sent to the military camp for proper training. The man's spine can't stand straight. Comrade Lao Lu was so angry. What kind of ideas do young people have nowadays? Speaking of which, not long ago, there was a piece of news that bothered him. A person who was dressed in a seductive way and could not be told whether he was a man or a woman, was eating canned peaches in the live broadcast room and said, "Eat a peach, it's so cool." This seductive remark immediately became a hit on the entire internet. Can you believe this? What kind of values can make such a person famous all over the internet? The key is that there are so many people following it. There are some transvestite ladies in their 30s and 40s who are acting all weird, pretending to be stupid and pitiful. What the hell is this? Why? Never mind. Seeing his wife, sister-in-law, parents all praising him, he was too embarrassed to stand up and scold them, otherwise, he was afraid he would not be able to go back. Man! What a miserable life! Comrade Lao Lu felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. In the school club, Luan looked at Lu Bingyan's actions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Thinking of his own 100-year magic sound, the corners of his mouth curled up into a wicked smile, and he said in an extremely charming voice, "Yen Yen, are you going to publicly execute me? My heart really hurts." This is a sound that a man can also make. This voice stunned all the girls in the club. This sound. They also felt that their hearts were being hooked away. Shaoan. Lu Bingyan was stunned, her eyes instantly turned red. "No, you are not Shaoan, who are you? Give Shaoan back to me. This is too naive." Luan originally wanted to play a good trick on Lu Bingyan, but he didn't expect to scare her to tears. However, for his own future, he decided to continue pretending. "Isn't it because of you that I came out? I am Shaoan's biological sister, twin sister, sister with two souls in one body." What a ridiculous setting. Who the hell would believe that? Xia Mengyao and other members of the club twitched their lips. Their ability to make up stories was too stupid. Then you go back quickly. I want Shaoan, you go back quickly. Lu Bingyan said as she stretched out her hand and prepared to tear off Luan's clothes. That won't work. I finally got out, and I'm going to enjoy this colorful world. Luan curled his lips and gently grabbed Lu Bingyan's wrist to stop her from pulling her clothes. He stared at her intently. "I have to thank you, it feels so good to come out." This. Lu Bingyan was anxious and panicked, tears streaming down her face. She stood there at a loss. "I was just kidding, I released the other soul hidden in Shaoan's body. Shaoan may never come out again. So, what should I do? There is no Shaoan. What's the point of my future?" Looking at the innocent senior schoolmate who was gradually losing her color, Luan's mouth twitched. To be honest, he himself didn't believe this kind of lie, but he actually deceived Lu Bingyan. It really caused her real harm. Seeing this, Luan no longer dared to tease her and quickly changed his voice back to normal. "Yen, I was just teasing you. How could one person have two souls in one body? This is not a game novel. Real. Listen to normal sounds." Lu Bingyan cried with joy and hugged Luan tightly. "Hubby, I will never have such weird thoughts again." Okay, actually I just have the skill of fake voice," Luan said, and then demonstrated the voice of a lowly, a mature woman, a cute baby, a shota, an uncle, and other miscellaneous voices. The group of people felt their pelvises numb and their legs trembled after hearing them. With a husband like this, every day is a different experience. I am really envious. Luan naturally noticed the looks of these girls. Except for Xia Mengyao, each of these girls wanted to strip him naked and eat him. Really? When men get horny, women have nothing to do. However, when a woman is doing it, there is nothing for the man to do. She just lies flat and everything is done. Fortunately, the president was still determined and clapped his hands. "In that case, junior brother Luan will come with us tomorrow. I believe that you two young lovers will definitely be a big hit at the comic exhibition tomorrow." Fire. That's not necessary. He really isn't that thick-skinned. I won't let Shaoan wear women's clothes tomorrow. Lu Bingyan was very determined this time and there was no room for negotiation. Originally, Shaoan is not from this circle. Now not only is my husband being taken advantage of for no reason, but he is also being dragged out to be liked by other men. That feeling is really hard to accept. Nothing you say will work. Why? What a pity. The president didn't force it. Let's meet at the convention center at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The president was not too disappointed. After all, Luan was not from their circle, and their number was just right. It doesn't matter if Luan doesn't participate. It's just a pity that there is one less hotspot. Chapter 65 Unscrupulous Anchor. No need to go to comic conventions. Luan also breathed a sigh of relief. After sitting here and waiting for them to finish their discussion, Luan, Lu Bingyan and Xia Mengyao went home. At this time, it was already evening. It was also the first time that Luan knew that making a set of clothes in the cosplay circle was so tedious and complicated. Yen Yen, are you looking forward to tomorrow's comic convention? Luan asked while driving. Not really. Lu Bingyan tilted her head and thought for a moment. I participated in the event because the people at the comic exhibition are very interesting. Although there are many characters that I can't name, it doesn't affect my interest in watching the fun. I just find it interesting. What are these people called, pseudo-secondary? Luan shrugged his shoulders. It just so happened that he also found it quite interesting. Finally back. Xia Mengyao has been staying in the laboratory during this period. Because she has her own artificial intelligence, many of her ideas can be correctly simulated and inferred, allowing her to unscrupulously study the ancient prescriptions and find ways to restore them to their glory. Today I made a breakthrough in the experiment, so I gave myself a day off to have a good rest. By the way, after Lu Ningxuang and Li Qiuwan finish their work, they will take a cruise to a private island for a vacation for half a month. Welcome home, Miss Yao Yao. After not seeing each other for many days, Klaus missed this little girl who was concentrating on studying medicine. How are the results of the several drug trials proposed that day? Very strong. But it's not perfect. Xia Mengyao is extremely strict and cautious when it comes to prescriptions. After all medicine is poisonous. It can save lives, but it can also kill people. Therefore, she had to treat every experiment strictly, the harm and benefits of each medicinal ingredient to the human body, and the effect that the final product of the medicine brought to people. Artificial intelligence, coupled with holographic projection, made her experiments much easier. The doctor can help her identify many unexpected difficult and complicated diseases and invisible blood vessel damage. Sitting in the lobby, enjoying the black tea brewed by Klaus and the massage from the maid, Xia Mengyao's body, which had been tense for many days, relaxed and she actually fell into a deep sleep while lying on the sofa. Yao Yao is really working too hard. Lu Bingyan looked at her best friend distressfully and smiled helplessly. Yao Yao has devoted her entire life to medical skills. I don't know if this is good or bad. It's hard to say. Luan shook his head without comment. Broadly speaking, it's a good thing. But for her personally, this is not a good thing. Putting all her energy into this one thing, her life is so boring and she has ignored so many beautiful things. After Lu Bingyan covered Xia Mengyao with a quilt, she took Luan's hand and left the living room, going for a slow walk on the beach. Just arrived at the beach. Luan and the other man were stunned. There was a group of uninvited guests on our own private beach. Looks like. It seems that he is still the anchor. Luan frowned slightly and looked at Sora, who was following behind him. Sora, why would an outsider come here? Not very clear. Sora shook his head slightly, indicating that he was not sure. However, after checking the surveillance, she said, Master, these people came from the sea, not across the power grid. The Manor beach is equipped with electric fences and surveillance cameras, so generally no one would be so blind as to invade. Certainly. It doesn't matter if you really come to the beach. After all, the beach is an independent area, and entering the beach does not allow you to enter the interior of the manor. But the feeling of having someone suddenly break into your home is really unpleasant. The most critical. They threw a lot of plastic bags and garbage on the beach, which made him feel very uncomfortable. The same is true for Lu Bingyan. It doesn't matter if you come to the beach. However, it is really uncomfortable to see you doing such low-quality things on someone else's private property. The three of them looked unhappy. Sora's eyes even looked murderous. In her opinion, it was the maid's fault that a stranger broke into the manor. Because of his negligence, the beach at home was polluted, and he must be punished. Luan has a gentle personality and treats them as family members, so he does not take his anger out on them. This cannot be an excuse for their dereliction of duty. Hey, who asked you to come here? Luan's voice was flat, but full of unquestionable majesty. Is there anything wrong with us coming to this beach? The young man who spoke glanced at Lu Bingyan, then looked at Sora, smacked his lips and raised his thumb. Brother, you are really good at it. Bang! Luan just frowned, but Sola would not give him a good look. He was simply courting death by barging into someone else's house rashly and being so disrespectful to the young master and his wife. This slap was very fierce. He directly knocked the young man away. It was 2 meters high in the air, spinning like a top, with several teeth flying out of its mouth and then smashing heavily on the beach. Hiss. Don't slap this guy to death with this slap. At first glance, this young man is a host who is willing to do anything for traffic. Lewin has no good feelings towards this kind of person. Looking at the group of sluggish figures, he pointed at the cruise ship on the shore, and then pointed at the sign not far away, "Private Beach, this is my beach." Who gave you the courage to enter it without permission and make it so dirty? Lewin's voice was cold. This time. Only those people know. It's really a big disaster. Especially the various packaging bags all over the beach, as well as the leftovers scattered everywhere. They swallowed hard and said, "Well, sir, we are willing to clean up and make compensation. Can you let it go? We are still live streaming, and it would be too troublesome for everyone to see. It's not good." Oh. Hearing this, Lewin laughed disdainfully. Threatening me? You guys are doing nothing to me on the live broadcast. You messed up my beach like this, and you want to solve the problem with just a few words. Money? Do you think I look like someone who needs money? Lewin laughed coldly. You have the privilege to be a live broadcaster. Who gave you the courage to destroy other people's living environment? Or, who made you think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a live broadcaster? So what do you want to do? The anchor looked unhappy. In Shanghai, there are manors and private beaches like this, which is not something you can get just by having money. Damn. I just said that this time the whole thing didn't go well. Master, they spray-painted graffiti on the cruise ship. Sarah walked over from the cruise ship with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Oh. That matter. It's better to leave it to professionals. Lewin sneered. June, organize the video data, call the police, and let the police solve it. Lewin smiled indifferently, walked to the camera and turned it off. That moment. Lewin's face appeared in the live broadcast room. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Chapter 66, Cleaning Up the Internet, Yifan's Surprise. Fuck. I was wondering if this cruise ship looked familiar. It really is Lord Lu's. These anchors are doomed. They really think they can do whatever they want just because they are anchors. Cool. This whole thing has happened to Master Lu. This guy is really like an old man eating arsenic. He is courting death. I can only say that you deserve it. For the live broadcaster. Except for a few individuals, most people just stand by and watch, waiting to see when these unscrupulous anchors will be punished. Why? Today is pretty good. The punishment is coming. Not long. The police arrived at the scene. Following closely behind is the Magic City's top legal team. The chief gold medal lawyer of the legal team is a handsome young man with a dull face and a serious expression, and his sharp eyes sparkle with wisdom. In sight of the Dream Chaser cruise ship. The young man also showed a strange look on his face, and then stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lewin. Hello Mr. Lu, my name is Yi Qingfeng, and I am honored to accept your commission. You're welcome, Lawyer Yi. Lewin smiled and nodded, then I'll leave the rest to you. All the anchors present were taken under control. Plus with full video footage, no one can escape the charges. Then there is the final financial loss. It is difficult to clean the dirt on the beach, and the area is so large that it would cost a cleaning company at least $100,000 to restore the beach to its original state. As for the words idiot and vampire spray painted on the cruise ship, this is not just a financial loss, but an insult to Luan's personality. Who is Luan? That's the creator of artificial intelligence. The creator of an nanometer smart ship. The creator of the nuclear-like battery. It can be said that he is the leader in Xinxia's high civilization technology. The most important thing is, artificial intelligence is licensed to the country for free use. This kind of sentiment and righteousness is unparalleled in the country. And now. But he was insulted by several internet celebrities with foul language. Who gave them the courage? The nobles of the country cannot be humiliated. This piece of evidence alone is enough to sentence them to death. Soon. According to the video of the cruise ship manufacturer, it can be learned that the cruise ship itself needs to be repainted. Due to workmanship issues, it will cost $10 million to repaint it all. This is not nonsense from the other side. The other party also listed the prices of various processes, paints, and coatings. There is also a final quote based on the consumption required for the entire haul. This does not include the round-trip shipping fees and other miscellaneous charges. All in all, it would cost at least $15 million to return the car to the factory for repainting. $15 million. Still in US dollars. The group of anchors were instantly confused. They have almost 1 million followers. But the majority of fans are zombies, and there are only over 100,000 people who actually watch their live broadcast. You can tell from the barrage that he can't be compared with the real top anchors. Even with the support of the union, they couldn't afford to pay so much money even if they emptied their family savings. Just listen to the quote. These people's heads exploded. Lewin ignored their expressions and directly turned on the live broadcast function of the smart wristband. He then notified all users of the wristband and started the live broadcast himself. Lewin's sudden live broadcast still attracted the attention of many people in Xinsha. In an instant, tens of millions of people flocked into the live broadcast room. Looking at Lewin's stern expression, one could tell that this live broadcast was not a good thing, especially since the environment Lewin was in was extremely dirty and messy, and the police were escorting a few people dressed like scoundrels. This made them very curious about what had happened that made Lewin, a busy man, so angry that he started a live broadcast. What do you think of using artificial intelligence? Lewin was the first to ask, which stunned everyone in the live broadcast room. Various feelings after using it burst out like an explosion. Without exception. All good reviews. So, do you think the smart wristband I sold to you is expensive? Lewin had a question. This made the people in the live broadcast room even more confused. Is it expensive? Much cheaper than previous high-end mobile phones, right? Even the collector's edition. It's not that expensive either. The most critical. There is not much difference between the collector's edition and the ordinary one, and it is much more affordable than before by mobile phone manufacturers. Then why do some people think that I am a lowly person for using technology to benefit the public and then earning a meager profit? Lewin's voice was cold, and the live broadcast screen was placed on his cruise ship. At first glance, I was amazed at the luxury of the cruise ship, but soon the live broadcast room became quiet. The side of the cruise ship facing the mountain was spray-painted with a large number of swear words. Dirty language. They felt their scalps tingling as they watched, and they wished they could beat these people to death. What kind of people are these? Recently, anchors and internet celebrities seem to be getting more and more arrogant, so I decided that artificial intelligence and holographic projection will not serve any live broadcast platform, any anchor, or any video author. If you want to blame someone, blame these people. Oh, by the way, these anchors seem to be from seafood platforms, right? Lewin sneered and said slowly, in the future, anchors, videos will be hosted by Taichu Tianting. Currently, the only video creation platform that can operate in Taichu Tianting is Ganbei Station. All video creators are welcome to join Ganbei Station. Mr. Liu is awesome. Yi Fan was so excited that he almost jumped up. Future. Apart from the Taichu Tianting main site, I am the largest comprehensive video platform. Certainly. Yi Fan could see it from this incident. Lewin wants to rectify the atmosphere on video websites and in the live streaming celebrity circle. This coincides with his opinion. He also wanted to clean up the situation, but his power was too limited, and even his own platform began to see comments from young people and anti-social voices. Even if they want to ban it, they are powerless. But joining Taichu Heaven is different. Video review and speech review are all handled by the artificial intelligence Xiao Jinwu, and the atmosphere will definitely get better and better. Certainly. Many big verses also published articles to criticize Lewin, but unfortunately, the articles were blocked as soon as they were published, and the water meter inspectors came to his door instantly. The network needs to be rectified. These anchors who were making fun of themselves just happened to run into Lewin's trap. They provoked Lewin and made him angry, which was exactly what the Ministry of Culture liked to see. The online culture needs to be rectified long ago. It's just an opportunity. Originally, the anchors from various major platforms were a little panicked, but when they heard that they could move into the Taichu Heavenly Palace, they felt that it was nothing. As for the penalty, this doesn't exist, okay? In this earthquake, all the unreasonable payments and the terms will be announced, and we will have a hard time protecting ourselves. If they change jobs, we can only grit our teeth and bear it. Otherwise, we will all perish together. I will no longer be a host, but you, a major shareholder of a listed company, will end up with your property confiscated and life in prison. Either you transfer your property, commit treason, and settle overseas. Therefore, Luan's decision this time did not have much impact on their anchors and video authors. Only the platform is affected. And on Lu Ningxuang's side. Naturally, I also saw Luan's live broadcast. Then he looked at the bigwig sitting in the meeting hall strangely and spread his hands. My brother has spoken, so, everyone, there is no more room for discussion. You should consider transformation. Look at the news. The Ministry of Culture has also intervened this time. In other words, what you have done has been watched by the country for a long time. Speechless. These big guys are all stupid. The secretary looked at the seafood platform with extremely cold eyes, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces and kill him. Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. Chapter 67 awarded, Ninstar National Scholar. Next. Relax. After sending everyone away, Lu Ningxuan stretched lazily. 1-1, are we going to recruit again? Yes, live broadcast and short video both need to recruit people. Li Chouwan nodded slightly. Xiao Jinwu has already taken action, and the platform area of Ganbei Station has been opened, but it has not been authorized yet. We need to go over and discuss it. Let Yi Fan come over. Lu Ningxuan smiled faintly. Then, let him help us recruit some more people. The internal members of those targeted platforms must be panicking. It is not convenient for us to ask for help, but Yi Fan is definitely suitable. In addition, Yi Fan has a pair of discerning eyes, and the people he selects must be useful. Okay. Li Chouwan nodded slightly and called Yi Fan directly. Mr. Yi, the platform has been opened. You can come over to negotiate the contract now. After authorization, you can move the platform in tonight. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Fan was extremely excited. After receiving the address, he drove over immediately. Tonight. This is the chance for his little website to rise. The other side. After the amount of loss is estimated. A group of anchors felt weak in the knees and looked ashen. They definitely can't escape from this money. But it's really hard to put it together. For this, Luan didn't have any sympathy at all. How much loss? They just take out as much as they can. What Luan said would be useless even if God came. Take them all away. After the police officer saluted Luan, he took the people away. After Yi Qingfeng finished collecting evidence, he also left. Before leaving, he assured Luan, Mr. Lu, don't worry. I will make them pay back as much as they lost. I guarantee it in the name of our Luowan law firm. I believe in you. Luan smiled gently and contacted the cleaning company to ask them to clean the beach. As for the boat, we contacted the manufacturer and asked them to send someone to drive the cruise ship back and repair it as a whole. Xiaowen, don't be angry. Don't let these scumbags get you in trouble for your health. Lu Bingyan held Luan's hand tightly and gently helped Luan calm down. It's okay. It's not a big problem. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. Just when I was about to say something. But Mr. Li called him. Xiaowen, I'm sorry for wronging you. Mr. Li started by apologizing to Luan. When Luan heard this, all the resentment in his heart instantly disappeared, and he quickly said, Mr. Li, it's not a big deal. We have a large population in Xinxia, and there will be some scum among us. As long as we are sanctioned, it will be fine. Well, actually, there is another thing about this call. Elder Li said in a serious voice, this time, the Great Elder wants to see you and personally confer the honor on you. Honor. Luan was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Why so sudden? First, your achievements are enough for the Great Elder to award you a medal. Second, as you said, the life values of the younger generation of Xinxia have shifted, and you, the younger generation, are the absolute leader. In addition, given the current international situation, we need to deter others, and awarding you a medal is the opportunity. Mr. Li explained it briefly. Luan also understood. This is to advertise ourselves, and at the same time to completely announce the authenticity of artificial intelligence virtual projection to the outside world. Luan thought about it for a moment, but did not refuse. He just asked curiously, Mr. Li, what medal are you going to give me? Ninstar National Scholar. Mr. Li responded seriously. Only. Luan felt that it was a little unreal. Can I afford this? Affordable. Mr. Li was very serious, and then he said, the time is the day after tomorrow, you should come to the imperial capital tomorrow, there can be no mistakes on this matter. Become. Lewin looked at the closed smart wristband. I was still quite excited inside. 9-star National Scholar. This is Xinxia's top medal. There are less than a handful of 9-star National Scholars in the country, and I am going to become one of them. How could he not be excited? Don't forget. Luan. He is just an 18-year-old boy. The authorities acted quickly. As soon as the phone was hung up, the announcement began to be made over there. The 9-star National Scholars Investiture Ceremony. The 4 words 9-star patriarch caused huge waves on the internet like a tsunami. At the same time, the popularity of the internet celebrity incident was instantly suppressed because of the 4 words 9-star National Scholar. The whole internet is speculating. Who is the 9-star patriarch? At present, the person who is most likely to get it, and the first person everyone thinks of, is Luan. Except Luan. The older generation really can't remember who is qualified. Lu Bingyan also widened her eyes and screamed in surprise, Shaoan, you have won the 9-star Patriot Medal. This is one of Xinxia's highest honors. But think about it. It seems reasonable for my husband to receive this title. Just so. Although Luan said this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Husband. I'm a little scared now. You are really excellent. I feel like I'm not worthy of you. Lu Bingyan believed this sincerely. Luan is really outstanding. Compared to him, I have nothing but good looks. Can I really become Shaoan's woman? Or do you think you are qualified? Although my family members agreed. If I say you are, then you are. No matter how others evaluate you, you are my cutest school beauty. Luan held her pink face seriously. Don't let your imagination run wild in the future. Aha! Lu Bingyan pouted and hummed, then hid herself in Luan's arms. You are like a ray of miraculous light, shining into my world. Luan chuckled and held her silky hair. My man is so gentle. It makes me feel more and more like a salted fish. Lu Bingyan and the other person returned to the villa, preparing to set off for the imperial capital tomorrow. Clothing. It must be appropriate. Luan thought about it. He asked Klaus to prepare a Zhongshan suit and leather shoes for him. Although I don't like to wear too formal clothes. However, Luan was still willing to wear the unique formal suit. Husband. We are leaving tomorrow. Doesn't that mean I can't attend the comic convention? Lu Bingyan suddenly said. Right. Luan was also somewhat helpless. How about you go to the comic convention? No. Such a formal occasion. I will definitely stay with you. Lu Bingyan looked at Luan seriously and said very seriously. Okay. Then I'll give the president a call. Luan contacted the president. After the call was connected, the president said nothing but excitedly congratulated, keep going, we will cheer for you in front of the TV. After saying, just hung up. This made Luan smile helplessly. Really? Interesting people must be good people in nature. Chapter 68 Family Feast, National Sword. The matter of awarding the 9-star National Scholar Medal. Comrade Lao Lu also knows about this. Standing there dejectedly. In the end, he just sighed helplessly, this son-in-law, you have to recognize him even if you don't want to. Although helpless. But the surprise and pride in his eyes could not be hidden. The youngest 9-star scholar in history. My son-in-law. If you say this to others, you will be proud of it. Hey. Having a son-in-law doesn't seem so bad. Since both of them are living together. It is inevitable that something will happen. That being the case. Decide it sooner rather than later. Both families met. Keep the son-in-law under control. So delicious. That's right. No matter how much Comrade Lao Lu takes care of his daughter, he still cannot escape the law of true fragrance. Have a look. Who dares to brag to me? How powerful my son-in-law is. Can anyone find a husband as good as my daughter's? The 9-star National Scholar directly attacks from a lower dimension. Compare IQ. Can you create artificial intelligence? Can you create nuclear fusion? Can you make a nanochip? Can you create nano weapons? No comparison. Oh, that is so cool. For a while, Comrade Lao Lu felt a little proud. All the unhappiness that her daughter felt about being pushed around disappeared, and she even had the idea of having a grandchild soon. My son-in-law is such a monster. My daughter is pretty smart too. With the genes of these two people, they are bound to give birth to a little monster. Oh. It would be best to have twins. So, my in-laws and I each helped to bring one. I can also enjoy my retirement life. With nano-weapons, the front line will become dispensable. It's time to hand over the reins to the young and enjoy your retirement life. Think about it this way. Comrade Lao Lu's heart was filled with passion. The future is promising. The future is promising. After the awarding ceremony is over, let us go find this guy and have a good chat with him. The important thing is to make a doll as soon as possible. Akiyu. In the villa. Lu Bingyan, who was flirting with Luan, suddenly sneezed. The sneeze made Lu Bingyan feel confused. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like I've been plotted against. Forehead. Luan was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and pinched her nose with some amusement. Are you some kind of great power that can sense that you are being plotted against? Do you know about women's sixth sense? Very accurate. I guess. It's my dad. Lu Bingyan said confidently, my father must be planning something. Tomorrow, we must be careful when we go to the imperial capital. This. Luan smiled helplessly. His future father-in-law was actually a nice guy. As a father, everything he did was for his daughter. If I have a daughter in the future, it's still this big. I guess I'm more nervous than my father-in-law. After all, this is the world. There are indeed many good men, but there are even more scumbags. There are even fewer men who are truly good men, have a fighting spirit, and have a certain family background. When your daughter falls in love, you must keep a close eye on it. But, seeing her senior sister's fierce and cute look, she couldn't help but nodded and agreed, let us be careful tomorrow. If my dad bullies you, I will beat him up. Lu Bingyan waved her little fist fiercely. Good. I'll do as you say. Luan smiled helplessly, leaned against each other and continued watching the movie. At the same time, I was also thinking about what gift to give to my sister. Women's arms. Luan has already obtained his sister's body data. Consider how to design to avoid privacy while being gorgeous and practical. At the same time, change the expansion mode. Tactical shoulder bags are also inconvenient to wear on a daily basis. If you really encounter danger and cannot use it in the first time, then this weapon is meaningless. As for Li Chouwan, Luan plans to give her a personal household robot with an implanted combat system. The words of my future mother-in-law. Luan didn't know what to give her. I don't know if she can accept the offer of weapons. Never mind. Not considering it. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Luan smiled calmly and got up to prepare dinner. Cook occasionally. It's also nice to prepare delicious food for your senior schoolmate. The way my senior sister eats is so cute. Especially eating something you make yourself. The senior sister's little cheeks are so comfortable to look at. It's like a hamster, making people want to pinch it and can't stop. Today, it is a rare opportunity for Xia Mengyao to come back. Luan also specially prepared a sumptuous dinner for her. When Xia Mengyao was still asleep, the strong fragrance had already invaded her dreams and woke her up forcefully. So fragrant. Is Luan cooking? Looking at the couple in the kitchen, Xia Mengyao curled her lips and said, I should be the happiest person, being able to be raised by my best friend and her husband. Feeding. What the hell? I'm not a pet. Xia Mengyao quickly shook her head and jumped up from the sofa. Xiaoan, Yan, what delicious food did you make? So many. Lu Bingyan laughed, go wash your face quickly. I'm waiting for you to wake up and eat. Okay. Xia Mengyao didn't hesitate to wash her face, then sat at the dining table, waiting for the food to be served. The table, which was more than 10 meters long, was soon filled with dishes. This. A full banquet. Xia Mengyao's eyes widened, isn't this too rich? Who told us to have so many family members? Luan chuckled, Sora, Klaus, call everyone back to eat. It's a rare opportunity for us to eat together, no one is allowed to be absent. Okay. Klaus chuckled. Then, sister, Li Chouwan also came late. This time, the family dinner that truly belongs to the manor has officially begun. This meal. The meal was delicious. There were hundreds of dishes, but they were still not enough. After all, there are too many people. During this period, Lewin and the little cook added a lot of dishes, and even Klaus rushed over to cook a lot of dishes. Then, they all drank a little wine. It was Klaus who suggested drinking. The 9-star medal of the Order of the Patriot is worth celebrating. This rare family dinner can be considered as a celebration for Lewin. Although I don't approve of Lewin drinking. But this time, Lu Ningxuan and Lu Bingyan did not dissuade him. After Lewin got drunk, the two of them felt distressed and helpless. They worked together to send him to the bedroom before continuing to enjoy the food. A little over 1 o'clock. The maid put all the empty plates into the dishwasher for cleaning, and then cleaned the house before everyone went out to rest. The manor returned to silence. However, the discussion about Guisher on the internet is becoming more and more intense. Everyone is looking forward to it. And the imperial capital is also preparing. This award ceremony attracted people not only from China but also from abroad. This time, it was also the first time that Xinxia truly showed its strength on the international stage. Prove it to the world. I, Xinxia, no longer have anything to fear. Chapter 69 Father-in-law's sudden recognition, the most precious thing. The next day, early in the morning, Lewin set off with Lu Bingyan to the imperial capital. What surprised Lewin was the person who came to greet him was his future father-in-law. For a while, it made him a little nervous. However, seeing that he looked quite happy, Lewin took the initiative to greet him. Uncle, thank you for making this trip. No trouble, no trouble. Unexpected enthusiasm. The more Comrade Lao Lu looked at Lewin, the more satisfied he became. The corners of his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. Shaoan, after your awarding ceremony, you and Yen Yen should get engaged. It would be best if you can get the marriage certificate. Lewin was suddenly stunned. Somewhat unbelievable. Uncle, you agree? Call me Daddy. Comrade Lao Lu was quite serious. This. Lewin was stunned for a moment, then he understood and shouted happily, Dad. Why? Now this is what is happening. Comrade Lao Lu became more and more satisfied. He touched his pocket, took out a red book and handed it to Luan. I don't have any gift for you. I think nothing can make you happier than this. Household registration booklet. This is the household registration booklet that Comrade Lao Lu used his connections to get for Lu Bingyan yesterday. Now that it has been handed over to Lewin, the meaning is very clear. I entrust my daughter to you. Comrade Lao Lu showed no reluctance on his face, but full of blessings. After the medal is awarded, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After getting the certificate, both families can feel at ease. You can also consider having a child. After all, Shaoan will definitely be very busy in the future, and it will be difficult to have a child at this time. Become. For this proposal, Lewin would definitely not refuse. Although Lu Bingyan was shy, she still felt like crying. Hugging her father happily, Dad, thank you. What do we say thank you to each other as father and daughter? I just want you to be happy for the rest of your life. Comrade Lao Lu patted his daughter on the shoulder and said, let's go to the hotel we have arranged for you. Since it is a formal occasion, it is not appropriate to bring a maid. So, Lewin gave them some money. Sarah, Al, you two should have fun in the capital these 2 days. Buy whatever you like. If you don't have enough, ask Klaus to give you money. Al and the other man looked at the bank cards in their hands, their mouths twitched, their eyes full of joy. Okay, then we'll go play. Master, you're back, call ahead. Okay. Lewin smiled and waved his hand, then got in the special car and went to the hotel. On the way, Comrade Lao Lu asked eagerly, Shaoan, can you give me a set of that nano weapon? 10 million. Comrade Lao Lu can't produce it. But he has made plans to retire and stay at home with his wife. He has dedicated most of his life to the motherland, and it is time to stop and hand over the baton to the next generation. Nowadays, Xinxia has nano weapons. He also felt more at ease. It's the past, let the new generation continue in the new era. It's also because I'm retiring from the army. Comrade Lao Lu was thinking of getting himself a weapon and keeping it at home, thinking that he might need it someday. Yes, you can. Lewin scratched his chin and said, I will file this with the national database. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of unidentified aircraft will always cause some trouble. Can. Comrade Lao Lu was very excited. What a good son-in-law. Just ask for it and it will be given. In fact, he was already prepared to be rejected. He didn't expect Luan to make it for him so easily. Dad, you may need to wait until the national order is completed before I can make this set of weapons for you. Luan touched his chin. That's for sure. Comrade Lao Lu didn't care at all. I'm retired. When you have nothing to do, you can take your son-in-law's cruise ship out to sea for a trip. Enjoy your old age life with your in-laws. Being armed is just my last dream as a soldier. It doesn't matter when you get it. This is a man's toy, and also a man's romance. In the hotel, Comrade Lao Lu sent Luan and the others to the reserved room, explained the awarding process, and then left. Regarding the two people living in the same room and on the same bed, Comrade Lao Lu just said calmly, I hope I can report my grandson next year. This. Damn Dad. Lu Bingyan's pretty face flushed red. After yelling in shame and anger, she hid herself under the quilt and muttered in a muffled voice, I am prepared, but this is too sudden. After thinking for a while, Lu Bingyan suddenly sat up, took out her household registration book, and laughed. Did you bring your household registration book with you? What a coincidence. I actually brought it. Luan took out his household registration booklet. There is actually a reason for taking the household registration book. Luan's ID card will expire tomorrow, and he needs to go to the household registration office to take a new photo and get a new ID card. So, I brought my household registration book with me when I came. Unexpectedly. It actually came in handy for such a big purpose. Marriage certificate. I just came of age. Can it be done? Luan pursed his lips. Should be possible, right? Luan was feeling somewhat anxious and worried. Let us go. Apply for a marriage certificate. At the same time, you can also take a photo of your new ID card. Lu Bingyan was very anxious. With a marriage certificate, two people become a real family. I'm not yet of legal marriage age, can I still get a marriage certificate? Luan was a little nervous. It's okay. Since my dad has said so, he must have already greeted us. Let's go now. Lu Bingyan smiled happily, and then whispered in Luan's ear, Shawan, after getting the marriage certificate, we will live in the same room from now on. But you can't touch me these 2 days, only at home. After saying. Lu Bingyan shyly hid herself in Luan's arms for a long time before she said crisply, Let's go, Mr. Lu. Luan's heart was burning with passion. Everything went so smoothly. Senior. Just like that, she became my woman, my family, and my partner for the rest of my life. The two of them slipped out of the hotel. This was completely within Comrade Lao Lu's prediction. Seeing the two of them hailing Aditi and leaving like thieves, he shook his head speechlessly. I told you to get married, how could I fail to do so? I really gave you the household registration books, and you couldn't help it. Having said that. But Comrade Lao Lu still pressed the smart wristband. Xinglong, contact Comrade Luo. Okay. Xinglong is the name he gave to his own artificial intelligence. Comrade Luo was once a deputy captain in his army. After getting married and having children, he transferred to work in the Civil Affairs Bureau of the Imperial Capital. Hey, Captain, why did you think of calling me? Luo Bing was quite surprised. Looking at his captain's appearance, he couldn't help but say, Captain, you are already an adult. You are really not suitable for the front line. Switch to a civilian position. Don't work so hard. You should also seriously consider your sister-in-law's matter. Well, I will retire after a while. Lu Zhanlong smiled carefreely. We have better equipment, and I really need to step down and let others take over. Well, I contacted you today because I want to ask you a favor. Oh. Luo Bing was a little surprised, and after tidying up her hair, she said, Tell me about it. You know my daughter, she's not young anymore. She recently found a boyfriend. I'm very satisfied with the child, and both parties have met their parents. So I'm thinking of getting a marriage certificate. I'd like to ask you to help with the process. The boy is a little young, he just turned 18. Oh. Luo Bing was a little surprised. If you can speak in person, it means that this child has some ability. Okay, I am not a big deal. Wait a moment. The captain's daughter seems to be graduating from college. This kid is great. After hanging up the phone, Luo Bing smiled, shook his head, and walked to the front desk. She and Lu Bingyan had met many times. That girl. I heard that she is the campus belle of Shanghai University. Chapter 70, Honoring, amazing title. In the car. Lu Bingyan couldn't wait to say to the driver, "Uncle, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." Okay. The driver was stunned for a moment, and seemed very happy. He thought, I didn't expect that the first order of business today would be such a happy event. Congratulations on starting a family that truly belongs to you. Okay. Thanks. The two thanked each other at the same time, snuggled together, and imagined what life would be like after getting the marriage certificate. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Luan and his friend walked in hand, looking extremely nervous. For two people. This was the first time they had come to such a place, and the inexplicable feeling of oppression made them feel a little breathless. Fortunately, Luo Bing spotted them immediately. In her coquettish twice. Luan and his companion quickly completed all the formalities and took the oath under the national flag. When applying for documents, Luo Bing was also looking at Luan. I have to say, Luan is really handsome. Even she was attracted. The muscles on the arms give people a sense of security at first glance. Perfect temperament. Perfect looks. Looking at his clothes, they are obviously branded goods and his family background must be good. But who is she? The female soldier king of the field army. The way you look at people is naturally different from that of ordinary people. The temperament exuded by Luan was the same as those old men in the research institute, and there was a gleam of intelligence in his clear eyes. He might be a talented young man in a certain field, otherwise, with the captain's character, it is impossible for him to give in so easily and even let them get the certificate in advance. Congratulations, from today on, you will be a legal couple. Luo Bing stood up and handed the certificate to the two people. Red book. Sacred and inviolable. It is something that is out of reach for many people, and it is also something that makes many people feel timid and insecure when they look at it. Them. Got it too. It happened so suddenly. Full of drama. Originally. Still thinking about how to deal with my future father-in-law. But he didn't expect that his future father-in-law would give him such a big gift. Getting married. Lu Bingyan hugged Luan happily, and her joy made everyone in the hall smile involuntarily. They all blessed them. That's right. Luan. Anyan Technology. This kid. He is the founder of Anyan Technology and the creator of artificial intelligence. No wonder. Luo Bing muttered to himself for a while before finally reacting, boys like this are really rare. No wonder the captain is so pleased and anxious. If a young man like this were to be abducted by a girl from another family, it would be a huge loss. Sister Luo Bing, I'll treat you to dinner later. Lu Bingyan waved at Luo Bing, then pulled Luan to the door and bought a lot of expensive candies. After shopping at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she left with satisfaction. Even if it's by car. I also gave the driver a big red envelope and a bunch of wedding candy. The driver was delighted and kept congratulating them. We talked a lot about the daily necessities of married life. Returned to hotel. Lu Bingyan immediately arranged the two certificates into a heart shape. At the same time, she took Luan's hand, placed the two certificates into a heart shape, took a photo, and posted it in the family group. Little cutie, ahem, moms and dads, grandparents, uncles and aunts, second uncle and second aunt, and I, have got the marriage certificate. How come they got the certificate all of a sudden? No news at all. Could it be that he had submitted his household registration book? Both families were a little confused. I don't know how to respond. After a long time, the family group was merged into one group under Lu Bingyan's operation. After sending the message again, some people were puzzled. What's wrong with everyone? Why don't you congratulate us? Lu Zhanlong, congratulations, you two are so naughty, I couldn't help it just after I gave you the household registration books. Little cutie, dad, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Little cutie, aren't you anxious to have a grandchild? How can you have a grandchild without getting a marriage certificate? Lu Zhanlong, okay, then I'll be waiting. You two won't be able to see your grandson next year, so just wait and I'll beat your butts. Lu Yunshu, +1, what brother Lu said is right. Lu Yunshu, brother Lu, now that the child has obtained the marriage certificate, when can we get together and finalize the marriage? Lu Zhanlong, okay, after a while, when I'm discharged from the army, we'll get together. By the way, let Shaoan build a cruise ship, and we'll go fishing. Lu Yunshu, no problem. That's it. Everything went on naturally and was done peacefully. Luan scratched his face, hugged Lu Bingyan and rolled onto the bed, looking deeply into her autumn water eyes. Wife, please take care of me for the rest of my life. Hubby, please take care of me for the rest of my life. Lu Bingyan leaned gently in Luan's arms, enjoying Luan's warm embrace and listening to his strong heartbeat. It's a feeling that's hard to explain. It is the resonance and entanglement of the magnetic fields of two people. It is also a love at first sight that has been cultivated for hundreds of lifetimes. No matter how many twists and turns there are, we can also go together naturally. No one can separate them. This day, neither of them left the hotel. Certainly. Nor did I cross the line. Because Luan didn't want to stay in the hotel either. He didn't feel safe, warm, or romantic. The next morning. Honors Hall. Countless domestic and foreign reporters entered the venue at the first opportunity, and there were also many generals and elders in the venue. And Luan. He put on a Zhongshan suit early in the morning, which made him look more mature and stable. At this moment, he was sitting upright on the sofa, staring at the old man opposite him, feeling extremely excited. This old man is the great elder of Xinxia. He had only seen it on TV. But I never thought that one day I would be able to talk to him at such a close distance. The old man was like a kind old grandfather. He said a lot, and Luan remembered it all. The word the old man said most was thank you. Thanks to Luan for opening the door to a new era for Xinxia. At last. The old man smiled and patted Luan on the shoulder. Let's go, enter the venue, it's time for me, Xinxia, to stand up. Front desk venue. The opening speech has been delivered. Luan and the great elder walked onto the podium amid warm applause and the expectant gazes of countless Chinese people. The appearance of Luan. Everyone was stunned. At the same time, it was unexpected, yet reasonable. Now. The great elder awarded Mr. Luan, the father of artificial intelligence, the father of stable nuclear fusion, the father of nano-weapons, the father of nuclear-like batteries, and the leader of the new era, the Xinxia Ninstar National Medal. The host's voice was trembling. He is the most experienced host of CCTV. When he received the speech, no matter how many times he read it, his voice was trembling. Artificial intelligence, stable nuclear fusion, nano-weapons, nuclear-like batteries, these black technologies that only exist in theoretical fantasies were actually created by this young man. This nine-star national scholar truly deserves the title. Chapter 71, Arrogance. Fog, did you hear that? The father of stable nuclear fusion, the cleanest energy of the future, the energy that will never run out. Is this made? There are also nano-weapons. What are they? Exoskeleton individual armor. I don't know, anyway it's awesome. This is better than heaven. You're only 18. I'm still playing video games at 18. Same, the toxic milk powder can't be stopped. Is this true? Amidst countless discussions, the great elder placed the medal on Luan's chest. In an instant, a heavy sense of responsibility instantly weighed on Luan. This did not make Luan timid, but his eyes became brighter. After the award ceremony, there is a press conference. The meeting was presided over by the great elder himself. Because all of this is so important. This concerns the future trend of Xinxia. The old man knocked on the microphone and said calmly, perhaps everyone is surprised, and I believe that the reporters present have many questions, but everyone's time is limited, so I will not accept any questions. Next, Lu Busher will introduce everyone. Luan was silent for a moment, looking at the yellow-haired devils below who were seriously suspicious, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and then he said softly, I won't introduce artificial intelligence. I believe that friends abroad have also experienced it through some channels. But don't worry, I am not interested in the foreign market, so the smart wristband in artificial intelligence will not be released overseas. Even if you buy it, you can't activate it. Luan's words almost made many foreigners vomit blood. What's this? Look down on us. Think again. Yes. Why should they be afraid of you? Why should they look up to you? They can produce all the components themselves, why should they still look up to you? Times have changed. As for stable nuclear fusion, this is also true. I have officially put the micronuclear fusion reactor into use, and the large-scale nuclear fusion reactor is also under construction. It is expected that by the end of this year, there will be 10 new nuclear fusion power plants in the country. At the same time, all nuclear power plants will be converted into nuclear fusion reactors, and all heavily polluting power plants will be closed. From now on, Xinjiang will officially enter the era of nuclear fusion smart electricity. Certainly. Luan would definitely not release pictures or anything like that. This is confidential. For researchers, a picture is the key to opening the door to the palace, and Luang is not that stupid. He is not a saint. His goal is to suppress foreign countries for as many years as possible. Xinjia, it's time to return to the top stage. As for nano weapons, Luan scratched his chin and patted his tactical bag. In an instant, his whole body was covered with a set of weapons. Cold. Majesty. Domineering. It's like an alien future warrior from a science fiction movie. Well, I made this set for fun. Luan moved his body and made many incredibly flexible movements. Statistics are actually very important. Let me simply talk about the explosive power. This version I always play with can lift objects under 5 tons with one hand. The explosive speed can reach the speed of sound. It is equipped with a nuclear-like battery and can run for 10 hours at peak speed. Hiss. This is a powerful weapon. Are you sure this is just the version you played? Are you kidding me? This is nothing more than foreign journalists not believing it. Even the people in front of the TV in Xinjiang don't believe it. This is powerful data. How do you expect the comrades from the Strategic Research Institute to speak? Wrong. A version that you play by yourself is so powerful. Wouldn't the military version be even more powerful? Oh, by the way, nano arms will not accept foreign orders for the time being, so you guys can just watch the fun, continue jumping around on the internet, continue to spread rumors, continue to control public opinion. It's okay, I just like to see you guys roaring in incompetence. Luan opened his mouth. Even the old man was stunned for a moment and shook his head helplessly. This kid is still an angry young man. But he doesn't hate it. Such a man would never commit treason. Because the country has a unique position and weight in his heart. As for offending people, stop making trouble. Are we afraid of offending people? Not afraid at all. Well, that's it. Luan thought for a moment and said, I hate trouble, so, my journalist friends, please stop staring at me for no reason. For the sake of your lives. Secondly, I have no interest in developing overseas, so those countries that want to use spies to trick me or kidnap me should be careful. Your secret weapons are no secrets to me. After saying, the old man added some more. The awarding ceremony is over. Rather than awarding honors. Intuitively, it feels more like a provocation. This makes countless young people feel excited. Being strong not only makes people more energetic and spirited, but also makes the country stand more stable and the backbone of the people more upright. God, Lu is awesome. Your secrets are no longer secrets to me. That's right. There is no country in the world that can resist the artificial intelligence in the hands of Lu Xun, right? Control their nuclear weapons to self-destruct. You are so mean. We in Xinjiang will never do such inhumane things. We are not like some countries that have double standards. Beautiful country, I think you are talking about me, but I have no evidence. No, I'm already holding my ID card and reading it out. How can there be no evidence? Pfft, ha, I'm dying of laughter, you guys. In short, Master Lu is awesome. After the award ceremony, the reporters were asked to leave. The group of bigwigs present made Luan feel uncomfortable. Seniors, I feel embarrassed if you look at me like this. Ahem, Shaoan, do you have a girlfriend? My granddaughter is a top-notch beauty and a big star. My daughter is not married yet and she is very beautiful. Don't you young people like mature women nowadays? A moment. It became a sales conference for my daughter and granddaughter. Luan touched his nose in embarrassment, not knowing how to start talking. Fortunately, Lu Bingyan was present and ran over immediately, saying angrily, grandfathers and uncles, you are going too far. I am Shaoan's legal wife, and you are not allowed to introduce me to her. Why? She is Xiao Lu's daughter. What a pity. I said, why has this kid been so silly these past 2 days? It seems like she has found a rich husband. So? The painting style changed and became more serious. The old man carrying the star said, Shawan, what are your plans next? Actually, I don't have any plans. I'll just go with the flow. I might try to optimize the tactical weapons. Once the 4th generation tactical weapons are developed, I'll consider the overseas market. As for the smart wristband, we will consider the overseas market next year or the year after, but we will not consider the artificial intelligence itself at all. Lewin said truthfully. Are there any new products? Mr. Lee asked. Yes, new computers and virtual games. Lewin laughed mysteriously. I think you will definitely be able to use these virtual games, Mr. Lee, just look forward to it. Oh well. Mr. Lee nodded, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Can you reveal a little bit of key information? Time allows us to have 36 hours a day. Lewin smiled indifferently. This is a key point. All the bigwigs present gasped. Time. 12 extra hours were wasted. What kind of game can do this? None of them doubted the authenticity. Artificial intelligence, nuclear fusion, nano-weapons, these black technologies have all come out, and if there is one more, it doesn't seem to be difficult to accept. I think you developed this for your wife, right? Mr. Lee glanced at Lu Bingyan, whose pretty face was flushed, and said with a teasing smile, you only have ideas and motivation when you pamper your wife. Ha ha. It's really good. Lewin laughed out loud. Okay, Mr. Lee, seniors, if there is nothing else, I will go back. There are still many things to deal with in the Magic City. Okay. I really can't get away from the expansion you're doing over there. Mr. Lee smiled and nodded, then let Lewin and his wife leave. Chapter 72, Space Wedding Plan. This child is an interesting child. So, we can't show weakness anymore. The great elder walked up to Elder Lee and chuckled, I'm afraid the Eagles will unite many countries to put pressure on us again and kidnap us in the name of all mankind. They are just a bunch of scoundrels. Old Lee curled his lips in disdain, just like Shawan said, their threats are not threats to us. Ha ha. That's true. The great elder laughed mysteriously. A person who needs to carry the entire country on his shoulders cannot be a good person. Shin Xia does not like to stir up trouble, but he is never afraid of trouble. Now, times have changed. If they still think they are superior to others and continue to stir up trouble internationally, he doesn't mind showing his fist and giving them the hammer of judgment. Now. Just wait for Lewin's South-owned industrial park to be completed. That design drawing. Even he was shocked. Which is the real city of the future? Full of cyber style. The great elder is full of expectations for the future. Online. Netizens finally felt proud. As long as there are people on the outside network who dare to be dissatisfied and shout about moral kidnapping, countless keyboard masters here will rush up without hesitation and directly force the other person to become autistic. Certainly. More of a yearning for smart wristbands. No one can resist more convenient auxiliary tools. The power of artificial intelligence makes them yearn for it and also makes them fearful. Regarding the turmoil on the internet, Lewin didn't care. Instead, after wandering around the imperial capital with Lu Bingyan for a while, he contacted Al and Sora, returned to the airport, and headed back to the Magic City. As soon as I got off the plane, I hurriedly took a car back to the Manor. Inside the Manor, everyone gathered together. Mo Qianqi excitedly held the Patriot Medal in her hand and said excitedly, I gave birth to a real dragon. Having a national talent in the family is a great event that brings honor to the family. Certainly. More importantly, that was the first meeting between the parents of both sides. Night. Comrade Lao Lu also came to the Manor. After all the parents from both sides arrived, the atmosphere was not awkward or tense at all, and the engagement and wedding time were all decided over a few glasses of wine. About the wedding. Lu Bingyan did not ask for a grand wedding, because she understood that Lewin's current status was different. If they really wanted to have an open wedding, there would definitely be a lot of big shots coming. According to Lu An's temperament, these favors are a bunch of big troubles. So she asked for a simpler wedding, where all she needed to do was take wedding photos and then have a meal together as a family. The elders actually did not want to agree to this request. Lewin is a boy, so anything is fine with him. But for girls, they still want the wedding to be grand and spectacular. Hey, it's okay. Actually, I don't really like crowds. Besides, don't we have enough family now? Klaus, there are nearly 100 maids in the group. I am already very satisfied with so many people blessing me. Lu Bingyan refused to give in. Luan hesitated slightly. He raised his hand and rubbed Lu Bingyan's head. Leave the wedding to me. I will definitely make sure you have a unique wedding. Virtual world. No. Outer space is romantic. The idea is also to give the system a choice between two tasks. Perfect wedding. Option 1, hold a virtual wedding, receive blessings from all over the world, and dream of a pair of wedding rings. Option 2, hold a cosmic wedding, receive blessings from the stars, starry sky rings, and auxiliary rewards, a universal nano printing station, a detailed design drawing of a third-level civilization space battleship, and a general outline of a third-level civilization space engine. Is this a choice? No choice. A cosmic wedding is a must. Aha! I trust you. Lu Bingyan nodded with a smile. So, everyone doesn't have to worry about the wedding. I believe it, Shaowen. Okay. The flowers you young people play with. A group of adults also shook their heads helplessly. As long as you are happy, that's enough. The wedding is your own business. If you feel it's okay, then it's fine. Got permission. Both of them laughed happily. Shaowen, where is your dream chaser? Lu Zhanlong was a little surprised. He was looking forward to that cruise ship. It was sent back to the factory for repairs, but a bunch of internet celebrities scribbled on it with spray paint. Luan spread his hands helplessly. By the way, I don't know how Lawyer Yi is handling it. Luan was talking about this. A message of account arrival popped up. Then came Yi Qingfeng's contact reminder. After the call was connected, Yi Qingfeng's image was projected onto the wristband, still with a meticulous and calm expression. Mr. Lu, did you receive the money? Luan nodded slightly, a little curious. Lawyer Yi, you got this from them, didn't you pay for it? No, it's the funds of those internet celebrities. Their real estate, companies, cars, and everything else that can be pawned. I collected all the funds and pawned them. As for the commission, I deducted it from the internet celebrities. It's all ill-gotten gains anyway. Yi Qingfeng did not feel any psychological pressure at all, and said calmly, these internet celebrities will not be able to escape the death penalty. They are involved in the sex trade in 2 cases of human trafficking. These people will really spend the rest of their lives in prison. Oh. These people are quite courageous. Luan was a little surprised, his brows relaxed, and he said calmly, let's not talk about destroying my private territory. This human trafficking and sex trade must be thoroughly investigated. Yi Qingfeng nodded seriously. This group of people have crossed the moral bottom line. I will never let them off easily. Yi Qingfeng showed a cold smile. Human traffickers should be shot to death to compensate for the broken families. After a brief chat, Luan spread his hands and said, that's it. Originally, the dream chaser would probably take a month to come back. Okay. That's just right. By that time, I will have almost completed the discharge procedures. Retirement life has begun. Lu Zhanlong touched his chin and looked at his wife cautiously. Wife, I'm discharged from the army. Can I go fishing with Brother Lu? Random. As long as Lu Zhanlong doesn't go to the front line. She is still happy to satisfy her little pleasure of fishing. And that's something. Fishing, man, it's actually very interesting. Especially the perennial Air Force fisherman. Old Master Lu didn't say anything about his son not continuing to get promoted and choosing to retire from the army. He is not a rigid person. He believes that children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Now that new weapons and artificial intelligence have appeared, there is nothing wrong with his son's choice to retire from the army. Future. It is destined to be the world of young people. My son has experienced life and death, and it is indeed time for him to retire and rest. Chapter 73 Home Spaceship Design. At night. Luan was preparing and planning. This time, he needs to understand the auxiliary rewards bit by bit, because the knowledge required is so much. The infusion of knowledge cannot enable him to fully integrate it. After coaxing Lu Bingyan to sleep, Luan sat on the balcony, opened the virtual panel, and began to design his own space battle cruiser. While designing, his brain is also at full capacity. He likes the feeling of learning knowledge. Turn all knowledge into your own. Future. If there are really variables. This knowledge is enough for him to have no worries in the future. The gap in civilization cannot be made up by time. By thoroughly understanding this third-level civilization battlecruiser, he can master a lot of useful knowledge. For example, mica alloy. Mica alloy is an essential metal for battlecruisers. It has the characteristics of absolute constant temperature and absolute stability. It is also extremely light, even lighter than nanoalloy. It's just that mica alloy requires brocade metal, green copper mother, cloud pattern secret gold, and star sand. To be honest, these 4 materials, Lewin had only seen it in games. Each one is full of fantasy. According to Jun's analysis, these metals simply cannot exist on Earth. Although copper mother is a member of the copper genus, there is no such thing on Earth. Cloud pattern secret gold is also a metal subject, and it does not exist on Earth. As for star sand, this thing, no matter how you look at it, looks like something out of fantasy novels. Not to mention Yunjin metal. It is directly a large category. Metal. Add a front stamp. Your mother's ghost knows how this thing came about. Are all third-level civilizations so unique? Lewin smiled bitterly helplessly. The only way is to find a way to synthesize a similar metal to replace this mica alloy. The battlecruiser designed by the third-level civilization is a spacecraft used for combating space pirates and warfare. According to usage, the strength of anion alloy is sufficient. The finished product of Jun's simulation, the flight test, the spacecraft made of anion alloy, can withstand a maximum cruising speed of 30 km per second. If it exceeds this speed, the hull will be damaged. When it reaches 40 km per second, the battleship will completely disintegrate and be scrapped. There is no problem in maintaining stable third cosmic speed flight. That being the case, then we need to stockpile a large amount of anion alloy. Starting from tens of millions of tons. Lewin raised his eyebrows. Destroy the design drawings at hand and redesign them again. After all, this is just for home use. There is no need to design it to look like a battlecruiser. As long as the internal activity space is equivalent to that of a villa, it will be enough. Too big. It's a complete waste of resources. With Jun's assistance, a new design was soon formed. As for the engine, Lewin will definitely not use the star engine of the third-level civilization, but reverse reasoning to analyze the engine suitable for his own use. At the same time, a simpler version of the aircraft engine, which is more advanced than the current one in the world, was backed up and sent to Wendian Graduate School. After analyzing the contents of the engine, Wendian sent it directly to Mr. Su, the director of the Aerospace Research Institute. The cold nuclear pulse engine sent by Lewin. Su Yunguo was stunned for a moment, and looked at the design theory and concept map of the engine seriously. Finally, his eyes changed from calm to shock. This kid, who plays with artificial intelligence, can actually cross the field to design engines? This kid is too talented. I also watched the simulation of Tianwen. If all fighter jets are replaced with this engine, the ammunition reserves will increase 3 to 5 times. After all, the energy source of this engine is not fuel, but cold nuclear fusion. This technology is really advanced. Even the confidentiality of the structure is terrifying. Even if the engine is lost abroad, they have no way to start, and even dialysis cannot analyze the internal structure. If they force it to be cut open, they will only get a pile of scrap metal. Why? He is indeed a man worthy of being called a national hero. Su Yunguo smiled helplessly and sent the information to the elder. Elder, our heart disease has been cured, and we have achieved overtaking on the curve. With the design drawings, they can then continue to develop the next generation. Especially a design drawing with such detailed information. As long as they are not a bunch of idlers. Within 5 years, the next generation will be ready for manufacturing. This kid. It really keeps giving me great gifts. Then I can't be stingy anymore. Money. Lewin is not short of money. Right. Lewin doesn't care about power at all. So what does he want? That's right. Free. The great elder thought about it for a moment and then gave Lewin the greatest authority. As long as it's not illegal and doesn't kill anyone, we'll do our best to satisfy you whatever you want. This kid. Developing engines, what are you doing? The great elder was a little confused. According to the information you know. This kid. Everything that was done was based on the little girl from the Liu family. Why? Never mind. Just don't do anything earth-shattering, you can play however you want. As they played, everyone started to enjoy themselves. The great elder shook his head helplessly, holding a cup of tea happily and enjoying his old age. Actually, it was impossible for him to live like this. As the great elder, he has to deal with a huge amount of work every day. Now with Tianwen and Xiaobai, his workload has been greatly reduced, so he doesn't have to be too overworked. He can get a little time every day that truly belongs to him and enjoy his own life. Even though time is still tight. But the great elder was quite satisfied. One night, Luan finally designed the spaceship he wanted. Although it is not as powerful and domineering as imagined. But it is enough to leave the Earth. At the same time, the subsystems of Dijuan and Shiha were also arranged. Next. Printing parts. Just waiting for the factory area to be built. Luan stretched his stiff fingers and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, sign-in is also enabled. Ding, sign in successfully and get a box of premium small umbrellas. Premium small umbrella, the perfect tool to avoid mistakes, and at the same time make the user more durable, firmer and stronger. Roll. What the hell is this? Luan had a dark look on his face and threw away all the prize space. This thing. It's useless. The function is very powerful, but it has nothing to do with him. Really? Yesterday's reward has drained away today's luck. Depressed. Luan shook his head helplessly. After saving his design data, he stood up and looked at Lu Bingyan, who had already woken up and brought him hot tea. A smile appeared on his lips. Did I disturb your rest? No, because you are here, I sleep more peacefully. Lu Bingyan smiled gently and handed the hot tea to Luan. This is the first cup of tea I learned to make with Mr. Claus. Try it. Good. Luan was a little surprised. He took it and took a sip. The thick light yellow tea soup exudes a rich and refreshing fragrance. It is silky and mellow in the mouth, with a slight bitterness. After one sip, the whole body feels warm. There is only one word, great. Luan raised his thumbs up, delicious. Then I will make tea for you every day. Lu Bingyan has already thought it through. She doesn't have any special dreams. After learning how to manage a company, she may not have time to be with Luan in the future. It is better to learn some life skills and take good care of the lover who is working hard for your fantasy. Chapter 74, Lao Chan's Beef Noodles. The next period of time. Luan really had nothing to do. Industrial parks are also being built at a rapid pace. Then, Luan and his wife, a young couple who had obtained their marriage certificate, once again walked into the campus. Only. As soon as I entered the school gate, I was surrounded. It's the national warrior. God Lu is back to school. Worship from a close distance and breathe in the aura of the god of learning, Lu Xin. Ah, Master Lu is so handsome. Ah, this. Luan touched his nose and said helplessly, okay everyone, I will come to school more often in the future, there is no need to do this. But both Luan and Lu Bingyan underestimated their classmates' enthusiasm. In the end, it was Principal Zhang who came over and dispersed all the students. Principal Zhang, I'm really sorry to bother you. I will come to school within the next month and accompany Yin Yin to class. If the laboratory needs me, you can call me directly. Well, the premise is that I can help. Luan said softly. Being a human being. Be thankful. When someone helps you, you should naturally be grateful. Okay. Principal Zhan was very excited to receive this promise. Their school also has tasks such as researching batteries. This great man in front of me can definitely give me some guidance. I won't bother Mr. Lu these days. Just got my marriage certificate. It's better not to be so ignorant as to disturb other people as honeymoon. In class, Luan and Lu Bingyan sat in the back. The teacher on the stage was a little nervous. Although he is a professor of finance, Luan is a monster. If I say something wrong, won't I be laughed at? It's numb. I'm numb. You are a researcher, why do you come to my finance department? Putting pressure on me, is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Uncomfortable. I want to cry. Fortunately, Luan really came just to accompany Lu Bingyan to class, and sat there quietly reading a novel. The main reason was that Lewin really didn't want to listen and felt it was too troublesome. It's better to do research. You ask him why he reads novels. Isn't this just looking for inspiration? Black technology. Isn't that just wild imagination and then making it reality? Then. Lu Bingyan, the professor's favorite student. He was also gradually led astray by Lewin, and began to write and draw on the table, designing rare and exotic animals in the ancient mountains and seas, and making comments, asking Shiha to scan and optimize them and build models. All right. The professor didn't bother to care anymore. As long as it doesn't affect other students, you can do whatever you want. After the lunch class, Lu Bingyan immediately took out her masterpiece and said, "Shaowen, look, how about these exotic beasts I designed?" Can. Lewin nodded slightly. Nothing else to say. The design is really cute. It has nothing to do with the ancient mountains and seas. Lewin scratched his face and said, "Actually, I think it should be more realistic. There's nothing wrong with your overall design, but it's just too cute. Especially since you designed fierce and domineering characters but gave them such cute appearances, I'm afraid many people will find it difficult to accept." Lewin hesitated and said again, "Aha! So that's it. Then I understand. Then I will design some cute characters. If you are a realist, then make friends with Shiha and Dijuan." Lu Bingyan giggled, then took Lewin's arm and said, "Shaowen, shall we go shopping in the mall this afternoon?" Okay. Lewin nodded and indicated that it was okay. That's right. Let us go to our store first. Our franchise store opened quietly, and I don't know how the business is going. Lu Bingyan rubbed her hands and said, "I wonder if Sister Chanxian has been bullied by some boys." Is a problem. Lewin agreed deeply. Thinking about. The two of them walked to the snack street. Many people took secret photos of them along the way. Lewin also said it didn't matter. Once everyone gets used to their own identities, everything will be fine. As long as it does not affect the normal order. Just taking a few photos. It doesn't matter. If we have to deal with things like this, life would be too tiring. Going shopping and enjoying delicious food with a sweet school beauty wife, isn't that great? This is delicious. This one is delicious too. Why? It's just not as delicious as what you cook, husband. Lu Bingyan was like a little hamster. She took a bite herself and did not give any to Lewin. She complained with puffy cheeks, but her words were not convincing at all. Eat slowly. Lewin chuckled and took a tissue to wipe the grease off the corners of her mouth. Be careful that your cheeks don't get fat and your face becomes round. Ah. So you don't like cute little girls with round faces? Recent. Lu Bingyan also discovered it. I seem to have become more rounded. The food every day was too much of a treat. Enjoy delicious food without any restraint. I eat until my belly is round after every meal. In addition, the amount of exercise is actually at the normal level, and the consumption is not that great, so it seems reasonable to gain weight. After Lewin said this, she became a little anxious. If Lewin doesn't like the cute little girl with a round face, then she can only bear the pain and lose weight. Where is the delicious food? I like it. Lewin rubbed her silky hair and smiled gently. Round-faced little cutie, of course I like you, but aren't you afraid of being called chubby by others? I don't mind. I am Mr. Lu's little cutie. As long as Mr. Lu doesn't hate it. Then I don't care about other people's opinions. Lu Bingyan pouted proudly and kissed Lewin on the face. Let's go to Lao Chen's beef noodle snack shop to eat beef noodles. Let me tell you, the beef noodles made by old Chen's family are so fragrant and delicious. I heard that this is a recipe passed down in the family. Lu Bingyan laughed and said, I just discovered it recently. Good. Lewin didn't care at all what others thought of them. With a warm smile on his face, he let Lu Bingyan pull him along the street. Just like a pair of happy elves. Pure love, even a single person can't help but smile when seeing it. Lao Chen's beef noodles. That's right. That's the straightforward name of the store. The only product is beef noodle. Authentic beef noodles. It's not the kind of beef noodles that can be made from the same cow for decades. The beef includes brisket, tongue, and offal. Take your pick, large portion is 28 yuan, small portion is 10 yuan. For the student party. This is quite affordable. Lewin also watched it. For 10 yuan, you get a large bowl of stewed noodles. On top of the bowl of noodles, there are 10 2 cm square pieces of tender and chewy beef brisket, as well as a thick and fragrant minced beef topping. Generous portion. The selection of materials is also very particular. Based on a purely intuitive judgment, Luan would give this bowl of noodles an 8. Lu Bingyan pulled Luan to sit at an empty table and shouted, "Boss, 2 servings of beef brisket noodles, with 2 extra servings of beef brisket for each serving." Okay. This little girl who loves to eat is here again. Oh. I came with my boyfriend. This boy is really handsome. It just looks a little familiar. The proprietress was a woman in her 50s. After taking a look at Luan, she went to the kitchen to take the order. At the same time, he took a deep look at Luan, with great doubt in his eyes. "Old man, is that boy the genius boy who was awarded the national medal?" "Let me see." The boss took a look through the dining table and said, "Wow, it really is." Chapter 75: Turmoil caused by virtual game trailer. The youngest national scholar. He actually came to my shop to eat. The boss worked quickly and added ingredients without paying any money. The beef brisket was piled up like a small mountain. It looks so tempting. "This is too much beef brisket, isn't it?" Luan sighed softly. In this situation, there was no way he didn't know what was going on. The boss obviously recognized him. A large amount of beef brisket was specially added for him. How much money should it cost? "You have to give it to others." Luan glanced at the price list posted on the wall. A serving of beef brisket is 10 pieces, which costs 10 yuan. Look at your own bowl. At least 40 or 50 yuan. This bowl is equivalent to 4 small bowls. The boss must have recognized you. Lu Bingyan laughed, picked up a piece of beef brisket and carefully handed it to Luan's mouth, saying with anticipation, "Try it, it's really delicious." Aha! Luan was stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth and ate the beef brisket. Nothing else to say. The taste is indeed unique. No wonder it attracted the attention of Yen Yen, the little glutton. The meal was quite enjoyable. It was the looks from people around him that made Luan feel a little uncomfortable. Envious. Envy. Those fiery gazes seemed to want to burn him to ashes. From now on, try to avoid eating in crowded places. Luan looked at Lu Bingyan, who was lying on the chair with a round belly, and couldn't help laughing. "She looks like a well-fed kitten." "We." Lu Bingyan pouted and laughed. "No, I didn't eat much today. Took a short break." Luan scanned the QR code to pay for the meal. "Just take what you deserve. Not a penny less." Then, the two took a short rest in a nearby park and went to the exclusive experience store. From far away, the two people saw a long queue in front of the store, and a video host standing at the door shooting video footage. "It's quite lively." Luan muttered, took Lu Bingyan's hand, and walked in through the back door. "It was my mother who opened the door." "You too, don't you have classes in the afternoon?" Mo Qianqi looked at the two people strangely and asked. "No way." Luan shook his head and walked into the store. "Mom, how is it? Do you have any useful suggestions or something?" "Have. Quite a few." Mo Qianqi spread her hands. In front, Jianqian wrote down a lot of suggestions. "The functions of the smart wristband are already so powerful. There are still some shortcomings." Lu Bingyan was a little bit surprised. Entertainment. Luan thought about it for a moment and understood the shortcomings of the wrist guard. That's the game. Although the wrist guard has powerful functions, there are no compatible games. Even if there is, playing in projection state always feels a bit stupid. If you play competitive games, the transparent projection will affect your judgment. As expected. After Luan and his colleagues studied the needs, 90% of the proposals were about games. That being the case, that's all we can do. Create 2 virtual games. The first one, Honghuang Shanhai, transforms it into a virtual world, similar to Sword Art Online, which projects the game scenes into the real world. With the corresponding equipment, you can see scenes that you cannot see normally. You can also enter the virtual world at the same time. The second one is a Honghuang World RPG game based on the ancient mountains and seas. In the game, you can experience the pleasure of seeking immortality and walking on the sky. The second one can only be played in the virtual world and cannot be put into the real world. The equipment technology is readily available. You can do it directly. It's just that the nano printing station needs to be expanded again. He pondered for a moment. Emperor June, how is the optimization of the prehistoric mountains and seas going? Luan summoned Emperor June and asked. It has been optimized, but to complete the real-life projection, we need an independent satellite. June was somewhat helpless about this. It would be best if we made it ourselves. Satellite. Luan pursed his lips. This was not a difficult task. The third-level civilization battlecruiser contains the relevant technology, and he can make it independently. The most important thing is that this satellite does not need a rocket to transport it. By using the space engine, its ascent speed is enough to completely escape the Earth's gravity. Wait a moment. Then I will build the satellite bigger. Wouldn't that make it a space station? Luan scratched his chin and shook the thought away. That's settled then. Now we just have to wait for the park to be completed. Luan thought about it for a while, and asked June to release some clips of Hongguang Shanghai on the official website, and marked, the first reality virtual game is already being made, and the corresponding equipment is ready for mass production. We just need to wait for the completion of the industrial park. Everyone, please be patient and play the game on the old antique smartphone first. Pictures speak louder than words. It soon caused an uproar. Virtual game. This is the biggest dream and pursuit of many game fans. Here it comes. Really? With the emergence of holographic projection, virtual games are not far away. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. The most important thing is the equipment. Super cool technology warehouse. There are also simple and cool small pendants. Who would have thought? This thing just looks cool, without any complicated operation panel. It is a prop to lead people into the virtual world. 2 product concept images have been released. Naturally, it also reached the eyes of people abroad. Originally, artificial intelligence and smart wristbands had already had a big enough impact on them. Make them feel like they are no longer the best and have lost their safe haven. And now, the emergence of virtual games became the last straw that broke the camel's back. People who have lost their minds are venting crazily on the internet. Xinxia is a dictatorship. Artificial intelligence and virtual games belong to the whole world. They must be made public. Oppose Xinxia's dictatorship and request that all advanced technologies be made public. March, I want to march in opposition. Yes, I want to join too and oppose Xinxia's dictatorial policies. They only saw Xinxia's faults and never thought about their own faults. But so what? On Xinxia's side, keyboard warriors don't want to join the war. For scum. It's really cheap to argue with them. It makes absolutely no sense. Just like Luan said, he likes to see them feel helpless and furious. Why? Don't say. It really feels great. I can't explain why, but it just feels good. No one was lining up against them. Jumping around like a monkey. And on Xinxia's side. But they were all looking forward to the gaming equipment that Luan mentioned. Teddy bear. The new empress frowned. Seeing Xinxia continue to rise and break through technological barriers to reach new heights, she became anxious. In order to put the artificial intelligence into use, she contacted the great elder of Xinxia many times, but the result she got was always the same: the artificial intelligence belongs to Luan, I have no right to interfere with his ideas. In fact, the underlying meaning is that it is useless for you to come to me. The person concerned said that it is not open to foreign countries, and there is nothing I can do about it. Make the arrangements. I will go to Xinxia in person. The Mao Xiong Empress stood up and said, no matter what the cost, I must make arrangements for artificial intelligence and nuclear fusion. The Russian bear has not been in good shape in recent years. The land is vast, the population is sparse, the environment is harsh, and resources are extremely scarce. Now, winter is approaching. If a nuclear fusion power plant can be installed, this winter will not be affected by the cold winter. Even if it's on lease. I also want to borrow it. Looking at the information about Luan in her hand, the eyes of the Mao Xiong Empress showed a thoughtful and determined look. Chapter 76 Empress, Sophia. Spent an afternoon in the store. Luan also collected a lot of useful inspirations. Just when he was about to go home with Yang Qianqian, the great elder suddenly called. This surprised Luan and he quickly answered the call. Lu Bingyan also came over, her eyes full of admiration. Great elder. Great elder. Luan saluted respectfully. The non-standard military salute made the elder laugh. Well, we don't have so many rules. I'm telling you that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Queen Sofia of the Russian Bear will come to talk to you to discuss nuclear fusion reactors, virtual games, and other matters. Luan was a little surprised. That cold, beautiful, and domineering empress would actually come here in person. The situation of the Russian Bear has not been good in recent years. It has a lack of energy, insufficient resources, and insufficient population capacity. It is not surprising that Empress Sofia has come here. Shaoan, no matter what, the Russian bears have been kind to us. Now that we have risen, we can help them. This is considered to be an understanding of the cause and effect of modern times. Of course, cause and effect are cause and effect, and money still needs to be earned. The great elder said so. Internationally, there are no absolute friends, only eternal interests. Xinxia is the only one who can think of the good things about others and keep them in mind. Tomorrow, I will go to the airport to pick you up in person. If the other party has a good attitude, I don't mind giving them priority. Good. The great elder nodded slightly. Then he said again. Empress Sofia is only 26 years old and has not yet married. If Yin Yan doesn't mind, you can actually consider marrying her. I will personally open this privilege for you. Don't. Luan immediately felt the dark murderous aura coming from Lu Bingyan. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Forget it, I don't like strong women. Okay. I just mentioned it casually. That's it. The elder laughed and cut off the communication. Then he stood up and looked at the fish pond outside the window. He was a little depressed. To be honest, don't kids nowadays like white-haired beauties? Maybe. Luan doesn't know her. Otherwise, how could this beauty, who is recognized worldwide as the most desired to be married, not have any appeal at all? Tomorrow at 8 o'clock? It's really early. Luan touched his chin. After all, she is the emperor's faithful servant. You must do a good job of presenting yourself. As for the meeting place, just arrange it in the manor. Believe. This time the empress came in a private capacity. Otherwise, he wouldn't come to me directly. Think about it this way. There is actually nothing wrong with putting it in the manor. High standard venue. High standard service. It won't embarrass her. The emperor is visiting. Compared to Luan and Lu Bingyan's calmness, Yang Qianqian was really not calm anymore. This student I like. First he became a national hero, then he had a close relationship with the great elder, and now even foreign emperors came to visit him. Think about it. I am a little proud of myself. This is the student I once had. Return to the manor. Luan told Klaus about this and asked him to arrange a meeting place. At the same time, he also asked his elder sister and Li Chouan to wait at home tomorrow. Although the empress had a request to him, Luan still felt some pressure. Night. Luan went to bed early. 6 o'clock the next day. Mr. Li made a special phone call to urge Luan to prevent him from oversleeping. In desperation. Get up early. He took Lu Bingyan, his sister, and Li Chouan to the airport. 8 o'clock. A passenger plane with the unique teddy bear logo printed on it landed at the airport. Only 2 people got off the plane. A woman in a gorgeous long dress and a crown on her head, her white hair was somewhat dazzling in the morning light. He was accompanied by a female secretary in a black suit. I'm coming. Lu Bingyan pushed Luan and said, don't be in a daze. Cheer up and go over there. Good. Luan felt helpless. He was actually a little surprised. He never expected it. The other person is really that young and so beautiful. Welcome the Empress to the Magic City. Luan gave an official greeting, then extended his hand, shook it gently, and immediately withdrew his hand. This woman's hands were even colder. It must be frozen. That's what Luan thinks. Welcome, Queen. Lu Bingyan and the others also came over and greeted her. Sophia smiled slightly, agreed to everything, and then took off her crown. I came here today in a private capacity, so we can just communicate as friends. Sophia speaks the Xinxiao language fluently, authentic Mandarin. This made Luan very surprised. Taking her and the secretary, they sat in Lincoln together. As the host, Luan said softly, it's early in the morning. The Empress and the secretary probably haven't eaten yet. How about we talk about other things after dinner? No problem. Sophia nodded slightly. I came here this time. If Luan was willing to see her, it would be half the battle. Manor. Sophia was still shocked. She didn't expect that Luan would own such a large manor. There are also so many high-quality maids. And a butler who looks extraordinary at first glance. Please take a break. You can talk to my sister about nuclear fusion and artificial intelligence. I'm going to cook first. Seeing that she seemed very anxious, Luan did not delay deliberately and let them chat before dinner. Mr. Lu cooks for me personally, and Sophia is really honored. Sophia was a little surprised, and even felt moved. This man is simply perfect. Handsome, good-looking, and can cook. The most important thing is to have an extremely intelligent brain. This head can withstand the global military force. Kitchen. Lu Bingyan followed him in. After closing the door, Lu Bingyan quickly patted her chest and said, "Wow, this sister's aura is really terrifying. She is the Empress after all. How can a woman who holds a high position and has no ability convince others?" Luan laughed dumbly. "That's why I like you more, a lovely and beautiful woman, warm and stress-free." Right. Lu Bingyan puffed out her chest proudly, then sat on the small stool. "I'll help you pick the vegetables." Luan prepared breakfast in an orderly manner. Outside, the Empress also tried it for the first time. Last night. The Great Elder has already greeted them. "We intend to support Russia. Technical assistance is definitely not an option, but there should be no problem in directly selling the finished nuclear fusion reactors to them. Although artificial intelligence cannot be licensed to them, smart wristbands and games can be exported." The Empress heard it. It's still a bit unexpected. She had already prepared for the worst, but she didn't expect the other party to agree so easily. As for money, it doesn't matter. As long as we achieve nuclear fusion, Russia will be the second country to enter the nuclear fusion era. Although we cannot develop artificial intelligence on our own, we can at least enjoy the convenience brought by artificial intelligence. That's enough. Chapter 77: The Empress Who Lets Herself Go. What about after-sales service? The biggest problem is after-sales service. Nuclear fusion technology is mature. As long as there is no malicious demolition or destruction, it will have no problem working for 300 years. Of course, if there is a problem, please contact me directly and I will bring people to repair it. As for the smart wristband, it definitely has after-sales service, and free repairs are available within 3 years. Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly. The price of the smart wristband, minus the tariff, is 5,000 yuan per unit. The specially customized one is 9,888 yuan per unit. We will open a franchise store in your country, build a warehouse, and open an online sales channel. Games and AS can be purchased. As for the nuclear fusion reactor, you need to ask my brother, Luan. Frankly speaking, I don't know the actual price of this thing. Lu Ningxuang felt helpless. No problem. It's still early. Her plan of visiting had not been to return in one day. She had specially set aside 3 days to spend the summer. It now appears that the negotiations will not take too much time. The remaining time, she can also have a good rest for 2 days like a young woman. She had the support of the Prime Minister at home, and she had also obtained the most critical nuclear fusion reactor from Xinsha. Just for this reason, she had the right to apply for 2 days of vacation. Solved the energy problem. The Russian bear can indeed breathe more steadily and recover its strength. Not long. Luan brought more than a dozen exquisite dishes to the table. Sophia, sister Wan Wan, Yen Yen, come and eat. Okay. Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly, and enthusiastically pulled Sophia to sit at the dining table. My brother's cooking skills are very good, I believe you will like it. Thanks. Sophia looked around and said shyly, are there any wines? Forehead. Luan was stunned for a moment, and looked at Lu Bingyan. Masaka, this empress is also a big alcoholic. But, it's rare to have distinguished guests come to visit. Luan still went to the wine cellar and got out a few bottles of tribute wine. They are all fine tribute wines. The degree is not low either. I think the empress would like it. As expected, this is a country with a profound food culture. As soon as the wine was filled, Sophia couldn't help but exclaimed, Mr. Lu, your cooking skills are really great. I want to marry you. This. Luan was very pleased with this and chuckled, "It is really my honor, but I already have a wife. Of course, we can get along as friends. If you have the opportunity to come to Xinxia again, just come to me. I will do my best to let you experience the charm of my Xinxia cuisine." Luan chuckled and raised his glass. "Cheers to our friendship." "Cheers." Sophia is very domineering. One glass of wine, drink it in one gulp, and definitely no fish. Moutai flavor liquor. To be honest, it's not very friendly to foreigners. But Sophia's expression didn't change at all, and she even seemed to enjoy it. "Sure enough, the wine from Xinxia is enough to warm the body. Your gambling skills are neither too high nor too low, just right." "Isn't the degree high?" Luan grinned. He also drank it in one gulp. Now he still felt like his stomach was on fire. "The alcohol content of the tribute wine in my hand is 68 degrees. This is already the highest standard for Xinxia to appear. I don't like vodka, and the vodka I was given had a very low alcohol content, just like a drink." Sophia explained briefly. "Well, I think so. You are the top leader. If you are always drunk, it will be a real trouble. So, you'd better drink less." Luan silently changed the cup for her and put the wine far away so that she wouldn't blow directly into the bottle in a hurry. After a meal, Sarah led people to clean up the table. Sophia, who drank a bottle and a half by herself, was only slightly tipsy at this time. The consciousness is still clear. She just spoke in a louder voice, and more domineeringly, "Luan, I want your nuclear fusion reactor, a super large one, at least 20 of them. Tell me how much money it costs. I have money. 20 billion per building." Luan had given this price careful consideration. "For myself. This large reactor actually does not cost much, it can even be said to be cheap. But considering the technical content and significance of the product, the price of 20 billion is really not high." 20 billion. Not expensive. Acceptable. Secretary, draft the contract and sign it now. The nuclear fusion reactor is the big deal. As for future AS and other Anyan technology products, there is no need for that. However, as the boss, she directly marked out 2 large plots of land in the capital of the Russian Bear and authorized them to use them for free. Li Chouwan was responsible for checking the contract. After confirming that it was correct, he signed the contract and took out a specially customized wristband and handed it to her. "Sophia, this is a gift from Anyan Technology for you, the Empress Special Edition." "Wow. I like this." Sophia smiled with satisfaction. "Come on, let's add Taichu as our friend and keep in touch." As the most beautiful empress, she directly set her smart butler to look like a Q version of herself. Unexpectedly, one day, we can add the person to the Empress's friends list when we enter. Lu Bingyan was also a little surprised. Looking at Sophia, who was releasing her nature like a chatterbox, I felt inexplicably distressed. It was really too difficult for a person in her 20s to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. "By the way, Luan, when will these 20 buildings be completed?" Sophia was looking forward to it. Such a large amount of work. At least 3 to 5 years, right? I've given you the design drawings. Just build a factory. I can probably finish production before the end of the year. Luan smiled calmly. "As long as the production is completed and the installation is put into use, it will be done in about a week, provided that you have done the preliminary work well prepared." "I see. A lot faster than I expected." Sophia excitedly covered Luan's hand and said, "If it weren't for you, I would still be worried about energy. Although we have a vast land and a sparse population, we have abundant natural energy reserves, but it is extremely difficult to mine. With this nuclear fusion reactor, we can develop the use of clean energy at a deeper level and completely relieve energy pressure. You have no idea how much pressure I was under before I came here. In order to obtain these strategically significant technologies, I was going to use the fastest method to ask for help." The fastest way. Luan and his friends were a little curious. "Woman, as one of the few young beauties standing at the top of the world, the only thing you can show off is your body." Sophia didn't feel ashamed and completely let herself go. As long as you can buy a nuclear fusion reactor, innocence doesn't matter. The pressure is just so great. Seeing the light, she wanted to give up everything and desperately grasp it in her hands. This. So desperate? Luan touched his nose and felt at the same time that the strategic significance of nuclear fusion was more terrifying than the development of artificial intelligence. Is the money I want a little too little? Luan looked at the self-indulgent empress strangely, and muttered silently, forget it, let it be. If I suddenly regret it and make her crazy, I will really be in big trouble. Chapter 78 The Great Evil. Then. The contented empress, slightly tipsy, curled up on the sofa and fell asleep without any image. There was even a slight snoring sound. This is sleeping. The corners of Luan's mouth twitched. Didn't bother her either. He simply arranged a guest room for the secretary and the others, and asked Sora to send the empress to bed to rest. This empress looks quite tired. Lu Bingyan took off her anti-fatigue glasses and put away several signed contracts. Now, the industrial park has not been completely built yet, but it has already received orders worth hundreds of billions of yuan. No one can match the speed of making money. This was still the stage where Luan did not want to sell the products to the outside world. If relevant channels are opened in the future, the speed at which money comes is just like a strong wind. After all, it is the highest level of existence. Luan sighed softly. Wearing the crown means bearing its weight. Sitting in this position, it's hard not to feel tired. 2. Lu Bingyan's delicate brows slightly frowned. Hubby, I don't want you to be so busy every day in the future. I think so. I won't be so busy in the future. Luan touched his chin. I have my sister in charge. In addition, all members in the future will be replaced by smart household robots. When running a company, there is no need to consider backstabbing or anything like that. After all, our own company produces everything, all automatically. If we add some robots as basic labor, all that will be needed are the propaganda department and the sales department. In fact, there is no need for the propaganda department to exist. You control the entire internet, and netizens are always paying attention to your company's every move. The propaganda department will also be an idle department by then. So, I won't be busy at all. At most, he is needed for technical matters. Certainly. Even if I'm busy. Luan will also try his best to avoid being busy. He didn't like Lu Bingyan being alone at home. Such a home is imperfect. Not to mention, he really needs money. No worries about making money. Shaoan, you and Yen Yen have already obtained the marriage certificate. When are you going to prepare for the wedding? Lu Ningxuan walked down from upstairs, put away the contract, looked up, and asked casually, wishing they could become a conjoined couple. The marriage certificate has been obtained. The wedding can't be delayed too long. Young people can't help themselves. Don't wait until you already have a baby. The wedding hasn't taken place yet. It must be completed within this year. Luan smiled mysteriously and said seriously, this wedding will definitely make women all over the world envious. Oh. Lu Ningxuan was a little surprised. Are you so confident? Right. It's how confident the child is in drinking. Wedding in outer space. Just ask, in this world, besides him, who else can do it? TSK. Seeing this, Lu Ningxuan couldn't help but click her tongue. My stinky little brother got married in the blink of an eye. Hee, fate can't be stopped. Luan laughed and kissed Lu Bingyan on the face, making the cute senior sister's face instantly red as an apple. She raised her little fist and gently knocked on Luan's chest, moaning, Sister is watching, don't kiss me. Hello? This is not a good idea for you. Didn't you see that there is such a big person here? Do you want to do this? Keep sticking. Never mind. I don't want to play with you anymore. Lu Ningxuan left with a dark face. Certainly. I'm not angry about eating dog food. But this stinky little brother whom I have loved for so many years actually only wants a wife and not my sister. I'm so angry. Lu Ningxuan drove away angrily. Is my sister okay? Lu Bingyan was a little worried. It is easy to get into trouble if you drive in a bad mood. It's okay. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. My sister is in a bad mood. I guess she will go to the gym. It's not a big problem. Is that so? Lu Bingyan was still a little worried. Seeing this, Luan chuckled and said, okay, don't think too much, let's go fishing at the beach. Etc. We want to go too. Sophia rushed down excitedly. After sleeping for half an hour, she was completely sober and jumping around vigorously. Her eyes, as deep as stars, were full of anticipation. Beach. She has been longing for this for a long time. Before I became the Empress, I loved going to the beach, but I had a lot of study to do and didn't have enough time. And after becoming the Empress, going to the beach has become a luxury. Although I went to the beach quite a few times, it was always for work, and there was no leisure or entertainment. People less livelihood, resources, environment, a host of issues are waiting for her to deal with. I don't have the mood to fish or swim at the seaside. Now I finally have time to have some fun, and if I don't fulfill my long-cherished wish, I would be really letting myself down. Become. Luan nodded. Then I'll go over first. Yen, you guys change your clothes. After the fishing gear was prepared, Luan set off first. Klaus didn't follow this time, only Sara and Al did. The other maids all had their own duties, either taking a rest or going shopping, or staying in their rooms like stay-at-home girls. Willing to go to the beach. There was only Sara and Al. The two girls were also wearing swimsuits. Sara is wearing a pure white swimsuit without any fancy decorations, but when she wears it, it has a unique style and charm. The black one-piece swimsuit that Al wore had a heart-shaped pattern on its chest that always revealed a great evil that made it hard to look away. And Luan, wearing a pair of big shorts, lying on a reclining chair, swinging the fishing rod, and fishing as the mood takes. Don't mention how comfortable it is. Master, don't you want to go play in the sea? Sora held a huge shark airbag, blinking and staring at Luan's perfect abdominal muscles, screaming in his heart, the more I look at the young master's abdominal muscles, the more excited I am. Madam is really blessed. No. Luan waved his hand and raised his sunglasses. At the beach, leisurely sea fishing is a real enjoyment. Okay. Then you play here. Al and I went swimming. Go ahead and relax. Luan waved his hand and glanced at Al, who was full of great evil. He hesitated and said, "Remind Al to bring a swimming ring. Her cushion is a bit dangerous." Ah. Sara was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood what was going on. He rolled his eyes at Luan and turned away. Young master is an LSP, is it that good to have a big cushion? Hey. Luan looked at her from behind, grinned, picked up the cold drink on the table, and drank it happily. The coolness that penetrated his heart flowed through his body, making him sigh, this is life. Shawan. Ding ding ding. Isn't it beautiful? This time, Lu Bingyan wore a sexy style. The purple swimsuit is mysterious and noble. The staggered design covers the privacy to the greatest extent while also revealing more skin. As long as the woman standing on the beach, the woman wearing this swimsuit is the brightest sun, attracting everyone's attention. Fortunately, this is a private beach. There is only one man, Luan. Otherwise, Luan would definitely take Lu Bingyan to change into a swimsuit as soon as possible. Pretty. Luan raised his thumbs up, sexy, mysterious, and with your unique purity, this feeling makes people want to eat you up. Yeah. Lu Bingyan giggled, blushed and walked to Luan, bent down, and whispered in Luan's ear, then, I'll wait for you tonight. This is a hint for me, okay? Luan was excited. He stared at Lu Bingyan with increasingly fiery eyes. Chapter 79 Sophia, I admire you. What are you talking about? Feel the atmosphere, a little subtle sweetness. Sophia and the secretary came over. Both of them have hot bodies. Swimsuits are also very popular. There was so little fabric that Luan wondered whether it was a swimsuit or sexy lingerie. Mao Mei. Just unrestrained. Luan touched his nose, muttered softly, and then smiled, nothing, Yen asked me to put sunscreen on her. Oh. Sophia's eyes fell on Luan's abdominal muscles, and then she looked at Luan without any concealment. She originally thought that Luan was a very thin person. I didn't expect that this body of tendon muscles would be so perfect. This body is so perfect that it seems it shouldn't exist in the world. Gurgle. Sophia swallowed her saliva and admitted that she was an LSP and was attracted to Luan. The size of this guy. How was it practiced? Swish. From now on, when I look for a man, I must find one with this kind of figure. My husband's car is in great shape. Lu Bingyan showed off with some pride. He even touched Luan's abdominal muscles hard. Isn't it too obvious that you are showing off? Sophia was a little depressed. Although she also wanted to touch it. But, after all, she is the empress of a country. Even if she is on vacation, she cannot really touch the abdominal muscles of her partner. Even though this is a private beach, she still has to be reserved. Only. But she didn't know. Her unrestrained swimsuit seemed quite unreserved to Lewin. Fishing. Lewin was just trying it out. With his skills, fishing is a pure waste of time. It's really like Zheng Taigong fishing, those who are willing to take the bait will do so. So, after fishing for a while, Lewin simply threw the fishing rod aside, dived down and dived to the bottom of the shallow sea. The waters in the area of his private beach are well maintained, and the natural ecological balance is perfect, so much so that you can even see lobsters with bared fangs and claws demonstrating towards him. Although it is not big. But it was very energetic, so Lewin didn't hesitate to grab it in his hand, then floated to the surface and put it in a bucket on the beach. It weighed only about 1 pound. If you want to eat it. This one is still a bit less. Since there can be one in this area, there will be a second one. Go down and look for it again. Bring a few more. Lewin touched his chin and went into the sea again. After going back and forth several times. Caught 10 lobsters. It should be a nest of lobsters. The 2 big ones weigh about 4 or 5 pounds and are more than 1 meter long. Not bad. Lewin was really satisfied now. Lu Bingyan noticed it when Lewin was catching lobsters. Now seeing that Lewin was not going to go into the sea again, he ran over and said, "Shaoan, you are so amazing. You caught so many." "Not bad." Lewin laughed, "These lobsters are so stupid." "Are you that stupid?" Lu Bingyan was a little curious and stretched out her slender fingers to poke the lobster's big claws. "Ouch. It hurts so much. Husband. It pinched my finger." Originally, Lewin had been paying attention to her, but he didn't expect that this cute and adorable little wife was actually caught. Snap. Lewin's move was as fast as lightning. In an instant, the pliers were crushed and the pinched finger was saved. Lewin held her bleeding finger in his mouth with concern. After a while, he let it go. Looking at the injured finger, he asked with concern, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore. I mean, I want to eat it." Lu Bingyan's eyes were full of charm. She pointed at the lobster with a red face and said angrily, "I want it braised." "Good." Lewin nodded seriously and said viciously, "We will eat its entire family and not leave any. This lobster is terrible." Lu Bingyan leaned coquettishly into Lewin's arms, seeking comfort. "They are so unrefined." Sophia was angry. "I am the empress of a country. Although I have a request to make, but you are being too disrespectful to me. Showing affection while treating me like air. Feel. The beach isn't that fun anymore." Sophia looked at her secretary, who was more cheerful than herself, with a melancholy face. "Oh. But she is the woman most wanted to be married in the world." However, her beautiful eyebrows seemed worthless in front of this person. There was only his wife in front of him. There is no room for other women. In her opinion. With so many high-quality maids around this man, it is inevitable that he will be romantic. Unexpectedly. He really is a chaste man. "There is only this woman in my heart and I love her deeply." We played until noon. Lewin asked Klaus to take the lobsters back to process them. The one with the crushed claws was specially picked out. "This one will be braised." "Okay." Klaus nodded, didn't ask any questions, and went back with the lobster. "Look up." After taking a look at the girls who were having fun, Lewin shook his head helplessly and lay down on the recliner to continue enjoying the slow-paced life of a leisurely old man. Hey. Close your eyes for a while." Then Lu Bingyan's light giggle was heard. In laughter. Lewin pressed his sticky little hands directly onto his pectoral muscles. The feeling made him shiver uncontrollably, and he opened his eyes in an instant. Looking at Lu Bingyan, whose hands were covered in sunscreen, the corners of his mouth twitched. "Are you going to put sunscreen on me?" "Yes." Lu Bingyan stared at Lewin with a smile, raised her hands to make cat paws, giggled, then pounced over and smeared the sticky sunscreen directly on Lewin's face. Hiss. The cold touch, coupled with the two truths, made Lewin dumbfounded. An inexplicable impulse made him react instantly. Ah. Originally, they were dressed quite simply. Lu Bingyan naturally felt the reaction below, and her pretty face instantly turned red. She didn't dare to move, her eyes were like spring water, and she said faintly, "Stinky husband, you hit me. Feel sorry. I didn't mean it." Lewin pursed his lips, swallowed his saliva, and kept emptying himself, allowing the little brother to finally relax. "Sorry, It's okay." Lu Bingyan moaned softly and quickly stood up, not daring to look at Lewin. For a while, Lewin didn't dare to look at Lu Bingyan, his eyes were a little vague. Lu Bingyan was shy and embarrassed, standing beside Lewin, at a loss. Sweet. It is too sweet. Are all the men and women in Xinxia so reserved? Even though I'm a rookie too. But she still felt that if you love someone, you just have to go for it without hesitation. Under the condition of mutual consent, the dry wood and raging fire can actually control the temperature and prevent it from burning. Isn't this uncomfortable? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Sophia was full of complaints. But there was envy in his eyes. There are really too few men like this. She was sure. If I find a husband myself and dare to do this, he will definitely not be able to control himself. Uncomfortable. How come such a smart man isn't mine? Chapter 80. Sophia, I feel numb. Lunch. The one who enjoyed the meal the most was Lu Bingyan. Her beloved husband can take care of her in every possible way. Then, Sophia was stunned. It's clearly a table full of delicious food. Why do I only taste the taste of dog food? It's dry, cold, and hard to swallow. Everything I eat tastes bland. Only the secretary didn't think about anything else and was enjoying the food seriously. What is a man? What is love? Don't disturb me while I'm eating. Those who work hard to eat, those who work hard to eat, those who work hard to eat are the best. I am the only one who suffers. I am bored. Sophia muttered in a lack of interest, Lewin, I have to go back in the afternoon. Ah. Oh. Bon voyage. Lewin didn't think much about it. No matter what, the empress is also the ruler of a country, and a country cannot be without a ruler for a day. It's understandable that she wants to go back. After all, the matter has been completely settled. That's it. Just so bland. I am the empress. Shouldn't you have said a few words to try to keep her? Sophia was in tears. But, once you say something, you can't take it back. He angrily bought up all the delicious food, then took a nap and left without any hesitation. Before leaving, Sophia thought for a moment and said, You too, come with me to Maoxiong today. Ah. Why? Lewin raised his eyebrows slightly. It must be the store renovation and rectification. Other things can be delayed, but the popularization of AS cannot be delayed. Please. The empress pleaded humbly. In fact, he just wanted to call Lewin over and have some delicious meals with him. For delicious food. Humble, what does it matter? No. But Lewin was still thinking about his wife's promise to wash his clothes clean. No matter what, you can't leave the house tonight. Why? Sophia asked anxiously. I am the empress. Isn't it cute to beg for help pitifully? To be honest. Really not cute. The strong contrast even made Lewin a little scared. I need to prepare the goods and go tomorrow morning. Lewin made an excuse. There is nothing wrong with this reason. So that's it. Sophia thought for a moment and said, Then I won't leave. Let's go together tomorrow morning. Whatever. If you can fall asleep tonight, I lose. Lewin pouted his lips, and kept complaining in his heart, how could this empress be so ignorant? Forget it. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. It is an honor for the empress to come to my home. Just wait and see, I will trick her into becoming Xinxia's wife. Lewin snorted proudly. While Lewin was waiting anxiously. Finally. The night is picturesque. Lewin's heart beat violently as he listened to the sounds from the bathroom. There are expectations, but also anxiety. After tonight, Yen Yen will completely belong to you. In the future, I will never let her down. Actually, Lu Bingyan is also very nervous now. After getting the certificate, she made up her mind to give her love completely to Lewin. Today, she no longer hesitated. The jade-like skin was covered with an alluring blush due to shyness and nervousness. She came out of the bathroom with misty water vapor, her eyes rippling with spring waves, a glance, and a smile. She walked to Lewin affectionately, and said softly, "Husband, in the future, you are not allowed to bully me, you are not allowed to let me be lonely, you are not allowed to stay away from me, you must love me all the time, think of me, and I will do the same." In the graceful and melodious melody. The bedroom is full of beautiful spring scenery. The other side. Sophia was stunned. What did she hear? What did you hear? You did this on purpose. It was definitely intentional. Because she was temporarily staying in Xia Mingyao's room, which was adjacent to Luwen's bedroom. Although the soundproofing was good, she could still hear the joyful melody that sounded like crying in the quiet environment. This stunned her instantly. I was completely sleepless, staring at the ceiling, and kept hypnotizing myself. I'm very tired, I'm going to fall asleep, I can't hear anything. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. 1 o'clock in the morning. The noisy sounds finally stopped. Lewin looked at the exhausted Lu Bingyan with pity, kissed her lips gently, and pulled up the quilt to cover her. I'm sorry for making you tired. Her pretty face was like a ripe apple, her beautiful eyes reflected a little moonlight. After a slight hum, Lu Bingyan closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. It's finally quiet. Sophia, whose spirit was about to collapse from the torture, listened quietly for a while, and after making sure that there was no more trouble, she covered her head and fell asleep. I'm really tired. And Lewin was still savoring the moment. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he stretched lazily and just lay down. The system started beeping. Ding! Congratulations on completing the host's marriage with the woman of destiny and receiving the ultimate blessing, perfect offspring. Your woman of destiny will give birth to the most perfect, omniscient and omnipotent offspring for you. Ah! This. Lewin was stunned for a moment. I quickly asked, System, what does this reward mean? If he analyzes it alone, he will definitely know what is going on. He just wanted to know when the child would be born. According to the physical analysis of the destined girl, the probability of pregnancy today is 100%. The system gave a stiff explanation. Ah, this. Okay. Lewin scratched his face. Here I am. I'm afraid he is not the male protagonist in the daddy story. A man of destiny who hits the mark with one shot. Not bad. Lewin felt a little proud. It seems. Small umbrella. It's going to be useful. Goodbye. No fancy stuff. Shiha, monitor Yanyan's physical characteristics at all times and notify me immediately if she shows any signs of pregnancy. Lewin gave Shiha an order. He had to pay attention to this. The most perfect and beautiful, omniscient and omnipotent. These 8 words are quite terrifying. It just so happens that I'm going to the Russian's place tomorrow. Although Yan Yan would accompany him, they were both home-loving people and would not think about such things when they were outside. Strive for it. Stay there longer. Lewin made up his mind, then put on his clothes and went downstairs to make soup. I had heavy bleeding for several hours today. If you don't nourish yourself, your body will have problems. As a good man, Lewin would definitely not let his wife suffer this kind of pain. The main ingredient used for making soup this time is black chicken. A good-handed nourishing and replenishing blood. In rural areas, when a new baby is born in the family, soup made from black chicken or old hen is served to the woman who has given birth. Certainly. It is also possible that some people's husbands' family members are not very good. Nothing will be given. There is not even the most basic brown sugar water. Think of this. Lewin thought of a poor woman in his village. Fortunately, the ending was very good. The whole family was kicked out of the house, and all the properties and money were given to this woman. Hi. Said it belongs to. It would be better to say that this was all saved bit by this woman. Come for love, leave nothing behind. I have tried my best and finally have a farm and a house, but in the end, my husband is doing something immoral and my elders are mean and sarcastic like vampires. Hey. Pity. Now he has been driven out of the village. That's right. Driven out of the village. All villagers agreed that they should be kicked out of the village with nothing. Sometimes, when certain inherent factors fail to protect you, your neighbors will lend a helping hand. Although, sometimes comparison and gossip are unavoidable. However, the vast majority of rural people are simple and kind-hearted. Carefully processing the black chicken, Luan thought for a while, and washed a few large red dates and wolfberries. Clear soup is enough for Yen Yen's body. Luan did a lot this time. When Yen Yen couldn't finish her drink, she gave it to Sophia as compensation for deliberately making her feel uncomfortable. Sitting in the kitchen. Pay close attention to the timing. At the same time, I was also thinking about what to make for breakfast to replenish Yen Yen's energy, so that she won't be exhausted all day. Medicinal food. The delicious San Yuan soup is great. Chapter 81. The bear is very enthusiastic. 8 o'clock in the morning. Lu Bingyan opened her hazy eyes, her delicate eyebrows wrinkled due to the aching body. She looked around but did not see Luan, which made her feel a little disappointed. Bad guy. He doesn't feel sorry for me at all. It smells so good. Getting closer. Sudden. The rich fragrance made her brows relax. Even the fatigue in my body was restored by this rich fragrance. Wake up. Being intoxicated. Luan opened the door carefully and walked in, holding a tray in his hand. The rich aroma was emanating from the tray. What's this? Lu Bingyan blinked. His bright eyes sparkled with intelligence and there was a trace of crystal clear saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. He looked so adorable. Ha ha. It's just some nourishing soup. Luan put the plate on the table and picked up a bowl of fragrant and smooth black chicken soup. This is the black chicken soup I carefully made. It is absolutely nutritious. The wine looks delicious. Lu Bingyan stretched out her hand impatiently. But Luan stopped him. Let me feed you, don't move. Okay. Lu Bingyan opened her mouth happily. Ah. Luan looked at her as if he saw a hungry baby bird. He chuckled, blew the chicken soup cool skillfully, and fed her one spoonful at a time, slowly and steadily. After finishing all the chicken soup and San Yuan soup, Lu Bingyan finally recovered her strength. She got up full of energy, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and followed Luan downstairs with a radiant look. Downstairs restaurant. Sophia and her secretary bought out all the soup that Luan had made. No way. It was Luan's fault for making them suffer last night. Especially after seeing the radiant Lu Bingyan, Sophia gnashed her teeth and said, I'm going crazy, you two just take off. Luan has eaten and set off after eating. Sophia asked with a dark face. Good. Luan raised his chin proudly and looked at Sophia provocatively. I told you to leave but you didn't, so you deserve to be tortured. This time I went abroad. Luan only set out with Lu Bingyan. In comparison, Sophia's private plane has a stronger office atmosphere, and all the decorations are designed for office use. Even the bathroom is like this. He is worthy of being the ruler of a country. There's no peace even when flying an airplane. Luan has privileges when it comes to passports and so on. As long as both countries give permission, he can fly anywhere he wants. Not long. The capital airport of the Russian Bear. A group of important officials were waiting at the airport with great anticipation. They didn't get much news. I just received a notice that Luan, the founder of artificial intelligence, will come to the country with the Empress. This made them unable to help but imagine. After all, Luan is young and handsome. The Empress is unparalleled in beauty. If something really happened. In fact, it is just as they wish. With Luan as the son-in-law, the strength of the Russian Bear can also achieve a qualitative leap. Such a grand ceremony. Luan looked in disbelief at the large group of Russian bosses who came to pick him up at the airport, and walked off the plane holding Lu Bingyan's hand. Warmly welcome Mr. Lu. The language of the Russian Bear sounds awkward, but when it roars, it is quite powerful. Luan was shocked. The roar was too sudden. Oh, everyone is really enthusiastic. Luan's mouth twitched, and he nodded with a smile. I don't know what to say. Just smile and nod, that's right. This time Mr. Lu came mainly to build future AS branches in my country and centralized online sales warehouses. At the same time, he conducted on-site inspections and finalized the construction of the nuclear fusion base on West Street. The Empress had just finished speaking. The scene was silent for a moment, and then filled with joy. Then an older man quietly walked up to Sophia and said, Empress, could it be that you? He knew the Empress's determination in this visit. As Prime Minister, he couldn't bear it. In his eyes, Sophia is just like his own daughter. Shouldering heavy responsibilities, he lost his own youth. No. Sophia sighed helplessly. If there is, it would be great, but unfortunately, I only love my wife. To be honest, Sophia really envied Lu Bingyan. Lu Bingyan is very smart, but she is just an ordinary genius, much inferior to her. Wheel appearance. Even Luan admitted that Lu Bingyan was not as good as her. Even so, he never had any thoughts about her. Why? The Prime Minister sighed quietly and said with a complicated expression, being able to be friends is enough. You have done a good job. You have made our Russian bear the second country to have a nuclear fusion base, and also the second country to use the future AS, Anyan technology products. The people will appreciate your efforts. This time, Sophia's success and the good friendship she has established with Luan can completely consolidate her throne. After all, women rule. There are too many people who are dissatisfied and they may even be ridiculed internationally. The Russian men are incompetent and actually need women to take charge. The better Sophia is, the more so. And now, there will definitely be no complaints in the country. As for what outsiders think, it doesn't matter. The louder you shout, the happier you are. That means they are just sourer. They envy. They are jealous. So, no matter what request Luan made, they all agreed. At the same time, they mobilized their greatest efforts to build a physical store and a huge warehouse for Luan. There is no need for Luan to intervene at all. Luan felt helpless about this. After thinking for a long time, the only thing he could come up with was the future AS private customized version. Although it's not something valuable. However, for officials and businessmen, this is already the most perfect thing. A pure gift from friends. Without any impurities. The store can be used directly. The warehouse took 3 days to build. This warehouse is very big. It is equivalent to a football field. In order to avoid embarrassing Sophia, Luan chose an address in the suburbs of the capital. When building a warehouse, Luan also prepared 500,000 ordinary future SAs and high-end versions of future ASs in the country. It is expected that once the warehouse is built, the goods can be delivered and sold. At the same time, after finalizing the sales time, Sophia also used this free time to hold a press conference. On the same stage with Luan. Announced that they too were about to enter the future era of nuclear fusion. Become the second country to use the future AS. For a while, there has been much discussion both at home and abroad. The official website of Anyan Technology in China also released this news and the reason. The Empress actually came in person to ask for help from Lu Xun in a private capacity. How generous of her is that? The United States can't do that. Is he as pretty as the Empress? Pick your nose. I don't know if Lu Xun can get the Empress. God Lu already has Goddess Yan Yan, that definitely won't happen. Yes, the Empress belongs to the whole world. Don't say. Take politics out of the equation. The Empress has a lot of fans who love her looks. Chapter 82 Clearing the shelves in a second and a half. 3 days. Blink of an eye and it's over. During these 3 days with the Russian bear, the reward Luan received for signing in was pretty good. Gave the game production engine. This thing can perfectly fit in with the intelligence system he made, making games in a foolproof way. Only this thing. Have to move it later. Now there are a lot of things that are not finished. Then there is a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain and one of the 10 famous swords, Xixing Long Yuan. Luan likes both kinds of things. Objects with a sense of history are more valuable than money. Both items were taken back by Klaus himself. And today, this is the time when as will go on sale in Maoxiong in the future. First time on sale. Luan didn't release too much goods. This is not Luan's attempt at hunger marketing. The productivity is simply good. The production capacity of Xia Group's OEM business can only barely cope with the domestic demand. Currently, only 300,000 products have been shipped to Russia. There are only 10,000 high-end versions. This is the physical store. Luanji prepared 1,000 high-end models and 30,000 ordinary versions. The rest are all posted online. In this way, there is also a certain fairness. The sales start time is uniformly set at 10 a.m. Empress Sophia was present in person. The people queuing outside the door were even more excited, staring at Sophia standing at the sales position, especially the sign in front of her that read, "Receive 10 customers, shake hands and take photos." This was not what Luan thought of. It was Sophia herself who proposed it. "Empress, isn't this a good thing for her?" Lu Bingyan hesitated. "Will the reporters from the United States and the British Empire spread rumors?" "Won't." Luan glanced at the reporters who had been waiting here for a long time and laughed indifferently. "They dare not." Just that confident. These media outlets are all bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. Luan's artificial intelligence is like a sharp sword, hanging over their heads, and it may fall at any time. This drop. What was lost was not only a media outlet, but also the reputation of the country and one's own life. They also wanted to continue to create public opinion to pressure Luan to disclose his scientific and technological achievements, but the reality was cruel. Luan was not afraid of them at all. They could be wiped out at any time. Not to mention the mysterious nano-weapons. That thing is even more powerful than Iron Man in the movie. The most terrifying thing is that it can be absolutely invisible and cannot be detected by vision, radar, or any other instruments. Facing such an enemy, the only option is compromise. Even though the relationship between the Empress and Luan was a perfect wave of public opinion, they did not dare to intervene. Assassin. The domestic bear. Countless people stayed on the official website, watching the countdown closely. They all want to be the first users. Getting AS means a lot of traffic is coming to you. It is also a symbol of entering the future era. Same city. Point of sale of fruit mobile phones. It's so desolate. No one came near at all. The presence of AS in the future is really strong. If this groundbreaking product did not exist, they believe that fruit phones will definitely be able to occupy 70% of the Russian mobile phone market share. But what a coincidence! The future AS will come so suddenly. This directly caused them to lose the bear market. After all, with more advanced products that are so cheap, no one would be so stupid as to buy backward and incredibly expensive products. Prepare to open the door. Luan gave instructions to the store manager and employees. For a while, everyone was facing a serious enemy. The store manager and waitresses are both retired female soldiers. Obedience, action, first class. The clock struck 10. Computer side. All physical stores are open for purchase. Got it, ha, the one who has been single for 28 years wins with his hand speed. In the Mao Xiong forum, someone was the first to show off. Screenshot of successful order placement. Nearly 300,000 pieces of goods were sold out online in less than 2 seconds. Many people didn't get to buy it. Then all they can do is watch people who bought it on the forum show off, their eyes red with envy. The speed in the store is also very fast. Just half an hour. All the goods in the store were completely sold out. The store manager, the staff, and even the veterans now felt their legs trembling. These customers are really crazy. Without caring about anything or asking the price, they just threw the money, took the goods, and left, then desperately crowded towards the Empress. So scary. Sophia decided that she would never do these handshake meetings again. Girls are okay. A gentleman anyway. But the key is, these men simply wanted to take advantage of her. It made her feel very uncomfortable. Respect is absolute respect. However, the Empress still found it hard to accept being treated as an object of sexual desire. The second batch of goods. It will take some time to wait. From now on, 300,000 units of the regular version and 100,000 units of the high-end version will enter the warehouse every week. On sale every Sunday at 10 o'clock. After a month, sales volume will gradually expand. Night. Celebration banquet. As the Empress, Sophia still shamelessly approached Luan. To this, Luan is no longer surprised. Lu Bingyan just found it funny. The Empress basically came to where they lived on time. No meal is missing. Today's celebration banquet. She had this share originally. Sister Sophia, you come to my house so frequently that I am already wary of you. Lu Bingyan said this deliberately. The faint tone made Sophia's heart jump. She felt as if she was caught cheating, which made her feel a little embarrassed and guilty. Ahem, well, you guys are leaving soon, just feel sorry for me, my good sister. I'm afraid that if you keep coming to my house like this, my husband won't be able to control himself. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes at Sophia, and seeing her uneasy look, she burst into laughter. I'm just teasing you, sister. I still believe in your character as the leader of a country. What's more, I believe in my husband. Oh. Sophia sighed depressedly, and turned her depression into appetite. She frantically swept up the delicacies on the table, not caring at all that she would get fatter. Be sure to eat your money back before they leave. That was Sophia's only thought. Fortunately, I also established a sisterhood with Yen Yen. After a few years, I abdicated. You can go to Xinxia to retire. Eat for free every day. Sophia fantasizes like this. After the celebration banquet, Luan gave a big red envelope to the store manager and the staff, which made them flattered. I have more respect for Luan. I swore in my heart that I must do this job well. What are you planning to do tomorrow? Sophia will be very busy tomorrow and won't be able to accompany them to wander around the capital. Tomorrow, we plan to go camping in the surrounding mountains. Luan chuckled, so, I need to borrow a car and a driver's license. It's easy. Our country is vast and sparsely populated, and we can see unusual clouds on the top of the mountains. Sophia was still very confident about this. She chatted with Luan for a few more words and then said goodbye and left. Chapter 83 Camping Adventure. Go camping in the wild. This was not a sudden idea of Luan. But waiting. Waiting to see if Lu Bingyan is pregnant. So, it's a rare trip abroad. You'd be sorry for yourself if you don't have fun. There are really a lot of mountains on the Russian side. The mountains and rivers are majestic, unlike the graceful and elegant Xinxia. Desolate, solemn and heavy, this is the wonder of nature. Luan and his friends acted randomly. After driving for 2 days and 2 nights, we arrived at the foot of an unknown mountain. The gurgling stream rushes down from the top of the mountain. The agitated water droplets reflected in the air created a colorful rainbow. It's so beautiful. Compared with the mysterious mountains and rivers over here, the mountains and rivers in Russia have a unique flavor. Lu Bingyan stepped barefoot in the cold stream, watching the fearless fish kissing her white and tender feet. Sexy fish. Lu Bingyan's pretty face flushed slightly. She walked out of the stream and rolled directly to the ground. She raised her hands and patted her side, asking Luan to lie down with her. Luan chuckled and lay down as well. Lu Bingyan rolled into her arms, giggled, squinted her eyes, and looked at the wider sky and three-dimensional clouds. I'm afraid this feeling can only be seen in Tibet. Ah. Luan nodded slightly. Squinting at the sky, he was slightly startled by the golden light passing by. Wow, I actually found a rare species here. What? Lu Bingyan looked around curiously, but did not find any living creatures. A pair of golden divine eagles. Luan chuckled. Want to see it? Think. The golden eagle that my husband says is a rare species is definitely not an ordinary golden eagle. Watch me. Luan stood up, stretched out his left arm, then let out a long, sharp howl towards the sky. This sharp, heavy roar revealed majesty and dominance. Soon, 2 golden streams of light appeared in Lu Bingyan's sight. The golden feathers sparkle in the sun, revealing dignity and majesty. The wingspan of these 2 golden eagles reaches 4 meters, and their size is nearly twice that of an ordinary adult golden eagle. Soaring in the sky, they look like small fighter jets, full of oppression. Wow! Lu Bingyan couldn't help but exclaim, these 2 golden eagles must have mutated. They actually have pure golden feathers and are so big. Oops. They swooped down. Such a divine sculpture. The diving posture is really a bit scary. But Luan was not afraid and spread his arms calmly. His eyes were fixed on the sharp eyes of the 2 golden eagles. Gah! The calls of this pair of golden eagles are similar to those of the red-tailed hawk, but their calls are deeper, longer, more penetrating, and more intimidating. Is the roar of a golden eagle so domineering? Lu Bingyan, who was hiding behind Luan and whose pretty face turned pale, suddenly questioned. In her impression, the cry of the golden eagle seems to be like the crowing of a chicken, which is quite inconsistent with its huge size. As she asked in confusion. 2 golden eagles stood on Luan's arms, one on the left and one on the right. Heavier than expected, the claws are powerful and huge. If his physique had not been strengthened to the extreme, his upper arm would have been broken by this hook. I'm afraid it's about 30 kilograms. Single. Luan raised his eyebrows. Don't these two have any worries about food here? Otherwise, it would be impossible to develop so well. So handsome. Seeing the two golden eagles standing obediently on Luan's arms, Lu Bingyan was full of admiration. Husband, you are really amazing. You can even call down wild golden eagles. Ha ha. Good. Luan laughed loudly, observed the situation of the golden eagles, and said softly, do you want to touch them? If you do, we will let them go. They are spirits of nature and we cannot keep them around. Ah. Let it go. Lu Bingyan felt a little regretful. She was also thinking about keeping these two golden eagles and taking them back to keep the White King and the other four little ones company. Speaking of which, the White King and his four little ones are so pitiful. I have to play with my sister all day long. He also gets masturbated by his own mother and grandmother. It feels like they are going to become bald bosses at such a young age. This pair of golden eagles is a miracle of nature. Stay around. It's like having broken wings, they will die soon. So that's it. Okay then. Lu Bingyan touched the wings of the two birds seriously and said, my little cuties, you must grow up obediently and don't kiss your relatives, because there are bad guys who want to catch you. After touching it for a while, Lu Bingyan said contentedly, hubby, you've worked so hard, let them go. Luan shook his arms and the two birds soared into the sky. After circling above their heads for a while, they disappeared into the clouds on the top of the mountain with a long whistle. Old husband. Why is there a bear here? Lu Bingyan's voice suddenly trembled. She pulled Luan's clothes tightly and pointed across the stream. Luan raised his eyes and looked over. This is an adult brown bear. Body length 2 meters. Judging from his weight, he must be at least 400 kilograms. Only. The bear was clearly not hungry. He just looked up at them, then leisurely walked into the stream, raised his paw, and caught several big fish on the shore with one paw. Caught fish. The bear actually smiled, and even glanced at Luan and the other man, looking extremely proud. This brown bear has become a spirit. Lu Bingyan widened her eyes. Caught a few fish. The brown bear twisted away. There is no nostalgia at all. This. Lu Bingyan looked at the brown bear in disbelief after it showed off for a while and then left. Why do the animals here seem different? It's indeed a little different. Luan touched his chin and muttered, maybe it's because we Shenxia don't allow people to become spirits. Ha ha. Maybe it's possible. Lu Bingyan thought about it and realized that it was really possible. She couldn't help but laugh and said, husband, do you think our little tiger will be spiritual? That's for sure. Luan is still very confident in the system. The four little ones rewarded by the system must be extraordinary. Beep beep beep. While talking, an uncle drove an off-road vehicle passing by. After seeing them, he stopped the car, honked the horn, and greeted them, friends of Shenxia, are you here to camp? Yes. Luan and the other responded with a smile. After seeing the appearance of Luan and the other person, the uncle couldn't help but exclaimed, jumped out of the car, ran quickly to the two people, and said excitedly, Mr. Luan, Ms. Lu Bingyan, welcome to our Mao Xiong. Thanks. Luan was stunned for a moment, then quickly thanked him. I was still a little surprised. I actually have fans too. Mr. Lu, I am also here with my wife and daughter for a picnic. If you don't mind, can we go together? The uncle looked forward to it. Well, it would be best if we could take a photo together. That's fine. Luan did not refuse. Very good. The uncle happily extended his hand. Mr. Lu, let me introduce myself again. My name is Igor, you can just call me Igor. The full name is a bit long, and it's a bit difficult for Shenxia people to pronounce. Thanks. Nice to meet you, Mr. Igor. Luan shook hands with him seriously. This is the first wild fan I met in a foreign country. How can I not cherish it? Chapter 84 Men's Pleasures. The uncle is a food blogger. It is quite famous on the external video websites. Today, he came here, first of all, to accompany his wife and daughter and enjoy a happy and warm family camping. The second is to shoot video footage. At the invitation of Uncle, Luan and Lu Bingyan drove along a private road and arrived at a small house halfway up the mountain. This is the land that the uncle bought. Standing on the cliff and looking around, you can see towering mountains and rolling sea of clouds looking up, you can see the mirror-like blue, vast, and boundless sky. This kind of scenery is hard to see in Shanghai. For Lu Bingyan, it was still quite new. She stood on the edge of the cliff, holding the railing and shouting loudly. Shouting in the mountains, shouting at the top of the mountain, can help vent the evil spirits accumulated in the body, making the body and mind more relaxed and refreshed. The uncle's daughter is a little introverted. Looking at Lu Bingyan, he blinked his eyes, hesitated for a moment, then ran to her side, made a trumpet shape with his hands, and shouted loudly. The echo of the childish voice reverberated among the mountains and rivers, startling countless birds. The little cutie has a really nice voice. The baby voice really makes people inexplicably happy. Lu Bingyan loved it so much that she squatted down, pinched the little cutie's face, and murmured to herself, "It would be great if my child could be as cute as Angelina in the future. Yan Yan and Mr. Lu are both so good looking, so the child will definitely be even better looking." Oh, Nora smiled gently. She is quite proud of her daughter's appearance. Of course, she herself is quite good looking. Only, why does the atmosphere between two men always feel a bit depressing? Oh, Nora looked at her husband, scratched her face, walked to Lu Bingyan and whispered, "Yan Yan, is Mr. Lu a good cook?" "Ah, yes. Even the chefs of star-rated hotels in China may not be my husband's rivals." Lu Bingyan responded with a smile, then glanced at the two men who were in a very heated atmosphere. Well, men always seem to be full of energy for inexplicable things. Real. Just like a little kid. Nora was amused. Mr. Lewin is okay, he is only 18 years old. This is the age when children are competitive and have a strong desire for challenges when facing adults. But, Igor, you are already in your 30s or 40s. As for that. But, it's quite interesting. My husband probably wants to show off his most proud skill in front of his idol. They are all children. Lewin was actually a little confused. Because he doesn't know much about the eating habits of the Russian bear. The seasoning prepared by the uncle looks really, really simple. The main seasonings seem to be only red wine, black pepper, and salt. Lemons should also be considered. Although, pursuing the original flavor of ingredients is what chefs pursue, but diversified flavors should be able to better appreciate the greatness of ingredients. One ingredient, when combined with different seasonings, has a variety of flavors, and is not simply used to make one or several major types of dishes. The details are differentiated and there are very few. Then, the invisible competition has begun. Uncle Igor wanted Lewin to taste their local specialties. Lewin wanted his uncle and his family to enjoy Xinjia's diverse cuisine. The atmosphere became more heated once again. A helpless smile appeared on Lu Bingyan's delicate face. What is going on? This sudden passion. But, so handsome. This time, Lewin chose mapo tofu, dongpa pork, and spicy chicken. Because of the ingredients he prepared this time, there were time restrictions. Otherwise, he would have just come up with the top 10 famous dishes. As for Igor is good at all kinds of grilled, smoked, and stewed meats. It can be said that he loves meat. This time when he went out, his first choice was the lamb. Then, there are the big slices of beef. The pickling method is also very traditional. Yogurt, black pepper, onions, ginger, and a lot of salt. Lewin demonstrated his unrivaled knife skills. Angelina, a little girl, was full of admiration. "Brother, your way of cutting vegetables is so handsome. This knife skill is simply abnormal." Oh, Nuala was also amazed. In comparison, her husband's knife skills seemed a little too simple. This is the difference between top chefs and amateurs. Yan Yan, how did your husband develop such good knife skills? He can cut tofu into cubes of the same size so quickly and swiftly. Also, how can we keep the pieces of meat of similar size when deboning chicken? Before, when I saw my husband cutting up beef and mutton, I felt that he was very skilled. But, now take a look. My husband's level seems to be just top-notch in the hobby group. Compared with professionals, there is still a big gap. It flows smoothly and is also ornamental. It's like an extremely enjoyable art performance. Well enough. Lu Bingyan smiled with great pride. We have only just arrived. If it weren't for environmental restrictions, my husband can be even better. This is just a level that most chefs can achieve. The basic skills of a chef. Don't brag. Because it will take a while to cook. Unora took her daughter and Lu Bingyan to wander around the mountains. This area is private. There is no need to worry about safety. Wolves, bears, and other ferocious carnivores have been driven out of the safety net. It's basically impossible to break in. After all, this is where people live. There is no way the uncle would allow any danger to occur. The walls are made of extremely solid steel columns and welded steel bars. They are 3 meters high and it is difficult for large carnivores to break in. Wait until they come back. Lewin and his friends have already prepared all the delicious food. Drinking together. This time we drank the red wine brewed by the uncle himself. It was mellow and sweet, and tasted even more mellow than the famous brand red wines on the market. The after effect of red wine is actually quite strong. But the uncle didn't seem to care. He drank it just like water, without eating any snacks. He drank 3 cups in one breath before exhaling a long breath of alcohol. Sure enough, this is the best way to drink alcohol. I don't quite understand. Lewin looked at his first cup, which had just been finished, and fell into deep thought. Is that possible? I am the one who actually keeps fish. Not as good as the Empress. As a result, any random fan uncle can drink more than me. Isn't this a bit embarrassing? Igor, drink less. Mr. Lewin is a scientist. How can he drink with you like this? Oh, Nora showed the aura of the head of the family. This voice. The uncle shuddered for a moment and laughed dryly. Mr. Lew, I didn't drink much, it shouldn't be a problem. Sister-in-law. It's okay. Lewin waved his hand nonchalantly. The food is ready. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Yeah. Let us eat the delicious food made by Brother Lewin. Angelina has been looking forward to this for a long time. She immediately ran to Lewin and acted coquettishly. This scene. It made the old father very sad. Before, when I was at home, I was looking forward to the delicious food he cooked. What's the result? In the blink of an eye, the person was kidnapped by others. The clash between the exquisiteness of Xinxiao's cuisine and the boldness and unrestrainedness of Mao Xiong is indeed quite great. The exquisite and gorgeous presentation and the tempting fragrance can indeed attract more children's attention. Lewin is very confident that the taste is even more gorgeous than what it looks like. Chapter 85 Food, Wine and Love. Only. The 3 dishes made by Lewin all looked extremely tempting. Spicy and fresh. All flavors are available. This made the little lowly, who had never tasted Xinxia cuisine, a little confused, and even had difficulty making a decision. Look left and right. I don't know what to eat. For a while. The little girl was so anxious that she was spinning around in circles. Let us eat some dongpa pork first. The dongpa pork made by Lewin is a little bit big. $5 a plate. Everyone gets to taste a piece. Dongpa pork is made with pork belly. Alternating between fat and lean, the proportion is just right. At this time, the 5 pieces of dongpa pork are rosy in color and covered with sauce, which makes people's appetite grow. The meat was bouncy, and it swayed on the small plate, making the little girl laugh. Wow, this meat is so fun. Right. Lu Bingyan smiled gently, picked up the knife, and cut the little lowly's meat into small pieces. Try it. Thank you, sister. The little girl thanked him in a sweet voice, which made Lu Bingyan's heart melt. So cute, so adorable. In the future, Yan Yan will definitely be a good mother. Watching Lu Bingyan interact with her daughter. Oh, Honora even felt that they were a real mother and daughter. She had never seen her daughter interact so intimately with a stranger. Kiss each other on the face and feed each other. This is a privilege that only she, as a mother, has. Not even her father had enjoyed it. But now, I am so close to a stranger I just met. This made Honora sigh at the magic of fate. Fated people hit it off right away. It is indeed true. The most important thing is this man. Every minute and every second, his eyes were gently fixed on his wives. He smiled as he watched them play and interact. It seemed that his eyes could not accommodate anyone else except them. Acid. Too sour. We are all in our 30s. I actually envied the young couple who just got their marriage certificate. This is really a regression as we grow older. Honora walked over and picked up a piece of dongpa pork. Take a bite. It is soft, glutinous and fragrant, crispy but not mushy. Although it is mostly fat, it does not feel greasy at all. On the contrary, after one bite, I want to have a second bite. I took a few bites without realizing it. The plate was empty. This made her feel lost. This piece. There is simply not enough to eat. Wife. You can't do this. Igor was extremely depressed. He also ate dumpa pork. Indeed, my simple cooking could not compare with it at all. But, wife, you should have a little bit of sympathy for your husband and praise his ideas, right? After eating, what the hell is it that you are still not satisfied? Igor was extremely sad. His wife and his lovely daughter were all attracted to the idol. I have no sense of existence at all. Uncle's barbecue is really like the Mao bear, unrestrained and generous. Lewin ate a large bunch of lamb skewers, then drank a can of beer and raised his thumb. Sure enough, meat should be eaten this way to enjoy it. Of course, I am too narrow-minded. Lewin groaned. He said slowly, I thought that with such a rough method, the roasted meat would be very dry, the flavor would not be permeable enough, and it would be monotonous. I didn't expect that the meat would be so soft and juicy, and the flavor impact would be so strong. It's simply a primitive flavor bomb. Speaking of, picked up another bunch. This is what I really mean. It's not flattery. After eating 3 large skewers in a row, Lewin rubbed his stomach and smiled helplessly. It's just that this skewer is too big. This piece of meat is equivalent to a whole skewer. Ha ha. Just like it. Igor laughed happily and took out a gorgeous-looking jar from the car. This is the fine wine I prepared, produced at home. Have a glass. Become. Lewin nodded and did not refuse. Meat is enough. But wine is for another stomach. Drink less. Stinky husband. Lu Bingyan's eyes were cold. At the same time. The same is true for Honora. Staring at her husband Igor. That look made Igor tremble, and he carefully raised a finger. 1 glass, just 1 glass. Yes, yes, yes. Just have a drink. A long way. Lewin smelled the rich fragrance in the jar. It made his gluttony come out. It smells so good. But he was also very careful and looked at his wife pitifully. Why? A sinful enemy. Lu Bingyan was also softened by Lewin's pitiful appearance. She cleared her throat and said, Don't drink too much. Thank you, wife. Lewin thanked him quickly. And the other side. Igor was caught off guard. Wife, look, they've agreed. This is a rare opportunity. Why don't you just drink a little bit? Never mind. You drink it. Honora was not much of a wine drinker. The character should be more introverted and reserved. Hey, hey. Thank you, wife. Igor chuckled, picked up the wine jug and divided it into 2 cups. This pot of wine. It is mellower than before, the color is deeper and the aroma is more fragrant. Cheers. Originally. This kind of wine needs to be savored carefully to enjoy its endless aftertaste. However, the uncle seemed to prefer to drink it in 1 gulp. Then, after the cup is finished, Lewin felt a surge of heat suddenly explode in his abdomen and flow throughout his body. This glass of wine. It tastes silky and mellow, without any sourness. With every breath you take, you can feel the unique grape aroma flowing through your mouth. Good wine. Lewin raised his thumb and praised. That's for sure. This pot of wine is the best one this year. Uncle Igor was quite proud. Everyone can make wine. However, rare and exquisite products are produced from it. Most people really can't do it. This is a family-inherited skill, the best brewing technique perfected by generations. Hee hee, this pot of wine, you are my weapon to marry Honora. Igor looked gentle about the pot of wine, as if he was lost in the memories of the past. This wine. It also carries a piece of love. This pot of wine was indeed delicious in the past, but it was not as good as it is now. The technique of making this pot of wine was developed by Igor with great effort in order to marry me. It was with this pot of wine that he convinced my parents. Honora laughed. There is infinite beauty on the face. Very nice. Lewin sighed softly, picked up the full glass and savored it carefully. Only by savoring a wine with history and meaning can you appreciate its beauty. This meal was still very enjoyable. After eating and drinking, Igor took Lewin to the cliff above. This is the best camping spot. If Mr. Lu doesn't mind, we can camp here. Okay. There are traces of camping here. The surroundings are very clean and the view is wider. Because The whole family also wants to shoot a video. Luan did not disturb them. After taking a group photo with them, he and Lu Bingyan set up a tent on the cliff and prepared the items needed for camping at night. Chapter 86 Sweet Sunset. Set up the tent. It's actually quite interesting. Only. Sophia prepared for them a top-notch tent provided by a well-known domestic outdoor sports brand. It had a large space, took up very little space when folded, and also had an air cushion that was quite comfortable to lie on. Put a layer of bedding on the air mattress and lying on it will feel like sleeping on a big bed. By the time everything was done, it was already evening. Yen Yen, what do you want to eat tonight? Luan glanced at Lu Bingyan, who was lying beside him watching a movie, patted her butt, and asked softly. Me. Lu Bingyan tilted her head and said, it's all fine. As long as my husband does it, I'm fine with it. Okay. Luan smiled and nodded, thinking about what to eat in the evening. It's better to eat something warm. I don't have much food on hand right now. Let us have seafood porridge and scallop vermicelli in the evening. Soak the vermicelli first. The scallops also need to be cleaned. Sturgeon. Usually when you are making soup, you can use half of it to grill on charcoal. Mainly because it's too big. I don't think two people can finish the stew. If they are made into two different delicacies separately, they will be different. Lu Bingyan watched a movie for a while, thought for a while, and then said to Shia, please log into my husband's live broadcast account. I have nothing to do anyway, so it would be nice to start a live broadcast and chat with everyone. The main reason is that I want to show off my husband to everyone. Then it's time to share today's delicious food. As soon as the live broadcast starts, a lot of netizens came in. Oh, it's Madam, this is a public account for private use. Dog head. Madam's magnificent appearance. Didn't Madam go to Maoxiong with Lucian? Yes, it's just that I'm done with my work and now I'm camping with my husband. After answering a question from a netizen, Lu Bingyan walked out of the tent with the future AS and focused the camera on the beautiful sunset. This is the private territory of a Maoxiong uncle. I am lucky to have met him here today. The scenery here is so beautiful. By the way, this uncle is so rich. Being in the steel jungle, seeing such beautiful scenery makes me feel healed. To be honest, I've never seen a blue sky here. It's always gray. When I look up, the most I see are tall buildings. I miss life in the countryside. I will work hard to earn money now, and when I get old, I will go back to the countryside to retire. By the way, where is Lucian? There is a person missing from the scenery, and I always feel that the picture is not perfect. Think about it. The first thing everyone thought of was that Luan was not there. My husband will prepare delicious food for me. Lu Bingyan smiled and directed the camera to Luan. On the edge of the cliff. Luan was holding a kitchen knife and cutting vegetables elegantly. There is also a small casserole bubbling with steam on the convenient gas stove, and everything is so beautiful. God, Lu can actually cook, and his cooking skills are so good. I feel like I'm becoming more and more of a useless person. I only know how to make instant noodles, so I have given up on treatment. How can there be such a perfect man in the world? Yes, he's smart, can cook, and has a beautiful wife like Madam. It feels like Master Lu's life is perfect. Perfect. Luan smiled slightly, glanced at the barrage, and said softly, as for me, it's just some adventures, and then coupled with my own efforts, that I have today's results. Yes, my husband sometimes works all night long. It's very sudden. He can't stop when he gets inspiration. For other things, Di-jun can help him deal with them. By the way, the Di-jun and Shiha on the official website are artificial intelligences exclusively for couples, belonging to Xuan and me. Lu Bingyan raised the camera and the page of bullet comments remained in front of her. By the way, here, you can not only enjoy the scenery, but also ask anything you want to ask. You can speak freely. At the same time, I have good news for you all. Due to some special reasons, the higher-ups have sent us several more construction teams. According to their current speed, the leaders said that the project will be fully completed in another week. On our side, all production lines have been built. After completion, we will be able to mass-produce computer equipment within a week. In addition to desktop hardware, another product will be released at the same time. So fast. Luan was also quite surprised. He has not received any news on this. My sister didn't send him any message either. Really? Sister, you basically treat me as an idler. I feel so tired. Luan shook his head helplessly, his hands moving non-stop. Under the smoke of fruit charcoal, half of the sturgeon gradually turned golden yellow, and clear oil kept dripping, making a crackling sound. Just listening to the sound makes people salivate. The scallop vermicelli and fish stew were ready to eat, so Luan clapped his hands and said, "Yin Yin, let's eat first." Okay. Lu Bingyan chuckled and said hello to the camera, "Friends, let's eat first and talk later. By the way, you can guess about the new product. It's related to family." I'm numb. We're already talking and we're about to eat. No matter what it is, as long as I have the capital, I will buy it. Recently, the internet has become more civilized. Artificial intelligence has judged many Tian Yuan, Yin Yang, and Banana Man videos. Video creators are flourishing, and anchors are no longer vulgar. That's right, just support Anyan technology and support Lu Xun and everything will be fine. Speaking of which, I went to study abroad in the United States. My classmates there were so envious of me. This is the first time I feel like I have really stood up. Everyone in the live broadcast room was discussing recent international changes. The appearance of Luan made them feel too many substantial changes in direction for the better. Is it really okay for you to eat so intimately? Lord Lu, you love your wife too much, don't you? Feed by hand. And such a doting look. Ozzel. The girls were going crazy with jealousy. Then I looked at my boyfriend next to me, and he kicked me twice. Same man. Why is the gap so big? A meal. The dog food completely satisfied all the fans. Even when washing dishes, they interacted non-stop. The ladies' ethereal laughter made people laugh along with my aunt involuntarily. So sweet. Don't show off your love in public in the live broadcast room. Oh, you stinky husband, how can you bully me? Lu Bingyan's height just reached Luan's chest. She wanted to smear foam on Luan's face, but Luan tapped her forehead with one hand. No matter how she tried, she couldn't get close to Lu Bingyan. She was so angry that her little face puffed up. Just like a bun, it makes the atmosphere in the live broadcast room extremely joyful. Fighting and making noise. The atmosphere is sweet and pure. No matter how bad your mood is, you will feel healed. I won't pay attention to you. I'm going to announce your new product to everyone. Chapter 87 Further Plans. News about domestic robots. Lu Bingyan only gave some key clues and did not provide any more. Then comes the holographic futuristic industrial park. These are Luan's future policies. The industrial park will become holographically futuristic, with energy covering the entire industrial park and robots replacing human labor. Regarding the last one, robots replace human labor. This was Luan's plan from the beginning. His industrial park is full of future black technology, and almost all of it is automated production. It is enough for Xiao Jinwu to be the top manager. Most of the work that requires manual labor is physical labor. Instead of this, it would be better to replace them all with smart household robots. Time flies. Luan stayed with Lu Bingyan in Maoxiong for a full half-month. The sign-in rewards for the past half-month are very average. Cash rewards are not given for daily sign-ins, with a minimum of 500 yuan and a maximum of 10 million yuan. In total, more than 11 million yuan was awarded. Then there are all kinds of weird daily necessities. Finally back. Standing on familiar land. Lu Bingyan couldn't help but cheer. Although I had a lot of fun playing in the woolly bear. But there is no sense of belonging or security. And return to the country. In an instant, I felt relaxed all over. Sir, the satellite has been printed and produced. The printing progress of the small home spacecraft is 30%. It is estimated that the printing task can be completed in 15 days if we print at full capacity. Di Jun's voice also sounded quietly in Luan's ears. Okay. I see. Luan nodded slightly, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. The key point of virtual reality gaming lies in this satellite. This satellite. Luan named it the Eye of Primordial Chaos. That's right. It's just so childish. Yen, the game will be released soon. Luan laughed softly, glanced at Lu Bingyan's belly, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Stinky guy. I got pregnant instantly. I'm not ready yet. Lu Bingyan noticed Luan's gaze, and her excitement instantly died down. She raised her fist in shame and annoyance and knocked on Luan's chest. Tell me, did you know from the beginning that I would get pregnant? You didn't touch me for more than 20 days. This is really suspicious. This. Luan touched his nose, chuckled, and didn't explain. Sure enough, he knew it. Speaking of which, how did this bastard know this? Suspicious. It's really suspicious. But fine. I just don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Preferably a girl. I heard that boys all like little princesses. Angelina is so cute. Boy. Stinky Egg was very naughty when he was a child. It must be a girl. Let's go. Let us go home. Luan gently grasped her white and tender little hand and rubbed her head. Go back and tell your family the good news. Good. Lu Bingyan's smile is as beautiful as a flower. Now, all that's left is the wedding. I don't know what kind of wedding ceremony Xiaowen is preparing. Before that, Luan still has one more thing to do. That is buying an engagement ring. No matter what, no process can be missing. After returning home, Luan called all his family members to the manor. Lu Yunshu and others hurried over. After seeing Lu Zhanlong's family, he was a little surprised. Xiaowen, I have also informed you guys, what on earth is going on that requires such a big fanfare? Not clear. Lu Zhanlong also looked confused. I have only been away for half a month. How to see? It doesn't seem like a big deal, right? Forget it, don't think about it. The two kids will explain themselves when they come out. Grandpa Lu and Grandpa Lu sat together drinking tea. When they saw a group of young people who couldn't bear it, they frowned and scolded them. Why? The old man spoke. What else can they say? With curiosity in my heart, I sat on the sofa and waited helplessly. Fortunately, Luan and his companion did not keep the elders waiting for too long. Xiaowen, what's the big deal? Can't you just talk about it in the group? Why do you have to gather everyone together? Lu Zhanlong asked helplessly. This matter. Somewhat important. Luan spread his hands and said with a smile, we are going to have a new addition to our family. Just add it, it's no big deal, Lu Zhanlong didn't react immediately. He was still mumbling, and his pupils were shaking. What did you say? Dads, mom, uncles, and aunts, I'm pregnant. Lu Bingyan had a sweet smile on her face. She touched her belly and took out a pregnancy tester. So fast. Everyone was shocked. Was the pregnancy so smooth? Really pregnant. Xin Wanru rubbed her temples. Okay, from now on, Yan, you can't be so willful anymore. Xiaowen, from now on, I'll ask you to take care of Yan. If you encounter any problems that are difficult to solve, you can contact our elders. Emoyan smiled gently, took Lu Bingyan's hand, and said softly, Yan, once you have a child, you are no longer a child. Aha! Lu Bingyan nodded seriously. Touched his belly. Lu Bingyan said softly, Grandma, I know what to do. Adding a new member to the family is indeed a happy event. But the elders all had confidence that the two young people could handle it. In addition, the manor has professional nursing maids. And there is Klaus who has the nutrition master skill. These professionals are here. These elders don't have to worry at all. Besides, now that I just found out I'm pregnant, they really have nothing to do with it. So, after sitting in the manor for a while, everyone returned to their work. As for Luan, at Lu Bingyan's strong request, he went to the company. Lu Bingyan said that she had just become pregnant and was not that fragile. She had so many orders from the company to complete and should return to work. In desperation, Luan could only go to the company to handle the details of the industrial park. Brand new industrial park. Even without the support of holographic projection, the visual impact is enormous. That's why industrial parks are separated by barriers to prevent some people with ulterior motives from entering. Photolithography machines and nano-printing stations need to be mass-produced and then sold to domestic enterprises that are the pride of their own country. This requires national support. Luan contacted Mr. Li in the afternoon. Mr. Li enthusiastically agreed to this request. Shawan, how many units do you plan to sell? 10, each can produce 300,000 pieces a day, so one is enough for each company. Luan thought about it for a moment. It's not that Luan doesn't want to mass produce it, but this thing is really difficult to produce. Even with a production line, it is still the same. Just sell it. He now had another source of income. Only they can produce high-performance wafers and photoresists for 1 nanometer smart chips. Certainly. You can also use commercially available ones. It's just that the performance is insufficient and it will cause a certain degree of damage to the lithography machine. As for the wafer, the production line for this thing is much more complicated and requires more investment. According to the standards of his current workshop, one production line would cost at least 30 billion Xinsha coins. It is difficult for ordinary companies to complete independent production. Even for today's leading enterprises, it would be a painful task to come up with hundreds of billions of dollars in one go. High tech. It's just about making money. Luan touched his nose and said, Mr. Li, 10 units can be produced in about this year. Before that, Mr. Li will select the companies. Each unit will be sold for 3 billion. The price of 3 billion. Not expensive. But it's definitely not cheap. Certainly. Essentially, Luan doesn't need to sell to the outside world and can monopolize the market, which is completely feasible. But he didn't intend to do that. Science and technology. We still need everyone to study together in order to grow. No matter how hard you try when you are alone, you are the only one who becomes stronger in the end. If we want to promote the improvement of the country's overall strength, it is necessary to open up lithography machines to the country. As for artificial intelligence, he plans to create a smart office manager. Procedural and formulaic. At the same time, it can make office work easier. This is enough. Chapter 88 Satellite Launch, Stepping into the Future. After the problem with the lithography machine is solved, Luan greeted Mr. Li again. Tonight, I will launch a satellite. When the time comes, please be careful in the air surveillance and don't shoot down my satellite. Satellite. This kid is really fast. Playing around all day, he was able to create a satellite so quickly. Wait a minute. Don't we need a launch base? Mr. Li asked with some doubt. Shawan, don't you need a launch base? No need. My satellite is quite advanced. I can just find an open space and set it on fire to launch it directly into space. Luan said casually, but Mr. Li's eyes widened. It went straight to the sky. That's not to say. This guy has mastered more advanced power technology. Although exciting. But Mr. Li also knew it very well. Luan's skills are not something that can be learned casually. It's the foolproof design and theory of the cold nuclear pulse engine, which they are still studying. Here's a more advanced one. I'm afraid it will drive those old scholars crazy. He sighed helplessly. Okay, you can have fun all you want. Anyway, why are you launching satellites? It is needed for real virtual games, and it is also the key to my building of a holographic future industrial park. Luan smiled calmly. If it is feasible in the future, I will further expand it and include the Magic City. By then, whether it is transportation or life, there will be earth-shaking changes. Oh. To be honest, Mr. Li was a little confused. He felt that his brain could no longer keep up with the pace of the times. Luan's plan was really too advanced. After chatting with Mr. Li for a while, Luan hung up the phone with a smile on his face. This satellite. The Eye of Primordial Chaos is not just a satellite, but also an enormous server, which is the real residence of Dijun and Shiha. It is also equipped with giant beam weapons that can accurately strike any corner of the Earth, and it has unlimited energy. Night. Luan set up a production line for smart housekeeping machines. Then we started to purchase various scrap metals, electronics, plastics, and other products. As for production of gaming equipment and computer hardware, production began after the factory planning and layout was completed. There was a gap of almost a month. This made Lu Ningxuan very anxious. Now that work has finally officially started, she has given up even her rest time. Late at night, the first set of high-tech desktop computers produced by Anyun Technology officially rolled off the assembly line. There is only one host. There is no screen. No screen is needed. As the person who contributes the most to the company, Lu Ningshuang is naturally responsible for the lighting work. The host operates without any noise. After enabling, the first thing is authentication. After Lu Ningshuang completed the authentication skillfully, the host projected a vast and majestic fairy palace scene. This fairy palace is equivalent to a desktop. At the door you can choose where to go. Lu Ningshuang's first choice was to go shopping in the mall. Here, all clothes can be tried and experienced, and can be scored by artificial intelligence. The score is based on price, personal assets, comfort, aesthetics, and other factors. If it reaches 90 points or above, it means that this is the most suitable for you and worth buying. Experiencing different styles of clothes and bags directly on the internet has a fatal attraction for women. No woman would turn down such a feature. Then, movies and TV series are more immersive, as if you are actually in the scenes. After experiencing the functions of Taichu Heavenly Court, Lu Ningshuang only felt that this host was extremely powerful. After adapting a set of life chambers, Lu Ningshuang felt that she could immerse herself in the game world for the rest of her life. Life Warehouse. It is the most complete version of the virtual game warehouse. The production is not difficult. Production has now begun. And this host in front of us. It is the door for humans to enter the second world. Certainly. Luan did not forget the promise of giving people more time. The two games, Honghuang Shanghai and Honghuang Jiyuan, were installed on the console as soon as possible. At the same time, a research and work area was opened up in Honghuang Shanghai. This place is managed by D. Jun. Here, you can do research to your heart's content. With the assistance of D. Jun, you can conduct unlimited experiments, deduce, and even watch the process of biological evolution. Here. It is good news for those who work late at night. The physical brain can do additional work here while in deep hibernation in the life chamber, and doesn't want to work anymore. You can also travel in this primitive world, capture various magical creatures, and experience the fun of raising pets. Shaoan, is this thing expensive? Li Qiuwan was tempted. I'm really moved. She said she would buy one no matter what. No charge. This is for you. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. You and my sister have been busy in this short period of time. We produced a console, a life chamber, and gaming equipment ourselves. You can just take that set. Become. Li Qiuwan did not refuse and agreed. Now, start mass production. Luan gave an order, and Xia Xian led his men to start all production lines. The production speed of peripheral pendants Honghuang AY is the fastest. With all 10 production lines in full operation, it can produce 100,000 pieces per day. As for the life chamber and the host, they are a little slow. Only 50,000 pieces can be produced every day. Calculated based on various miscellaneous expenses, the cost of a Honghuang AY is only over 200 yuan, and selling it at 888 yuan is a sure profit. The host machine is a bit expensive, the whole machine costs about 10,000 yuan. After thinking about it, Luan decided to set the price at 39,000 yuan. The gaming cabinet is even more expensive, with Luan pricing it at 100,000 yuan per unit. After customizing the price, he threw it to his mother-in-law and said, "Mom, I'll leave the publicity to you. It's almost time now. I'm going to go outside to launch the satellite. After it's launched, Honghuang AY can be used." Okay. Qin Wanru was still a little confused. My son-in-law can actually launch a satellite by himself. This satellite is huge. It currently has a rocket shape. It is 120 meters high and 60 meters in diameter at its thickest point. Liftoff is completely noiseless. No one noticed it being pushed from the underground manufacturing workshop to the launch silo and then launched into space. The speed was so fast that even domestic radars failed to detect it. Just 3 minutes. The satellite has entered its intended orbit and then fully unfolded. Because of the use of nano-folding technology, the satellite was completely unfolded and magnified 10 times. The main body looked like a blooming lotus, with mysterious blue light flashing on the petals. The appearance of such a huge object naturally attracted the attention of the space station and also attracted the attention of foreign countries. Only. A message on Anyan's official website instantly turned fear into shock. There is also a picture. Anyan Technology, the Honghuang I satellite has been successfully launched, and we will truly enter the future era. Of course, the game that everyone is most looking forward to has begun mass production. Currently, the only scenes that support reality virtual preview are Xinxia and Maoxiong. In these two areas, there is a chance to discover exclusive prehistoric beasts. At the same time, the console and life chamber will be released simultaneously, and fans who purchase them need to consider carefully and make a prudent choice without affecting their normal life. The future of gaming. The curtain has officially opened. For a while, fans of Xinxia and Maoxiong cheered excitedly. Chapter 89, Hong Wangshanhai's Professional Competition Plan. The coverage of the quantum energy field is just a matter of a moment. Holographic projection also covers the entire industrial park, making the industrial park completely step into the city of the future. I just want the Magic City to step into the holographic future. There are many things that need to change. First, it's about private cars and public buses. To be honest, transportation in Shanghai is not very convenient nowadays. There are too many private cars, buses, and taxis. So reform needs to be prioritized. Is this what the city of the future looks like? Qin Wanru stood on the road, looking at the words appearing on the road, feeling somewhat unbelievable. Then there was another pleasant voice that rang in my ears. Welcome Miss Qin Wanru to Anyang Industrial Park and wish you a pleasant work. Where on earth did this sound come from? Qin Wanru looked around in surprise. No sound generating device was found. This is quantum voice technology. Luan laughed softly. Here, as long as your AS logs in, you can use the artificial intelligence network as you wish. This technology. It's like a science fiction movie. Qin Wanru pursed her lips and it took her a long time to react. Shaoan, I even suspect that you are an alien. Hey. Luan chuckled. He is certainly not an alien, but he is a protagonist with plug-ins. At this time, it's already late at night. On the forum of Taichu Tianting platform, countless people are talking about it. Certainly. The only ones who can come here are Mao Xiong and the natives of Xinxia. As for others, they can only discuss on the previous forum website. New computer equipment. The official price has been released. The host costs 39,000 yuan. For most hardcore game fans, it is not expensive. Compared with the equipment currently available on the market, the time, money, and energy consumed in playing a game, the price of 39,000 is really acceptable. Not to mention, the completely immersive shopping, chatting and talking are really attractive to them. Plus, now Honghuang AY is about to be sold. A new era of gaming is about to begin. This made them even more excited. Luang didn't care about these. He used the nano printing station production line to expand several nano printing stations to accelerate the production of nuclear fusion reactors and nano weapons. He must complete these two orders quickly. Otherwise, it would always feel awkward holding it in your hand. Besides, it would only benefit him personally to have a good relationship with Sophia. Because of the versatility of the nanoprint station. No matter how the production line is expanded, it will not be idle. Expanded production equipment. Luan estimates that all the nano weapons can be produced within 1 month. When the time comes. Hearing that there will be a high-tech weapons expo, Mr. Li plans to let them go as well. For this, Luan did not refuse. Although not open to the public. But this has no effect, he uses high-tech products to disgust people. That's right. My sister's special weapon. Luan knew his elder sister's color preference very well. This girl likes black, and as for modifying the eye color, dark red is best. As for style, the more domineering he is, the more she likes him. Yen Yen's design themes are ancient, elegant, and noble. As for the people at home, when Luan planned to create household robots, he gave them combat capabilities. Then create a team of invisible guard robots with fixed logic to lurk around the villa and be on standby. By the way, brother, why are you buying scraps? Lu Ningxuang was holding a host and Honghuang AY in her arms. Turning waste into treasure. Luan pushed the anti-fatigue glasses on his face. Sister, are you planning to go back and play games? Yes. Lu Ningxuang raised her chin proudly. I have already completed all the negotiations for the company. The next work is just to follow the process. Wan and I plan to take a 2-day break. Lu Ningxuang pointed at her own eyes and said, Look, your sister's naturally beautiful eyes have dark circles. Thank you for your hard work, sister. My gift for you is already in preparation. Luan smiled helplessly. By the way, bring a Honghuang Ewai to Yin Yin when you go back. That's right. When Lu Ningxuang was about to leave, she asked with great anticipation, Shaoan, can you give me a special pet, such as a mighty black dragon or a god king? What are you thinking? Luan rolled his eyes speechlessly. I also want to organize a professional gaming league. Think about it, if Pokemon can have one, then we can also have the first league. The opening time is set during the new year. At the same time, a ranking event will be launched in a week. The top 10 in each region can participate in the national finals. Mao Xiong and our Xin Xiao will start at the same time. Hiss. This is a big event. Lu Ningxuan's eyes widened. Where's the prize? First place, a limited edition pet egg, a limited edition champion costume, and 5 million Xinxia coins. Second place, 3 million Xinxia coins, and a limited runner-up limited edition costume. Third place, 1 million Xinxia coins, and a third runner-up limited edition costume. Our 3 Xinxia costumes are of Chinese style, and Mao Xiong also customizes them according to their habits. Luan flexed his fingers. Sister, what do you think? Invincible. If it is held globally in the future, wow, the scale will definitely be no worse than the Olympics. Lu Ningxuang's eyes were shining. When the time comes. The registration fee for the competition list is only $1. We can earn back all the expenses of hosting the event. Your wallet will never be empty. And then there's that second world work area. Lu Ningxuang has already customized the charging items. The monthly payment will vary depending on the level of authority, and the highest monthly payment will not exceed 3,000 yuan. It can be said to be quite affordable. For researchers, programmers, and other workers, this is good news from heaven. Okay, sister, you should go back and have a rest. Drive slowly on the road. Remember to ask the cook to make you a midnight snack. Don't go to bed on an empty stomach. Luan rubbed his sister's head and continued to work. This stinky brother. How dare you attack my head? If your head wasn't precious, I would have definitely skinned you bald. Lu Ningxuang rolled her eyes in anger and went back with Li Qiuwan. As for Qin Wanru, she did not go back. Mainly. Now Luan is the only one in the entire park. She was worried. There is no takeaway at this time. With her here, Luan doesn't have to distract himself from work to get food. Xiaoan's age. There is no way for me to see him as an adult. Qin Wanru prepared a pot of soup for Luan and brought it over. Xiaoan, I've left the midnight snack. I'm going to rest first. Go to bed early after you're done. I understand, Mom. Thank you. Luan didn't even raise his head, his hands moved quickly, continuously entering lines of code and calculation formulas. This child. What are you busy with again? Qin Wanru shook her head helplessly, gently closed the door, returned to the lounge, and lay down to rest. Speaking of which, Anyang Industrial Park should also make a short film, right? Such technology. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't show it to others? Qin Wanru couldn't fall asleep as she thought about it. Xiao Jinwu, turn on the video editing function and edit the night scene of the park into a clip first. Chapter 90 More than 3 billion in 10 seconds. Anyang Industrial Park at night. Mysterious and noble. The colorful holographic coverage makes the entire park seem like it came from the future and does not belong to this era. A fragment. 3.5 minutes. The mystery of the entire industrial park is fully revealed. Uploaded late at night. The number of views also skyrocketed instantly, and the number of comments and barrages exceeded 10,000 in an instant. Is this Anyang Industrial Park? This is so beautiful, it feels like walking into the future. I really want to go to work in Anyang Industrial Park. Don't even think about it. Except for the technical staff, all other members of the industrial park have been laid off. After all, this is a super future industrial park, and they will definitely not recruit people casually. Yes, now Anyang technology is completely controlled by the little golden crow artificial intelligence. The only members needed are management. Ordinary workers will be replaced by robots. When will our city become like Anyang Technology Park? Qin Wanru looked at the comments below the video and lay down to sleep contentedly. Your son-in-law is like your own son. She felt extremely proud that her son was praised in this way. At the same time, she is proud of her daughter. It's a great honor to have such a keen eye to find such a perfect son-in-law. The next morning. Lu Bingyan put Honghuang Yi around her neck and started the live broadcast. There are so many fans so early in the morning. Lu Bingyan originally did the live broadcast just for fun, but she didn't expect that her popularity would soar because of the revelations. Today, I will take everyone to experience the fun of the real version of the ancient mountains and seas. Lu Bingyan raised the ancient AY pendant in her hand, activated it, and at the same time, shared the live broadcast status. After AY was activated, countless netizens were mesmerized by the cool quantum collapse and reorganization scene. Essentially, the actual scene doesn't change much. The gardens on the estate can be left as they please. However, there are now countless rare and exotic animals in the world. Right in the garden. Visible to the naked eye, little flower fairies are dancing and singing in the music, and the ethereal melody is so addictive. At the same time, following Lu Bingyan's gaze, the message about the little flower demon also emerged. Red rose. Age, 1200. Race, plant, rosaceae, flower fairy. Gender, female. Favorability, 50. Skills, rose blossom, thorn vine, rose whip, flower fairy's lament, wall of thorns. Status, wild, catchable. Novice stage. You can find a novice exotic beast around you. After Lu Bingyan showed the panel and appearance of the red rose, the live broadcast room was instantly filled with ghost howling. Red Rose's figure, appearance, and temperament are so stunning. Girls are all fascinated by it. Lu Bingyan just smiled softly and said, "Now I will introduce the skills of the Beastmaster to you." Players in the prehistoric mountains and seas act as Beastmasters. There is no level distinction, so the panel is simple. Beastmaster, Lu Bingyan. Age, 20. Rank, yellow rank, heaven and earth are dark and yellow, the universe is wild and wild. Attributes, wood, water. Backpack items, novice beast taming rune, 100% chance of capturing novice beasts, 1 wood core fruit, 1 wood attribute spirit stone, and 1 water attribute spirit stone. Beast taming bag, 1, upgrading to a higher level can increase the portable space. Exotic animal farm, opened, can be teleported. This red rose is very compatible with my attributes, and it looks beautiful, so I decided to choose the red rose as the first one. Lu Bingyan directly took out the novice beast taming ring and threw it towards Hong Xiangwei. Although the novice beast taming rune is 100% effective in capturing novice exotic beasts, she was still a little nervous. After watching the beast taming rune merge into Red Rose's body, Red Rose transformed into a red light and disappeared into her beast taming bag. Done. Lu Bingyan cheered excitedly and patted the beast controlling bag on her waist. The contracted Red Rose flew out of the bag. She had grown a lot bigger and was as tall as Lu Bingyan. Her green eyes were shining with intelligence. Her cherry lips moved slightly and a clear and lively voice came out, "Rose, I meet the master." Oh my god. Red Rose suddenly spoke, startling Lu Bingyan. She was completely stunned. You can speak. Master, Red Rose is a 1,000-year-old flower demon, so of course she can speak. Red Rose looked at him as if he was an idiot, which made Lu Bingyan quite embarrassed. I was also extremely shocked. This is artificial intelligence, right? Can the existing servers support such a huge amount of intelligent data? Lu Bingyan was not the only one who was surprised. Even the netizens were surprised. This was no longer just about cultivating exotic beasts. This is so fucking awesome. This is a fucking way of supporting your own husband and wife. I heard that exotic beasts can transform into human form after being trained to a later stage. Looking forward to it. The foreign viewers lurking in the live broadcast room were all jealous. It's really sour. The exotic pets in a game are so intelligent, is this still a game? It's definitely the second world. Fuck, what the hell is the government doing? The Empress can even beg for welfare, why aren't these vampires taking action? We want to play games, we want to use the future AS. Protest, ask someone to return my hard-earned money. Foreigners, why are you protesting again? That's all they can do. There's nothing we can do about it. I'm jealous. Hula, we can play in a few days. Thank you for the generosity of Lord Lu, and thank you for the Queen's efforts. The live broadcast room was very lively with viewers. Lu Bingyan finally figured out how to play Honghuang Mountain and Sea. At the same time, all the gameplay is also introduced. When the game is officially released, everyone will be able to get started quickly. Because the game hasn't fully started yet, she can't leave the manor. That is to say, Lu Bingyan has only registered a character account now and cannot leave the place where she was born to go on adventures outside. In the blink of an eye. The release time of the game, console, and life warehouse has arrived. And these 2 days. Luan also created employee robots for the factory, 2,000 male robots and 2,000 female robots, managed and operated by Di Jun and Shi respectively. In order to deliver goods as quickly as possible. Luan also set up his own Anyan Express. For residents in Shanghai, delivery will be made to their homes on the same day, while for residents in other urban areas, delivery will be made the next day. First time selling. There are 10,000 domestic consoles, 1,000 life warehouses, 200,000 Hongwang AYs, and 100,000 low-end gaming helmets. The number of woolly bears is slightly smaller. Domestically, the number seems to be quite large. But online sales are still incredibly fast. Just 10 seconds. All sold out. At home and abroad. In 10 seconds, nearly 3 billion was deposited into the account. Income. Not bad. There is basically no labor cost. The biggest expenses are Anyan Express's labor costs, transportation costs, etc. However, the benefits are still considerable. After all, he didn't expect to make money from this. Whether at home or abroad, taxes are the lowest. Magic City. An anchor named Xiaoxianfu is also looking forward to it. She was lucky enough to grab a full set of equipment. Now he is waiting anxiously. Brothers, my equipment will be here soon. My stinky baby told me that it has arrived at the entrance of the community. Xiaoxianfu lives in a villa area. She is still live streaming now. After the country launched a rectification campaign against live streaming platforms, she switched to a live streaming platform owned by Anyan Technology, which is managed by artificial intelligence. After coming here, there are no more unfair terms, no more restrictions, and the profit share is as high as 80%. Because she chose to be a freelance anchor, there is no such thing as a basic salary. However, she was not worried at all about starving to death. She is a top anchor herself and has a huge fan base. Coupled with this turmoil, her job hopping did not cause a loss of fans, but instead gained more. Chapter 91. The first mutated beast Bing Fuju. Ding dong. The bell rang. The courier's voice also came from the pager. Miss Xiaoxianfu, are you at home? The Anyan internet package you ordered has arrived. Brothers are here. Xiao Xinfu jumped up from the sofa excitedly, ran to the door barefoot and opened it. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Of course. Look, where is the life chamber? This one is relatively large. The official recommendation is to put it together with the host computer. The courier boy asked. Just put it in the bedroom. Xiaoxianfu took them to the bedroom. After the delivery boy put away the life capsule, he said, I hope you have a good time playing the game. We are going to the next one now. After saying. The courier boy left in a hurry. This job is really busy. After Xiaoxianfu said goodbye to the courier, he closed the door directly, then controlled the live broadcast interface, entered the bedroom, and walked around the host and life warehouse that he had purchased. The life chamber is a product of the most advanced technology. She can't use it now. There's nothing much to say about the host. Because she is not an electronic technology anchor, but a game anchor. Her favorite. It is undoubtedly the pendant of Honghuang AY. Now using this to play games is the most attractive and effective way to broadcast live. Today. She chose outdoor live broadcast. Battle with other beast masters. This is an agreement made with my friends. Certainly. This is not something that can be done casually. There are a total of 10 duel points in the Magic City. Duel points are located in safe places such as parks and stadiums. Apart from this, duels are not allowed in other areas to avoid all unsafe factors. Then, the Overlord Challenge is located in the stadium. If a Beastmaster wants to upgrade his level, he must train his novice beast to the Xian level, then defeat a Xian level Overlord and obtain the Overlord medal to be certified for advancement. Xiaoxianfu had already investigated the published locations. Without any hesitation, he directly activated Honghuang AY. After completing the character authentication, he began to look for his novice monster in his villa. What could it be? The fans are also looking forward to it. Novice exotic beasts are generally generated according to their environment and personal attributes. Xiaoxianfu's attributes are not the conventional 5 elements. Instead, it is an attribute extended from the 5 elements, which is the ice attribute. After searching inside and outside the house for a long time, Xiao Xianfu, who was exhausted and out of breath, sat down on the sofa depressedly. Brothers, my novice beast, is it possible that he is not at home? Could it be in the refrigerator? I saw many people saying on the official forum that it's easier to see your new beast in places with corresponding attributes. A lightning-type person found his new beast in the electric meter box, a thunder ocelot. A golden bullet screen flashed across the screen. This made Xiaoxianfu see hope instantly, and he rushed to his own extra-large double-door refrigerator. Crash. Really? There are sounds of biological activity in the refrigerator. Very real. This made Xiao Xinfu very excited, and he screamed, "Brothers, my new beast is coming. Expect. Bless. Envious." All the comments in the barrage were envious. Squeak. Xiaoxianfu gently opened his freezer and finally saw a small animal in the freezer area that looked like a white deer but had 4 horns on its head. After seeing the little fairy, the little guy raised his head cutely. His pair of ice blue eyes were filled with a little purple light, which was very adorable. Oh my god, what a cute little beast! Xiaoxianfu was so excited that he used the contract rune on it directly without even looking at its attributes. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the mutant beast Fuzhu. Fuzhu. After the contract, Xiaoxianfu released it. Fuzhu, which was originally the size of a kitten, is now the size of an adult horse, with mysterious dark purple patterns on its body, making it look sacred and noble. Fuzhu is so handsome, and he's a mutant beast. I'm afraid he must be very precious. More than cherishing it, look at the current list of exotic beasts. Fuzhu ranks first. Madam, they are only of rare quality. Quality doesn't really matter, but I have to say that the higher the quality, the greater the early advantage. About the gap in quality. It is entirely possible to mutate through one's own training. However, compared to the exotic beasts that have very high initial quality, their growth process is relatively long. Luan actually had his own reasons for doing this. These pets all have their own intelligence. He didn't want to see these exotic beasts being used as props. Instead, I just want everyone to have a happier and easier life with the company of exotic animals. Furthermore, just to get everyone moving. Nowadays, under the heavy pressure of life, people have less and less time to exercise. If they can have the company of exotic animals and fall in love with outdoor life, even if they can only have a short time every day, their bodies will not always be in a sub-healthy state. Even if you can't go out, you can also enter the second world through the life warehouse. Because of extremely high technical reasons, the amount of activity in the second world can also be fed back to the physical body, and the physical body, under the nourishment of the life chamber, can quickly return to its peak state. This cycle continues, and when you wake up, you have rested, had fun, and completed the most critical exercise. The rise of technology does not mean that people can give up their bodies. The other side. The little fairy who had obtained Fuzhu excitedly fed it the ice attribute spirit stone he had obtained as a novice, and named it by June. I like this name very much. Fuzhu was a little aloof, but his voice was so charming that Xiao Xinfu felt his heart melt. My dear girls, are you in love with it? Are you in love with it? My Bai Jun's voice is so sweet. The little fairy excitedly circled around Fuzhu. I envy you so much. I'm also from the Magic City, but unfortunately my attribute is Earth. The exotic beast I got is a lion. Well, it's an Earth lion, but it has a trace of the blood of the sacred beast Qilin. It is said that it can evolve into a Qilin. Of course, the Qilin is a sacred beast. The central sacred beast is very powerful. At least there is hope. I have obtained a peach blossom demon. I have already laid down and will take good care of my daughter. I will never fight. My daughter is also very healthy. There are quite a lot of fans in Shanghai. Xiao Xianfu laughed and said, in that case, brothers, let's go to the People's Park in the city center for a duel. Let's go, let's go. Duel, duel. The MOBA master in the Xiaoxianfu gaming circle is also in People's Park. It seems that some special plants are spawning there. What? There is such a good thing. Xiaoxianfu became anxious. She wants to become the queen of beast taming. Wherever there are props to be obtained, her figure is indispensable. At the same time, on the Russian side, some top game players naturally also found such an adventure. It's more about honing my dueling skills. Many of them are fans of Pokemon games. They think the mode of this game is somewhat similar, but more realistic. Professional leagues are definitely essential. Chapter 92. Who else? Little Fairy Rot. The first top anchor to join Anyan live. Interesting. Lu Bingyan glanced at the red rose beside her, and curled her lips slightly. Rose, let's go join in the fun. Of course. The red rose is actually not as fairy-like as it looks. She actually has the attributes of a queen and a violent nature in her heart. This is something Lu Bingyan figured out in the past few days. She has an extremely strong desire to destroy. That's not all. She also enjoys binding her enemies with thorny vines and whipping them violently. That being the case, Klaus, I want to go to People's Park. For the fairness of the game, the acquisition of in-game props is completely random. Of course, there are fixed refresh points. There is only one special item refresh point in the entire Magic City. Unexpectedly, it was in People's Park. What is even more surprising is that the fastest time to get it is only an hour. This will refresh the special props. Fortunately, to obtain this item, you need to defend the ring. You can get this item only after winning 10 games in a row. The most important thing is this item, which is only refreshed once a day. Because it is a special item, each person can only obtain one, and only one can be effective. Lu Bingyan is not sure what the special prop is over there. But this did not hinder his enthusiasm. Ma'am, please get in the car. After knowing that Lu Bingyan was pregnant, Klaus had completely become Lu Bingyan's personal butler. Take care of her meticulously. For a while, the players in Mata who had already grabbed Honghuang Ay rushed to the People's Square. New game. New world. No one wants to fall behind. In a small community, a cute little girl is dressed up, and a snow-white pig follows her. This is not an ordinary domestic pig, but a strange beast named Dang Kong. The little animal has a gentle temperament and quietly accompanies its owner. The little girl's face was filled with anxiety at this moment. Dad, Mom, please hurry up. If you go any slower, I won't be able to see the big brothers and big sisters duel. Here it comes. The woman with a gentle temperament laughed helplessly and looked at her husband. Husband, our daughter may change. Yes. The man is handsome and calm. His eyes were full of love for his wife and children. When we get back, we will buy a host and a life chamber. Then we can spend more time together as a family of 3, and spend more time with our children. I believe that Meng Meng will have a better and better future. Although Meng Meng looks quirky. In fact, she is very introverted, even a little autistic, and has mild depression. And with this Honghuang Ay and after getting Xiadankanking, the little girl was actually willing to leave the house in order to let her Xiadankanking grow. It was 2 years ago that I took the initiative to leave the house. This made the couple very excited. Holding hands, a family of 3 shared the virtual reality world under the connection of the future AS. This is a different steel jungle. Look up. You can actually see a giant beast that blocks out the sky and the sun flying across the sky, emitting a powerful and majestic aura. This is a dreamlike world. Then, security is also in place. The quantum energy force field can protect their safety, and the invisible barrier will not let them run into the road, let alone run a red light. Stop and go along the way. It's a new and wonderful world, and the cute smile can't be stopped at all. People's Square. Meng Meng soon noticed a huge dueling stage. But reality. There is actually a projection device here. Live broadcast of the duel. It's not just young people watching here. There are also old people and middle-aged people. After all, that person didn't have a passionate life. There are quite a lot of people here. Lu Bingyan also hurried over. Klaus followed her carefully, being alert to his surroundings to prevent any stranger from approaching. My lady is here. Madam, are you coming to participate in the duel in the ring? Red Rose is so cool, sister, step on me. My wife is here, and Saju is under more pressure. We finally won 5 games in a row. Not only that, Xiao Xianfu is here too. She is the #1 mutant ice Fuju. People around were talking about it. Lu Bingyan smiled gently. Yes, I'll come and play too. After all, my husband won't give me any backdoors. If I want to get the props, I have to fight for them myself. Ha ha. Well, ma'am, we won't show mercy. The first one. Everybody is watching. As long as there is a chance. Even if we lose, we still have to fight back. Let's encourage each other. Lu Bingyan chuckled and stood aside, looking at the stage. Hong Qianwei beside her had an eager look on her face. Meng Meng also spotted Lu Bingyan. Her small body moved through the crowd like a fish and came to Lu Bingyan. After hesitating for a moment, she raised her chubby little hand and greeted her. "Sister, my name is Meng Meng, and this is my little Dang Kong. Do you want to watch the duel too?" Oops. What a cute baby. Originally, when I was pregnant, I was full of anticipation for my future child. Seeing such a cute little princess, Lu Bingyan's maternal love overflowed. She squatted down, gently held the little girl's hand, and said softly, "Yes, baby, are you here alone?" "No, I came here with my parents." Meng Meng pointed at her parents and said happily, "My parents are both at home today, and they came out to play with me." "Yeah. Well, do you want to go up and duel with that big brother?" Lu Bingyan asked with a chuckle. Shiha had already told her. Because of her parents' work, this girl lacks companionship and suffers from mild depression and autism. Now that I have Xiao Dangkong in the company of my parents, my personality has become a little more cheerful. Can I do it? Meng Meng looked at the chubby and naughty pig on the stage, then looked at the larger Qingxi. She was a little scared, but also wanted to go up and try. Because everyone had a great time. She has also memorized her cute little Dangkang skills. Humph. Xiao Dangkang also sensed his master's emotions, snorted, and spoke in Meng Meng's voice, "Meng Meng, leave the fighting to me, I will definitely knock the big guy on the opposite side away." Good. Seeing my little Dangkong so confident. Meng Meng hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed, then looked at her parents. "Dad, Mom, can I go up?" "Go ahead. Be safe." The couple nodded and raised their thumbs up. "Come on, Meng Meng can do it." Good. Meng Meng nodded heavily and swore in her heart that she must defeat that chubby brother. Just. Sazu also won the sixth game narrowly. After the fight was over, the ring automatically restored his Qingxi state to its original state, and then he stood proudly on the ring. "Let me ask, who else do you have?" "Fat brother, and me." With the cute voice, the little girl struggled to grab the edge of the ring and climbed up cutely. That scene made countless people smile. Human cubs are so adorable. Chapter 93, Red Rose's 100th consecutive victory. A little cub. The pig was stunned. How can this be compared? He glanced at the audience quietly, and the anti-smiles on their faces made him feel extremely conflicted. It's not glorious to win, it's bullying the kids. Lost. Even the kids can't beat him. Isn't this a joke? So, he wanted to struggle again. "Little friend, you are still so young. It is not suitable for you to play this, otherwise, let's not play it." "No." Meng Meng decisively refused. "Xiao Dang Kong has already said that he will definitely knock you away. I believe in my Xiao Dang Kong." Forehead. This. Saju pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly, his fat face full of entanglement. "It's all over now, the 6-game winning streak that we finally managed to win is about to be broken. The special item this time is a seed. This seed will grow into an innate bloodline fruit based on the individual attributes and characteristics of the novice beast. It can optimize the purity of the beast's bloodline, greatly enhance the beast's potential and basic combat capabilities, and has a small chance of improving the quality of the pet." Reluctantly, she glanced at the golden seeds flashing above the fountain and gritted her teeth. "Okay, little sister, if you lose, you can't cry." Meng Meng won't cry. Meng Meng is very strong. Meng Meng puffed up her cheeks and promised seriously. "That's good." Saju laughed bitterly and patted Qingxi's head. "Barbarian king, if it doesn't work, just let it go." "Fatty, don't give me that. The opponent is Kong, and I'm a bit scared." Qingxi rolled his eyes speechlessly. "It's good enough to win with all my efforts, and you're letting me win. What the hell?" Qingxi's voice was quite loud. As a strange beast, its judgment is still highly credible. For a moment, everyone watching the battle looked at the cute little white pig in disbelief. This little thing has strong fighting power. Both parties are prepared. A sweet voice sounded, and Saju and Meng Meng were forced to the command platform. When Kong entered the battle seat, it let out a dull roar towards the sky, and its body suddenly grew in size. Its pig face, elephant trunk, and huge fangs were wrapped in an ochre-colored energy aura, and its snow-white hairs were like steel needles, flashing with cold light. I knock. Dang Kong can actually be this big. That's right. This Dang Kong physique is simply outrageous. It was as tall as a two-story building, and its thick hair covered its body like a thorny armor, making it difficult to attack. Qingxi, full fire. Sa Zhu was confused. There's really no way to beat this. Although his Qingxi is big, it is only about the same size as a Kingdox. Compared with Dang Kong, it is not in the same weight class at all. What's more, this Dang Kong has the earth attribute. The defensive power is amazing, and I, a Qingxi, am afraid that I can't even break through it. Meng Meng, watch out, I'm going to knock this big guy flying. When Kang's eyes turned bloodshot, it was obvious that he had entered a violent state. He charged at a short distance like a giant tank. His huge fangs directly knocked Qingxi flying, and it smashed under the ring, falling into a coma. What the hell? The pig was stupid. Didn't he last even one round? This is truly a brutal charge. The pig wants to cry but has no tears. This loss is really not unfair. Xiaoxianfu was also a little dumbfounded. Brothers, this, Sezhu, the professional player, is already out of the game. How can I go up there? Speaking of. His eyes were still looking at his Baijun. You can try. Baijun didn't show any fear. This big guy was indeed a tough opponent. But, it doesn't mean we can't win. After all, Dang Kong is a beast of prosperity and luck. Not a combat type. 1. Meng Meng was also a little dazed. She didn't know what was happening yet, and she and Xiao Dangkong were the only ones left on the stage. Wow, Xiao Dangkong, you are so awesome. The little girl jumped around on the podium excitedly. She didn't use any skills. Today, this mysterious seed must belong to this baby. Lu Bingyan was speechless. He looked at the red rose beside him who had completely lost all motivation and felt a bit amused. The second one to go up was Xiaoxianfu. Because no one went up. Xiaoxianfu thought about it for a while and then went up to challenge. There were no surprises. Ding Fuzhu and Baijun were defeated miserably and were kicked unconscious by Dang Kong Jiwu. The snow-white hair was scattered. There are pig hoof marks all over his body. It's so miserable. Lu Bingyan couldn't bear to look at it. But player. Always not afraid of challenges. 8 people. Just go up and die. Send this little lowly away. You have to send him away. This little lowly looks cute, but this Dang Kong is too cruel. They are completely unable to withstand a simple dancing skill. No matter how high their defense is, they can be as fragile as a piece of paper. What's even more terrifying is this Dang Kong, who is completely shameless, has muscle and can fight. Tell me if you are angry or not. Mysterious seeds. The little cutie looked at the props in his hand and was extremely happy. Dad, Mom, I got the mysterious seeds. Baby is awesome. Meng Ming's mother raised her thumb and caught her happy daughter. Then you must take good care of this seed. When the seed bears fruit, give it to Xiao Dangkong to eat. Xiao Dangkong will become even more powerful. Walk off the stage. Xiao Dangkong once again turned back into a little piglet. I'm very powerful, I'll knock down anyone who doesn't obey me. Great job. Meng Meng's mother praised her generously. A talking pet can really add a lot of fun. Today. It seems there is no hope. But I should be able to go up and play. Anyone can play in the arena, but after receiving the daily rewards, there will be no mysterious seed reward for consecutive wins. It will be replaced by other item rewards, such as spiritual fruits and spiritual medicines that restore physical strength. Lu Bingyan thought for a moment and went on stage. Duel, is there anyone else? Certainly. Not such a big reward though. But everyone is willing to get props. Besides, the fun of dueling is no longer about rewards. And in the excitement and strategic command involved. The first challenger. Sa Zhu is the first among them. The hot topic of Mrs. Challenge is not small. If I win, that's even more awesome. Okay. Lu Bingyan nodded slightly. Go on stage. Here we come. Sa Zhu stood at the command seat and released his Qingxi. Madam, your red rose is broken, don't blame me. Won't. Lu Bingyan chuckled, her eyes gleaming with confidence, and her lips curled up slightly. Jiangwei, can you play on your own? Certainly. Red Rose flexed her slender fingers, walked to the center of the field in her high heels, and lashed the air fiercely with the thorn whip in her hand. Qingxi's skin should be very thick, it should feel good to whip it, but I don't know if it will scream loudly. What the hell? Red Rose's words instantly made the scene quiet, and the adults with children couldn't help but cover their children's ears. This scene. It's a bit exciting. Red Rose is the queen. The spiked whip, the high heels, the tights. Horrible. The moment the challenge begins. The whip was waved like an electric fan, attacking Qingxi fiercely with overwhelming force. Roar! Qingxi was not fast to begin with, and now it was huge in size. Facing the fierce attack from Honky Angwai, it could only passively defend itself. Its cry was so heartbreaking that it could bring tears to anyone's eyes. Scream! Keep calling me! Ha ha ha! The more you scream, the happier I am. Hong Changwei pressed on step by step, whipped Qingxi to the ground with a whip, and then stepped hard on Qingxi's body with her sharp high heels. Hey, why don't you scream? Why don't you resist? You're making it very difficult for me. This. So exciting. The audience in the audience opened their mouths wide. Madame S. strange beast and personality are really special. Only. Why? There is a kind of inexplicable restlessness. Superior. Let us go too. The pig died in tears. Seeing that Xiao Xianfu was about to slip away, he rushed over and said, Xiao Xianfu, you were so mean. What's wrong with me? Xiao Xianfu felt a little guilty. His eyes were a little vague. Look, we have such a good relationship, you can't let me be the only one to make a fool of myself, right? Saju said with a mean smile, why don't you go up and try too? After all, you are the #1 mutant beast. No. What a joke. Look at the strange beast on the stage who was being beaten so hard that he is crying for his parents, with a face full of black lines. My own Bai Jun is a cool and aloof male god. How could I be whipped by the evil queen? If it is the future. Bai Jun changed into human form. Wouldn't this become an indelible black history? Absolutely not. Bai Jun's future image will definitely be a cool and ancient male god. Now he is being beaten and abused by the queen. Think about it. It just feels terrible. Look, Sister Zhou is here. Xiaoxianfu suddenly pointed behind Saju and shouted. Hey, here comes the unlucky guy again. Saju chuckled, and just as he turned his head, Xiaoxianfu disappeared into the crowd like a dragon entering the sea. Damn. Got cheated. Saju was stunned for a moment and looked towards his own live broadcast room. The screen was full of comments mocking him for being abused. This really made him very angry. It's all because God Lu didn't open the recharge entrance. If I could recharge, even if it's a slime, I can feed it and turn it into a god. Certainly. This is just talk. This is a development adventure game. Recharged money. It really loses the fun. Although he likes to use money to beat technical players, he really doesn't want to see this in this game. Pity. The little fairy escaped. Otherwise, that ice husband was abused. It must be interesting. Even though he was abused badly. But he had no intention of leaving. He is a gaming master. Have your own understanding of the game. Plus, Lu Bingyan herself is a hot topic. He wanted to see how perverted Lu Bingyan's Red Rose was. At the same time, I am also wondering whether the personality of the alien beast is the same as that of Pokemon, affecting its own output ability and desire to attack. Winning streak. Winning is awesome. This afternoon, Saju felt numb all over. The Red Rose is like a king who has mistakenly entered a black iron game, killing people indiscriminately. The 100-game winning streak mission is completed. The reward for 100 consecutive wins is quite generous. The special seed reward for 10 consecutive wins here is 5 directly awarded. Not only that, but he was also rewarded with a large amount of spirit stones and bloodstones for purifying blood. These items can be traded with each other. Seeing that Lu Bingyan didn't want to continue fighting, Saju stopped Lu Bingyan, who was about to leave, and said, Mrs. Lu, don't you know that you can sell me one of the mysterious seeds in your hand? Just one will do. Don't buy. Lu Bingyan glanced at Saju with a smile, but I can tell you a piece of news. What news? Saju was stunned for a moment. Professional League. Lu Bingyan raised a finger. We will hold the first Honghuang Mountain and Sea League this year. The rewards are very generous. I will definitely not sell these materials to you. I want to use them to cultivate my red roses. I see. Saju fell into deep thought. There was also an uproar in the live broadcast room. Professional league. Then wouldn't the people who obtained the prehistoric AY later suffer more? Saju also saw this question. He asked, Madam Lu, isn't it unfair that those who get the game later want to participate? Then is there anything absolutely fair in this world? Lu Bingyan smiled and shook her head. Besides, in this game, time doesn't determine anything. It's all about the bond between you and your beast. This vast sea of mountains and seas. But it's not just about training. You also need to get out of the house, explore, and discover your own adventures. Everyone is born a protagonist. That's all I have to say. If you want to join the professional league, just go out. The professional league is not as cheap as you think. Lu Bingyan smiled calmly, returned to the car under the escort of Klaus, and left the people's square with countless envious and respectful gazes. Professional league? I must participate. Saju rubbed his big belly and said, Go out and look for adventure. Brothers, starting tomorrow, I will do outdoor live broadcasts to look for my adventures. Saju also read a lot of game introductions and paid special attention to the adventures in the ancient mountains and seas. Before, he had never thought that the professional league would be held so soon. Now that he knew, he couldn't just stand there and watch. He didn't want to miss the first professional league, and he was determined to fight for the championship. The rewards for the first session are definitely not bad. Otherwise, Madame Lu wouldn't be so stingy. After all, she is the wife of the creator of the game, what can she not get? Professional league? The little fairy who was lurking in the live broadcast room also narrowed his eyes. She will definitely participate in this professional league. A professional league. It awakened countless folk Pokemon masters to join. As for on the woolly bear side, the news spread quickly. Those players who were originally training for their careers are now as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They have started to travel around the country by car or by bicycle to look for their own opportunities. As for the game's profitability, the center of Luan lies in the props of the central ranch. For example, the precious seeds that are refreshed every week can increase the meat of various indicators of exotic beasts, training grounds, etc. These prices are not expensive. The cheapest one is 0.1, and the most expensive one is only 30 yuan for a monthly card. Even so, Luan could also be sure of it. By the time the game becomes popular among the general public, consumption on farms and ranches will be able to generate sufficient revenue. Chapter 94 Yen Yen, I'm cracked. Yen Yen's revelation of this news was really just right. Industrial Park. Luan held a cup of hot tea, smiled and praised, and at the same time felt a little strange. What is really unexpected is Yen Yen, this silly and cute girl, actually contracted a queen-like beast. The fighting style is really too eye-catching. I feel pity for those 100 players. I'm afraid both my body and mind have been tortured. Hang him up and whip him. The high heels crushed my anus. Hiss. Just looking at it makes me feel cold all over. Look back. Let Yen Yen consider not participating in the competition. This is Red Rose's fighting style. It's really not suitable for national broadcast. It's really not a good influence on children. Speaking of which, I haven't finalized the dates for the league yet. Just made a plan. I can just delay it for a few months. Won't she have too much energy to do these things when her belly gets bigger? I really am a little genius. Luan chuckled and said, Forget it. I'd better assemble the spaceship first. Weddings are one of them. About the league venue. Luan also plans to set it on the Eye of Primordial Chaos. The Eye of Primordial Chaos has a reserved port that can be used for construction and expansion. These are what he has to do during this period of time. Why? I don't know if I will become bald. Luan scratched his hair, feeling a little worried. Speaking of which, the rewards for my daily sign in recently are really lame. Is it because I used up too much luck in one go? Why? Never mind. Work. Luan put down the teacup and closed the live broadcast page with a wave of his hand. Then I threw myself into work. The expansion of the Eye of the Wilderness. Improvements to spacecraft. He had to do all of this himself. Especially spaceships. He had to speed up the wedding. Otherwise, after 2 months, if the wedding has not taken place, the knowledge gained will be taken away. He didn't want to see this. Anyan Technology Building. Top floor. Lu Ningxuang was dressed in a professional suit, with her hair casually spread out. Wan, are you sure you don't want to invest? No. Li Qiuwan was very sure. Dreams and such are all nonsense. The future market will be controlled by Anyan Technology. It's better to be a boss's secretary, honestly. That's right. She recently became a secretary. Because the financial affairs are already managed by robots, she doesn't need to worry about it at all. Now she only needs to be responsible for negotiating with Lu Ningxuang. Now, there are countless companies in Xinxia that are trying their best to gain recognition from Anyan Technology and obtain chips and batteries to develop their own products. Otherwise, they would really have no chance of survival. As for the automotive industry, they also want chips, customized AI navigation, and batteries to design an electric car. Now is the era of new energy. Smart cars are definitely an inevitable trend. Don't fight for it. That's definitely not possible. According to Anyan Technology's technological level, if it enters the automotive industry, it will definitely crush the companies in the automotive industry and reduce them to OEM factories, or even not be able to do OEM work. Rumor has it, Anyan Technology seems to have some kind of black technology printing station that can produce nano weapons, so isn't it easy to produce a car? After all, the technological content of the two is not on the same level. In order to survive, domestic companies are now basically focusing on exports. Do not strive for foreign markets. Then I would really starve to death. At the same time, we must work hard to obtain opportunities for cooperation. Luan didn't know much about these things. Lu Ningxuang is responsible for all of this. She can do whatever she wants. There is no need to think so much. Certainly. Economy. You absolutely cannot afford to crash. The social unrest is really great. At this point, it was discussed by Lu Ningxuang and the chief think tank of the Great Elders. As for how to do it, Luan didn't want to care. He just wanted to concentrate on high technology, and then travel around the second world with his cute senior. It's almost there. Once the last task is completed, I can accompany my senior with peace of mind. And the senior sister he has been thinking about is now planting mysterious seeds in the manor. Mysterious seeds take a long time to grow. However, it is not so gloomy that you have to get up in the middle of the night to water the plants or get rid of insects. These are generally concentrated during the day. Moreover, you can hire plant elves to help take care of them. An elf costs $1 a day to hire. As long as you have enough fertilizers, pesticides and other items at home, it can help you take good care of all the animals and plants on the ranch. The fertilizer that increases the growth rate of mysterious seeds must be special fertilizer. This special fertilizer can be obtained by completing tasks, or you can collect spiritual herbs and exotic animal feces to synthesize it. Special fertilizers can be used for any seed. The mall offers 0.1 yuan per bag, and one bag can only be used for one seed pit. One bag can be accelerated for 6 hours, and the cooling period is 30 minutes. The germination cycle of a mysterious seed is 24 hours, the growth cycle is 72 hours, the flowering cycle is 12 hours, and the fruit ripening cycle is 24 hours. The maximum income from the fruit is 5. It is more than enough to train 132 hours, 5.5 days. If the cooling time is not taken into account, 22 bags of mysterious fertilizer are enough to ripen it. It only costs $2.20. Not much. But what made Lu Bingyan explode was mysterious fertilizer, only 5 bags can be purchased per day. Isn't this a ripoff? Lu Bingyan gritted her teeth in frustration. What's going on? Find netizens to buy. The props in the game can be circulated by bartering or purchasing with cash. Cash purchases require a re-trading market. As long as there is cash flowing here, Luan can get 1% of the tax revenue. This is the revenue brought by the second game. Now. First day. There are very few people who have a life warehouse. There probably aren't many people who go outdoors to look for exotic animal poop. This is trouble. Items purchased in the mall cannot be sold. There is no way to buy it. Lu Bingyan raised her eyebrows, thought for a moment, and then entered the forum. Her forum profile was a Q version of Shiha, a fairy with a fairy-like aura. I just found a random strategy post on the forum and went straight into the room. After entering, everyone recognized him. At once, they all ran over to greet her. Madam Lu, you are here to help as well. Have you encountered any problems? Lu Bingyan said helplessly, I'm short of mysterious fertilizer now. Has any one of you gone to make it? Mystery fertilizer. This issue is also being discussed. This thing. The number of circulation in the future will definitely be huge. The highest official customized price is 1 yuan for a bag of fertilizer, and the actual amount is 0.99 yuan, which is a complete net profit. It is not difficult to obtain spiritual herbs and feces. You just need to go outside the city to find and collect them. It will be easier to obtain them in the second world. To make a set of 10 bags, you need 10 soul-enriching herbs, 1 moon soul-enriching herb, and 10 piles of poop. If you are lucky, it will take no more than half an hour to make a set, and no more than an hour at most. If you have enough time in a day, you can earn over $100 just from fertilizer. When Lu Bingyan mentioned this, many people were moved. They know it very well too. The mystery fertilizer will not go down in price. The demand is simply too great. If you don't have time to collect them, you can only buy them with money, or exchange them for other materials in proportion. These proportions are clearly stipulated. With the optimal ratio calculated by D. June, the market will definitely not be in chaos. Chapter 95 Klaus, I'm back on top. Mrs. Lu, do you want to collect the mysterious fertilizer? Suddenly, a person asked weakly. That's right. Lu Bingyan nodded and looked at the person who was speaking. The person who was speaking was a Q version image wearing a student uniform, and his voice was a little childish. I have 3 groups. 3 groups. 3 sets were made so quickly. Lu Bingyan was a little surprised. Add a friend and do a friend trade. Okay. The young man quickly added the friend and conducted the transaction. It really arrived. You can really make money. Then here I am. The boy was a little excited. His family is just an ordinary one. This pendant was bought for him as a gift by his parents after he begged for a long time because he got the first place in the exam. 800 yuan. For most people, it is not a lot of money, and some are even just a week's food expenses for a junior high school student. But for him, this more than 800 yuan is a huge sum of money. For families, this extra expenditure has a significant impact on future planning. So, he wondered if he could make money from games like those game merchants on the internet. As a farm kid, the focus is definitely on farms and ranches. His first novice exotic beast was named Ruelin, which looked like a Qilin and had extremely rare Qilin bloodline. Ruelin likes farming, which symbolizes a good harvest. More importantly, the farm where he is located can improve the fertility of the soil and the growth of plants and animals. Every harvest will definitely give 2 extra harvest items. He thought this was great. When studying the farm, he discovered that the consumption of mysterious fertilizers and mysterious grass was extremely huge. If you want to cultivate exotic beasts, these 2 are essential basic resources. Only these 2 can accelerate the maturity of animals and plants. And he believed that those high-level players would definitely not spend time on this. He took advantage of his situation and luckily collected the spiritual herbs and beast feces needed for the mysterious fertilizer. He combined them into 3 groups and then wandered into the forum to peek at the screen. Unexpectedly. Just arrived. You will gain something from it. These are small amounts of money. We have to get the money flowing. The boy's eyes were full of hope. After a quick calculation, he sent a private message to Lu Bingyan. Madam Lu, tomorrow, I can make 3 more sets of mysterious fertilizers and 3 more sets of mysterious grass. Do you want them? Want. Lu Bingyan did not refuse. This is definitely necessary. You can never have too much of these things. As my ranch continues to expand, consumption will only increase in the future. Unless more advanced fertilizers appear. This should be inevitable. For now, the maturation period of a particular seed is just too long. There is no harm in stockpiling large amounts of mysterious fertilizers and mysterious grass now. This kid is quite interesting. Just ask me directly. That's fine. That's right. I have to take a look. Props from the mall. Lu Bingyan temporarily logged off and entered the game. Opened the mall. I looked at all the props and it was true. Found something very useful. Fertilizer instant cooling table. Forage instant digestion table. 2 tables. It's not a one-time thing. But it is cyclical. $1 each. One that can be used for a day. For example, the instant cooling table of fertilizer. After purchasing this buff, the farm can use fertilizer continuously without cooling time, and ripen it directly. This thing is so useful. That's it. Fertilizer in pasture must be obtained in large quantities. When Lu Bingyan was sweeping up large amounts of fertilizer and grass, others also knew this. Many game merchants have begun to grow spiritual herbs in large quantities, or go to the outside world to look for spiritual herbs and exotic animal feces, and then synthesize large quantities of mysterious fertilizers. Even so, the mystery fertilizer is still in short supply. After all, a cooling meter only costs $1. Anyone can afford it. This won't work. A few businessmen must be tied up. Merchant. No. No more businessmen. I do it myself. Lu Bingyan set her sights on her maid. The lady's eyes suddenly looked a little scary. Solol couldn't help but take a step back. Klaus was also frightened by this look. This was the look of capturing prey. Sarah, we need to form a group. Lu Bingyan narrowed her eyes and said, as an official member of the professional league, we must not be eliminated at the beginning of the game, so I need a team of merchants. This. Klaus looked at Lu Bingyan in astonishment and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Madam, can't you just bind a few merchants? No. Lu Bingyan shook her head and refused. I want a full-time job. I'm afraid that won't work. Klaus raised his eyebrows slightly. Madam, right now, our maids all have their own tasks to do. I'm afraid it won't work for them to play with you. So that's it. Lu Bingyan was a little depressed. Seeing Lu Bingyan give in, Sora and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that they don't want to. But this is not the duty of maids. There are also professional maids among them, so it would be more appropriate to let them do the job. However, they are good at fighting and taking care of daily life, but they are not good at playing games. Then, Klaus, can you help me contact another maid group, the kind for professional games? 10 people will be enough. Lu Bingyan thought for a moment and looked at Klaus. This. Okay. Klaus nodded. No rejection. 10 professional gaming maids is not a difficult task. That is. Is this really reasonable for you? An official member, the biggest official member, actually invested so much for the league. Only. Klaus thought about it and felt that there were too few people. If the lady with her cute mind can think of a way to form her own team, then naturally others can think of it too. It is impossible for a rich person to invite only 10 people. Perhaps there will be more bound professional life players and professional businessman players. The more resources, the better. As long as there are enough resources. Even a pig can be fed and turned into a god. The first Honghuang Mountain and Sea League is of great significance. This is the first real-life virtual game. It is also the first virtual reality game. The first championship title brings not only money, but more importantly, glory. No matter how many years in the future. The first game, the first championship, will always be talked about. No one will refuse the crown of glory. Never mind. I'd better take the initiative and invite 20 more maids. It seems like I could be the manager and help crown the lady champion. Right. Isn't the meaning of my existence to help the young master and his wife realize their dreams? I can't help the young master with his black technology. I can only trade stocks at home, earn some money, and manage the manor, just like a retired old man. This makes his butler's soul tremble and he is very anxious. As a top housekeeper, it would be a shame if I couldn't be of use. Now. It seems like I have found the motivation again. Chapter 96 Wedding Preparations. Night. Luan was just about to take a break. Xin Wanro came to his studio with a strange look on her face. Shaoan, Yen Yen has been a little willful recently. What's wrong, Mom? Luan asked while washing his face. Just now, Klaus told me that Yen Yen seems to be extremely obsessed with winning the first championship of Honghuang Shanghai. Then, she asked Klaus to hire a team of professional game mates for her. Then Klaus also served as the team manager, responsible for making suggestions and assisting her in training Red Rose. Xin Wanru looked quite unnatural. She also saw the duel scene of Red Rose. The scene was so beautiful that she couldn't bear to look at it. So that's it. Luan wiped his face, thought about it for a moment, and knew what was going on. He simply stopped thinking about letting Lu Bingyan stay at home and take care of the baby. He smiled and said, Honghuang Shanghai is the first virtual game. The championship throne of the first professional league is still very important and glorious. If Yan Yan wants to give it a try, there is no problem. What's more, she is still our official member, which saves us the trouble of finding someone to train her. That's fine. Xin Wanru felt a little numb. Even at this age, he still didn't know that his daughter had such a competitive side. At last. After Qin Wanru told Luan to rest on time, she drove away from the industrial park. Today. It was the first day that my husband officially retired from the army. She hadn't been so eager to go home in a long time. That's all. In the blink of an eye. A month passed. This month. The production of Honghuang Shanghai AY has completely kept up with the daily sales, and even in the Bear Country, it is almost popular. This month. Luan still didn't get any good sign-in rewards, but he did get a lot of famous paintings and antiques, which were better than nothing to cultivate his sentiments. This month. Luan launched 6 satellites in succession. The standards of these 6 satellites were all based on the Eye of Primordial Chaos, but their sizes were much larger than the Eye of Primordial Chaos. Therefore, the Eye of Primordial Chaos eventually served as the core of these 6 satellites and merged these 6 satellites into a larger blooming lotus, one petal of which was more than 10 times larger than the International Space Station. Above this satellite, there is a small resort town that can accommodate 100,000 people. It is a veritable sky garden. No, it should be called a space garden. The spacecraft has also been completed. Although it is for home use, it can still carry up to 100 passengers at a time. Finally, the wedding can take place. Luan's lips curled up slightly. He glanced at the sunset outside the window and stretched himself. Jun, I'm going home first. I haven't been back for a month. I'll leave the operation of the company to you. Good host. Jun's figure came from the void. After a slight nod of greeting, he sent Luan downstairs and then took over the rest of Luan's work. Back home. Lu Bingyan immediately threw herself into his arms. You bastard, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Yes. Come back this time. There is a big thing to do. Luan hugged Lu Bingyan's delicate body tenderly. His eyes were like the winter sunshine, warming her heart. What a big deal. Lu Bingyan simply hugged Luan, greedily enjoying the sense of security brought by Luan's embrace, and asked coquettishly how big the big thing Luan was talking about was. Let us get married. I'm all set. Luan took out an exquisite little box from his arms. This is the most useful sign-in reward this month. It's an engagement ring. It's called Star Love. The ring is made of hand-polished star crystals, and it looks like the Milky Way wrapped around the finger, which is beautiful beyond words. The most eye-catching one is the starry sky gem inlaid in the star cluster, which is a gem with a pure diamond appearance and a vast starry sky interior. Mysterious and noble. Yan Yan, marry me. Luan looked at Lu Bingyan seriously. Okay. Lu Bingyan was obviously also stunned. But, I was extremely happy. Extended his hand. Let Luan bring it to him. Then let's prepare for the wedding the day after tomorrow. Luan grinned. It's definitely the best wedding a straight man like me can think of. What wedding? Lu Bingyan was looking forward to it. Finally. We are still getting married. The wedding is complete. Shaoan and I are a truly perfect family. This is a secret. Luan did not answer, but looked at the reward he had just received. The divine outfit of the prosperous era. Although the name is a bit strange, this is the most perfect wedding dress rewarded by the system. Next, we will still be separated for 2 days. Luan chuckled, and you just need to stay in the manor and wait for me to pick you up. Oops. You make me feel so uncomfortable. Lu Bingyan was extremely happy, and her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. She pouted in dissatisfaction. It was just a little bit. All right. Looking at the lovely appearance of his wife, Luan pointed to the ring on her hand and said, our wedding theme is on your ring. On the ring. Starry sky, stars. What does that mean? Before Lu Bingyan could figure it out, Luan quickly went to find Klaus to arrange work. At the same time, he took out the wedding dress and handed it to Sora solemnly. Sora, the wedding dress is given to you. I set the wedding date on November 10th, which leaves more than 2 days to prepare. This wedding may not be grand, but it will definitely be the best wedding ever. Luan's face was full of confidence. That's it, Klaus, I'll go home first. Luan waved his hand and drove directly out of the manor and went to the villa. Then, he notified his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and the whole family gathered at the villa. Then I talked about the wedding. Just make the decision, and then, what do we old guys need to do? Lu Zhanlong asked. Dad, this is what I'm planning on having you guys go to the wedding venue and wait for a few days. Because the wedding venue is quite special and cannot be entered by outsiders, I'd like to trouble you guys to decorate the venue. Luan said mysteriously. This is not a big deal. Mr. Lu and Mr. Lu were a little puzzled. Then Shaowen, there is no need for the 4 of us to participate, right? No, the grandparents have to go too. Otherwise, the tea ceremony on the wedding day won't be over. Luan laughed and said, forget it. It's hard to explain it now. Let's go to the industrial park now. I'll take you to the venue and you'll know. Become. Lu Yunshu nodded slightly. Then, the family took advantage of the night and rushed back to the industrial park. A giant underground factory. The whole family looked at the huge spaceship parked in the factory with their eyes wide open. This, a spaceship? Yes. Luan laughed and said, Shiha, open the hatch. Okay, sir. After Shiha responded, a blue light flashed across the spaceship. After a slight jet sound was heard, a disc that could carry 100 people slowly descended from the hull without any connection. Let's go in and take a look. Seeing the shocked expressions on his family's faces, Luan still felt quite proud. We have only just arrived. The really awesome things are still in outer space. Chapter 97. 2 important figures were invited. Inside the spaceship. Everyone was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. They were amazed at everything they saw, but they didn't dare to touch anything because they didn't understand. Everyone stand firm, we are going to outer space. Luan smiled and turned on the switch directly. Dijun, open the dome and prepare for takeoff. Okay. Dijun opened the dome of the warehouse at the first moment, and then the spacecraft took off vertically and smoothly without any noise. This. Fly up. Go to outer space. Let us just say goodbye. Lu Zhanlong's face changed drastically. Shaowen, you can't talk when you go to outer space. Your grandparents won't be able to bear it. It's okay. Luan chuckled, don't underestimate my skills. The spacecraft continued to accelerate, but the interior was the most suitable space for human activities, without any discomfort. This speed is too fast. It's been less than a minute and we've already entered outer space. Speaking of which. What the hell is that? He also knew about the satellite launched by Luan, but he heard that it was very large, so he didn't care. How big can a satellite be? And now. He knows. This thing, not to mention the pedals, the butt underneath, has a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters, right? Little moon. So that's what it is. No wonder there are always 2 moons in the sky recently. One of them looked quite strange, like a blooming divine lotus. Now. The mystery is solved. It's all this kid's fault. Young master, the spacecraft has entered the satellite landing module and can leave the cabin. Shiha's voice sounded again. Okay. With everyone in a daze. Luan and his family entered the satellite. Because the corridor in the landing module is made of transparent material, when you walk out, it feels like you are in the starry sky, walking in space. Sounds romantic. In fact, when you really walk up to it, it's still a bit scary. Son, your landing capsule is too scary. You don't feel safe under your feet. Mo Qianqi grabbed Lu Yunshu's hand tightly. The strength was so strong that even Lu Yunshu, a farmer, frowned continuously. It was so painful that his hand was about to break. But what else can I do? Just bear with it. Who made her his wife? Come on. Isn't my brother's expression the same? Man. It's really too difficult. Enter the satellite. When everyone saw that complete small ecosystem, they were stunned. In this huge and cold metal world, there actually exists such a paradise. Luan. How on earth did they do this? Here. This is the wedding scene of Yen Yen and I. Huge stage. This stage is independent of the ecosystem, as if floating in the endless void, and is surrounded by viewing platforms that can accommodate thousands of people. In fact, there is no need for any additional decoration on this stage. It is already perfect. The two old men had the same opinion. There's no need to decorate here. However, after they saw Luan's half smile, they immediately understood, this kid is really showing off. That's right. Luan was actually just showing off. Of course, it's just showing off, nothing else. Brat. Emochienchi rolled her eyes speechlessly. In other words, we have to stay here for the next 2 days. That's right. Luan shrugged with a smile. It doesn't matter as a family. Can live here. To be honest. It's pretty cool too. If only the space station had such technology. Living conditions should be improved, right? This is what Lu Zhanlong thought. Brother-in-law, you are awesome. Lulu and Momo gave a thumbs up. We should be considered the first group of tourists to truly travel and stay in space, right? That's right. Luan smiled and rubbed the two little ones' heads. How are you? Are you happy? Happy. But, can we still come and play in the future? Certainly. We have a spaceship, so we can come and go as we please, just as easy as going home. Luan chuckled and said, from now on, if you want to come here to play, just go to the industrial park and call Shiha. Great. The two little ones ran off to play happily. This is the living area. It doesn't matter how much noise they make. At the same time, Luan also quietly posted an announcement on the official website. I am getting married on November 10th. To celebrate my wedding gifts will be distributed in the real and virtual worlds. Everyone remember to grab the red envelopes. Moment. There were tens of thousands of congratulations. Elderly and the Great Elder were also quite surprised. This guy actually chose to get married at this time. Okay. After the wedding, we will attend the International High-Tech Weapons Expo. This wedding. My old man will also be invited, right? Mr. Lee thought with some anticipation. Actually, Luan actually had this plan. After arranging for his parents, he returned to the industrial park and called Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, although it's a bit abrupt, I would like to invite you to attend my wedding and be my wedding witness. Of course, it would be great if we could get a team of soldiers from the honor guard to cheer us on. Luan shamelessly made the request. You kid. Mr. Lee burst out laughing. Really? This guy has a purpose. But it's no big deal. It is not difficult for the Ninstar State Scholar to make this request. Oh, by the way, I actually want to invite the Great Elder as well, because the wedding address is a little special, and the Great Elder is not young anymore, so I want him to come and see it. Elderly, I'd like you to mention it to the Great Elder. Of course, I won't force you to do that, as state affairs are more important. Oh who? Can you tell me about it? Mr. Lee was a little surprised. Of course, the wedding scene was the satellites I launched, that is, in outer space. Luan smiled calmly. Outer space. Mr. Lee widened his eyes. If it were someone else, he would definitely just laugh it off, but he believed in Luan very much. After calming down, he added, the Great Elder has been very free recently. With artificial intelligence, he can work anytime and anywhere, and it is quite easy to handle. Tell me, when are we going to set off? If possible. The day after tomorrow. This way, less time will be wasted. Become. Mr. Lee nodded, a little excited. Can I bring a family member with me? Of course. Luan smiled nonchalantly, the spaceship is big enough. Okay. I'll contact the Great Elder right now. After saying. Mr. Lee hung up the phone and went to contact the Great Elder. Hearing Luan invite him, the old man was still a little surprised, but after listening to Mr. Lee's explanation, the old man was still quite moved. Okay, I can step into the universe in my lifetime. How can I not participate in such an honor? Chapter 98, The Fun of Picking Up the Bride. Why is there no one here? My mom, my dad, shouldn't they be like this? Why is there no one here? 2 days. Lu Bingyan went from nervous to disappointed. No one came. No one knew where Luan had gone. She now felt that the surprise she had prepared was no different from a scare. No, that's the shock. Madam, please be patient for a little longer. Klaus said helplessly. To be honest, He is a little confused now. I don't quite understand the wedding process that Luan has prepared. Stinky guy. What have you prepared? Lu Bingyan was so depressed that she looked at the wedding dress hanging in her bedroom, with a layer of red gauze covering her face. Get married. Get married. Are you looking forward to it? Xiao Mangyao suddenly appeared and hugged her bestie from behind. Yen Yen, tomorrow, you will officially become a married woman. We. Yao Yao. I'm still thinking about you. Lu Bingyan was still very happy about her bestie's sudden arrival. She pouted and muttered, I don't know what Chodan is preparing. Now, I can't even contact my parents. I'm really pissed off. They are already waiting for you at the venue. Xiao Mangyao said enviously, I'm afraid all the girls in the world will envy you for your wedding. So exaggerated. Lu Bingyan widened her eyes and excitedly grabbed Xiao Mangyao's shoulders, her face full of expectation. Yao Yao, you must have been to the wedding scene, you must tell me. Not telling you. Xiao Mangyao giggled, her heart full of envy. Why didn't she take the initiative at that time? Maybe she would be the heroine of this wedding. Women all desire romance and uniqueness. And this wedding. It is absolutely unique. And, in a short period of time. No one can copy it. Wedding in space. How romantic and magnificent is this? Ah. Stinky Yao Yao. You bully me too. Lu Bingyan grabbed the tender flesh on her waist and tickled it, causing Xiao Mangyao's body to stiffen instantly. Yen Yen, don't touch my waist, that's my sensitive spot, don't touch it. I know. I did it on purpose. Lu Bingyan burst into laughter. But. She didn't continue and embarrass her best friend, but pulled her best friend to the bed, blinking and looking at her best friend. Yao Yao, when my child is born, how about you be her godmother? All right. Xiao Mangyao smiled gently and pinched her best friend's chubby face. Yen Yen, getting married means that you and Luan will truly form a family of your own. From now on, you can't be so childish. You have become an adult. A pair of best friends. They talked a lot in the evening, and before she had time to go to bed, the maid came to put on her makeup. Wedding. It has to be grand. The manor is filled with red water chestnuts and red lanterns, full of festive atmosphere. The other side. Industrial Park. The great elder and elderly are still resting. But the members of the Guard of Honor Reserve have already begun preparations. Luan also woke up early and, under the guidance of the national team's makeup artist, put on makeup and changed his clothes. The Chinese suit he wore made him look even taller and more slender, and his handsome face fascinated the makeup artist. Mr. Lu's appearance is really unparalleled in the world, but unfortunately, I'm already married. Ha ha. Luan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Thank you for your compliment. 8 o'clock. Luan set off on time. Lu Bingyan, accompanied by Xiao Mangyao, sat quietly in the bedroom waiting. I'm going to make a lot of money today. Xiao Mangyao laughed, looked at the time, walked out directly, locked the door, and then stood at the door with a big horse and a golden knife. If the door opening fee is too little, I won't open the door for you, hee hee. I'm here to pick you up. Looking at the familiar manor, Luan became more and more nervous. Finally, the wedding procession arrived at the manor. Sara and the maids surrounded the convoy in an instant, especially the float, which was directly blocked by Sara. Master, do you want to get off the car? Think. Luan looked at Sara helplessly. Tell me, what are your requests? It's not really a big request. Is that so? Luan suddenly raised a mysterious smile. Brothers, it's time to show your manly charm. What? Sara was stunned for a moment. Before he could figure out what was going on, a group of soldiers suddenly rushed out from the garden behind. At the beginning, Luan expected that Sora would definitely be the first level. So he asked the soldiers to get off the car and prepare in advance. Now. Comparative request. Nope. A group of soldiers rushed up, and in no time, each of them carried 2 maids and ran away. Sora was no exception. Because it was too sudden. She didn't even have time to react before the soldier carried her away. A bunch of straight men. Solomon. Oh. Such a beautiful woman was actually carried away. It was carried away just like rice, without any hesitation or mercy. Be good. This guy Luan is unreasonable. He directly invited a lot of soldiers to come. Then, can I still bear this? Xia Mangyao looked at the steel door that she had asked her maid to reinforce, as well as the super precise mechanical lock, and began to doubt her life. Mechanical lock, in fact, she also understood the brain. Make a combination lock, and anyone of Di Jun or Xiao Jinwu can open it. It's totally meaningless. Now she just hoped there wasn't a lock-picking expert on the team. Otherwise, a weak woman like her really couldn't bear it. Ah! Cries of surprise rang out in the villa. The maids were carried away one by the soldiers and put under collective custody. At last, Luan, like an older brother, walked to the bedroom door with a wicked smile on his face. He raised his eyes and glanced at the heavy steel door, with the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This girl is really a spendthrift. Is this really necessary? So what? Actually, Lu Bingyan in the room was also a little confused. My best friend is a fake best friend, right? Are you sure Luan can open such a heavy door? It's really too bad. Lu Bingyan thought so in her heart, but the smile on her face did not diminish at all. This is all the love my best friend shows me. You, don't come over here. Xia Mengyao was frightened at the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 30 soldiers. A soldier with a very bandit-like demeanor. Luan stood in the center, with the aura of a real boss. Sister Mengyao. Open the door actively to avoid physical pain. You're dreaming. Xia Mengyao's legs weighed a pound. Whatever this kid wanted to do, he wouldn't resort to despicable means, right? Brush. Luan directly took out a red envelope. Give me the key. Not given. This red envelope is thick. But not enough. Xia Mengyao refused decisively, and said with a lofty face, if you want the key, it's not impossible, but you have to pay more. Damn. I thought you were going to say something interesting. The result is that there is not enough money. Luan stumbled and took out a dozen big red envelopes. Is that enough? That's enough. Xia Mengyao chuckled, took the red envelope, sat aside, and said with a smile, the key is in my hood. If you want, take it yourself, or open it yourself. You have no moral principles at all. Luan was so depressed that he vomited blood. After thinking for a long time, I realized that I was the one who was cheated. Mr. Lu, watch me. A soldier took out a cutting machine and violently broke the door lock. Xia Mengyao, who was already confident of winning, was stunned. Luan, you have no moral integrity. Hey. Honestly, can I still get in? Luan curled his lips in disdain and rushed in directly. Seeing Lu Bingyan covered in white sand, he was completely stunned. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. She is like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world. Her every frown and smile is so beautiful. Yen. I'm here to pick you up. For a long time. Luan came back to his senses, knelt on one knee, took out a bouquet of roses like a magician, and looked at Lu Bingyan affectionately. Chapter 99, Blessings from the Stars. Okay. I can't wait. Lu Bingyan took the bouquet and placed her hand in Luan's palm. Let us go. Luan chuckled, and directly pulled Lu Bingyan into his arms, carrying her horizontally, and rushed downstairs like a gust of wind. Everyone, let's go, universe. Oh. The soldiers, the maids, Klaus shouted excitedly. Universe. This is the real highlight. The wedding car returned at high speed. But on the way, Luan covered Lu Bingyan's eyes. But Lu Bingyan already knew that she was going to the universe, so she was both excited and nervous. How to go? How long will it take? Can you come back? This is her true inner thought. Inside the spaceship. The soldier, the maid, Klaus, elderly, and the great elder were all already seated. Luan gently hugged Lu Bingyan. Shiha, destination wedding site. Okay. Shiha's voice was crisp. Because it was a happy day, her look today was also quite festive, in a crimson phoenix robe. It's really too high-tech. There is a group of young people around Mr. Li. These are his descendants, who bring more knowledge. Being able to travel to the universe in one's lifetime is an extremely rare experience. After all, the overall technology on Earth still has a long way to go before it can reach Luan's level. The speed of the spacecraft, the constant space inside, all the technology was a little difficult for them to understand. Without any feeling or protection from any heavy spacesuits, before they could react, they had already arrived in outer space and entered Luan's huge satellite. Walking along the starry sky corridor, everyone was stunned. Lu Bingyan's blindfold was also removed by Luan. Standing in the universe, Lu Bingyan was completely stunned. Husband, are we really in the universe? Right. Luan chuckled, let's go, everyone is waiting. Surrounded by the crowd. The newlyweds finally arrived at the wedding scene. Standing on the stage. Luan started the live broadcast. This wedding. Maybe not that grand. But it is definitely unique and unforgettable. Wedding ceremony. Very traditional Xinxia style. Worship in the hall, serve tea, and change your words. After a set of procedures, Luan sent Lu Bingyan to the bridal chamber and then came out to accompany the guests. He also introduced it to the viewers in the live broadcast room. This is the real universe. At the same time, I would like to thank the great elder, Mr. Li, for taking the time to attend my wedding. The great elder and elder Li appeared on screen at the same time. The netizens were all stunned. This wedding. It is actually possible to invite the great elder to participate. What an honor. Today, I am just being lazy. You all shouldn't mind, right? The great elder had a kind look on his face and laughed like an ordinary old man. He sighed, my life is worth it. I am about to be buried, but I can still take a trip to the universe. Ha, who says it's not true? Old Li laughed heartily. He held a glass of wine in his hand. When will our Xinxia technology reach this level? Then, will Earth also be able to usher in the interstellar era? Almost. Luan added, if we can thoroughly understand the information I gave to the Institute, it will be much easier to travel to the universe. We can even complete the space-based weapons ahead of time, which is the Rod of God in the United States plan. Oh. The elder's eyes lit up instantly, and he suddenly asked, you're primordial, I should be equipped with weapons, right? How could that be? This is a commercial satellite, how could it be equipped with weapons? Luan would not admit it. Certainly. Everyone knows it. The old man didn't care. He knew Luan's character very well. Luan's weapon was Xinxia's weapon, which was definitely enough to intimidate foreign countries. Ha, I don't believe a word of what Master Lu said. I believe it, I believe it. Why are commercial satellites equipped with equipment? To take up space. It would be better to install more servers. That's right, I think so too. Our great god Xia can't possibly have such bad intentions regarding weapons or anything like that. Do you think I believe it? Space-based weapon systems. This satellite is definitely equipped with it. Leaders of various countries all looked unhappy. Originally. No one can stop Xinxia's current technological growth, and the times are gradually pulling away from them. Now. There is a sword hanging over their heads, and they dare not use public opinion to threaten others. If a giant metal rod were dropped from outer space, it would be a fatal blow to them. Then. A group of leaders held a secret meeting tacitly. The content changed from how to test Xinxia and let it share its scientific and technological achievements to how to beg Xinxia to rent their technology for successful use. Night. It is the highlight of the wedding. The various space performances and space rides are extremely enviable. They also want to race in space. Are you happy? At this time, Luan and his companion had changed into casual clothes and were standing on the highest point of the satellite, looking at the deep and magnificent universe, leaning against each other. Happy. This wedding. I will never forget it. Lu Bingyan was very touched. She finally knew now. What has Luan been doing this month? It is to create a perfect wedding scene. A spacecraft capable of traveling to and from space. All this. He succeeded. He also kept his promise. A unique wedding. Even the most traditional process cannot cover up this romantic environment. Now, it's just the beginning. Following Luan's words. Thousands of stars gathered together. This is a blessing from the stars. It outlines a magnificent scene that is dreamy, mysterious, and ethereal. This scene. Unique to them. Amid the starlight, music and wonderful movements emerge. This is the song of the stars. Pray for them and bless them. Marry you. It is my greatest luck. Lu Bingyan was so moved that she burst into tears. She lay in Luan's arms and whispered softly. This scene lasted for a full half-hour before it ended. However, in the hearts of the two people, this scene has become eternal. Blessings and praises from the stars. This is truly unique in the world. No one can replicate this scene. Tonight. It was a sleepless night. It's not just Luan and his new couple. And everyone who came to the universe. And the fans who watched the live broadcast. The universe has always been mysterious. It is also the dream of many childhoods, to set foot in the universe and take a look at the vast universe. Now, Luan's wedding gave them hope that their dreams would come true. People. The time to set foot in the universe and explore it is really not far away. The next day. Early in the morning. The great elder got up to exercise, and at the same time, he used Wendian to handle various affairs, which was convenient, trouble-free, and time-saving. On this satellite, the living environment is better than that on Earth. For a moment, he didn't want to leave and wanted to stay here to retire. Chapter 100 Concept of Multifunctional Firefighting Nanoweapons. In the garden. After the great elder finished exercising, he drank tea here. Those soldiers also had the rare opportunity to enjoy their vacation. Still in the universe. Don't mention how crazy it was. Shawan, last night, that group of politicians contacted me frantically, wanting to obtain the use rights of the console, life chamber, and game console. It's still tax-free. The old man glanced at Luan and said, actually, you can consider selling it to them. Making money is kingly for us. I estimate that once you start exporting, the tax rate on our RMB will go up immediately. It is likely to surpass greenback and become the mainstream currency. By that time, the US economy will be in turmoil, and the national debt bonds will be unbearable for them. Oh. There is such a good thing. Luan's eyes widened. I kept thinking in my mind whether I should sell it to others. Now their production capacity is sufficient. If it's really not enough, you can also find an OEM factory. The increase in the tax rate of Xinxia currency will indeed bring considerable shock to the world's finance. If greenback depreciates instantly, many small countries may be directly faced with the possibility of economic destruction. Certainly. These were not what he considered. He is just a small businessman. Can't control these. Forget it, so they don't stab me in the back. I sold it to them, and they said I was monitoring their behavior or something. It's unnecessary. They got the advantage, but I still got pissed off. Luan thought about it and rejected the proposal. Isn't this the method used by those foreigners who think they are superior? Baba Yang can consider it. The great elder nodded slightly. He had also thought about Luan's concern. Luan is a person who is totally unwilling to suffer any loss or humiliation. I really don't want to do this kind of thing where I don't get any advantage and get scolded. Baba Sheep? Luan thought about it and roughly understood what the great elder meant. He thought that the Middle East market could still be considered. If we kick out the troublemaker United States, the Middle East will truly be peaceful. They are going into the Middle East. The Russian side will definitely not interfere behind the scenes. Given his relationship with Sophia, she had no reason to do anything behind his back, and would gain nothing at all. It is better to develop yourself honestly. This is possible. Luan nodded, I'll go get it later. By the way, Great Elder, the tactical nano-weapons have been produced and can be shipped back when we return. Also, when will we attend the High-Tech Weapons Expo? Tomorrow. The old man smiled calmly, the venue is in the United States, and the official opening is the day after tomorrow. You have to go there tomorrow to adjust to the time difference and familiarize yourself with the venue procedures. Become. Luan nodded, and then asked angrily, Grandpa, what kind of high tech are they going to bring out internationally this time? Tell me the bottom line. I really don't know about this. They will definitely show their research and development results at this expo. There will definitely be some obvious ones, but they are nothing compared to nano weapons. It seems that this expo was forced to be held by the United States because of the emergence of nano weapons. He. Quite interesting. Let me show you what black technology is. Afternoon. Luan asked everyone to leave the satellite and return to Earth. Sister Wanwan, Yen, Sister Chan, Sister Yayao, don't leave yet. We have a small meeting. After seeing everyone off and helping the soldier move all the tactical weapons into the transport helicopter, he greeted several signature beauties who were about to leave and go home to rest. What's going on? Lu Ningxuan felt a little strange. Give you a gift. Lewin smiled helplessly. By the way, we are going to the United States to participate in the high-tech weapons expo. Are we leaving tonight? Ah. Tonight. Lu Bingyan and the others widened their eyes. You know, they hadn't slept much in the past 2 days because they were too excited. Now they have to take a long flight again. Just be patient. Lewin laughed helplessly and took out 5 armed cores. These were specially designed by him. Lu Bingyan is Moon God, my elder sister is Black God, Li Qiuan, Yang Chanshan, and Xiao Mengyo is 3 gods. Each one has its own style. Wow! There's one of ours. That's right. Mom, wait a moment. Seeing Qin Wanru preparing to leave, Lewin quickly took out a tactical satchel and said, Mom, this is the nano weapon I made for my dad. It's a non-professional version. There's also a set of fishing gear inside. Lewin had already prepared his father's fishing gear and sent it over. I also asked my parents whether they liked this thing. The 2 elders simply shook their heads and refused. The reason is, no need. The country is so safe, why do we need superheroes? What his father said actually gave Lewin some inspiration. That is to create rescue weapons. For example, if the most versatile firefighters in history were equipped with a set of nano weapons with super multifunctional equipment, the risk of rescue would definitely be reduced to a minimum. Don't say much. 1 set is enough for 1 fire station. Lewin had no intention of selling it, but rather donating it to them for their use. Otherwise, few fire departments in the country can officially purchase a set for use. It's too expensive. 1 set of nano weapons is enough for thousands or even tens of thousands of fire trucks. More than 1,000 multifunctional firefighting nano weapons will be completed in a few days and should be available for use this month. Hope. Don't read news about rescue sacrifices in the future. Lewin shook his head and stopped thinking about these unpleasant things. Fun weapon. Lu Bingyan and the others couldn't let go and started to arm themselves. Being armed can be sexy. Lewin also made some slight adjustments to this point, making them look sexy but not too sexy. Sexy, mysterious, dignified, and majestic are the main themes of their armor. Certainly. The combat effectiveness is also very good. Built-in dedicated artificial intelligence. Yan Yan is Xia, elder sister S Black God, and the 3 sky armored forces correspond to Yunxiao, Xiangxiao, and Bixiao. Artificial intelligence is the most advanced artificial intelligence. Certainly. The final control lies with Lewin, mainly because he is afraid that they will not be able to control the powerful potential of the armed forces and cause damage to themselves. Night. After obtaining the passports expeditedly, the group set off directly. The old man has already informed the embassy there that someone will be there to pick them up when they arrive. First-class cabin. Lewin and his 6 companions took care of everything. The speed of the plane is really slow. To be honest, the airplane meal in the first-class cabin are just average hotel standards, but the service is quite good. It was also quite boring on the plane. After flying for more than 10 hours, Lu Bingyan was as sleepy as a kitten. She curled up on him and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 101 Technology Zone Up Master. After the plane landed, they were taken directly to the embassy by the embassy staff and arranged food and accommodation. They didn't ask about anything else. Because there is no need. Lewin is here. That means it's a sure thing. I don't even know how to lose. After resting here for another night, everyone finally regained their spirits, and after a little appreciation of the charm of this beautiful country's capital, Washington, they went to the venue of the organizer, led by Mr. Wang from the embassy. The venue is the National Stadium in Washington, D.C. This is an open expo, and military fans, technology fans, or just ordinary people who want to join in the fun can all come and visit. Certainly. Just watch, take pictures, and understand the data, that's all. Xinxia's exhibition location is very prominent and large. At this time in the venue, delegations from various countries have already begun preparing their products. Lewin looked at his empty exhibition booth, touched his chin, and fell into deep thought. Looks like a mannequin is needed. Everyone else has everything, but mine is empty, and I always feel like I'm being looked down upon. The final and most important thing is that it will also make Xinxia's own people unable to hold their heads up. Tactical armament. Multifunctional fire-fighting nano weapon. These 2 models are just fine hanging here. Mr. Wang saw Luan in a daze and came up to ask, "Mr. Lu, if you have any needs, you can ask directly and I can help you complete it." "It's not a big deal actually." Luan reluctantly took out a tactical shoulder bag and a tactical backpack. "This is the folded state of the nano-weapons we exhibited. There is nothing attractive about such things on the exhibition stand. Seeing how enthusiastically they are in attracting the attention of tourists, we can't lose face. The most important thing is that we can't let our Xinsha family members who came to support us down and lose face. The level of technology is there. But ordinary people can't understand it, even technology fans can't understand it. Because they don't understand, they look down on it. That's true. The purpose of this expo is not so pure. The exhibition must be put on display. Today's gimmicks can lead to better results tomorrow. Although it is a sure win, but he also wants to make the win more shocking, so that the Chinese people know that our Xinsha is no worse than those developed countries and can make people's lives better. This is easy. Mr. Wang picked up the phone, made a call, and hung up. He said helplessly, "To be honest, I've been thinking about quitting my job and going back to our company. It's really awkward to use such an outdated communication tool here." Ha ha. Hearing this, Luan laughed out loud. "Actually, it's not necessary. You can use the future AS. The signal here is usable." Ah. Real. Mr. Wang was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. "That's great, Mr. Lu is really wise." "Not bad." Luan touched his nose, looked at the Chinese tourists who gathered around him, and smiled. "Everyone wait a moment, when the puppet models arrive, you can see the new equipment we have officially installed, and you will definitely not be disappointed." "Is it nano-weaponry?" The person who spoke was the up-host of the technology zone of Kanbei Station. He came to Yingjiang specifically to participate in the expo and record materials. When he saw the most eye-catching Xinsha exhibition booth, he felt like crying. To be honest, the domestic high-tech weapons exhibition is much worse than that of foreign countries. The one that can be regarded as the highlight this time is obviously an extraordinary product. The next person to come was Luan. His first thought was nano-weapons. Apart from this, there is really no other information about high-tech weapons research and development projects in the country. Certainly. He is just an ordinary uploader. If it really existed, he wouldn't have been able to know, but he knew it very well. No matter how advanced the world's technology is today, it can never be stronger than nano-weapons. That's right. Luan smiled softly. "This time, I brought two products. One is the tactical nano-weapon that has been officially equipped to the army, and the other is the multifunctional firefighting nano-weapon that I just successfully developed. It is a multifunctional weapon that I developed specifically for firefighters. Hiss. 2 models. And it has been put into use. So let's talk about this. The technology of nano-weapons is already very mature." The young man took a deep breath excitedly, and then introduced himself. "Lucian, my name is Wan Lu, and I'm the uploader of the technology section of Ganbei Station. Can I live stream and shoot here?" "Certainly." Luan chuckled and said, "It's up to you. If you're still here tomorrow, maybe I can let you experience it yourself." "Is this really possible? I must be there." Wan Lu was so excited that he almost jumped up. What an honor it is. As an ordinary person, this is the first time I have experienced nano-weapons myself. Not long. 2 1.8-meter tall articulated action figures were delivered. Luan didn't hide it either. Simply unfold the two devices. The multifunctional firefighting nano-weapon is slightly bulky in shape. It looks thick but not bulky, and it gives a sense of safety. Tactical nano-weapons. This is a cool style designed by Luan. Of course, it is fully functional. It just has a more technological feel. This is so cool. Wang Lu was stunned when he saw the deployment of nano-weapons. Those 2 small bags, when unfolded, turned out to be such a cool mecha. Isn't this much cooler than Iron Man? And the multifunctional weapon. It looks safe and trustworthy. Wouldn't it be great if there was a superhero like this to save you? The deployment of nano-weapons attracted many tourists. Even the research giants from other countries gathered around, staring at the high-quality nano-weapons with their eyes wide open. Not to mention practicality. In terms of folding technology alone, we are miles ahead of them. It's impossible to fold such a large armor into 2 small packages, right? But nano-weapons have proven that this is feasible. Just hope. This is just a flower stand. Otherwise, tomorrow will really be Shinxia's special show. At the same time, they fell silent. Now that it has been implemented, it is obvious that the combat capability level is definitely not low, otherwise, the military would not buy such an expensive thing. Especially the rabbit, who is not very energetic and is good at calculating and using every penny wisely. Never mind. Just to record the data. It's different with artificial intelligence. Everyone gathered here and were reluctant to leave for a long time. Come on, let's go for a walk. Luan grabbed Lu Bingyan's hand. As for my sisters, he had already disappeared. It's a rare opportunity to come out. They don't want to stay here to socialize. Chapter 102. The indispensable robber appears. Mr. Lu. Is it appropriate to stay here? Mr. Wan was a little confused. There were only a few of them. The ladies had already disappeared. He is the consul of the embassy, so it is naturally impossible for him to help here all the time. Leaving these two weapons here is too dangerous. It's okay. Luan chuckled. What you brought is a jointed action figure. With my artificial intelligence, this thing can move. Anyone who dares to touch it will be regarded as an intruder and counterattacked directly. Oh. Then I feel relieved. Mr. Wang nodded. Then I will go back to the embassy first. I am sorry to have so many guests today. No problem. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. Just do your thing, don't worry about me. After giving a few more instructions, Mr. Wang left. He was not worried about Luan's safety, he was more concerned about the reporters. Foreign journalists have very sharp tongues. Luan is still very young and probably not easy to deal with. We have to get a strong man tomorrow. Mr. Wang left, still thinking about how to deal with tomorrow's reporters. The booth is protected by explosion-proof glass. The security is still very reliable. Certainly. This is the United States, where we play battlefield games every day. You never know when robbers might suddenly break into the hall and rob your high-tech items. Although it's just a joke. But Luan felt that it was possible that the Eagle Sauce could really do such a thing. Therefore, he had some thoughts in mind when leaving the nano-weapons here. As long as there really are unexpected robbers, he doesn't mind letting these two tactical versions go wild. Let the Americans experience the excitement of a runaway Unit 01 causing havoc in the White House. Shawan, do you think that Eagle Sauce would really have a lover pretending to be a robber? Lu Bingyan was a little curious. Uncertain. But that's just the way they are. Luan spread his hands and said, let's go, let's leave and take a walk. My sisters are also going shopping. Okay. Lu Bingyan smiled happily. Let's go to the baby and toddler mall. Okay. Luan did not refuse. Now they really should go to the baby and toddler mall to increase their knowledge of parenting. The two left the venue, hailed a taxi and headed directly to the largest shopping mall in Washington. After they left, the organizers also received the news immediately. President, the Xinxia team has gone shopping, and 2 sets of nano weapons are left at the venue for technology experts and military fans to watch. Okay. Someone smiled and said, is it okay to leave it to you, Mr. Bai? Spiced corned egg. He is his most proud agent. He is a black man with a bald head when he grows up. His head is shiny and round like a boiled egg, hence the name. Guaranteed mission accomplished. Lu Dan gave a sinister laugh and left the Black Palace directly. Got instructions from the president. The organizers are also guiding tourists to leave temporarily. To this, no one thought much about it. After all, this is the preparation stage. High-tech products all have certain risks. No one can guarantee that there will be no accidents during assembly. Letting them leave temporarily was also to ensure their safety, so no one thought too much about it. It's a bit strange. Wang Lu stood in the big square in front of the stadium with a camera in his hand. Dear friends, don't you think it's a bit strange? Lu Xin and his team just left the venue a short while ago, and the authorities said that radioactive weapons were being assembled and asked us to leave. Isn't this too strange? Shouldn't radioactive dangerous weapons be assembled and fully prepared in the laboratory before being sent here? Why would they assemble it in the open air? This is so strange. Although Wan Lu was not a student from a prestigious university, nor was he a technology expert, he still knew how to transport radioactive materials. It feels like the United States is going to cause trouble again. I didn't say that there would be a huge explosion next, and then robbers would come in. In the end, there were no major casualties, only the nano weapons from Xinxia were stolen. The truth is upstairs. Anchor, hurry up and inform the embassy. The beautiful country must be causing trouble. The viewers in the live broadcast room were worried. Good. I'll get in touch right away. Wang Lu contacted the embassy immediately, but the embassy was busy with official business today and he couldn't get through after calling several times. This made Wang Lu angry and anxious. Damn, what should I do? Wait a minute, this is an international event. Even though the United States is a scumbag, it won't be so shameless as to do such a childish thing. Some people are calmer. Let Wang Lu not be anxious for now. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a small missile directly blew up the outer wall of the gymnasium, and then 5 fully armed green trucks rushed into the venue. On each truck, there were 4 or 5 shirtless tattooed men, carrying heavy weapons, shouting and firing continuously. Grass. It's indeed the nature of the beautiful country. Wang Lu's face turned black and he ran away with the camera. Rushed towards a huge rock. Standing in an open space makes one a sitting duck. In order to look more like robbers, these people certainly wouldn't mind killing a few people to liven up the fun. The big shopping mall is not far from the stadium. Such a violent explosion was naturally heard by Luan and the other person. The other side. Lu Ningxuang and the other 3 girls looked at each other and contacted Luan immediately. Don't worry, we are outside. These bandits may be minions of the American government, coming for our nano weapons. Luan was very calm. Let them do it. As long as they get it, I will let them run wild and destroy the military base of the United States. Okay. Then we just leave it alone. Lu Ningxuang shrugged her shoulders and looked at young Qianqian and the other 2. Well, that's what Luan said, so let's not worry about it. It's not a big deal. These people in the beautiful country are really despicable. When several people sighed. The robbers were also very purposeful. They directly robbed the equipment of several top scientific research powers such as the United States, Hans Tiger, and John Bull, and then, yes, they directly robbed the nano weapons. Got it. Retreat. Lu Dan sneered, the Xinxia people are really too confident. The safety awareness is too weak. How dare you be so lax on someone else's territory? Let me teach you a lesson. Lu Dan drove the car, taking the lead, bombarding the unmanned area of the stadium with a barrel of bombs, and then drove away. It was a full 10 minutes before the police car finally arrived. Mad. It's coming for us. Wang Lu's hands and feet were cold, and he was shaking with anger. Our nano weapons were taken away by these foreign devils. Chapter 103, Real Life Unit 01 runs wild. Damn it, Gant. The live broadcast room was also filled with curses. The hidden official reported the news to Mr. Li immediately. Just trust Luan. That guy is a ruthless person. Besides, this armed force is not as simple as we thought. Mr. Li smiled calmly, with a ruthless look in his eyes, but since they have taken action, it is a provocation to us, and it just gives us the opportunity to take action. Wendian, hack into all the information inside their National Security Bureau, pack it up and back it up, and then clear their files. Okay. Tianwen smiled elegantly and closed his eyes. After just a few seconds, Tianwen opened his eyes. Mr. Li, the United States, all scientific research results and data have been packaged and backed up, and all their files have been cleared, leaving nothing behind. Very good. Mr. Li laughed grimly. If they dare to stretch out their claws to us, then we will cut off their lives. In the beautiful country, all the secret departments are now dumbfounded. A moment. Their computer center was completely out of control. All the information was wiped out. And it is completely formatted. Recovery is impossible. The system is initialized directly and the system operation logic is changed. It is completely impossible to recover the data. Damn. This one must be Xinxia. Why did Xinxia do this? No one could figure out what was going on. By someone is also stupid now. They really took action. Right. Just a moment. We have no ability to resist at all. Including our hidden archives. All gone. All the sealed paper documents are gone too. The 2 big bosses from the National Security Bureau and the General Administration of Science and Technology were trembling all over. This time, it directly cost them their lives. Why are the sealed paper files gone? Someone yelled hysterically. I don't know what the artificial intelligence did, but it caused the archive room where the qualification information was stored to explode and burn. And all firefighting equipment was completely ineffective. The two bosses looked quite sinister. He stared at Bai and wanted to tear him to pieces. You are really a pig. Why did you try to snatch Xinxia's nano weapons? Do you think they are defenseless? You are really a pig. Although this low-level method is very practical, it cannot be hidden from the public's eyes. It's just that they couldn't find a reason, so they let it go. And now, Xinxia's armed forces, Xinxia's technological strength, do they need to find excuses? It's enough for them to know that it was you who did it. What is the reason? That's just something the weak must compromise for. You can't see the situation clearly or what? The two big guys glared at Bai. This information was the foundation accumulated by the United States for hundreds of years. These materials represent the cultivation of talents. And now, they can no longer train their own talent. Seize from other countries? What the hell are you dreaming of? You have lost all your foundation. Why would anyone come to you? The other side. Just as Lu Dan was about to call Bai to share the good news, the two nano-armed eyes displayed in the truck bed suddenly lit up, gradually changing from clear azure to scarlet. A cold voice rang out in the abandoned warehouse. Scan the surrounding environment, confirm the identity, determine that the body has been maliciously kidnapped, activate the absolute annihilation mode, activate the killing mode, activate the nuclear fusion reactor, and the annihilation begins. Blue flames spurted out from the backs of the two nano-armed machines, and their bodies flew up instantly. The scarlet eyes made Lu Dan feel numb all over. This machine can actually move. In addition, he is a top agent and is quite proficient in the Xinxia language. Naturally, he also understood Di Jun's cold voice. Killing. Annihilate. This armed force is about to fight back. Nuclear fusion reactor. This guy's energy is unlimited. Sensing several murderous auras around. To ensure a successful escape, activate the rampage mode. Rampage. That is indiscriminate annihilation. Indiscriminate destruction. These two Luans had no good intentions from the beginning, and they directly installed nuclear fusion reactors. With unlimited energy. Even if these two nano weapons only have simple beam attacks, they definitely can't stand it. Xinxia. The military's desire for defeat. Mr. Li, we found two test machines going berserk. Location: an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs of Washington. Danger level: 10 stars. Destruction intensity: capable of destroying a country. Zhou Bai's analysis made Mr. Li dumbfounded. What the hell? Destroy a country? This is inappropriate. Although he doesn't like the United States. But the ordinary people were not wrong. To destroy a country means to kill all those who hold American ID cards, leaving no one alive. It shouldn't be the case, right? Although Shawan is a bit of an angry young man, has a bad temper, and likes to do things directly, but for these hundreds of millions of lives, he shouldn't be so exaggerated. Of course Luan would never commit racial annihilation. This mode is just to scare the boiled egg. Certainly. The boiled egg is really dead. It was a miserable death. It was burned into black ash by a single shot. After killing Lu Dan and his group, they followed the instructions and launched a crazy attack in the suburbs. After a full hour of bombardment, they went straight to the major military bases of the United States. Missile counterattack. Does not exist. Your computer has been hijacked. Black Palace. Worship someone. Looking at the live satellite broadcast, I was completely stunned. If this destructive force enters the city, no one can resist it. The scariest thing is, now all the control systems of the troops have been hijacked. There was no chance of launching missiles to eliminate the threat. Fighter jets, helicopters. This is just like delivering food, right? This beam weapon can hit a target hundreds of miles away with just one shot. The plane was destroyed before it even flew over. What else can I do? They could only watch as they destroyed the military base they had deployed with great difficulty. The whole world was shocked. The footage of the two nano-armed beings displaying their might was uploaded to the internet. Netizens from all over the world were discussing and even cheering. The troublemaker, the United States, has finally been taught a lesson. At the same time, they are also worried. With such a terrifying military force, will Xinxia become the next beautiful country? Everyone is worried. Watching the two nano-armed figures on the screen appearing like streams of light all over the world, destroying military bases one after another, I was terrified. It's over. It's all over. Bai slumped in a chair. He knew that he had dragged the United States into an abyss of no return. They had lost all their power and all their weapons. And he will probably also be judged and punished by that group of people. The picture moved. Two armed devices appeared above the Black Palace. The energy aura burning on their bodies made them look like demons walking out of the abyss. What is this for? Are you really planning to destroy the White House? The eyes of people all over the world are focused on this. Seeing this scene, Sophia couldn't help but smile bitterly. You said that I am too domineering to be a woman, but you, Luan, are too domineering to be a human, but like a god. Mr. Lu is really awesome. The secretary's eyes were full of admiration. Your Majesty, can we ask for a nano-weapon? Just one, as a national weapon, will be enough. Should be possible, right? Sophia was a little uncertain. I'll go check it out later. After all, this guy invited me to his wedding. Although I couldn't go, I didn't miss out on the gift money. This guy treats me as a friend. Although he won't give me a higher level gift, it's no problem for him to ask for a team to handle the ordinary version. Chapter 104, Free 300 billion green coins. No. We can't go on like this. Someone picked up the phone and dialed the Great Elder's hotline directly. Directly transfer 30 billion green coins to the account. Mrs. Lu, please help. Okay. Money in hand. Lu Bingyan naturally would not break her promise. Husband, let's go. Okay. Luan put down the baby clothes in his hand and directly deployed his personal armament. The Way of Heaven. It is the code name of his armed forces. The combination of dark gold and red is noble, majestic, and domineering. The other side. Lu Ningxuang and several other girls also received the news, and immediately deployed their weapons and flew into the air. Certainly. They certainly wouldn't actually destroy these two weapons. Just for show. At the same time, it is also to show the world one's wrist strength and deter those criminals who are ready to act. Under Lu An's guidance, leading the two armed forces directly into the sky, 8 streams of light kept colliding, and the residual power that erupted made the entire Washington tremble. 5. Is it still so difficult to fight two in the current version? This wave. The situation in the United States will be difficult to stabilize. The medium-sized weapons were basically destroyed, and it would take 4 or 5 years to recover. You want to arm Sister Sophia with nano-weapons? As soon as Lu Bingyan saw Luan's provocative smile, she knew what Luan was thinking. This is called telepathic connection. Just one look and you can tell what the other person is thinking. That's right. Luan gave Lu Bingyan a look that showed he knew her well, chuckled and rubbed her head. Anyway, the armed forces are only equipped with a tactical system. Without the assistance of artificial intelligence, the combat power index will drop exponentially, but it is more than enough to face the current technological weapons. This is good. Want to contact Sister Sophia? Lu Bingyan and Sophia have a pretty good relationship. If it weren't for Sophia's identity, they would definitely become close friends who could talk about anything. Get in touch. Luan chuckled. Okay. Contact Sophia, and she answered the call quickly. Yen, how come you have time to contact me? Sophia was a little surprised, and at the same time raised her thumbs up. Well done, I'm afraid that person will be tricked by you guys. Good. They only lost 30 billion green coins. 300 billion is not a small amount. Sophia was a little envious. 300 billion. If it were hers, she could do a lot of things. Sister Sophia, I came to you because I have something good to tell you. Lu Bingyan blinked and said slowly, my husband plans to sell you some nano weapons, of course, equipped with a tactical assistance system. Do you want them? Want. Sophia stood up immediately. This is a must. How many are you going to give me? 1,000, for a team, and delivered to you along with the installation of the nuclear fusion reactor. Then, I'll give you a few quantum energy diffusion devices for free to cover the entire Bear territory. Then, you can play games and make tactical plans. It'll be better. 1,000, you give me 10 billion, just as a token of your appreciation. Luan smiled calmly, Xinxia coin. Good. Thank you. Sophia was so excited that she almost jumped up. thank you so much for your generosity. Mutual benefit. Luan wanted her to contain other forces. That's why I sold so much to him at a low price. It's a hidden investment. Chapter 105 Not white hair, bad review. This battle. It is also widely circulated in Xinxia. They also knew it for the first time. They, the Xinxia, already have the ability to step into the universe and fight. With such a terrifying armed force, who would dare to say that Xinxia is not powerful? Because of this battle, many international celebrities and wealthy people who have immigrated to other countries have been constantly showing goodwill to the embassy, eager to regain their Xinxia nationality. But, is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Believed in Xinxia. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Changing your nationality is the same as betraying your country. There is no way you can come back. As for researchers, feel sorry. Now with artificial intelligence, we have a second world. Although their scientific research has grown exceptionally and they have continuously broken through technical difficulties, it is still difficult for them to enter Xinxia. In the past, all nations came to pay tribute to the Tang dynasty. That is not yearning, not worship, but fear. Nowadays, Xinxia. The same is true. With the release of the video of the Nano-Armed Special Operations Corps, they just know it. The world has changed. It's completely changed. The once powerful Xinxia is back. All the problems are solved. Xinxia is invincible. God Lu is awesome. This was the hot search that Luan and others saw after returning to China. The Great Elder has really changed. Luan touched his nose. In his impression, the old man has always been a calm, forbearing, majestic old man who never shows any anger to the outside world. And now, he is very sharp and does not seem like a civilian at all. Instead, he is more like an iron-blooded veteran general who may lead his troops to fight in all directions at any time. Confidence. Lu Ningxuan called Taiyome, large-scale nuclear fusion reactors and quantum energy field diffusion devices have also begun mass production and deployment. At our speed, they will cover our entire country by the end of December at the latest. By then, we will have truly entered the future era. And them. It can no longer keep up with the pace of the times. What we are going to do? No explanation needed. Xinxia has always been like this. We never take the initiative to provoke war, but we are never afraid of war. Act peacefully and shock the world with majesty. There is one more news. Actually, it's quite shameless. Yang Chanshan swiped through some international news and sent it to Luan, smiling and saying, "Little pervert, the change of the person in charge in the United States is obviously aimed at you. Targeting me." Luan was stunned for a moment. Is it so fast? They had just gotten off the plane. The person in charge has been changed. Changing the person in charge is as easy as changing socks. No wonder, after Obama stepped down, the two people who took office were both like idiots. Luan looked at the news, then looked at the photo and name of the new person in charge, and was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Have they decided to give up on themselves and become idols? In his opinion, Empress. It is truly a historical miracle, especially for an empress with real talent. The United States directly set up a consortium princess to take office, and it seemed like a joke. But after seeing the think tank of the consortium behind, it became clear. To put it bluntly, it is a way for the consortium to control the government. Luna J. Morgan. Quite interesting. Luan turned it off casually, looking at his elementary school teacher with some resentment. Sister Chanshan, you are too much. Why do you say it is directed at me? Beauty trap. Yang Chanshan was speechless. She didn't believe that Luan hadn't thought of this. Chanshan is right. Li Qiuan and Xiao Mengyao looked at each other. They were not stupid. If they chose a beautiful woman to take the office, the path she would take would definitely be Sophia's path. What a pity. Sophia's success is due to her bold and unrestrained character and distinctive personality. This Luna obviously can't achieve this. Princess of the consortium. The education since childhood is different. Too purposeful. It is basically impossible to catch Luan's eye. Beauty trap. Luan was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his nose, a little confused. But I'm already married, it's hard for them to find out other information about me. but it shouldn't be difficult to find out my personality, right? Honey trap, isn't that bullshit? Luna is indeed very beautiful. But compared to Sophia, it's still a little worse. In addition, since it is not white-haired, the score is directly lowered a lot. Then there are those eyes, which, though clear, look so fake. This woman is very scheming. Luan doesn't like it. Even dislike. That's right. The disdain is very straightforward. Visible disgust. My yen is much more fragrant than her. This woman standing naked in front of me looks like a skeleton. Listening to Luan's disgusted tone, the girls smiled helplessly. Have to. This was also within their expectations. It is really impossible for the United States to follow Sophia's path. Chapter 106. The old men can finally relax. A group of people returned to the manor, having fun and joking. As soon as Luan and Lu Bingyan returned home, they stayed together and studied parenting knowledge. With the help of doctors, Xiao Mengyao studies nanomedical technology and nano-ultra-precision micro-medical robots. At the same time, we are also trying to combine it with traditional Chinese medicine. Lu Ningxuan, a busy person who was both free and busy, went with Li Wanqiu to finalize the installation of the nuclear fusion reactor and the quantum energy separation diffusion device with Sophia, and all the agreements. Secret meeting in Zijin Pavilion. There were only 10 people present, headed by the Great Elder, followed by Elderly, and then the other 8 national elders. Today, it is said to be a meeting. Actually, we were just chatting. The 10 people also took turns and devoted countless efforts to Shunxia. Now, my tense nerves can finally relax. There was a relaxed smile on their wrinkled faces, just like a group of old men, holding hot tea and chatting about the future. Real. They have waited too long for a talent like Xinxia. Young God Xia. This is a tradition that Xinxia has had since ancient times. The youth is strong, the God Xia is strong. Xinxia, it is impossible for the elderly to always bear and shoulder the responsibilities. The future still needs young people. And this young man. It's Luan. His appearance was not sudden, but it was a great surprise. This time, Luan did a great job. He should discuss the United States. But, to be honest, Morgan's involvement in politics this time is still a bit troublesome. Especially their think tank. To be honest, the IQ of those think tanks, may be higher than ours. At this point, it's not that these elders are being modest. Or it can be said to be to enhance the prestige of others. There's nothing shameful in admitting your shortcomings. By the way, isn't that kid a semi-military enterprise? We can't let this kid sit idle. This kid, everything started with the kid from the Lu family. We have to give him something to do. Mr. Li chuckled, for example, satellites, space stations, or nuclear fusion aircraft carriers, the legendary aerospace aircraft carriers, aerospace fortresses, etc. I think you are pushing your luck. Another big boss was speechless. We can study these by ourselves. You can't become a big fat man in one step. No matter how young Luan is, he is just one person after all. Technology cannot make a great leap forward and grow by relying on one person. That's true. Mr. Li smiled awkwardly. Hey, I'm just a soldier, how could I understand all these twists and turns of yours? I just want to add more equipment to the army, it's that simple. We haven't mastered nano weapons yet, so what other equipment do you want? However, we have perfected the electromagnetic superstring theory now. We can develop electromagnetic railguns, electromagnetic rifles, etc., and we will be able to produce finished products soon. After all, nuclear-like batteries are really powerful. The elder stroked his beard and said with some pride, look, nano-weapons combined with electromagnetic guns are super powerful and more futuristic. Oh. That's good. Mr. Li's eyes lit up. In short, all of this was brought by Luan. We must follow his pace and develop steadily. The elder tapped the table with his fingers. Compared with Luan's technology, we are still far behind. We must correct our attitude and learn down to earth. Of course, if foreigners invade, we will never tolerate it. Yes. Several elders had firm looks in their eyes. They want to keep up with Luan's big ship, lead Xinxia to rapid development, and step into the future era. Then there is the financial issue. The old man had a headache. This kid's technology has monopolized most of our country's technology companies. Although 10 lithography machines have been sold to our former national pride, the gap is still quite large. Artificial intelligence is a problem. That's true. Artificial intelligence cannot be allowed to become rampant. Several old men also agreed with this. Now, the future AS can only be said to be the most basic artificial intelligence, and its authority is still the lowest. Even so, if the smart butlers on the market want to compete with it, they still have a long way to go. For technology, especially Luan, it is basically impossible to catch up with him. The gap will only get bigger. If Luan wants to stabilize the domestic economy, he can only restrict his own development, gradually integrate his technology into society, and keep changing the direction of social economy. Actually, the appearance of that ancient mountain and sea is quite impressive. Many alliance groups have emerged. This indirectly promoted the further growth of the Xinxia economic system. In addition, Luan is about to prepare for his first professional competition, which has attracted countless people. Speaking of which, the first virtual game professional competition is of great value. My girl, who usually only knows how to research, is now immersed in it. She is even willing to take a break and go out to wander around looking for materials to breed exotic beasts. Don't talk about the little girl. Recently, I also raised an ancient golden eagle. Hee, it's super cool. Old Lee laughed. Did Mr. Lee raise one too? I'm so sorry, but I've also followed the trend and, with the help of my grandson, I caught a soft-shell turtle. Wow, it's really big as a house. According to the introduction, the ancestor of this soft-shell turtle is actually the descendant of a black tortoise who had his limbs chopped off and used as a pillar of heaven during the time when Nuwa was mending the sky. Wow. For a while, a group of old men showed off their exotic animals just like the kids. The great elder just shook his head helplessly. He is the only one who fully understands how difficult it is for everyone. Now that the country is peaceful and the people are safe, it is not impossible to relax a little. Just let these old guys relax for a while. Everyone has been on edge for too long. As for the other side, Luan and his wife snuggled on the sofa, watching the movie silently. That day in the beautiful country. The sign and reward is pretty good. A set of playground designs was given. This thing is very good for Luan. Every entertainment facility inside is quite advanced and safe. It can be designed as a theme park. Luan plans to build it into a wild mountain and sea theme park. Yen, I want to build a playground for our future children. Luan thought for a moment and asked Lu Bingyan for her opinion. Oh. Lu Bingyan was stunned for a moment and glanced at her belly. Hubby, the baby hasn't been born yet, and you want to build a playground for her. Aren't you spoiling her too much? Luan gently hugged her delicate body, looking into her eyes with infinite tenderness, because she is the symbol of our love. Chapter 107 Theme Park Plan. Amusement Park. That is fine. Anyway, I played first. Lu Bingyan leaned towards Luan's arms, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked in a tender voice, Hubby, what kind of amusement park do you want to design? We are still planning. However, we will build a large amusement park for Xinxia with the theme of the ancient mountains and seas. The future of children cannot be limited to Donald Duck and his ilk. We need our own culture to build cultural confidence in children. This is also what Luan thought. Culture does not believe. This is the result of the infiltration of foreign culture. To reverse the situation, more than just military force is needed. The strength of military power builds courage, but not cultural confidence. Cultural confidence is much more complicated than courage. It is not something that can be solved overnight. The most obvious cultural penetration is the celebrity effect, for example, those idols and handsome young men. To be honest, Luan has never understood why those girls are so obsessed with those feminine men who don't have any courage of boys. By the way, Yen, what do you think of those idols? Luan touched his chin. To be honest, internet celebrities are ultimately insignificant entities. The entertainment industry is the one that really needs rectification. Those so-called fresh meat. How do you see? Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes, stroked the four little Bai Wangs, and sneered disdainfully, they have no acting skills, are paid a high salary, can only hype and exploit minors, what else can they do? Exploiting minors? Luan was stunned for a moment, what do you mean? It was just to top the charts and get fans to buy milk. It was pretty popular, but all the milk was poured out. Some children in the mountainous areas can't even get enough milk. But here it's better, all the milk is poured into the garbage dump. And that Wu Qian, he was having sex with a minor. I don't know how he could do that. This is pretty bad. He was arrested. Is that so? Luan frowned. You're not just pretending, are you? Luan raised his eyebrows. The social atmosphere is really hard to describe in a few words. I don't know. Lu Bingyan sighed. It's a pity that Prince Bai is too young, otherwise, I would have made Prince Bai eat this grandson and have him eat meat for the first time. Luan groaned and said, then I must build this amusement park. I am too lazy to get involved in the entertainment industry. After all, I am in the technology field. I can only use technology to change people's correct values little by little. I support you. Lu Bingyan raised her head proudly. You are worthy of being the man I like. Where is it? Luan rubbed her little head proudly. After a while, let's go to Ma Xiong again, deliver the goods to her Sophia, and build a finals dojo there. Okay. It's time to travel again. Lu Bingyan was very happy and touched her belly. While my belly is still small, I must play all the games I want to play. Good. I'm with you. Luan chuckled, pinched her chubby little face, and chuckled, I will always be with you, watching the sunrise and sunset with you. That's too annoying. Lu Bingyan giggled and patted Luan's shoulder in disdain. I am traveling with a purpose. I want to become the invincible beautiful girl of the first beast tamer, the invincible hot mom. Pregnant. Go to the competition. To be honest, it's indeed not appropriate to say girl. Hot mom, it's really no problem. Okay. Luan smiled helplessly. Your red rose is very strong, but she has some flaws in her character. Not really. I think it's pretty good. The girl tilted her head and smiled. Yes, is that so? Luan was a little horrified and said deliberately, I'm not a masochist. I'm not the queen either. Lu Bingyan gave him a deep look and said thoughtfully, but I also want to try the feeling of a queen hitting someone. Let us not do that. Luan took a breath, stared at her delicate face pitifully, and said in a low voice, I think you don't love me anymore. It's because of love that I want to try it. Lu Bingyan burst into laughter and fiercely left a strawberry on his face. I'm just kidding you, I can't bear to beat you like a crazy woman. Ha ha. You still love me. Luan held her and swung her around. Okay. No more shaking. Be careful not to lose the child. Lu Bingyan scared him deliberately, and then muttered, Shaoan, later, can you design a nano maternity dress for me? I feel that armed clothes are quite comfortable to wear, but after all, armed clothes cannot be worn in daily life. This is neat. Luan nodded. As for the materials, to be honest, I did some research last month. I looked at the clothes in the baby and toddler stores in the United States. They were really expensive, but I felt that they were not very safe. Indeed. Lu Bingyan agreed with him, and then asked curiously, Husband, let me ask you, do you have any plans or expectations for your child's future growth? I heard that even if the parents are very smart, the child may not be smart. There is also this saying. Luan was surprised, I haven't heard of this. I've seen many smart people have very smart descendants. That's just a very rare case. Lu Bingyan pouted and said, You are too smart, and I am actually the result of hard work. My future child will definitely not be as smart as you. I believe in you, and I believe in our child. Luan knew that his child was born with the blessing of the system, which was omniscient and omnipotent. These 4 words. There must be an ulterior motive. In this world, there are only people who can live up to these 4 words. Only God, no, in the mythology of Xinxia, the only one who can be said to be omniscient and omnipotent is the saint, right? Could it be that my child was born a congenital saint? This is impossible. This is just an ordinary city, this is too magical. Luan shook his head. Never mind. Don't want to think about it anymore. It doesn't matter what happens to his own child, as long as he grows up healthily, that is enough for him. After all, he didn't need children to feed his ego. There is no need for children to feel tremendous pressure to achieve a certain goal. He felt that his life was already perfect. There is also endless money to spend. As long as you want, you can control the economic lifeline of the entire world at any time. But it's totally unnecessary. Isn't it nice to stay at home and warm your wife? It smells so good. Oh, by the way, husband, next year, I plan to stay at school and be a teacher. Lu Bingyan suddenly said, I can't just stay at home and be a parasite forever. I have to have my own pursuits in life. All right. Luan chuckled and said, when the time comes, I will bring my cute baby and pick you up every day. This is what you said, don't forget it. Lu Bingyan raised her chin proudly. Chapter 108 Lu Ningxuan, how come I don't know I have a man? Time flies. This time before the new year. While Luan was preparing the rules for the first professional league competition, he was also accompanying his wife to train exotic beasts. At the same time, as agreed. I also went to Russia and took advantage of the installation of nuclear fusion reactors and quantum energy field diffusion devices to visit all of Russia's cities and famous attractions. By the way, I also fought with the strong men there, which increased my combat experience. The end of December, the last day. After Luan woke up, he looked at Lu Bingyan, who was sleeping quietly in his arms, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's hard to describe this feeling. But, I'm just very happy. Although no special sign-in tasks were triggered during this period, the rewards he received for signing in every day were still quite good. What satisfies him most are the various skills and knowledge. Ding! Congratulations on completing your daily sign-in and getting the reward, the Universe Book Study Space. What is this? Luan was stunned for a moment, then clicked it and took a look. It turns out that this is a learning space that can adjust the flow of time. It not only contains the knowledge of various civilizations in the entire universe, but also provides corresponding teachers to provide guidance. The most suitable adjustment ratio for him in this learning space is 1 hour to 1,000 years. To be honest, 1,000 years only seems long. I want you to learn the technology of an unknown civilization. 1,000 years is really not a long time. For a civilization, 1,000 years is really too short. This is good stuff. Luan pursed his lips. This thing was his second cheat. Be sure to make good use of it. Work hard to learn a variety of knowledge. So, even if special situations occur in the system in the future, I won't worry. Husband. I want to eat century egg and lean meat porridge, hee hee. Lu Bingyan opened her hazy eyes at some point, chuckled foolishly, turned over, and continued to sleep soundly. Good. Luan pinched her chubby little face, got up, went downstairs to wash up, and then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Lu Bingyan. The process of making century egg and lean meat porridge is not complicated. Recent. Yen Yen has become picky about food. Sometimes the flavors can get pretty weird. He had century egg and lean meat porridge this morning, and to be honest, he felt quite normal. In a while, it will be 3 months. The changes should be bigger. Luan was a little worried. I heard that women in later stages of pregnancy will experience morning sickness, changes in temper, etc. I don't know if Yen Yen will do the same. Fortunately, all work is done. I can always be with her. Luan clenched his fists and encouraged himself. It was my first time taking care of a pregnant woman, and to be honest, it was quite stressful. Bedroom. Smelling the aroma of food coming from downstairs, Lu Bingyan couldn't fall asleep at all. However, I didn't want to get up, so I buried my head in the quilt with a struggling look, and then turned on the Future AS to read the news. The first one made her open her mouth in shock. Sister, are you in love? Is this true? This period of time. There's no sign that she's in a relationship. Lu Bingyan couldn't lie still any longer. She looked at the man next to Lu Ningxuan in the photo with a frown on her face. She ran downstairs immediately. Shaoan, sister, you didn't let a man cheat on you, did you? She actually stayed in the hotel with a man last night and left the hotel intimately. What the hell? Luan was stunned for a moment, his arms stiffened, and after turning off the gas stove, he looked at the news. After seeing the news and the photos, Luan, to be honest, was a little confused about whether the news was true or not. First, this man has a handsome appearance and, how should I describe his temperament, he has the noble aura of a gentleman, which seems to have a great killing effect on women. It seems that my sister's standard for choosing a partner is just like this. But instead of taking her home, she went to the hotel. This is really not Lu Ningxuan's character. So he was a little unpredictable. Or, should we call and ask? Lu Bingyan looked at Luan's murderous expression and knew that something bad must have happened. The relationship between the siblings was already extremely good, and this man was really perfect, so perfect that it made people feel insecure. Luan would definitely be angry if he went to the hotel with such a man. If they are a real couple and the man has a clean identity, it would be fine. If not, something else happened. That would definitely be a big deal. Estimate. Lewin will make sure this man never sees the sun tomorrow. Okay. Just call and ask. Lewin brought the century egg and lean meat porridge to the table. He did not go to the kitchen again, but stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a frown, looking at the garden outside the window in deep thought. To be honest, he also wants his sister to find a man. Not to mention being rich and powerful, but at least the family conditions should be decent, the character should be good, the family affairs should be clean, and you should be able to live a happy life for the rest of your life. That's enough. Things like fate cannot be forced. If you try too hard, you'll easily be deceived. My sister's singleness shouldn't be broken so easily. In the kitchen, Lu Bingyan contacted Lu Ningxuang. Sister, are you in love? Get straight to the point. When Lu Bingyan asked, she also asked Shiha to analyze Lu Ningxuang's emotional changes. What does that mean? Lu Ningxuang was confused. No, why, this morning, you all asked me if I was in love, but I have Wan, it's enough for me, who needs a man? Really? Lu Bingyan was a little surprised. Really not, what's going on? Lu Ningxuang is still a little confused. She was busy talking about work yesterday, discussing technology licensing matters with a high-tech company capable of producing wafers. She was busy until midnight, and after working for half the night at 9 in the morning, she hurried back to the company to draft the contract. She had just finished her work and had not even had time to eat breakfast, but one by one, people called to ask her if she had a boyfriend. What the hell? Is a man as good as his younger brother? Really? Why would I need a boyfriend when I have a little brother who loves and pampers me? Yen, what she said is true. The news is just a personal fantasy, and the photo was taken from a deliberately chosen angle. Shiha quickly announced Lu Ningxuan's itinerary. So that's what's happening. Lu Bingyan smiled helplessly. Sister, okay, I misunderstood you. You see, the news has been going crazy. The National Palace Master is looking for a consort. I was really shocked. What the hell? How dare someone talk nonsense? I'll tear his mouth apart. Lu Ningxuang was a little exasperated. What the hell is this? Over there, Shaoan. Lu Ningxuang still had some doubts. She had also seen that the photo was indeed a bit weird and could easily be misunderstood. My brother must have misunderstood. That would be terrible. I will definitely be beaten by my younger brother or even put in solitary confinement. Estimate. That little boss is also going to be sunk to the bottom of the sea to feed the sharks. Oh, when Shaoan first saw it, his face was so dark that it almost turned black. He probably already knows the whole story. This nonsense news will definitely be punished by Shaoan. Lu Bingyan chuckled. Sister, then you go ahead and get busy. I'm going to have breakfast, moi. After saying, Lu Bingyan cut off the contact with a smile, ran out happily, and sat at the dining table with messy hair. Hubby, it's okay, I wasn't cheated, I just negotiated the wafer technology licensing matters, nothing else. I see. This guy who talks nonsense and deliberately stirs up public opinion must be punished. Chapter 109, Troubles Solved, Professional League begins. Because of this matter, there is still quite a lot of fluctuation online. After all, Lu Ningxuang is always an ice goddess when she appears in public, an ascetic and pure queen who is not interested in men. Suddenly, her pretty face turned slightly red, and she stood with a gentle smile next to a handsome man as they came out of the hotel. The contrast was really huge. So, everybody is talking about this. Even public opinion began to move in a bad direction. And the other side. Imo Ming had just completed the handover task and returned home to rest. His scalp tingled when he was looked at by his wife's strange eyes. Wife, what's wrong? You checked into a hotel with the president of Anyun Technology. This woman was very young and not very pretty, but her unique temperament could not be ignored. The more you looked at her, the more beautiful she seemed, and the more you liked her. Open a room. Imo Ming was a little confused. No, even if I want to, do you think they are willing? What's more, I have no reason to let them book a room with me. That's true. Yun Luoluo nodded slightly and said helplessly, well, I don't know which bastard took the photo of you two coming out of the hotel together. Now there is a big quarrel on the internet. If that person takes action, I guess there will be another uproar. That one refers to Lewin. For celebrities, this kind of thing is a point of public opinion that increases their popularity, but for people of Luan and other such status, it is a stain on their lives. My own sister was slandered like this. Luan will definitely not give up easily. If they are involved, they will not be qualified to resist. They could only look up to Luan's identity and technological level. What the hell is this? Mo Ming was quite uneasy. Wife, what should we do? We spent a lot of effort yesterday and finally met with Mr. Lu. We got the authorization agreement and 3 complete wafer production lines. If this fails, we will have no chance of turning things around. Probably not. But Yun Luoluo thought for a moment and said, this requires strong evidence, and for this, you need to come forward and clarify. At most, you can just release the authorization contract. Besides, you already have my child back, so you have nothing to be afraid of. A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. 2. Mo Ming also felt that he was confused for a moment. After all, Luan's identity is there. He had to handle it carefully. Whether this OEM factory can be revitalized depends on my ability. He absolutely did not want to see his factory completely ruined and himself and his wife and children living on the streets. Soon. He just posted a notice and also posted the authorization contract, a photo of himself and his wife, and a photo of his quadruplets, and issued a warning. First of all, I am not qualified to date Mr. Lu. Secondly, I have a family, my husband and I love each other, and I have quadruplets with 2 children. You bastard from the entertainment industry, you have slandered me and Mr. Lu's reputation with your lies, which has had a serious impact on me and Mr. Lu's family. This matter will not be tolerated. As soon as the announcement came out, the netizens who were watching the show were all stunned for a moment. What is this? Winner in life. How can this be possible? 4 babies in 1 pregnancy. This is the ultimate dream of many people. Seeing that the couple lives in harmony, such a thing would never happen. And, Lu Ningxuang spoke soon after. A super big brother control. Then a fan who was a doctor who knows how to diagnose and treat also commented, this blush is obviously a morbid flush, it's an overreaction of the body caused by overwork. Then, a farce ended in an instant. Countless people are criticizing this paparazzi who provoked public opinion disputes. Magic City. Rental house. A man slammed the table angrily, fuck, I finally gained popularity, but it's gone so quickly, damn. Oh, you want traffic? Suddenly, a voice came from his future AS, which scared him. Who is it? Don't guess who I am. Someone will deliver food to you later. Please check it carefully. Luan sneered and hung up the phone. Ma Dan. The traffic is directed at my family. If I don't kill you, I'm not a hot-blooded young man. It makes people feel unhappy early in the morning. Oh. That's right. The game is going to be updated today. Luan directly said to Dijun, Dijun, please update the resource ratio of the real game world, and open the ranking competition and the professional league entrance at the same time. After signing up for the professional league, the ranking competition results can be counted into the audition results. Okay. Dijun updated it as soon as possible. Everyone saw this message. Then, the rumors about Lu Ningxuang's love life ended, and everyone set their sights on the audition threshold. For the auditions, you must be among the top 10 in your city at least by mid-January. Then you have to get the Overlord medal of your city. Then comes the provincial auditions. The upgrade audition still requires only the top 10, 2 exotic beasts, and a provincial Overlord medal. The largest is the National League, with a total of 340 people. 340 people will participate in an elimination process, and the top 10 will be selected based on the number of wins. Same with the Woolly Bear. These 20. You will be able to step onto the starry stage and compete in the final championship match. It's a bit difficult. Only the top 10. This is really valuable. Of course, there are also people who are extremely lucky. Luck is also a kind of strength and is not intimidating. Updated the game. Then I should also go get the second alien beast. Lu Bingyan has collected a lot of beast taming runes recently. There is also an advanced beast taming rune. Only. This time, she wasn't planning on catching one in the real world, but wanted a traditional one. So he pulled Luan directly into the vast mountains and seas of the second world. The place where they appeared was Shayang Mountain, on the coast of the East China Sea. It's just not as magical as in the myths, it's just a beautiful mountain. This time, Lu Bingyan's target is Xia Longnu. Beautiful, noble, and with endless potential, I will do anything to get her. She had also collected the water-repellent beads necessary for the contract with Xia Longnu early on. A water-repellent bead can stay active on the seabed for half an hour. With the help of a group of professional maids, Lu Bingyan collected a total of 1,000 of them. In addition, the crystal palace where Xia Longnu appeared would not change. Even if they just wait in ambush, they can still catch Xia Longnu. For this little dragon girl, she sent out 10 professional game maids to study Xiao Longnu's characteristics here. She had prepared enough things, including what kind of gifts and spiritual treasures she liked, in order to contract Xiao Longnu in one fell swoop. It is on the coast of the East China Sea, but the distance to the East China Sea Crystal Palace is quite far. The two were not in a hurry. They rented 2 flying monsters in the NPC city on Mount Shaiyang and set out to travel. Because the professional league was officially opened, the number of players in the second world increased instantly. Although treasures in reality are easy to obtain, it takes a bit of chance to grab them. But it is different in the second world. The land is vast and rich in resources. You will always get good treasures by trying your luck. Therefore, there are many people who enter the second world to improve their strength. Chapter 110 Luningshuang, I am free. Xiao Longnu is a rare type of beast. The number of refreshes is not only limited by time, but also by number. The time is calculated according to the real time. Refresh once a year, up to 3 times. This game doesn't even need to worry about being a failure. As long as there are people who like raising animals and relaxing, this game will never go out of style. Besides, the ancient mountains and seas are so vast, and it is very interesting to keep exploring and searching for ancient secrets. If more plot content is introduced in the future, there will be more and more players. After all, this game has everything from leisure, development, farming, and combat. Even if the prehistoric era comes in the future, the impact will not be too great. It's a game. Being happy is the most important thing. Not everyone likes games with exciting combat. When Luan and his companion stepped into the East China Sea and headed towards the Crystal Palace. Outside world. Lu Ningxuang was in a miserable situation. Originally, I was going to lie down and sleep. As a result, her parents came and she couldn't lie down to sleep at all. Li Chouwan on the side could only give her a helpless look and go back to his room to sleep. For their own trial. Lu Ningxuang was not surprised. After all, my younger brother is married, and I am almost 30 and still making every move. How can my father not be anxious? He sat on the sofa with a tired look on his face and lay down directly. Just talk, and leave quickly after you finish talking. I'm almost exhausted. Actually, I'm not that tired. It's just that she's lazy and doesn't want to work today. Besides, I don't want to listen to my parents nagging. Lu Yunliang looked at his daughter with a dark face. It's time for you to find a boyfriend. No. Lu Ningxuang denied directly. I will be single for the rest of my life. I won't starve with my brother around. Well, I'm talking about Xiaoan, forget Xiaoming. That guy is just an idiot and unreliable. No, Xiaoan is Xiaoan. She has her own family. What's the big deal about her taking care of you? Lu Yunliang wanted to kick his own daughter. The same is true for Wang Cheng. She also wanted her daughter to get married, so what was the point of living alone in her brother's house? No. Lu Ningxuan lay on the sofa in annoyance. Why get married? I have someone to love me, someone to support me, and I don't have to worry about food and drink. Why would I need a boyfriend? Master, madam, it's actually not a big deal if the young lady doesn't want to get married. Besides, your status is different now, so the young lady should at least find a boyfriend who is of equal status, right? Klaus on the side took the initiative to step forward to help Lu Ningxuan share her worries, so Lu Ningxuan couldn't help but raise her thumbs up. Uncle Klaus, well done. Why? That's what I said. Lu Yunliang naturally thought about it as well. After all, our family circumstances are different now. In addition, his daughter holds the economic power of the Lu family, so he certainly cannot deal with her casually, otherwise he would become a sinner if the Lu family's prosperity was ruined. So they actually gave up. I just want Lu Ningxuan to work a little harder in this direction. There are so many men, you will always find the right one, right? Dad, Mom, as long as I am happy in this life, won't everything be fine? Lu Ningxuan looked at her parents seriously. I have Wan Wan, my brother, Yao Yao, and Shan Shan. I will never be alone in this life. Never mind. It's up to you. Let your daughter do whatever she wants. As long as you don't do anything stupid and live a happy life, that's enough. Lu Yunliang sighed helplessly. Let's not talk about you anymore. Your mother and I are going to work. Okay, take your time. Lu Ningxuan smiled instantly. After sending them away, she took a shower immediately. After the shower, she returned to her room, lay down in the life chamber, and entered the second world to go on an adventure with Li Qiuwan. Xuan, your uncle and aunt didn't make things difficult for you. In the second world, Li Qiuwan was wearing ancient costumes, and her long legs were charming and moving. There is a big contrast between her in game and real life. To be honest, this ancient costume is quite open. The skirt is slit to the waist, just like a few pieces of cloth draped over the body, but it does not exude an air of wantonness or seduction, but rather a capable and heroic look. The right clothes worn by the right person will have a different style. The unparalleled heroine is now Li Qiuwan. No, my father has accepted his fate and doesn't care about me anymore. As long as I don't act like a dissolute rich girl, and live a decent life and work, and live happily, my father will stop caring about me. Lu Ningxuan laughed. With you and my stinky brother, I will never be lonely or unhappy in this life. Snort. It's all because of you that I want to be an old woman with you. Li Qiuwan knocked on Lu Ningxuan's head and changed the subject. Are we really not going to raise an official member in this league? Need not. Lu Ningxuan laughed carefreely. Games are meant to serve the people. Even professional competitions should be like this. There is no need for an official. This is an honor given to those who love games. 2. Li Qiuwan nodded. She also agreed with this statement and touched the head of the Sky Demon Pine King beside her. It feels really good to cultivate a good partner of your own. Yes. Lu Ningxuan's pet is a cat. A lucky cat. She comes here to play every day. Accompany your civet cat to find all kinds of treasures. No way. The civet cat has great fortune. She can pick up top quality materials just by strolling around. Are you angry? By the way, how about we go to the East China Sea as well? I heard there is a special beast equipment there, called Kongtong Seal. Lu Ningxuan's eyes lit up. Feasible. Shaoyang Mountain, the holy land of human race. It's also nice to get familiar with the environment. She has already tried the primordial era. It is a vast world where birth is completely random, but there is no human race. Because the timeline is about the catastrophe of ferocious beasts and the struggle between Taoism and demons. When she was trying it out, she was transformed from an unknown flower, and was caught in a calamity of ferocious beasts, and died on the spot. Certainly. She doesn't mind. Because this is a trial game, there is no such thing as resurrection. Even so, the magnificent war made her blood boil. When the server is officially launched, she hopes that her luck will be better and that the innate creatures will have better support. Otherwise, the calamity caused by the ferocious beasts will definitely be very difficult. Although you won't die directly and your account will be deleted, the subsequent plot path will definitely not be easy. As an experienced person, Li Qiuwan must become the Hunyuan Wuji Daluo Jinxian in the game. Saint? Forget it. Those 6 players can never become. As they headed towards the coast of the East China Sea, Luan and the others finally arrived at the coordinates of the Crystal Palace. After flying for most of the day, to be honest, it was really tiring. The map is too big. To be honest, it's not very friendly. Chapter 111 gives singles some way to survive. The bottom of the East China Sea. Crystal Palace. Luan and his companion dived for a long time before they finally swam from the sea level into the Crystal Palace. The scene of the Crystal Palace was not prosperous, and even a little dilapidated. It was like experiencing some kind of war. Lu Bingyan glanced at Luan and said, "Hubby, this place can be very sacred, solemn, and gorgeous. Why do you want to create a battle damage style? Games generally have a complete world background and storyline. War damage is the theme of the storyline of this world. In the Great War, countless gods disappeared, strange beasts ran rampant, and the human race was commanded by heaven to fight against ancient strange beasts and species. Later, the profession of beast master evolved." Luan smiled gently and said, "Let's go and see if there is any little dragon girl spawning at the spawn point." Aha! Recently, there are only photos of Xiaolongnu on the forum, and no one has been able to conquer Xiaolongnu and make a contract with her. The two went directly to the backyard boudoir of the Crystal Palace. This is the place where the probability of Xiaolongnu respawning is highest. Through the window, the two saw a huge egg. The one marked above is a dragon egg, in its nirvana evolution state. Isn't this a free gift? In this state, as long as you put the natural treasures that Xiaolongnu likes directly over and let the egg absorb them, you can directly make a contract, a 100% contract. What good luck! Luan touched his nose and said, "Go." Aha! Lu Ningxuang's hands were shaking with excitement. She pushed the door open carefully and walked in. Then she piled a mountain of treasures next to the dragon egg. Buzz! Feeling the tremendous vitality and energy emitted by the treasures of heaven and earth, the dragon egg trembled slightly and made a buzzing sound. In the buzzing sound, the treasures of heaven and earth instantly melted and turned into pure energy that merged into the dragon egg, while also emitting a feeling of joy and intimacy. Done! Lu Bingyan jumped up and down excitedly and directly used the high-level contract rune in her hand to make the contract. It will take some time for a dragon egg that has absorbed enough energy to hatch, but it will be able to fight at the earth level when it is born. After putting the dragon egg into her own beast control space, Lu Bingyan breathed a sigh of relief and held Luan's hand. "Husband, now, my exotic beast training has reached its peak, and the dragon egg is just waiting to hatch. Let's go see the scenery, to that Buzhou mountain." "Become." Luan nodded and did not refuse. "Buzhou mountain is quite far away." "It's okay. As long as my husband is by my side, everywhere is a beautiful scenery." Lu Bingyan took Luan's hand and said, "Let's teleport directly to the gathering place in Shaoyang Mountain." "Okay." Luan smiled gently and rubbed her little head. "Yan Yan, just do your best in this competition, don't try so hard. Dream it. Do your best so you won't regret it." Lu Bingyan grinned, her eyes full of a determination to never give up. "Good. I support you." Luan burst out laughing. This point about Yan Yan attracted him a lot. Take your dreams seriously. Try your best and don't regret it even if you fail in the end. Better than some people. They say they are pursuing dreams, but in reality they are pursuing illusions. In the end, they just comfort themselves and return home feeling heartbroken. Shaoyang Mountain, a holy city. After returning the two mounts, the two men wandered around the city. This is a city where ancient and modern meet. Full of unique charm. Clothing store. The novel ancient costume attracted Lu Bingyan's attention. "Husband, buy clothes, you must buy clothes." "Buy." This was Luan's original answer. But when he looked up and saw the name of the clothing store, he felt uneasy. "Yan Yan, this is a girl's clothing store, it's not a good idea for me to go in." Shaoyang Mountain, as a holy city, attracted so many players that the clothing store was crowded with people. As a boy, it was difficult for him to get in. There were a few boys sitting in the rest seats at the door. These boys obviously came with their girlfriends or wives. But his expression was a little stiff, and he didn't know where to look. Here. Regardless of gender, they are all first-class goddesses. Some girls dress even more freely. If they were single, they would definitely watch the game politely without looking around, but they have wives and girlfriends. The constant conflict between conscience and masculinity, the expression on his face, is so wonderful. Hypocritical. Lu Bingyan curled her lips. "These boys are not as bold as you," openly appreciating. "These boys are really, how should I put it, a little vulgar." "Ha ha." Luan laughed. "After all, they are different from us. They need to carefully protect their families and their marriages. Girls in love are very narrow-minded. Besides, eyes are windows to the soul. Do you think they are appreciative or lustful? Blinded by lust. Obscene." Lu Bingyan made an unceremonious judgment. "That's right." Luan shrugged his shoulders. "To be honest, the clothes here are quite nice. Then I'll go buy a few sets." "Honey, please wait here for me for a moment." Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up slightly, and she excitedly ran into the clothing store to choose clothes. There was still a hint of shyness on her face. "Husband, he definitely won't like me wearing bold clothes. But we can wear it in private. Just showing it to him can also add some romance." Lu Bingyan shyly picked up a set of colorful clothes, compared them for a long time, chose two sets of opposite extremes, and then chose an extremely gorgeous and conservative white palace dress. She spent several thousand yuan on each set. When buying clothes here, you just pay with cash. There is no such thing as a second world specific currency. A snow white palace dress. It makes Lu Bingyan look more noble and mysterious. Standing there, isolated from the world. There is a beauty in the north. One glance from her can conquer a city, and another glance can conquer a country. This line of poetry is not an exaggeration at all to praise Lu Bingyan at this moment. It is even a little imperfect. So beautiful. This beauty cannot be described in words. But she attracted everyone's attention. Even the female players were deeply attracted to Lu Bingyan. Husband. Seeing Luan staring at her in a daze, Lu Bingyan was extremely happy and pouted her lips coquettishly. Why are you staring at me in a daze? What a nice view. Luan felt his mouth was dry. He touched his head rather embarrassedly and said with a chuckle, you are like a goddess in the sky, so beautiful that it takes your breath away. We. Then I am your wife. This beauty belongs only to you. Lu Bingyan jumped up from the steps, her clothes fluttering, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Luan suddenly held her in his arms, and after spinning around, she finally stabilized herself. Damn! Do you have any sense of public morality? Why are you spreading dog food in broad daylight? Showing off your love in public is so unethical. Originally, everyone was admiring the beauty, but who knew that the atmosphere would become worse and worse, and in the end, the goddess turned out to be married. They're showing off their love in a very cute way. Flying fairy into the arms style, what the hell is this? Give singles a chance to survive. Chapter 112 Perfect Game System. What the hell? Murderous look. Luan hugged his wife tightly and said carefully, Wife, do you feel that there is always an inexplicable murderous aura staring at you and attacking you? Murderous intent? Seeing her husband's nervous look, Lu Bingyan smiled slightly and turned her head to look around. Which of those men and women didn't look at them with envy and jealousy? Isn't this murderous intent? But why? She couldn't figure it out either. It seems that the couple didn't do anything excessive. Only. Everyone seems to be a little too enthusiastic. Better run away quickly. Honey, why don't we slip away first? I feel like these people aren't very friendly. Lu Bingyan muttered fearfully. Good. The two of them were originally close together, and now they were whispering in each other's ears. The goddess's pretty face was blushing, and she was beautiful beyond words. The hero was gentle and handsome. This fairy combination was so sweet that it instantly exploded in sweetness. There is absolutely no way for people to survive. Feeling the murderous aura around him getting stronger and stronger, Luan did not stop. He picked up his wife and ran away. He looked cool and romantic, but in the eyes of the surrounding players, he did not seem to be so. This is just a bunch of dog food. If you don't want to eat, I will force you to eat it. Force you to eat. This is very uncomfortable. Luan and his companion ran to the west of the city where there were few players, and only then did they relax. Now, there are still few people in the second world. After all, the price of a health cabin is quite expensive, and most people really can't afford it. The west side of the city is considered a food area. Nowadays, no one appreciates the joy of delicious food. They also don't know that in the second world, eating is a taste enjoyment. Otherwise, it will definitely attract a large number of gluttons. This is a product of the ancient times. A crab bigger than an elephant. A golden rooster with the blood of the phoenix. Edible exotic animals, spiritual fruits, vegetables and fruits that are not available in reality. After the murderous aura was no longer around, Luan heaved a sigh of relief and bought 2 strings of candied haws from a street vendor. He handed one string to Lu Bingyan and muttered in dissatisfaction, Wife, tell me, is this world targeting us? Wherever we go, as long as there are many people, there is murderous aura around us. It's simply unsolvable. Are we a couple of the god of death? Wherever we go, people will die. What are you thinking about? Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes speechlessly, as if she was about to drop an unknown sweet fruit. She felt helpless in her heart. My husband, when he is with me, seems to pay all his attention to me. He doesn't want to pay attention to the people or things around him at all. Others don't have murderous intent. That's not jealousy. When jealousy reaches its extreme, it turns into murderous intent. They are so murderous because they think too much about us. It's because they envy our happiness. Lu Bingyan held her young husband's hand with a slight smile on her lips. She ate candied haws while strolling in the food district in the west of the city. She would buy some to try anything strange she saw. Anyway, you can't get fat by eating so much. Hey! You two are here too. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. The two of them were slightly stunned and looked over. The people who came were Lu Ningxuan and Li Qiuwan. It was just Li Qiuwan's outfit that surprised Luan. Sister Wan Wan, you'd better be careful with this outfit. Don't act alone. Although there is a punishment mechanism, there is no guarantee that there won't be men who are lustful and do something to you. Will it? Li Qiuwan turned around nonchalantly, then quickly pulled out his shotgun. If he dares to attack me, I'll shoot him in the head. This will definitely give people with criminal tendencies a memory that will last a lifetime. This second world. All senses can be simulated, so things between husband and wife can also be executed. That's why Luan Sai had set up this security procedure. Once such a crime occurred, all his senses would be activated directly, and then thunder from heaven would strike, and after 9981 strikes, he would fall and be kicked out of the game. This is much more severe than a headshot. Certainly. The impact of a headshot is actually quite large. Because of Luan's setting, he will see the moment when his head is blown off, which is undoubtedly a scene that directly hurts his heart. By the way, kid, do you have bad intentions? Li Qiuwan glanced at Luan, then looked at Lu Bingyan's flat belly. No. Luan directly denied, because it is the second world, I want it to be more real, that's all. You are so real. It won't give rise to a non-ferrous industry, right? A transaction between two parties can basically be considered as sexual activity that both parties are willing to engage in. Even if it is artificial intelligence, it is not easy to judge, right? Lu Ningxuan was a little worried. The non-ferrous industry has been spawned here without considering any negative effects, such as damage caused by contraceptives, damage to the body and so on. Won't. Luan raised his lips and said calmly, don't underestimate the strength of artificial intelligence. Also, the game is completely real name authenticated, which means that all information is in the hands of artificial intelligence. They can't do anything at all. Even if the outside world agrees to trade in the second world, it can't be realized, and both parties will be punished, a punishment more fierce than rape. Hiss. Great. Li Qiuwan raised his thumbs up. I never thought you would have so many concerns and ideas. That's for sure. Luan smiled proudly and asked in confusion, why are you two here too? We are just strolling around here to look for the Kongtong seal. Lu Ningxuan chuckled and continued, by the way, let's enjoy the food here. I think there will be some special delicacies in the Holy Land City. The Kongtong seal is a treasure that is not easy to find. Lu Bingyan said as she invited Lu Ningxuan and the others to have afternoon tea at a roadside tea house. Already found it. Li Qiuwan ordered a cup of enlightenment tea and a fruit platter of unknown fruits. While eating, he said, we found it in the cave at the foot of the mountain. Not only that, we also found a skill book. Kongtong seal. This is a magical weapon. A treasure that brings luck to the human race. I actually found it in a cave. This is true. Lu Bingyan looked at Lu Ningxuan in disbelief. Sister, your luck. I'm used to it. This girl is a European emperor, and she also has a lucky cat. As a result, she has no shortage of resources after going out for a walk. Treasures that others have to fight over and spend a lot of money to buy, she can just pick up with ease. This. Luan and Lu Bingyan were stunned instantly. You have to know that the two of them ran a lot of time to collect resources, and they only got them after constantly challenging strong people. And my own sister. All you need to do is take a walk outside and you can pick up whatever you want. What kind of luck is this? It's so infuriating. Chapter 113 The Dilemma of Robot Launch. Kongtong Seal. The real Kongtong Seal. With this thing equipped, the combat effectiveness of alien beasts can be increased several times. Surprisingly, it was picked up in a cave. Lu Bingyan's eyes were a little jealous. Sister. I want it. Forehead. Well. Lu Ningxuan shook her head helplessly. To be honest, it was really hard to bear her brother and sister-in-law acting like a spoiled child to her. I found it for you. Don't you want to win the championship? I think you should be able to use this thing. Lu Ningxuan casually threw the Kongtong seal to her. Without any hesitation. It's just like throwing an ordinary stone egg. Thank you, sis. without any hesitation. This Kongtong seal must have been left for Xiaolongnia to use. If I leave it to Red Rose, I feel that the Kongtong seal will become not decent at all. It is likely to be used as a brick. Or even more excessive usage. No matter what, she still wanted to use this mythical treasure of the ancestor of the human race in a more normal way. Then, a few people went straight to all the snack shops in the west of the city and ate. It was almost evening, and after helping Lu Bingyan improve her combat skills for several hours outside the city, the few of them climbed out of the life capsule and prepared to have dinner. Honey, watch the video on the little broken station. At the dining table, Lu Bingyan was still studying the fighting skills of others when she saw an interesting video. This person's luck is against the sky. It's a bit outrageous. He actually opened up his ancestral bloodline. This guy might become the favorite to win the championship. After seeing the ghost car monster, Luan couldn't help but praise it. At this stage, the probability of the appearance of atavistic beasts is infinitely close to zero. I'm afraid this person will be waiting for a feast. This is the rhythm of using up all the luck in one go. No, he has no hope of winning the championship. This guy was beaten to pieces when he challenged the Overlord. Lu Bingyan resisted the urge to laugh. This is really a sad story. Yes. The ghost car can be beaten like this. There is no one left either. Luan shook his head speechlessly. This guy is really unlucky. I guess he will lose all his luck in this game. Ha ha. I think so too. Lu Bingyan couldn't help but laugh. The biggest favorite to win the championship was directly beaten by the Overlord. This is really excellent. Or it's a strange beast with ancestral bloodline. You two have been through enough. Other people's families are so unlucky, so stop making fun of them. It's not easy for them either. Lu Ningxuan cleared her throat and told the two to stop making trouble. Hurry up and eat. After dinner, go to bed early, especially you, Yan, have a good rest. Okay. Lu Bingyan nodded seriously, finished her meal obediently, and then went to take a shower. Shaoan, you have been playing at home for so long, when will the artificial robot be released? Lu Bingyan couldn't help but ask. Games are games. Business still needs to be done. Recently, the market has been completely opened up, and domestic leading companies and valuable companies have all benefited from Anyan technology. As for other companies, they can also buy chips at low prices to develop the latest products for sale, which gives them a certain margin of survival, especially since the overseas market is basically divided up by these companies. High-tech products. They cannot use Anyan technology as top-level products, but they are satisfied to be able to use smart products that are more advanced than current mobile phones. Only. What they want more abroad is games. By the way, the day after tomorrow, the President of the United States, Luna, will come to visit you and ask you to open up purchasing channels in the United States, and even exempt them from tariffs. Lu Ningxuan took a sip of tea, looking a little strange. I think this Luna is crazy. If she exempts the tariff, she will lose most of her income. For them, money is no longer important. Products are the most important. Only with products can they further develop their own products. Li Qiuwan saw it very clearly. The current losses will definitely be rewarded in the future. Even if we can't catch up, the gap will be shortened. In this way, we don't have to rely on us all the time. So that's it. Lu Ningxuan frowned. Shaoan, what do you think? Luan took a sip of black tea leisurely. Nothing special, just open it globally, that's all. This. Okay. Lu Ningxuan nodded slightly. Now, there are quite a lot of stocks of Future AS and Hongguang AY. There is absolutely no problem in distributing the products worldwide. As for Luna's face, Luan didn't consider it. Mainly the first sense. Luan had a bad first impression of her, or maybe they thought he was the type who would soften his heart just because of any woman. So when Luan used the beauty trap, he had already sentenced them to death. Luna's arrival can be regarded as a breakthrough. What a pity. If their country wants to play with the wild mountains and seas, they can only wait until the light comes. The reason is simple. They do not have a nuclear fusion reactor, let alone a quantum energy field diffusion device. You said satellites can provide direct coverage, right? But why should they be given this for free? Although Luan doesn't want to squeeze the money of ordinary people in China, foreign countries have nothing to do with him. He is essentially a businessman. Without profit, why should he give out welfare? As for robots, Luan was actually a little hesitant. His definition of robots is companionship, protection, and housekeeping. He is quite worried. Some singles, after finding a companion, completely give up the idea of getting married and having children. Then they will become historical sinners. The worries are still quite big. So he has been thinking about this matter recently. Should the robot change its form? For example, changing into the appearance of Baymax. To be honest, there are many things that are not very convenient for Baymax. I think I need to discuss this matter with the Great Elder. Luan sighed helplessly. Nowadays, most people can't afford to get married, and they are afraid of marriage. I'm afraid that this perfect robot will cause many problems. That's true. Lu Ningxuang raised her eyebrows and stared at Luan. Stinky brother, you are not implying something to me, are you? How could that be? Sister, you have me. Luan patted his chest and said, I will support you. That's more like it. Lu Ningxuang raised her chin proudly and sighed softly. It's just that what you said makes sense. In recent years, the birth rate of newborns is really low. The appearance of robots should indeed be treated with caution. So, it's a bit troublesome. The emergence of robots needs to take into account the current social situation, and launching them rashly will have both good and bad consequences. Luan flexed his fingers and said, actually, I think we can consider some space travel projects. Luan shook his finger. The finals venue will be placed on the satellite. In fact, I have this plan. This is good. Star Hotel. Definitely high-end. Lu Ningxuang and Li Chouwan's eyes lit up. Chapter 114 Dual Projects launched. By the way, there's also a theme park. Luan knocked on the table, and a holographic map instantly unfolded. Then, he knocked on the wasteland next to the industrial park and said, the soil here is poor and there are no residents. We can just rent it to build a theme park. If the effect is good, we can start construction. Each provincial capital will build a wild mountain and sea theme park of the same standard. This is good too. Leave the hotel matters to me. Li Chouwan patted his chest, causing the two large granaries to shake a few times, making Luan touch his nose embarrassedly. Leave the theme park to me. Do you have a basic plan and design drawings? Lu Ningxuang now has a wide network of contacts. What's more, having no theme park is a huge project. The bidding will surely attract many construction experts. Even the national team is not impossible to invite. Luan directly sent the entire set of theme park facilities to Lu Ningxuang. Some of the amusement equipment are specially customized. We can make them ourselves. For the others, we can directly purchase them from manufacturers. The quality must be strictly controlled. Rest assured. Lu Ningxuan opened the black god and glanced at the thousands of pages of design drawings. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she rubbed her temples and said faintly, Stinky brother, you really don't care about your sister. Hey. Luan chuckled and touched his nose embarrassedly. The more capable you are, the more work you should do. Who made you my sister? Sister Wan, I'm sorry to bother you with the hotel. I've already given you the spaceship authority. You can take some robots up there and build a theme hotel on the satellite. Of course, you can also find Little Golden Crow and build an aerospace platform and an independent space hotel. Okay. Leave it to me. Li Chouwan pursed her lips and glanced at Luan. Xiaowen, I am half your sister, right? I work so hard for you, do you have any reward? Award? Luan was stunned for a moment, and asked cautiously, what do you want? What do I want? Li Chouwan thought for a long time but still didn't know what he wanted. Money. I really have enough of myself. A house can be bought at any time, but a manor has its place, and buying a house does not make sense at all. Alone. With Lu Ningxuan, my mortal enemy, around, I will never be alone. This seems like there's really nothing I want. Never mind. I don't want anything. I'll tell you when I remember it in the future. The work is not too tiring. 3 meals a day are a treat. This kind of life is probably envied by countless people. Li Chouwan pursed her lips. So, do you have any other plans? That's all. Luan spread his hands and said, at present, our focus is on the first professional league competition, theme park, and space hotel. Li Chouwan nodded slightly. Then you will be in charge of opening up global sales channels. Tomorrow, your sister and I will shift our focus. Become. Not much impact. Luan nodded and looked at the time. It's so late, go to bed early. Good night. Lu Ningxuang nodded. She planned to study the drawings again, drink some tea and then go to bed. As for sleeping, I have had enough rest today. It's still early, so there's no rush to go to bed. As for Li Qiuwan, she couldn't sleep even more. Authorize the spacecraft to yourself. Then I am also considered Luan's family member. Free access to the universe. Hiss. It's exciting just thinking about it. Then. Neither of them slept all night. I am in the study, constantly writing future plans and designs. The next morning. While Luan was still hugging Lu Bingyan to sleep, the two of them drove away from the manor. There are many cars in the manor. Each person can drive one at will, so there is no need to waste money on buying a special car. Lu Ningxuang's goal is very clear. It means taking over the land. So, at around 8 o'clock, we entered the State Land Bureau on time. Regarding the land lease, Lu Ningxuang had already called her superiors last night. Just go there and someone will handle the formalities for him. After obtaining the land lease permit, Lu Bingyan started contacting the construction team directly. At the same time, nano printing stations are also used to print specially designed amusement equipment. Theme park. A huge piece of land covering 2,000 acres. This is a big project. After Lu Ningxuang contacted several of the top construction companies in Xinxia. The bosses of these companies arrived at the place agreed by Lu Ningxuang as soon as possible. They all knew that it would be absolutely difficult to compete for this project, so they started calculating on the way. This is Lu Ningxuang's first time bidding, so we must win this project no matter what and leave a good impression on Lu Ningxuang. They believe theme parks will not only be built in Shanghai. This is a big project with a lot of room for follow-up. If the first cooperation makes a good impression, then the second and third phases of the project will definitely be theirs. They won't make much money the first time, but with a larger project, they will naturally make more money. The other side. Li Qiuwan took Little Golden Crow directly to the Eye of Primordial Desolation. Conduct more detailed research. But in the end, she still planned to build an aerospace platform. Make this hotel independent, and as for the coordinates, she chose an open area farther away from the Earth, where she can see the vast universe without blind spots. Only. The construction of this aerospace platform will take a long time. It doesn't matter. She returned from the universe only after the hotel size, grade, and style were all designed. As soon as we returned to the factory, we began to expedite the printing of the aerospace platform. At the same time, the design drawings were released and an announcement was made. This announcement was released by Qin Wanru. When she released it, she was still a little confused. She looked at the design and rubbed her temples. Wan, is this too fast? Won't. Li Qiuwan smiled confidently. I brought 1,000 artificial intelligence robots with me. They will definitely be open to the public before the finals. By then, we can also accept live audiences. As for the price, Li Qiuwan and Qin Wanru were still discussing. Okay, then you have to work harder. If you break your promise, it will have a negative impact on the reputation of Anyun Technology. Of course. Li Qiuwan nodded seriously. Oh my god, the space hotel, this is too fast. The design has been released, it shouldn't be fake. I want the robot, the finished product has already been released, why not start selling it? There must be some concerns. The release of highly intelligent robots does require corresponding laws. Not to mention that it should be a robot that is no different from a real person. Yes, except for giving birth to children, they are almost the same as humans. Once they are released, if some bad people buy them and plot against them, how should they be convicted? If the robots rebel and hurt humans, how should they be dealt with? These are all problems. Ah, this is true. So, just wait patiently. I must stay in this hotel for a night with my family. Yes, if I can take my family to the universe in my lifetime, my life will be perfect. Chapter 115 Back to School, School Beastmaster's Duel. Luan was unaware of the online discussions. He is now looking at the rewards given for today's sign-in. This reward is very good. It is a talent reward. A super talent who can utilize spatial dimensions. Super talents who will create the future military industry. There is one more. Luan was a little confused. Explosives expert. Explosion is the explosion mania of art. This person. To be honest, Luan felt a little dangerous. Judging from his personal resume, this guy is very good at studying explosive equipment. The various bombs and missiles make him dizzy. What electromagnetic storm bomb? It directly covers an area of 10 kilometers, and the electromagnetic energy in the sky gathers thunder to form artificial thunder punishment. Thunder from heaven strikes the world. I'm afraid no living creatures will be born within 10 kilometers. This guy. Let him develop missiles. High performance, great power, high precision, and durable. As for the other two, let them play their own roles. Signed in a few months ago. Finally, I saw something useful. Luan really didn't want to see things like calligraphy and paintings, money, etc. He understood now. Why do some protagonists in novels endure for more than 10 years in one go and become invincible the moment they are born? It's really hard to sign in day by day relying on luck. After arranging the work for the three people, Luan accompanied Lu Bingyan to school. Although she is about to graduate. In addition, as Luan's wife, she has certain privileges, but she also doesn't want to break the school rules at will. Now, college students are also more energetic. The school also specially opened up a large square and applied to make it an on-campus arena for students to compete. And today is the day when students from another financial university in Shanghai come to challenge. The old principal was very nervous. To be honest, he would not be nervous during a competition in academic subjects, even if it was a competition between finance majors from their University of Finance and Economics. But now he was nervous because of a game competition. Shaoli, you are the hope of our school. Others can lose, but you must not lose. The old principal also raised an exotic beast. The exotic beasts of the elderly are usually dogs and cats. So is he. It's a 9-tailed demon cat. Principal, you think too highly of me. Li Mingyu smiled bitterly. My ranking is not even in the top 100 in Shanghai, but Xuetao from the University of Finance and Economics is already in the top 10. It's very difficult. It would be great if the school beauty was here. Li Mingyu sighed deeply. Just do your best. Old principal, what are you doing so noisy? After Lu Bingyan arrived at the school, she looked at the student union president and others at the door and asked curiously. The University of Finance and Economics wants to compete with us in the Great Desolation Mountains and Seas. As the host, we must come here to welcome them. Mr. Lu, the school beauty, how did you find time to come to school? Li Mingyu's eyes lit up. School beauty, do you want to participate in the competition? Still no. Lu Bingyan shook her head. My two beasts are currently undergoing evolution and transformation, so we can't duel. So that's it. This is a difficult situation. Li Mingyu was instantly disappointed. Well, we're going to get beaten today. How to say? Lu Bingyan asked in disbelief. Although Li Mingyu is plain looking, he is extremely serious about his work and is very strict with himself. He became the student union president entirely on the basis of his own abilities and is a student union president with real talent. Never give up is his motto. I've never seen him so depressed. Xuetao from the University of Finance is already in the top 10 of the Magic City. Both of his exotic beasts have entered the Earth level. He has already obtained the Overlord medal and has a 100% winning rate in duels. 100%? This guy. Xuetao. Why do I seem to have heard this name somewhere before? Didn't you duel with a young man who looked very cold but was actually a bit introverted and not good at communicating? It was he who interrupted your winning streak. Luan actually had some impression of this person. Same day. This kid used an incredibly aggressive fighting style and absolutely overwhelming strength to directly defeat Lu Bingyan. I remember it. The bastard who broke my winning streak. Lu Bingyan gritted her teeth for a while. It's okay, actually. You are still the first place. Luan gently rubbed her face. Don't be angry. Okay. Lu Bingyan pouted and stared at Li Mingyu. You must beat him up. This. I can't do it. Li Mingyu really wanted to say that. You have always been defeated. Not to mention that I'm not good at dueling. I'll try my best. Li Mingyu smiled bitterly, and after seeing the bus from the University of Finance and Economics, he hurried forward to greet it. 5 students got off the bus. They are all members of the Student Union of the University of Finance and Economics. 3 boys and 2 girls. The leader will be Shui Tao, the biggest rival. As for the others, their performance was average. Oh, Lu Bingyan, the campus beauty of Lu University, are you joining us today too? Shui Tao's eyes were burning with a burning desire to fight. No. Although Lu Bingyan was very angry, one of her alien beasts was transforming and evolving, and the other was hatching. Even if she was confident that she could defeat him and get her revenge, she couldn't do it now. I will conduct the settlement after my alien beast has completed its evolution. Don't let me down. Your ranking in the national competition was interrupted by someone. Lu Bingyan snorted coldly. My goal is to be the champion. Shui Tao answered confidently. Oh. This kid doesn't seem to be introverted anymore, and he even exudes a bit of domineering aura. This has its own meaning. Luan touched his chin and felt somewhat relieved. Mr. Lu, I wonder if you will participate? Shui Tao looked at Luan. No. Luan shook his head. Forget it, I don't like fighting. Why? All right. Then today's duel might be boring. Shui Tao looked at Li Mingyu and said, Li Mingyu, I will not show mercy today. I will avenge my previous humiliation. Forehead. Li Mingyu wanted to cry but had no tears. Old Shui, we are kindred spirits, is it really necessary to be like this? Certainly. Shui Tao nodded seriously, then took the initiative to walk over to the old principal and greeted him. Hello, old principal. Well, good boy, train them well. These guys are almost stupid because of studying. Cultivating exotic beasts is a science, and data research is very complicated. These guys don't know how to use their knowledge at all. They are just a bunch of nerds. The old principal has decided to lie down. He also watched a lot of Shui Tao's duel videos. He had some understanding of Shui Tao's level. I really can't beat the students from my own school. The students in my school are almost going stupid from studying too much. The arena that I applied for with great effort doesn't have many people coming out to play every day. Raising an exotic beast is like bringing a study companion. I didn't relax at all. Chapter 116. There's no comparison. Hey, old buddy, this time, the beating won't dampen your morale, right? At this time, an old man with white hair but full of energy and spirit. Don't underestimate this old man. This old gentleman is the former president of the University of Finance and Economics. His name is Zhang Ku. I have been friends with the old principal Chang Chenglin here for many years. Probably not. Chang Chenglin sighed softly. It's a good idea to hit them. The current learning atmosphere is too rigid and they don't know how to adapt to changes. Indeed. The situation of your students is indeed quite serious. Zhang Ku deeply agrees with this. Come on, after the students have finished competing, we two old guys can have some fun too. Zhang Ku laughed like an old naughty boy. When he saw Luan and his wife, his eyes lit up and he hurried over. This should be Luan, Lu Guosher. Seeing is believing. He is indeed handsome, elegant, and talented. The old principal is exaggerating. Luan smiled modestly. I hope you can have fun and have more wonderful ideas in the second world. Ha ha. That's for sure. Zhang Ke laughed loudly, and then whispered, Mr. Lu, the Universe Hotel, how much does it cost? How many people can the hotel accommodate? Does it cost a lot to freely enter and exit the universe? It's not big, but it's very convenient. Luan actually planned to build another passenger spaceship. By then, it would be very convenient to travel back and forth. A hotel is definitely not just a hotel. About the design drawing. Luan also watched it. The aerospace platform alone is 5,000 acres in size. It not only has hotel accommodation, but also a commercial street, space amusement projects, etc. For example, Li Qiuwan has already considered the theme park, the specifications of which are even larger than those in Shanghai. All equipment must be made using a nano printing table to ensure safety. Even. Li Qiuwan also planned to build a space roller coaster around the moon. That's right, Principal Zhang. The spaceship my husband built can travel into space in just a moment. There will be no discomfort at all. Lu Bingyan described her feelings on the satellite to him, which made Zhang Ku more and more yearning. He couldn't help but urge, Mr. Lu, just tell me a number so that I can prepare a little bit. This. Luan was stunned for a moment, a little helpless. Can I say that I don't know either? Ha! Zhang Ku was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? In this matter, I just provided the concept and technical support. The rest was decided by Lee Cho-won. Well, and my mother-in-law. I estimate that it will be released in a few days. Since it is for the general public, the price will not be too expensive. After all, the energy used on the spacecraft is semi-eternal energy. So that's it. Hearing Lewin say this, Jong-ko didn't ask any more questions. Judging from the words, this is not a game for the rich, it will definitely be aimed at the general public. Certainly. At this initial stage, we will definitely not receive too many guests. It probably can't hold too many people. So the ticket price will definitely be more expensive. As the business expands, the industry will definitely expand. For example, visiting Saturn, visiting Neptune, and so on. After establishing a base, it will definitely be able to accommodate many people at once. As for places further away, Lewin didn't even think about it. Just playing around in the solar system is enough. Any farther away, accidents are more likely to happen. That's right. I also need to mine cosmic resources. Emperor June, design a multifunctional and adaptable resource mining spacecraft. Once it is designed, send it directly into the universe to collect precious resources. Lewin contacted D. June using brainwaves. After assigning the task, he had a brief chat with the two principals, then accompanied Lu Bingyan to the dojo on campus to watch the competition. 5 games. According to Luan's calculations, they would most likely be shut out. Top students are truly top students. However, the training of exotic beasts is far behind others. Even though the other members of the opponent are not as good as Xue Tao, they are still stronger than them. If you don't take it seriously, you will only lose. Honey, how many times do you think we will win? Lu Bingyan asked while eating the tangerines that Lewin peeled for her. Forehead. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Lewin touched his chin. Of course it's the truth. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes speechlessly. Although she also felt that her school would lose badly, it would still win after all. That's right. She is easily satisfied, and as long as she wins, she is successful. That means they are 100% shut out. Lewin spread his hands. Among these 5 people, first of all, Xue Tao, no one can fight against him even in a one-on-one match. Although the other 4 are much worse, they are still among the top 100. Then, here, the first ones given are less than the top 100. Do you think this is playable? Lewin sighed helplessly. Although the event has only been open for 2 days, I have been trying to gain points during these 2 days. After all, this isn't an ordinary ranking where you can catch up at any time. Once the gap widens, it is basically impossible to catch up. Therefore, those who are aiming for the championship will never give up any opportunity to make the list. This is really difficult. I'm afraid that the University of Finance and Economics is going to produce a team of stars. Why? If only my red rose would be delayed for a day. Beat him directly. Lu Bingyan pouted. Still a little depressed. After all, she also wanted to participate in this duel. They don't draw lots anymore. It's directly a position versus position battle. President, Vice President, Finance, Publicity, Planning. 5 positions. 5v5. The first match is between the Minister of Propaganda and the Minister of Propaganda. They are all female voices who dress relatively fashionably. The first strange beast on their side was a lightning bee. The hornet that controls lightning is very large, with a body length of 2 meters. When its wings vibrate, there is a faint roar of thunder. The president of the University of Finance and Economics is a cardinal with the bloodline of the ancient phoenix. Although it is not big in size, it is extremely fast, speeding like red lightning as it speeds across the duel arena. This one. There's no hope. Lu Bingyan looked at the 2 strange beasts and sighed speechlessly. The other party doesn't even need tactics. That's true. The cardinals completely defeat the lightning bees. If the 2 meet, if their levels are not different, they can still fight. But now their levels are far inferior to the opponent, and it is basically impossible to change their fate. This is a loss. It's so miserable. In the first battle with the alien beast, the cardinal instantly killed the lightning bee and defeated it easily. Whether in terms of speed or attack power, it was far superior to the lightning bee. The loss was too easy, wasn't it? There is absolutely no ability to resist. Lu Bingyan frowned. It's too tragic. The Minister of Propaganda is about to cry. Forehead. There's nothing we can do about it. It is indeed a bit hard to accept that your beloved monster was directly blown up. Luan touched his nose and said, fortunately, this girl is not bad. She didn't blame her lightning bee. Looking at the way the girl looked at the lightning bee sleeping in the emblem, Luan was quite satisfied. Chapter 117, 10 Supernatural Things, Abandoned Teaching Building. Second game. Still being crushed. The students who came to watch and cheer were so busy that they couldn't even open their mouths to cheer. Judging from the big data rankings, they have already seen it. There is absolutely no use in refueling. The third game. It is still the same. I have no combat experience and can't even remember how to use a skill. Game 4. A little better. The battle lasted for more than 5 minutes. Although the experience was insufficient, it was acceptable. Game 5. There is no suspense at all. Zhang Yuming was beaten directly. Fancy beating. Don't even mention how miserable it is. Luan felt sorry for this unfortunate guy. A novice who doesn't know how to train exotic beasts duels with a guy who is in the top 10 of the Magic City and has never been defeated in 100 battles. To be honest, Luan admires his courage. This is clearly a situation where one is about to be hammered. He would never go back to do that. A pure fool. It's so miserable. It's so miserable. Lu Bingyan was completely numb. My classmate from school is such a rookie when he enters the club. Real. Too bad. Shui Tao was a little surprised. Seeing Zhang Yuming, who was about to cry because of his abuse, he hesitated and walked over to him, patting his shoulder. Well, I'm really sorry for bullying you. Fog. When Luan heard such comforting words, he was completely dumbfounded. Yen Yen, are you sure you are comforting me? Shrimp and pig heart, shrimp and pig heart. Lu Bingyan looked at Zhang Yuming, who was running away from the scene in tears, and her mouth twitched. It's really embarrassing for him. Is this really okay? Luan felt a little bit reluctant. It should be fine. Lu Bingyan looked at the depressed classmates around her with some uncertainty. President Zhang will be able to adjust quickly, but it's hard to say for others. This blow is really too great. Yes. Completely hung up on the hammer. They came here from far away. As a result, it was done in less than 20 minutes, even with some breaks, which felt quite disrespectful to others. But so what? They don't have that ability. I can only grit my teeth and endure it. They are all a group of arrogant people. This time, being beaten so badly, how could they possibly swallow this? Let's go to the student union and take a look. Lu Bingyan felt that the atmosphere in the student union would definitely be very interesting at this moment. Is this really possible? Luan was actually still a little hesitant. The main reason was that he felt that doing so was a bit hurtful. It's nothing. The members of the student union are not that fragile. Lu Bingyan chuckled. They are all adults. They know what to do. That is fine. Luan nodded, took her little hand, and walked slowly towards the office building where the student union was located. Student union. Zhang Yuming's eyes were still a little red. Obviously. He really cried. It's not that he is fragile, it's just that he is just feeling aggrieved. He thought he could beat Shui Tao in everything, but he failed miserably in a game, which was seen by the whole school and even many netizens. My own side. Just like a baby, he was beaten at will and had no power to resist. It's so embarrassing. Next, arrange the work. After adjusting my mindset, Zhang Yuming quickly got into work mode. No matter what, this season, we must be in the top 100 in Shanghai, or even in the top 100 in the country. After all, we have the huge mountain of school beauties ahead of us. Everyone has seen the strength of the school beauty. In an unequal fight, she was able to fight Shui Tao to a draw. So the school beauty is definitely aiming for the championship. In addition, the professional maids under her are among the top 10 in the country, if not the championship. There will be no problem buying them. Now, everyone knows how popular Hongguang Shanghai is. Why did the old principal set up a dual venue in the school? First, it is to enrich our extracurricular life and make us more energetic instead of studying hard. The second, and most important, is enrollment. With the big gimmick of the school beauty, if the school beauty can really be rated in the top 10 at the national level, coupled with our perfect dual venue, I am not exaggerating, there will be more talented students and fresh blood injected into our school next year. So, no matter what method we use, we must train the beast in a short time and complete our revenge. Our student union is the second face of the school, and we must not let the school lose face because of this. Yes. The student union members did not object to Li Mingyu's arrangement. This is a fact. At the door, Luan smacked his lips and said, as expected of a monster who can be re-elected as the student union leader, he did a great job. Right. Lu Bingyan chuckled and did not go in. Instead, she took Luan to the old campus of the school. The old campus is an abandoned old dormitory building. It has a history of 100 years. Only. Because of the ancient mountains and seas. After the inspection and safety rating, the flow of people here has increased again. After all, this is also the place where there are school ghost legends. In real game scenes. This is a haunted cave. Refresh a large number of ghostly beasts. Plus the change of scene. This place has become a well-known haunted building attraction in Shanghai. Many anchors and players come here to watch. Do you want to go in? Hole in barbed wire. Lu Bingyan's expression was extremely serious, with a hint of nervousness revealed on her chubby face. This is scary. This is definitely scary. Luan's eyes were full of tenderness. He gently grabbed her hand, which was trembling a little due to nervousness. Don't be afraid, I'm here. But I'm still a little scared. Ghosts and monsters. To be honest, let alone Lu Bingyan, Luan is also a bit timid. Just think of it as a haunted house adventure. Nothing. Luan encouraged her, then walked straight in. In an instant, the scene changed instantly. The thick dark clouds in the sky were extremely low, and streaks of pale lightning kept shuttling through the thick dark clouds. Gah! Suddenly, a sharp scream of a strange bird sounded, causing Lu Bingyan to tremble all over and dive into Luan's arms. Hubby, this place is too scary. Why? Luan touched his nose. Isn't this what you said you were going to do to explore? Result. Are you scared now? Ewa. Oh my god, I was scared to death. Before Luan could comfort her, a terrible howl was heard from inside the teaching building. Then, a couple rushed out with pale faces. They immediately lifted the prehistoric AY and lay down on the clean lawn without any image. They looked at the blue sky and panted violently. Damn it, that red-clothed ghost is too fierce. He appears and disappears at any time. It's hard to guard against him. Yes. The girl held onto the huge, heaving granary, lying there at a loss, looking like she had been played with. How about we just forget about love? We can't afford to play with the strange beasts of the underworld. Chapter 118. The female ghost holding her head. This. What happened? Lu Bingyan became more and more frightened. However, my inner curiosity was also aroused. That's how people are. The more afraid you are, the more curious you are, and the more you want to explore the truth. Let's go in and take a look. Luan's eyes flickered. Seeing the person coming was scared like this. To be honest, he became curious. Want to die? Just go and have a look. Lu Bingyan took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. If anything goes wrong, we must run away immediately. Luan touched his chin. A young couple could be so scared. After I investigate further, if it is really scary, I will do a body scan. Otherwise, if it is really scary to death, then the matter will be serious. What a warrior! Watching Luan and the other man driving the Hong Huang AY in, the young couple couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. To be honest, this is a very old house. Even before it was gamified, it already had a chilling effect. Not to mention, there are game modes that add many horror elements. That's really a haunted house. Especially the female ghost in red. It's simply killing me. Even if you know it's fake. The atmosphere that can confuse viewers and listeners will still make them involuntarily regard it as real. Meng, how long do you think they can last? The boy looked at his girlfriend, took out a tissue, gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and asked. I should be able to last for 10 minutes. Meng thought about it and gave a more reliable time. My feeling. 3 minutes at most. The boy pursed his lips and looked at the swaying red curtains on the third floor. He still felt a chill down his spine. Meng Meng, let's go. It's really uncomfortable to stay here. Meng Meng did not refuse. The two held hands and left the teaching building directly. The young people nowadays. It really doesn't work. The old man guarding the gate couldn't help shaking his head when he saw the two people who were almost fainted from fright. He also went in and took a look. It's really scary. But, as long as you keep your faith, that's it. During the anti-Japanese war, there were corpses all over the mountains and endless ghost soldiers. It was much scarier than this. Children nowadays are so lucky, but they are also timid. The old man was lying in the security booth with the heater on, listening to opera and rocking his armchair. As for Luan and the other one. Now we have officially arrived at the first floor. This map is a special map. It's a bit like revealing a haunted house. It is an independent map, that is, when you enter this map, there are only you and your teammates. You won't run into other players. First floor. It's cleaner than I thought, and I can't even feel any scary feeling. But, the more this is the case, the more nervous it gets. This is a haunted cave. Ghost cave, is it possible for such a clean environment to exist? The existence of a haunted cave in this kind of scenario is really too extreme. The most important thing is Luan, he doesn't believe that this is the protection mechanism of the game, and the first layer is the safe area. Honey, this place is so weird, isn't it? Lu Bingyan hugged Luan's arm and looked around. Let us take a look first. Luan hesitated for a moment and decided to explore the first floor. He was just too curious. Why is the first floor so neat? Even. The other classrooms were also cleaned spotlessly, as if there were students taking classes there. You know. This is a haunted house. Isn't it weird that there are students in a haunted house? This scene is really like this. It gives people inexplicable pressure invisibly. Luan held Lu Bingyan's hand and pushed open the door of the first classroom. The creaking sound of the door opening proved that this door, which looked very clean, had actually been there for a long time. In the classroom. The desks are neatly arranged, bright sunlight shines into the classroom, and the faint smell of air freshener makes people feel inexplicably at ease. However, the more this happens, the more Luan felt, the more inexplicable pressure weighed on his heart. This is especially true for Lu Bingyan. Originally, she was a little scared, and now the dull feeling of fear penetrated into her bones, which made her unable to help but move closer to Luan. Nothing happened. After going around all the classrooms, Luan was a little confused. Every classroom is clean and looks prosperous. I couldn't find any supernatural feeling at all. What is this? Could it be that I guessed wrong? Honey, is it possible that the first floor is really a safe zone? Lu Bingyan was a little confused. To be honest, she has been patient for a long time. And now I'm numb. Fear or something, what is that? She now wanted something real to scare her. Just wait like this. To be honest, it's really painful. The ghost was supposed to scare people, but now it has turned into people looking for the ghost. Woo! Suddenly, a slight whimper was heard. The whimpering was like crying and sobbing, bringing up gusts of cold wind, instantly covering the originally warm first layer with a dark blood-red glow, and the aura of terror was instantly filled. Just come as you say. Luan touched his nose and moved his ears slightly, finding the source of the sound. In the toilet? Lu Bingyan's joints turned white from being pinched. Luan nodded slightly. Let's go in and take a look. Walk. Lu Bingyan pursed her lips and said in a trembling voice, "Husband, you have to protect me, I'm afraid." Luan nodded. Walked to the bathroom. It was the sound coming from the girls' restroom. The closer we got, the clearer the voice became, filled with despair and unwillingness. I pushed the door open carefully, and a gust of cold wind blew in my face, so cold that I couldn't help but shiver. Quite interesting. Luan, who had already fully adapted, raised his eyebrows slightly, chuckled, strode in, and headed straight for the target location. The innermost grid. Luan didn't even think about it. Pulled the door open violently. Ah! After seeing the people inside, Lu Bingyan could no longer suppress her fear and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Little thing, you are quite unique. Luan was not afraid, but wanted to laugh instead. To be honest, there was nothing scary about this crying female ghost. She just had disheveled hair and was held in his arms. When the head cries, the body will respond. If you look at it suddenly, you will be scared. Hello? Don't cry. You scared my wife. Lewin reached out and grabbed her head. Then he snatched it away forcefully and looked sharply into the crying head. The appearance of the head is not bad. She is a normal-looking girl, but her voice is quite attractive. Forehead. Husband. It's not appropriate for you to do this. Lu Bingyan, who was originally a little scared, felt dizzy when she saw Lewin grab the female ghost's head like a basketball. This was too reckless. Why do I feel that this female ghost is somewhat pitiful? Lu Bingyan smiled foolishly. Chapter 119, The Legacy of History. The future generations will pay for their sins, they will definitely cheat you. Who are these people? I am a female ghost. Can you please respect my profession? The female ghost was obviously also stunned. Then his face twisted and melted instantly, and he completely turned into a half-human, half-ghost appearance. He opened his mouth, and the strong fishy smell almost made Lewin faint. Damn, how long have you not brushed your teeth? Your breath is too bad. Husband. You are so fierce. Just scold the female ghost. Obviously. This was the first time for her, who had always been scary, to experience something like this. The female ghost felt completely numb. That. Can you give me my head back? The female ghost returned to normal, timidly stretched out her hand and asked for her head back. That look is so weird no matter how you look at it. Even, I want to make people laugh. It's not impossible. Lewin raised his eyebrows. Tell me what's upstairs first, and I'll give you my head back. This. The female ghost hesitated for a moment. After thinking for a while, she took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lewin. This is a clue. You need to explore the upstairs yourself. So that's it. Lewin looked at the note in his hand, then casually returned the head to the female ghost, and then casually closed the bathroom door. There are still clues. This really has become a supernatural puzzle game. Let me see. Lu Bingyan was a little excited. Solve the puzzle. How interesting. Open the note. Lu Bingyan took a look and muttered in confusion, this seems to be just a simple sentence, a resentful sentence. The way of heaven is unfair. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. What a strong resentment. Lewin raised his eyebrows. Yen, do you think there will be any cases here? A real case? Lu Bingyan frowned. To be honest, someone did die in this teaching building. As for the details, I don't know. There is a supernatural story passed down by word of mouth that said a girl died here and died unjustly. So that's it. Lewin frowned and fell into deep thought. The existence of this copy should not be just a scary haunted house. Di Jun must have discovered something. I want humans to dig and solve this case themselves. Let's go, ghosts may be simpler than humans. Lewin chuckled, put the note away, took Lu Bingyan's hand, and walked towards the second floor. The smart Lu Bingyan naturally noticed it as well. This ghost cave copy. It is not just a copy, refreshing ghosts and strange beasts. The puzzle content of the copy is actually alluding to a case that happened 100 years ago. 100 years ago. The Republic of China period. It is indeed a sensitive era. Squeak. The scene on the second floor is completely different from that on the first floor. The second floor had completely decayed, and the ticking sound struck at their heartstrings. Think of the illusion to reality. Lu Bingyan was no longer so scared, but her hands were still tightly clasped with Luan's. Crunch, crunch. Two people stood at the door of a classroom. The door was not opened. There was no movement, but in the dark and deep corridor there were creaking sounds and footsteps. Husband. Lu Bingyan's heart was lifted up again, her pretty face was bloodless and as white as paper. It's okay. Lewin didn't think the protagonist would appear at this time. And. Ghost. It is impossible to make any trampling sound. He believed that Di Jun would not make such a low-level logical error. Come out. Lewin hesitated for a moment and summoned out his exotic beast. This was the first time he summoned his own beast. It's a glutton. The pure-blooded Taotai exuded a fierce aura, and its scarlet eyes were fixed on the direction of the approaching footsteps. In the dim light, the corpse that staggered over was a man wearing a gray suit, with sparse hair, sunken eye sockets, and a strong stench of corpse. Judging from his attire, he should be a teacher. The foreigners in the least area of Magic City. That period was indeed quite arrogant. This person. It should be related to the case. So, Tao Tai, go ahead and devour. Luan let Tao Tai pounce on it and swallowed it in one gulp. Then a bloody note dropped, and on the note was written, I'm sorry, I don't want to die, I am willing to atone my sins. Really? Related to this foreigner. Husband. Here. There are countless such mummies in every classroom. Lu Bingyan's expression was somewhat grim. Are you going to kill them all? Need not. Luan shook his head, continue to go upstairs. Go straight to the 3rd floor. This teaching building has only 3 floors. The 3rd floor has something strange. The couple before was frightened and collapsed on the top floor. So, she was still a little nervous. In fact, this foreigner is the key. If we kill him, the red-clothed female ghost won't appear so easily. Is that so? Lu Bingyan was still a little nervous, but she mustered up her courage and followed Luan up to the 3rd floor. 3rd floor. Only one classroom was open. Other classrooms cannot be opened. The two looked at each other and walked in directly. This classroom is a very old music classroom, with an extremely old piano on the podium. Sitting next to the piano was a girl with pigtails and a scarlet dress. She looked elegant, gorgeous, yet dangerous. Why don't you speak? Luan was stunned for a moment. I wanted to touch it, but was reminded that the plot guide was incomplete and the plot of the red-clad ghost could not be triggered. This. Luan glanced at his head, a little speechless. Forget it, let's go. This copy carries the sadness of history. I hope that the backbone of the Chinese people can be more upright, their eyes can be brighter, and they can distinguish right from wrong. Couldn't watch the plot. Lu Bingyan also roughly knew what had happened. In that sensitive era, and with such a beauty, being noticed by foreigners was indeed a great misfortune. We must extort a huge sum of money from them. Lu Bingyan's eyes sparkled. Right. Luan and the other man smiled at each other. The idea is unified. The sins of history should not be washed away so easily. People plant trees for future generations to enjoy the shade, but there is also a saying that the mistakes of the previous generation should be paid by the future generations. After the two people left the abandoned teaching building, just closed the game directly. The two of them felt relieved instantly. They looked back at the old, age-old teaching building and left together. Lover's Lake on campus. Luan and his partner sat by the lake, watching the koi fish jumping up and down in the lake, and their mood improved. I didn't expect there would be such a good place in school. Lover's Lake is a well-known attraction in the school. Lu Bingyan said with a little pride. There is also a swan lake which is also very beautiful. Not only that, but there are also 2 swans raised there. Oh who? Then can we bring Bai Wang and the others to school as well? Luan touched his chin. Bai Wang and the others are so clingy, they should be able to become stars in school, right? Main. Luan wanted them to move more. It's still a small one now. But he has become as fat as a pig. Chapter 120. Luna is here. After the two of them returned home, Luan went into the kitchen to prepare delicious food for Lu Bingyan. Lu Bingyan, on the other hand, brought a small stool and sat at the kitchen door, supporting her chin with her hands, staring at Luan's serious profile with an intoxicating blush on her cheeks. Aren't you tired of sitting like this? Luan simply cooked a few dishes and brought them to the dining table. Then he picked up Lu Bingyan, put her on a chair at the dining table, and pinched her soft little face. Yin Yin, your face feels better and better when I pinch it. Ah. Yeah. Lu Bingyan also pinched her cheeks out of curiosity. Really? Have I really gained weight? No. Luan is very direct. She still looks thin, how can she be considered to have gained weight? Really? Lu Bingyan was a little skeptical. Touched her slender waist. Apart from the slightly bulging belly, there is indeed no fat at all. Are you really not getting fat? The face has become round. Forget it. Food first. Wait until the baby is born before talking about losing weight. It seems that my husband likes this kind of figure very much. Losing weight is so tiring. Let us just forget it. Eat one. After figuring it out, Lu Bingyan simply stopped thinking about everything and ate to her heart's content. After filling your stomach, Lu Bingyan's spirit and energy were completely restored. She lay lazily on the sofa, leaning on Luan, and yawned lazily. Husband, President Luna is coming tomorrow. Are we still going to negotiate in the manor? Luan nodded. No matter what, we can't lose our manners. 2. We are a country of etiquette, and we cannot lose the etiquette that has been passed down for 5,000 years. In the afternoon, the two of them stayed at home watching movies while also focusing on the progress of two major projects in the professional league. Because of pregnancy, Lu Bingyan was not very energetic at night. After eating, she would fall asleep as soon as she lay down. In order to prevent himself from sleeping in, Luan went to bed early. The next morning, after making breakfast for Lu Bingyan, Luan asked Sora to drive them to the airport. 8:10. The plane landed on time. Luna came alone. He did not bring a secretary, was dressed casually, had no eavesdropping equipment, and did not have any eavesdropping chips implanted in his body. Big blonde waves. A calm look that's frightening. Luan touched his nose and said, "Welcome President Luna to the Magic City. Please come and greet me, Mr. Lu." Luna walked off the plane gracefully and extended her hand to shake hands with Luan. "I know you don't like beating around the bush, so how about we get straight to the point?" "That's great." Luan nodded. No rejection. "Invite Luna to get in the car, let's talk in detail in the manor, and have breakfast or lie down and take a rest." "Thank you for your help." Luna nodded, sat in the car, and looked at Luan seriously. "I have to say, Luan is really handsome." Even though her aesthetic taste is different, she still thinks that Luan's appearance is the male god in her mind, just so perfect. It's really direct. The aggressiveness is really strong. On the way. No communication. Out of courtesy, Luan arranged a guest room for her in the manor and asked Klaus to make breakfast for her so that she could rest and adjust to the jet lag. Until the next day. Breakfast is over. The two people sat in the living room discussing sales channels. As long as your country does not go back on its word, there will actually be no difficulty in selling AS in the future. The same is true for games. Of course, after the game is launched, you can still participate in the first league if you wish. I know what you're worried about. But you can rest assured. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to stir up public opinion. Luna curled her lips. Not only that, I can control the political power 100%, because I am the head of Morgan's family. If you still don't trust me, you can possess me, make me yours, and you can control the government. Luna said it very bluntly. At the same time, he also showed off his career line. To be honest, you are a terrible person. Luan looked at her deeply and said, I have no interest in your body or you as a person. I am just a researcher, an inventor, or a businessman. Future AS and prehistoric AY both need quantum energy field diffusers, right? This diffuser also requires a nuclear fusion reaction device. Can you sell this to us as a set? There was a hint of loss and some relief in Luna's eyes. She was disappointed that her appearance could not impress Luan. Fortunately, Luan is not interested in my body. This is nature. Luan shrugged indifferently. I will also provide you with energy ports, but the price is very expensive. The price is no problem. Luna said generously. She lacks everything. Just not short of money. Luan was willing to sell her the equipment, which gave her an extra layer of protection. The position of head of the family, and the power of the president. No one will be able to shake it. You will no longer be manipulated by others and will just be a puppet. Certainly. She actually looks more like Luan. So, even if he gave up the position of head of the family and the position of president, he would not be restricted by others. Move him. You have to consider in advance whether you can deal with Luan's anger. Nano weapons, can you sell me one set in a private capacity? You can have the highest authority. After taking a sip of tea, Luna raised her head and looked at Luan seriously. It's not impossible. Luan narrowed his eyes. Luna was more assertive than he thought. And more ideas. To be honest, this woman is a scary story because no one has the strength to fight against her. What a pity. Luan is not an ordinary person. Not only that, I can also install a stealth system and a miniature cold nuclear reactor for you. A smile appeared on Luan's lips. Make a deal. Luna nodded and took out the official seal and ink pad. Can we sign the contract now? You don't ask the price. Luan was a little bit surprised. No question. Luna smiled calmly. Okay. Luan jumped off the building and raised his eyebrows. He quickly drafted a contract. The price was 50% more expensive than that of the Russian bear, that is, one reactor was 30 billion green coins. Like the Russian bear, he ordered 20 reactors. Luan also included the nano-weapons in the 20 reactors, so there was no mention of nano-weapons in the contract. Since Luna wants to do something big, he might as well give it a try. Anyway, the final authority lies with him. As long as they dare to study it. Luan didn't mind letting it run wild for once. Certainly. Luna should have regarded the nano-weapon as her secret weapon and would not easily reveal it. The nano-weapon will be delivered in 3 days. Can. As for the future AS, Honghuang AY will adopt the price of Mao Xiong. No matter how expensive it is, I'm afraid it will be difficult for ordinary people to accept it.